when the cultivation civilization encounters the cyber society, observing how mortals tame the heavenly realm with their smartphones. Matchmaker Yulao transforms into a VIP matchmaker, while the Dragon King receives negative reviews and hastily adjusts the GPS coordinates for rainfall. Chapter 1. The Distressed Yulao. As August approaches, temperatures soar past 40 degrees Celsius in various regions. The Dragon King, responsible for rainfall, seems to have vanished into some obscure corner with a frivolous cat, and for a whole month and a half, not a single drop of rain has graced the earth, making it feel as if the weather itself is ablaze. Zhou believes that such weather is ideal for online dating after all. Under sweltering heat, one is drenched in sweat, and even the most exquisite makeup must concede defeat, while no foundation can entirely mask the lurking imperfections beneath. Naturally, the oppressive heat tends to provoke irritability. Take, for instance, the woman before him. 10 yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone? Young man, you can't compromise your conscience for money. A bottle of water sells for only 2 yuan outside. Even in the scenic area, it's just 15. You, as a street vendor, charge 10. That's just unscrupulous. The woman pointed accusingly, her finger nearly touching Zhou nose. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and forced a smile. Please, ma'am, it's just a humble profit. Let's not haggle. You know that the lowest price for cold water inside the scenic area is 15 yuan. Selling it for 10 is actually considerate of costs. It's not expensive at all. The prices in the scenic area are different from those outside. You see, I had to carry it all the way here, and just the electricity for the fridge cost me 100. It's a small business, please understand. Zhou patiently explained his expenses, hoping for the woman's sympathy. Nonsense. Who knows what tricks you and scrupulous merchants are up to? 8 yuan, that's all I'm paying. The woman raised her nose, radiating an aura of certainty. Zhou lips twitched as he calculated his expenses. Bottled water cost him 1 yuan 50 per bottle, 24 bottles in total, plus the electric bill for the fridge and the bus fare. Selling at 8 yuan means he only earns 1 yuan per bottle. However, even the tiniest profit is still profit. Zhou gritted his teeth and handed her a bottle. She huffed, tossing a handful of small bills at him, exuding the arrogance of a triumphant general. Hey, ma'am, this is only 7 yuan 9. Watching her disappear into the throngs of tourists, Zhou raised the crumpled bills in his hand, speechless for a long while. It's tough. In this day and age, nothing is easy, not even selling water from street stall for a meager profit. He had hoped to earn a little extra during his spare time, but to his dismay, he scarcely sold a few bottles throughout the afternoon. Other than a handful of lavish spenders, most were meticulous penny pinchers. Throughout the afternoon, he had been accused of being a profiteer more times than he could count, leading Zhou to doubt his choice of location for his stall. Yet, he had no choice. He needed the money. His mother's medical expenses were substantial, and as a student, Zhou had limited free time. Street vending offered the most flexibility. Still, business was challenging. Zhou exhaled, casting an envious glance at the convenience store within the scenic area, fully air-conditioned and inviting. He contemplated altering his strategy, perhaps seeking refuge within for a bit of cool air. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Hastily extinguishing his cigarette, he pulled out his phone, expecting a business-related message. Instead, he found a newly posted moment on WeChat. A user named Yu Lao had pinned a post. The divorce rate in the heavenly realm has recently surged, prompting the Jade Emperor to implement new policies to rectify the prevailing atmosphere. With a mere word from the Emperor, his subordinates scramble to promote business and enhance visibility. We are now launching activities such as 1,000 miles of fate bound by a single thread, 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds, and half a lifetime of affection. As an established matchmaking agency, we are credible and trustworthy, with countless classic cases to our name. We welcome all celestial friends to seek our guidance. Accompanying the text was a selfie. Against a backdrop of ethereal clouds, a handsome figure adorned with a golden crown leaned upon a dragon-head staff with one hand, while the other held 3 red strings. His deep-set eyes gazed skyward, exuding an air of lofty ambition. Upon opening the profile, Zhou could hardly contain his laughter. A seasoned matchmaker in the heavenly realm, renowned and reputable, currently serving as the president of the Matchmaking Guild and an honorary minister of the Heavenly Family Planning Department. The agency boasts over 500 employees and has personally orchestrated classic cases like the Cowherd and Weaver Girls Bridge meeting. Yulao, which matchmaking agency possesses such talent to conceive such a lowly marketing scheme? Zhou found it unsurprising these days. He had been preoccupied with raising funds for his mother's treatment. accumulating a plethora of random contacts on WeChat and phone calls, regardless of their utility. Just as he was about to swipe away the post, he hesitated. He had no time to waste on marketing accounts. But before he could dismiss it, a flurry of vomit emojis flooded the comments below. Zhubeiji, don't believe this old rascal's nonsense. The so-called 1,000 miles of fate. I squander my entire life's savings on this sham. Sha-sung, what do you mean, second brother? I just signed up for a membership with you, Lao. Zhubeiji, brother Sha, quickly demand a refund. This old Inyang man is deceitful. I, Zhubeiji, am a handsome figure in the heavenly realm, a diamond bachelor who knew I would fall for Yulao's tricks. I even brought my 9-toothed rake as a betrothal gift, only to find that the one seated opposite was the celestial hound. Tai by jinxing. Indeed, this Yulao is a deceitful old man. Celestial friends, keep your eyes peeled and don't be swindled. What classic cases are you talking about? Weren't you the one who orchestrated the connection between Shiman Qing and Pan Jinlian? Taishan Lao Jun. The abortion pills are selling quite well. Zhubeiji, Inyang man, I shall challenge you to a duel. Celestial hound, woof, woof, woof. Yulao the original poster, brother Tiampong. How can you say such things? Although we are acquaintances, I will still take legal action for your slander. You suggested that connections are paramount, ideally allowing you to avoid 30 years of hard work. I personally sought out Erlang Shun for this marriage proposal. Why must you defame me? Erlang Shun is the Jade Emperor's brother-in-law. Once you connect with him, you could potentially gain 300 years of effortless success. Out of respect for our long acquaintance, I swallowed my pride. Why cannot you appreciate my good intentions? Zhubeiji, the celestial hound is a dog, a male dog. Maori Xingjuan, different genders. How can they love each other? Zhubeiji, scram. Yulao the original poster. Alas, the hearts of people have changed. I have devoted my life to diligent service only to endure such humiliation. It truly disheartens me. All my services are meticulously planned, honest and fair. If you celestial friends refuse to appreciate my efforts, so be it. I once offered my heart like the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the gutter. Zhubeiji, I offer a bounty for Yulao's position. I will break his dog legs. Generous rewards await. Zhubeiji, I offer a bounty for Yulao's position. I will break his dog legs. Generous rewards await. Zhubeiji, I offer a bounty for Yulao's position. I will break his dog legs. Generous rewards await. Yulao the original poster, brother Tiampong. I am steadfast and unyielding, my pride intact, impervious to temptation or coercion. Should you wish to battle, I fear you not. System notification. The original poster has hidden their real-time location. Messages continued to ping incessantly. Zhou Qi stared in disbelief. One marketing account impersonating Yulao was one thing. But what were all these peculiar entities in the comments? Which psychiatric hospital had suffered a breach, allowing them to swarm out? Yet, it was rather amusing. Zhou Qi shook his head, unable to suppress his critique of the marketing tactics employed by wedding planning companies these days, which seemed utterly devoid of creativity. Phrases like 1,000 miles of fate tied by a single thread and 3 lifetimes of love were nothing more than relics of the past. In this year of 2021, how could matchmaking still rely on such antiquated methods? Zhou's elder self mused. In what era are we living that one would still resort to these outdated strategies? It's only natural to be criticized if you have the capability. Why not try an app like Momo? Remote encounters leading to in-person meetings are truly the way forward. After sending his message, Zhou Qi ended the call and ceased to engage further. The raucous antics of a group of individuals around him lifted his spirits considerably. He stretched lazily, preparing to rise and call out to expedite the disposal of the remaining half-box of mineral water, as he had evening study sessions to attend and had no intention of skipping class. At that moment, his arm was playfully tapped. The urban management officers are coming. Zhou Qi jolted, clutching the half-box of mineral water and preparing to flee, glancing back to gauge the officer's proximity. Yet, as he turned, his expression sank. Behind him stood a charming young lady, dressed lightly, with a radiant smile as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Jiang Yunyun, are you out of your mind? Zhou Qi nearly choked, his frustration palpable. This girl, Jiang Yunyun, was a classmate of Zhou Qi from university, the epitome of a spirited, assertive young woman. To his surprise, he encountered her at the scenic spot on a weekend. The young beauty huffed in annoyance. Zhou Qi, you're the one who's unhinged. You can't handle a joke? Shouldn't you be overjoyed to see such a stunning beauty on a weekend? Look at how frightened you are. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's mouth twitched in irritation. Ridiculous. Have you looked in a mirror? How low must my standards be to feel elated? Perfect timing. You're just the person I need. Watch the stall for a moment. I need to take a quick break. Zhou Qi didn't regard Jiang Yunyun as a stranger, tossing the remark over his shoulder as he turned to leave. Watching him vanish from sight, Jiang Yunyun stomped her foot in frustration. After relieving himself and washing his face to dispel some of the heat, Zhou Qi stretched once more. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant notifications from WeChat rang out. Zhou Qi frowned, preparing to silence his phone, but upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by a barrage of friend requests. Matchmaker? What on earth does this old meddler want with me? Chapter 2. Such magical artifacts. Unheard of before, Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback before casually clicking to agree. It seemed the other party had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Indeed, as soon as the prompt from a friend was accepted, the avatar of the deity of marriage, Yu Lao, began to pulsate with life. Fellow immortal, could you enlighten me? What is this Momo? Initially, Zhou Qi was disinclined to engage. The individual had chosen the name Yu Lao, and his social media posts were nothing but nonsensical ramblings, clearly the musings of someone unhinged. If it were up to Zhou Qi, he would have suggested a more fitting title, perhaps the Jade Emperor. However, in a moment of playful whimsy, Zhou Qi decided to respond. What kind of device is this? Is it truly possible that such magical artifacts exist in this world? And what exactly is Amal? How does one even download this item? I implore you to impart your wisdom, esteemed immortal. Is this individual truly addicted to theatrics? Zhou Qi suppressed a laugh, realizing that in this day and age, mobile phones have become ubiquitous in every household. He found it hard to believe that someone from the mountains could be so oblivious as to have never encountered one. Moreover, he was conversing via WeChat. Yet the other party inquired about downloading it? Unsure of the extent of the other's ignorance, Zhou Qi decided to assist. He opened his browser, searched for a popular smartphone, and with a click, captured a screenshot to send. Anticipating potential questions about how to use the phone, he thoughtfully included the user manual as well. What a thespian. After completing these tasks, Zhou Qi turned off his phone. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment the screen went dark, the image of the phone in the WeChat message flickered and vanished. In the celestial realm, in the hall of Yu Lao, the venerable deity, with hair as white as snow, sat on a meditation cushion, holding the device with a perplexed expression. What is a thespian? Could it be that the art of drama has attained a form of transcendence? Who is this esteemed immortal to utter such astonishing phrases? Yet, Yu Lao did not dwell on it for long, instead focusing intently on the phone. The small device, fashionable and compact, fit comfortably in his palm. He pulled up the user manual and began to read, hoping to uncover the secrets of this magical artifact. After much contemplation, Yu Lao finally pressed the power button. The familiar melody of the device filled the air, and the screen lit up abruptly, nearly startling him. This artifact, despite appearing to be in his 40s, Yu Lao had lived through countless millennia. Yet, he had never encountered such a device before. Suppressing his excitement, he followed the instructions to access them all. Awkwardly typing in Momo, an ambiguous dark icon appeared. Could this be what the esteemed immortal mentioned? But how does one utilize it? After much trial and error, Yu Lao managed to register an account and was greeted by a plethora of stunning images of women, each more beautiful than the last, with large eyes and delicate features, rivaling even the most renowned celestial maidens of the heavenly realm. Captivated by the beauty before him, he clicked on an avatar resembling Chang'e and hastily typed a few words. In response, a voice message was sent back. Upon hearing it, Yu Lao felt his heart flutter. It is no wonder. Momo is one of the most popular social networking applications of the time, renowned in universities as a tool for casual encounters, boasting numerous features. Although there are countless similar platforms, Momo still reigns supreme. Zhou Qi had heard from friends that Momo had recently introduced a service for beautiful companions, investing heavily to attract high-quality women for testing, even incorporating various beauty and audio enhancement effects. An ancient immortal, bewildered and flustered, fumbled with the keyboard when suddenly a video window popped up. Yu Lao instinctively accepted the call, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him danced a beauty, radiant and enchanting, bearing a striking resemblance to Chang'e. More importantly, he beheld the human world. That was indeed the mortal realm. Since the path between heaven and earth had been sealed by the Buddha, the celestial beings had lost all contact with the human world. And even an ancient immortal like him had not experienced the warmth of mortal life in ages. And now, the human realm appeared before his very eyes? Was it an illusion? Yu Lao sprang to his feet, startling the attendant who thought his master had lost his wits. Yet, Yu Lao was oblivious to his own faux pas, struggling to quell his excitement as he closed the video. He selected another beautiful face, accompanied by a tantalizing voice message. Equally mesmerizing, Yu Lao's mouth fell agape, nearly unable to contain himself. He truly witnessed the human realm. After a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Despite being an immortal for millennia, he found it challenging to regain his composure. He gazed at the smartphone in his hand, at the long-lost sights and sounds of the human world on the screen, with only one thought occupying his mind. What kind of person is this esteemed immortal? Such an artifact is unheard of. Such celestial power seems capable of bridging the long-sealed connection between heaven and earth. This kind of magic is astonishing. Even the Buddha, who once sealed the realms, would find it difficult to achieve. Could this immortal be an ancient ancestor lying in wait beyond the 9 heavens for eons? No, I must contact the esteemed immortal. Zhou Qi, where have you fallen into? It's been ages. What are you doing under this blazing sun? Are you trying to commit murder? Jiang Yunyun, holding a half-finished bottle of mineral water, tossed it at Zhou Qi upon seeing him. Wait, Jiang Yunyun, I haven't even mentioned how you startled me. Zhou Qi exclaimed. How can a man take so long? You're taking advantage of me. Jiang Yunyun shot back, hands on her hips, glaring at him. All right, I concede, it was my fault. But I did offer you water. Didn't I? I was just delayed by an eccentric person. By the way, how did you end up here? Zhou Qi asked, puzzled. Although it was the weekend, there was evening study, so he wondered why Jiang Yunyun was there. Humph, do you think everyone is as obsessed with studying as you? It's the weekend. We just wanted to unwind a bit. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you, Miss Jiang? She retorted with a haughty tone. Us? Zhou Qi paused, ignoring her arrogance. Of course, we are all classmates here, taking advantage of the day off to relax. Staying cooped up in school all the time would drive anyone mad. Zhou Qi, what are you doing? Jiang Yunyun continued, but before she could finish, Zhou Qi had already picked up a half-box of mineral water, preparing to change locations. Yet, as Zhou Qi attempted to leave, someone called out to him. Hey, isn't this our talented Zhou? Working part-time all the way out here at a tourist spot? Need me to help you with your business? A voice rang out, and Zhou Qi frowned, turning to see a young man in athletic attire standing nearby. In his 20s. Dressed stylishly, Zhou Qi's expression soured at the sight of him. What does my part-time work have to do with you, Jolly? Good dogs don't block the way. I'm busy here, Zhou Qi replied coolly. The young man's face stiffened, and he quickly retorted, Zhou Qi, how can you speak to me like that? How I speak is none of your business. I'm minding my own stall while you wander through the park. The world is vast. Why do you insist on crowding around me? Are you a homosexual? Zhou Qi's tone was icy. Zhou Qi had a pleasant disposition and was well-liked at school. But even the most affable individuals have their adversaries. Jiali was at the top of Zhou Qi's list, surrounded by beautiful women, including the likes of Jiang Yunyun. Jiali, who had invested significant effort as her primary suitor, found himself at a loss as Jiang Yunyun ignored him in favor of Zhou Qi. Jiali came from a well-off family and was known for his lavish spending, clearly a rich second-generation heir. From the very beginning, Zhou Qi, who has always held himself in high regard despite his humble origins, and Jiali have been at odds with each other for quite some time. Their frequent clashes have led to a palpable tension between them. You, Jiali exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. What do you mean by you? Am I eating your family's rice or wearing your family's fabric? I've already said that good dogs don't block the way, don't obstruct my business. Jiang Yun. Manage your fan club. Jiang Yun's expression stiffened. Jiali had not anticipated that Zhou Qi would disregard any semblance of decorum. Infuriated, he stood there, speechless for a moment, his rage boiling over. Just wait for it, he finally retorted, turning on his heel to leave. Fool. Out of sight, out of mind. But at that moment, the incessant notifications of WeChat began to chime. Zhou Qi, already in a foul mood, felt his irritation intensify upon receiving a barrage of messages from someone named Yulao. What's wrong with this person? Chapter 3. Mind reading? Drama queen, do you have a problem? I have neither the inclination nor the time to engage in frivolous banter with you. If you truly hail from the mountains, then tend to your own affairs. I'm busy, Zhou Qi shot off a message. Meanwhile, Yulao sat anxiously on his mat, his thoughts racing as his attempts to reach Zhou Qi seemed to vanish into thin air. Even after thousands of years, he found it difficult to remain calm. Though his powers were relatively insignificant in the eyes of the celestial beings, the fact that such a powerful artifact had been bestowed upon him was not lost on him. He was willing to face any trials to fulfill his obligations. Damn it, has this drama king really taken to mocking me? A god, you say? Just one. From the mountains, right? You want to repay me? Then fine. Where's your mind-reading technique or your ability to burrow into the earth? If you don't have it, stop pretending. Zhou Qi scoffed, venting his frustrations. Sighing, Zhou Qi contemplated blocking the incessant messenger. It was already a miracle that he had endured this old lunatic for so long. Suddenly, a compressed file was sent over. Mind connection? Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself as he looked at Yulao's message. Please do not take offense, esteemed one. Your request was rather simple. and I know you wouldn't want to trouble me. This artifact allows for a mind connection, revealing the thoughts within another's heart. However, my powers are limited and can only last for one day. I hope you won't mind. Yulao sighed in relief, his heart racing as he entrusted his thoughts to the ether. Meanwhile, Shou-Chi was left in confusion, his mind racing. Just then, he felt a surge of energy flowing through his fingertips, illuminating his vision. What is happening? Shou-Chi wondered aloud, only to turn and see Jiang Yun looking anxious beside him. What do I do? Will Shou-Chi misunderstand my feelings for Zhao Li? I have no interest in him. It's not like I encouraged him to pursue me. I came to the scenic area to find Shou-Chi, but now he is ignoring me. Oh heavens! Someone help me. I'm desperate. The thoughts flowed clearly in Shou-Chi's mind. What the hell? Shou-Chi instinctively stared at Jiang Yun's face. She bit her lip, and as Shou-Chi's gaze bore into her, her face flushed crimson. Why is he looking at me? Does he sense my feelings? How embarrassing. Does he like me? Should I accept it or not? Shou-Chi was taken aback. He wasn't an expert in reading expressions, but he could certainly grasp the nuances of Jiang Yun's emotions. It was evident that her feelings were written all over her face. Wait, this girl likes me? Shou-Chi was astonished. But is this truly a mind connection? Shou-Chi hastily pulled out his phone, eager to message Yulao with a plethora of questions. Just as his fingers hovered over the keyboard, Jiang Yun nudged his arm. Hey, Shou-Chi, aren't you going to run? The city inspectors are here. Do you think you can deceive me? Shou-Chi scoffed. True warriors never fall for the same trick twice. Just then, chaos erupted around them as vendors at the scenic area hurriedly packed up their stalls, pushing carts away in a frenzy. Shou-Chi snapped back to reality, ready to flee. You think you're clever? The inspectors are coming, and you're just standing there. Unafraid? A pair of hands grasped Shou-Chi's arms, and he turned to see several inspectors in uniforms standing behind him. Han Ge, I didn't have time to leave. Shou-Chi chuckled awkwardly. The middle-aged man, Han Guocheng, was the captain of the city inspectors responsible for this area. Shou-Chi had often encountered him while setting up his stall. It's too late now. Come with me, Han Guocheng said, pulling Shou-Chi along. How many times have I warned you not to set up shop here? If not you, then who else should we catch? Shou-Chi grimaced. Getting caught and having his goods confiscated was a minor issue. He usually faced fines. After spending the entire day under the scorching sun, he barely made a few coins. Is there someone reporting me? Shou-Chi's eyes caught a glimpse of Zhao Li lurking in the crowd, but now was not the time to address it. Just as he was about to explain himself, he saw one of the inspectors whispering something to Han Guocheng. The latter's expression shifted, and he hurriedly left. Shou-Chi turned to see a girl tugging at Han Guocheng's arm at the entrance of the scenic area. What a stroke of bad luck. Why did Xiao Pei suddenly get angry? Is she upset that I haven't spent time with her? But I've been busy preparing to propose and surprise her. What should I do now? She wouldn't break up with me, would she? Women's hearts are like the depths of the ocean. Shou-Chi was momentarily stunned. He never expected the mature and stable Han Guocheng to exhibit such childish behavior. Looking at the woman not far away, Shou-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Han is such a blockhead. Even now he is focused on chatting with someone else. Out on a mission, day in and day out. Why is it so difficult for him to take me out for a stroll in the park? If you have the guts to propose, I'll accept. Don't drag your feet. Opportunities are fleeting. Well, it seems both parties are willing to play their games. Together, their ages nearly add up to 60. Yet their courtship resembles a game of hide and seek. Shou-Chi smirked, pulling out 10 yuan to buy a plastic rose and striding over to Han Guocheng. As he approached, Han Guocheng opened his mouth, unsure of Shou-Chi's intentions. Before he could inquire, Shou-Chi shoved the rose into his hands and swiftly kicked the back of Han Guocheng's knee. With a thud, Captain Han fell to one knee, utterly bewildered. Chapter 4. Is he truly a god? Just as he was about to explode with anger, Shou-Chi cheerfully greeted, Hello, sister. I'm Shou-Chi. You can call me Xiao Shou. I simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just now, Han Gu is looking for an opportunity to propose to you. He constantly tells me that he will marry no one but you and insists on having you as his wife. He had prepared an abundance of things. But I must say, when it comes to ceremonies, nothing is more vital than sincerity. Sister-in-law, whether you agree or not, do say something. Shou-Chi's voice was not soft. And in an instant, it captured everyone's attention. Captain Han, a seasoned veteran, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Xiao Pei, marry me. In an instant, Pei Chouyu's face flushed crimson. Shou-Chi, how do you know for certain that Captain Han's proposal will be accepted by Sister Pei? If she declines, wouldn't that be a tremendous embarrassment for Captain Han? Jiang Yunyan took a sip of coffee, her gaze suspiciously fixed on Shou-Chi. In just a brief moment, she was utterly astonished. She never anticipated Shou-Chi would be so audacious. The romantic tension was palpable, and they were merely one push away from sealing the deal. You're still young, Matters of the heart are beyond your comprehension, Zhou Qi remarked dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunyan. I'm not that young, she muttered, glancing at her yet-to-be-developed figure, her voice trailing off. Zhou Qi chuckled silently. However, he had no inclination to ponder Jiang Yunyan's inner thoughts. Gripping his phone, he felt an overwhelming agitation, wanting to have a serious chat with the deity of matchmaking. Divine powers are not to be doubted. And his own heart's connection felt undeniably authentic. Even as a staunch atheist, Zhou Qi couldn't help but believe in the existence of deities. The deity of matchmaking couldn't possibly be mad, nor could the figures leaving comments beneath his dynamic presence, Zhu Beiji, Erlangshan, and even the celestial hound. Goodness. Have I stumbled into a divine realm? If the situation had permitted, Zhou Qi would have surely made a hasty exit. Little brother Zhou. Captain Han stepped forward, his left arm encircling Miss Pei's slender waist, radiating an air of triumph as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Thanks to you today. Don't leave right away. Your sister-in-law insists on treating you to a meal, and you mustn't refuse. Come now, you two are clearly in love. I merely helped bridge the gap. Even without me, with Captain Han's temperament, he would never let Sister Pei slip away, Zhou Qi replied with a smile. Stop calling me Captain Han. In my eyes, you're my brother. From now on, just call me Han Go. Captain Han laughed, and Pei Qiuyu beside him added, Indeed. No matter what, you are the matchmaker for both me and your Han Go, so you can't escape this meal. And you, Lao Han? Just wait. Do I have to tell you to wait for me to say it? Pei Qiuyu shot him an angry glare. The latter rubbed his nose with a dry laugh before retrieving a business license from his desk. Well, here comes another case of bronchitis. Zhou Qi turned his nose up. He had no interest in deciphering others' thoughts and could only manage a smile. Let us not beat around the bush, Xiao Shou. Handling your stall is my duty. And I can't ignore it. But today, I owe you a favor. I'll cover your fine, but there won't be a next time. Also, take this business license. Working part-time is commendable, but it must be done legally. With this license, even if we meet again, I won't have to run around exhausted. Zhou Qi was taken aback, realizing Han Ji's good intentions. This is not acceptable. Letting me off is already generous. How can I accept this license? I recall asking about it before, and it cost quite a bit, which is why I've been reluctant. Zhou Qi, don't refuse. This is all I can do as a city manager. If your request were any larger, I wouldn't be able to assist. Listen to your sister-in-law. Just take it. Or do you not want to give her face? Pei Qiuyu teased, playfully poking Han Ge. In this manner, Zhou Qi expressed his gratitude to Han Ge and his sister-in-law. Taking a breath, he cupped his hands in appreciation. The group enjoyed lunch together, where glasses were raised and laughter filled the air, with Pei Qiuyu and Jiang Yunyan joining in. Zhou Qi, with his heart's connection, became a master of communication. His witty banter not only lit up Pei Qiuyu and Jiang Yunyan's faces, but even had the typically composed Han Ji's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Upon leaving the restaurant, dusk had settled. Zhou Qi sighed in relief. Jiang Yunyan had intended to persuade him to take a stroll, but with matters on his mind. He left with a casual remark of we'll talk later, leaving her frustrated and stamping her foot. Once inside his room, he locked the door and took out his phone. Is the celestial friend available? Ding. What is your command, esteemed immortal? The deity of matchmaking, engrossed in a video featuring a marketing beauty, suddenly perked up at Zhou Qi's call, sitting up straight. Zhou Qi hesitated. He had intended to inquire if the deity was indeed real. But the words escaped him as he was taken aback by the deity's reverence. Did he mistakenly address someone else? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qi casually remarked, No worries. I merely wish to express my gratitude to the celestial friend. Your heart's connection is indeed remarkable. Though a basic divine power, it possesses a hint of profundity. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed immortal. It is but a trivial Taoist tool, hardly worthy in comparison to the rare treasures you possess. The deity of matchmaking trembled, tears welling in his eyes. The esteemed immortal is genuinely a good person. His heart's connection, though the most rudimentary of powers, could be wielded even by the most insignificant earth immortals, let alone a renowned deity like the matchmaking god. Naturally, the deity hadn't expected the immortal to regard such a minor power with any significance. Such a good immortal, he marveled, overwhelmed with emotion. Having been a deity for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a virtuous elder. Hearing this, Zhou Qi was taken aback. He couldn't recall ever gifting the deity anything of great value. What a joke. If I had something truly precious, I wouldn't need to struggle, would I? After a moment of silence, Zhou Qi reviewed the chat history and noticed a blank image. Was that perhaps a picture from a fruit phone? Is it a trivial matter that the celestial friend has never seen such a treasure? Zhou Qi pondered aloud. Absolutely unheard of. To be honest, esteemed immortal, I consider myself well-informed, yet I have never laid eyes on such a treasure. This item not only downloads but also captures images in an instant, with myriad wondrous uses. I am truly ecstatic. Though I shouldn't have mentioned this, my curiosity overwhelms me. I humbly request your understanding, esteemed immortal. I have one more, albeit impertinent, request. Chapter 5. The gradually enlightened matchmaker deity. The deity of matchmaking stood up, bowing to the void, and continued, such a treasure, unheard of. With your formidable powers, esteemed immortal, you have opened the sealed pathways connecting the heavenly realm and the mortal world for eons. Your might surpasses all, and I am but a humble observer. I wonder, esteemed immortal, if this treasure could be lent to a friend? I apologize for my audacity, but rest assured, I would offer everything for such a gift. The deity trembled, growing increasingly uncertain. This treasure, unlike anything seen before, revealed the vibrancy of human life, showcasing beauties that rivaled the celestial maidens of the heavens. Having been a matchmaker for countless years, the deity had never witnessed anything like it. To merely lay eyes on such a rare treasure was a stroke of fortune. Yet the thought of borrowing something bestowed by the immortal was daunting. Would it not be a loss if he angered the esteemed immortal? Yet, the deity was troubled. The Jade Emperor, in his folly, had insisted on implementing new policies, inciting dissatisfaction among the celestial beings. In this day and age, being a celestial being is no easy task. The Jade Emperor, adorned with the edicts of gold, oversees everything, and with a mere word, he can entangle himself in countless romantic threads. Yet, how can one truly control such matters? Even the most skilled of women cannot cook without rice. If this were some time ago, it might have been more manageable, but now, the Buddha of the West has sealed the heavens and the mortal realm. And it has been ages since the celestial court has witnessed the enchanting tales of the seven fairies and Dong Yong. Business has become quite challenging. The matchmaker god, with his grand enterprise, is struggling to support his employees. Thus, the matchmaking of Zhu Beiji and the celestial dog came to be, a predicament that even the matchmaker god finds unsatisfactory. However, there is no alternative. While he is not afraid of Zhu Wuning's boisterousness, this matter must be resolved. It is not fear of Zhu Wuning that troubles him. After all, I, the matchmaker god, have been an immortal for millennia, with unyielding spirit and dignified pride. Untouched by wealth or power, and I have never feared anyone throughout these endless years. Yet, I cannot contend with the presence of that monkey. How exhausting. Now, having encountered a celestial being's guidance, the matchmaker god, who has spent a lifetime connecting hearts, surely understands the intricacies involved. This magical artifact is indeed wondrous. However, as the immortal Shou-Chi observes the matchmaker god sending humble messages one after another, he can vividly picture this venerable gentleman, crowned in purple gold and exuding an ethereal aura, pleading before him. This is indeed a celestial being. In the past, Shou-Chi would have found this hard to believe. Yet now he finds himself compelled to accept it. Engaging with a celestial being? I doubt anyone has ever dared to do so. Shou-Chi ponders, realizing that the matchmaker god has mistakenly taken him for some kind of esteemed immortal. He contemplates and declares, how absurd, utterly ludicrous. Do I, the ancestor, covet your trifling offerings? Shou-Chi attempts to convey a fierce expression. Suddenly, a clap of thunder crashes down from the celestial court, amidst the resounding roar. It seems that an irate echo detonates right beside the matchmaker god's ear. Has the immortal become enraged? The matchmaker god gazes skyward, recognizing the chaos in the celestial court, clearly startled by this abrupt upheaval. Even though he has sufficiently esteemed the immortal's powers, he is still taken aback. The matchmaker god, trembling with fear, hastily apologizes. "O immortal, please do not be angered. I was momentarily blinded by ignorance and spoke rashly. If I have offended you, please do not take offense." At that moment, Shou-Chi cannot help but chuckle, surprised by the matchmaker god's strong reaction. Enough, it is merely a magical artifact. A trifle to the likes of me. You, matchmaker god, who ties the bonds of love and governs the fates of couples, have certainly accumulated merits. I shall guide you, and in doing so, fulfill your wishes. Shou-Chi rummages through his computer, gathering a plethora of mobile phone images, snapping pictures in rapid succession. Could it be that I have misjudged? Unbeknownst to him, within the matchmaker palace, the venerable matchmaker god, wearing his purple gold crown, watches in astonishment as over 30 mobile phones suddenly materialize before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Those outside observe the spectacle, while those inside ponder the intricacies. In the heavenly realm, strict laws prohibit even renowned immortals from transmitting objects over vast distances, let alone so many magical artifacts at once. Yet, the matchmaker god remains completely unaware, feeling not a hint of magical disturbance. Having been an immortal for over a millennium, he is proud of his achievements in cultivation, rarely showing deference to other immortals except when faced with that monkey. However, today, the immortal's astonishing display leaves even the matchmaker god in awe. The more he contemplates, the more he is struck with amazement, envisioning the powerful immortal, who resides beyond the three realms and is not bound by the five elements, rivaling even the Buddha of the West. Thank you, esteemed immortal, thank you. The matchmaker god grits his teeth and continues, I have nothing to offer in return, but I would be honored to present you with 10,000 threads of fate. I humbly request that you accept my gratitude. Threads of fate? Shou-Chi is momentarily taken aback, for it is not an inquiry he can easily voice. To do so would reveal his ignorance. The illustrious immortal, unworthy of such trifles. Seems incongruous. Fortunately, he does not dwell on his confusion for long. Is the immortal dissatisfied with the scarcity of these threads? I, lacking in virtue and ability, am unworthy of your attention. Yet, these threads are rare, and 10,000 of them represent my lifelong accumulation. I implore you to accept them. Of course. The matchmaker god knows that compared to the immortal's magical artifacts, his humble offerings are insignificant. Should the immortal have any requests in the future, he shall serve with utmost dedication. The matchmaker god hastily clarifies. A splendid treasure. Shou-Chi's eyes sparkle with delight, though he is unaware of its application. The fact that it is so cherished by celestial beings leaves no room for disdain. As he observes the file sent by the matchmaker god, he promptly clicks to accept. Regrettably, after waiting for some time, he perceives nothing unusual. Could it be that it did not go through? Shou-Chi frowns, checking repeatedly and finding no discrepancies. Lacking the miraculous sensations he had experienced during his previous communion. Suddenly, his phone transforms, projecting a three-dimensional image. A dynamic scene unfolds before Shou-Chi's eyes, revealing the matchmaker god, adorned in a flowing white robe, joyously examining the 30 mobile phones before him, examining this and that, resembling a rustic fellow, devoid of the demeanor expected of a renowned celestial being. Is this the matchmaker god? Where is his face? Shou-Chi's eyes widen, eager to glimpse the celestial realm. Just then, the matchmaker god springs to his feet, quickly adjusting his white robe, clearing his throat, and regaining his dignified demeanor. He then summons a young attendant, his nose held high. One might mistake him for preparing to challenge someone. Come, let us pay a visit to my friend, the heavenly commander. Chapter 6. The monkey comes without fear in the third tier of the heavenly palace. The robust and rotund Zhu-Beiji sits before a table, gnawing on a roast chicken. His mouth greasy as he grumbles, that old rascal dared to deceive me. Once I'm done eating, I shall smash his matchmaker palace to bits. Yet, nearly a millennium has passed without a trace of romance, and he has squandered countless threads of fate. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. Zhu-Beiji bites down hard on the roast chicken, flinging it onto the table, rolling up his sleeves and grabbing the nine-toothed rake. Preparing to storm the matchmaker palace in the 6th tier. Ha ha ha, heavenly commander, long time no see. Just as Zhu-Beiji is about to charge out, a hearty laugh echoes from outside the heavenly commander's residence. As the voice fades, a man in a flowing white robe, with a youthful face and silver hair, appears before Zhu-Beiji. Ah, you old trickster. I haven't even sought you out, yet you dare to come knocking. Return my 1,000-year fate, or I'll pluck every hair from your face. Upon seeing the matchmaker god, Zhu-Beiji immediately erupts in a furious tirade, raising his nine-toothed rake to strike. The matchmaker god, taken aback, hastily dodges Zhu-Beiji's wrathful swing and quickly replies, Heavenly Commander, why such anger? You old trickster. You deceived me of my threads of fate for nearly 1,000 years, and now you have the audacity to appear before me. I'll show you just how formidable I am. Zhu-Beiji, already enraged, finds the matchmaker god's cheerful demeanor infuriating, and he prepares to strike again with his rake. Observing this, the matchmaker god urgently interjects once more, Heavenly Commander, please calm down. When have I ever deceived you regarding your threads of fate? Aha. The venerable matchmaker chuckled a few times before continuing, Marshal Tianpeng, do not be hasty. I have overseen matters of fate for countless years, always with fairness and integrity. Having accepted your celestial bond, it naturally implies my commitment to bestow upon you the blessings of love. However, Zhu-Beiji abruptly interrupted with a scowl, nonsense. 1,000 years have passed, and where is my destined partner? Is this not a farce? With a mysterious smile, the matchmaker ceased further discourse and produced a small device resembling a phone. Zhu-Beiji stared at the diminutive object in disbelief and, after a moment of realization, exclaimed, You old trickster. I see you have come not to facilitate my romantic endeavors but to mock me. This is intolerable. If I don't pound you to a pulp today, you won't understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Ah, young sir, you have arrived. Upon activating the live stream, a stunning young woman with fair skin and long legs appeared on the screen, her sweet smile and melodious voice reminiscent of a lark, enchanting all who beheld her. Zhu-Beiji, the old lecher, was rendered speechless, and with a loud clang, his nine-toothed rake fell to the ground. Observing Zhu-Beiji's astonished state, the matchmaker grinned with satisfaction and asked, What say you? Does this lady please the marshal? If not, perhaps you would prefer this young lady? He switched to another live stream featuring a girl in uniform, her youthful visage a true heartthrob for any otaku. The matchmaker continued his tour through several other streams. And only when he saw Zubeiji drooling did he finally turn off the device, chuckling at the sight. With a knowing smile, he slowly spoke. The treasures I possess are indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zubeiji's gaze returned to the matchmaker's phone, his curiosity piqued. What is this device? Are all the women I just saw contained within it? Is it a spatial artifact? This treasure was graciously bestowed upon me by a celestial being, and its power is unparalleled, far beyond that of mere spatial artifacts, the matchmaker replied dismissively. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi observed the three-dimensional image before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. What a marvel! This commonplace device has transformed into a divine treasure in the hands of these immortals? They are truly out of touch with the times. Unbeknownst to him, the celestial beings had not set foot in the mortal realm since the Buddha sealed the path between the two worlds, rendering them unaware of the advancements of modern technology. Within the marshal's residence, Zubeiji, now enlightened by the matchmaker's explanations, gazed at the phone with wide eyes, particularly captivated by the various beauties he had just seen. Matchmaker, why not grant this treasure to me? If you hand it over, I promise to cease bothering you, and we can put our past grievances behind us. Zubeiji proposed after a moment of contemplation. The matchmaker cast a disdainful glance at Zubeiji before retracting the phone as if to guard against theft. Zubeiji, witnessing this, grew anxious. Hey, why are you putting it away? You've deceived me for a millennium. If you don't provide an explanation today, I shall inform my elder brother to deal with you. That monkey? Marshal Tianping, do not threaten me. He is currently under the protection of a celestial being, and even if he were to come, I would have no fear. Ah, dear brother, have pity on me. I have been alone for nearly 10 millennia. Zubeiji, realizing his elder brother's threat was ineffective, adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading earnestly. Marshal, we have known each other for nearly 10 millennia. I have watched you remain single for far too long, and it pains me. I genuinely wish to assist you, the matchmaker said after a moment of reflection. Upon hearing this, Zubeiji's eyes sparkled, and he embraced the matchmaker, weeping profusely. You are the only one who understands me, dear matchmaker. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. The matchmaker, noticing the unsightly smear of tears and mucus on his pristine robe, pushed Zubeiji away with a look of disdain. Hold on, do not be so quick to express your gratitude. This treasure was not easily obtained from the celestial realm. Should I give it to you? I would be left with nothing. With that, the matchmaker displayed a conflicted expression. Zubeiji, having lived for nearly 10 millennia, understood the implications of the matchmaker's words and quickly inquired, what must I do to acquire this treasure? Speak, and I shall comply, even if it requires sacrificing everything I own. Clearly, the allure of the live stream had bewitched Zubeiji to the point where he would willingly part with his entire fortune, or even his divine status, without hesitation. The matchmaker, having achieved his goal, no longer danced around the subject, stating plainly, this is a priceless celestial treasure, but in consideration of our long-standing friendship, I am willing to part with it for a fair exchange. Exchange? Zubeiji's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, then asked, are you suggesting I trade my nine-toothed rake? Having cultivated for over 10 millennia, Zubeiji possessed many treasures, but the only item of comparable value was indeed his nine-toothed rake. However, this rake was a gift from his master, and should his master discover he had traded it, he would surely face dire consequences. As Zubeiji grappled with his dilemma, the matchmaker continued, in terms of value, it appears your only comparable item is your rake. However, I am aware that it is a treasure bestowed by your master. Given our long-standing relationship, why not consider trading your bag of treasures instead? The nine-toothed rake, an innate spiritual treasure, was indeed tempting to the matchmaker. Yet, he also understood the vast implications tied to it. Should he accept this rake, there would be no telling how Zubeiji might react if he later felt deceived. Upon hearing the matchmaker's proposal, Zubeiji's heart swelled with gratitude, and he quickly produced his bag of treasures, eagerly placing it in the matchmaker's hands as if fearing he might change his mind. Brother, you are truly my savior. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi watched the unfolding scene with incredulity. Muttering to himself, this old trickster truly knows how to deceive. I gave him 30 phones, and he managed to turn this one into a unique treasure. Just then, a notification chimed. Thank you for the celestial treasure. Today, I have fulfilled the wishes of Marshal Tianping. Upon reading Zhou Qi's message, the matchmaker was momentarily stunned. In the 9 heavens, each realm possessed formidable power, capable of thwarting celestial perception. Even the Jade Emperor would struggle to discern events occurring within those realms. It was utterly astonishing that a celestial being possessed such formidable prowess, able to bypass the divine barriers and gain insight into the happenings within the celestial realms. Master, what has transpired? The attendant beside him inquired, noticing the matchmaker's dazed expression. Though the young man felt somewhat puzzled, he did not dare to contradict the words of the matchmaker. After a slight bow, he departed from the grand hall. Once the young man had left, the matchmaker took out the treasure bag obtained from Zhu Beiji and sent it to Shou-Chi. Shou-Chi was momentarily taken aback by the image that appeared on his phone. Esteemed one, this is a treasure gifted to me by the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy. While it is not a divine artifact, nor does it compare to the divine treasures you bestow upon me, it is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, the matchmaker said. Drawing from his previous experience of attunement, Shou-Chi deftly opened the image on his phone screen. As his finger made contact with the image, a brilliant light burst forth from the device, and a palm-sized bag materialized in his hand. The matchmaker, slightly anxious, quickly stated, "Please do not be angered, revered one. I know that for someone of your cultivation, crafting a spatial artifact is not difficult. However, this treasure bag is not an ordinary item. It contains treasures amassed by the Marshal over nearly 10,000 years. Please accept it. How dare you present such a shabby item to me?" Shou-Chi remarked with disdain. "Nevertheless, since it is your heartfelt offering, I shall not refuse it. I will accept this treasure bag." After concluding his statement, Shou-Chi immediately switched off his phone, severing communication with the matchmaker. With the phone now off, he redirected his gaze to the treasure bag in his hand. Goodness, this is truly a windfall. This is the accumulated wealth of the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy over millennia, and now it is all in my possession. From now on, I can walk with my head held high. Chapter 8. The Legendary Elixir, the Celestial Blade. The Fire-Repelling Pearl. The Essence-Returning Incense. The Water-Transforming Talisman. The treasure bag was small, merely palm-sized, yet it seemed to contain an infinite array of treasures. Shou-Chi casually reached inside and pulled out various bizarre items, each one more astonishing than the last. Good heavens, I never imagined that Zhu Beiji had collected so many treasures. This is indeed a stroke of fortune. As more and more treasures escaped from the bag, Shou-Chi's excitement grew. He had never expected that after living a largely unremarkable life, such good fortune would fall into his lap. It was as if the heavens had finally opened their eyes to him. Suppressing his exhilaration, Shou-Chi continued to delve into the treasure bag. What is this? Suddenly, he felt something thumb-sized and curious. He pulled it out. As he withdrew his hand from the bag, Shou-Chi stared in awe at the small, dark object resting in his palm. It was a thumb-sized, black item emanating a faint glow, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of medicine. Just a whiff of it brought a sense of tranquility. Could this be the fabled elixir? After gazing at the object for about 10 minutes, Shou-Chi was astonished. Although he seldom watched television or read novels, he was familiar with Journey to the West, one of the 4 great classical novels, wherein Sun Wukong gained immense power by consuming the elixir of the Supreme Lord. I wonder what this elixir is for, Shou-Chi mused. Forget it. I'll just eat it. Without hesitation, he pinched the elixir in his palm and swallowed it whole. The elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a warm current flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body and gathering 3 inches below his navel. So hot. As the warmth surged to that spot, Shou-Chi felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if his insides were being scorched by flames, causing him great distress. This is unbearable. I can't believe that old Yin-Yang fellow would trick me. The searing sensation compelled Shou-Chi to rush into the bathroom, not even bothering to remove his clothes before turning on the tap. Though it was the height of summer, the night air was slightly cool. Normally, washing with cold water would not induce shivers, but now, Shou-Chi felt no chill. The internal heat left him no breath to spare, and the pain was excruciating. After enduring for less than 10 minutes, Shou-Chi could no longer withstand it. His vision blurred, and he fainted. In those fleeting moments, he had cursed the matchmaker's ancestors repeatedly. Achoo! At that moment, far away in the matchmaker's palace in the celestial realm, he suddenly sneezed. A chill creeping up his spine. How curious. Why would I sneeze? The matchmaker pondered, bewildered, having ascended for nearly 10,000 years. He could not recall the last time he experienced such a sensation. As night fell, after nearly 2 hours of unconsciousness, Shou-Chi began to stir, slowly opening his eyes. What a foul smell. This was the first thought that crossed Shou-Chi's mind upon regaining consciousness. It was a nauseating odor, reminiscent of the stench from a latrine decades ago. Ugh. Once fully aware, he immediately retched. After his stomach was finally empty, he struggled to stand and turned on the bathroom exhaust fan. It was then he realized that the foul smell emanated from himself. Oh no. Did I fall into a cesspit? Looking at the thick, black substance on his body, Shou-Chi felt another wave of nausea and quickly held his breath. Turning on all the faucets to wash himself off, he nearly depleted half a bottle of body wash to rid himself of the odor. Once he had cleaned himself up, Shou-Chi emerged from the bathroom in his birthday suit. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he stepped out, urgent knocking resounded at the door, followed by a loud voice. What on earth is going on in there? Are you cooking excrement? Shou-Chi felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly donned his clothes before opening the door. A bit sheepishly, he scratched his head and said, I sincerely apologize. My toilet drain is clogged. I'm so sorry. At the door stood a middle-aged woman, initially intent on reprimanding Shou-Chi, but upon hearing his polite and humble words, she felt a twinge of reluctance to continue scolding him, covering her nose as she said, If the drain is clogged, hurry and call someone to fix it. The entire building reeks. I've already called someone. They will arrive shortly, Shou-Chi replied hastily. Satisfied, the woman turned and left, unable to endure the awful smell any longer. Before the matchmaker could speak, Shou-Chi unleashed a torrent of anger. You wretched matchmaker. I graciously accepted your treasure, yet you intended to harm me? Are you courting death? The matchmaker, taken aback, stammered in fear, Please, esteemed one, do not be angry. How could I dare to plot against you? Still trying to argue? I merely consumed a pill from the treasure bag, and now I am covered in this black sludge. Feeling as though my organs are being incinerated. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would surely have perished today, Shou-Chi exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing this, the matchmaker paused, silent for a moment before asking, What kind of pill did you consume? How would I know? It was a thumb-sized black pill, Shou-Chi replied curtly. Could it be that you ingested a foundation establishment pill? The matchmaker pondered aloud. Foundation establishment pill? What is that? Shou-Chi inquired, intrigued. The foundation pill is utilized for cleansing the marrow and refining the tendons, expelling impurities from within the body, thus enabling the celestial body to endure greater celestial energy, as stated by the Moon Elder. However, Shou-Chi's face was one of disbelief, and after a cold snort, he retorted, Who are you trying to fool? I nearly perished just now. After consuming that pill, I felt as if my entire being was engulfed in flames, on the verge of turning to ashes. Chapter 9. Attire unkempt, no service provided, completely covered in black sludge? That's impossible, the Moon Elder exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Shou-Chi, filled with rage, snapped back. What's impossible? Do you think I'm deceiving you? No, I wouldn't dare, the Moon Elder stammered, his anxiety evident. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired. Might I ask, have you ever consumed a foundation pill before, esteemed immortal? Never. If I had consumed it, why would I ask you? Shou-Chi replied without hesitation. However, immediately after uttering those words, he regretted them. How could he forget that he was now a lofty immortal? Yet, having spoken, any further explanation would only serve to reveal his unease. How could this be? An immortal possesses strength far surpassing that of a celestial sovereign. How could one not have ingested a foundation pill? The Moon Elder gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Shou-Chi. He did not doubt Shou-Chi's words. For in his eyes, Shou-Chi was capable of breaking through the barriers set by the Buddha of the Western paradise, connecting the celestial realm to the mortal world. He could not possibly be an ordinary individual. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that someone could cultivate to a level beyond celestial sovereign without relying on a foundation pill. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astound the entire celestial realm. Having been a celestial for millennia, the Moon Elder was keenly aware that Shou-Chi's anger had diminished considerably, and his tense demeanor relaxed as he began to elucidate the effects of the foundation pill. Upon hearing the Moon Elder's explanation, Shou-Chi finally grasped that the intense heat he had felt after consuming the pill was the power of the celestial elixir refining the meridians within him, expelling impurities from his body. This process was akin to forging iron. Each cycle of high-temperature smelting and countless strikes was necessary to remove impurities, culminating in the creation of a quality metal. Similarly, to purge the body of impurities, multiple cycles of intense heat were required, hence his excruciating sensations. Undoubtedly, the removal of impurities from the body bore immense benefits. A mortal consuming a single foundation pill could eliminate 50% of their bodily impurities. While it would not enhance their magical power as it would for cultivators, it nonetheless offered substantial advantages, the most apparent being an increase in strength. It could be said that Shou-Chi could now effortlessly lift weights of 200 to 300 pounds, with both speed and perception significantly enhanced. After concluding his conversation with the Moon Elder, Shou-Chi promptly retrieved his bag of treasures, hoping to find another foundation pill. However, despite rummaging through the entire bag, he was unable to locate a second pill and, in resignation, gave up. Beep, beep. At that moment, Shou-Chi's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Jiang Yunyan. Little girl, calling your brother late at night. What's up? Missing me? Shou-Chi teased playfully as soon as he answered the call. Dream on. Jiang Yunyan retorted with a laugh, then swiftly got to the point. Do you have anything pressing right now? None at all, why? Shou-Chi responded. Then hurry out and accompany me. Jiang Yunyan insisted. Meeting in the dead of night between two solitary souls doesn't seem appropriate. Zhou jested again. What are you thinking? I have an important event to attend. And I need you to come with me. Quit the chit-chat. Will you accompany me or not? Jiang Yuyun said, her tone exasperated. Realizing it was time to cease his teasing, Zhou quickly replied, since you've asked, how could I refuse? Send me your location, and I'll head out immediately. Hearing Zhou's response, Jiang Yuyun sighed in relief. Hurry, I'm waiting for you. After hanging up, she promptly sent Zhou a location via WeChat. Haozuan? What on earth does she want me to accompany her to this place for at this hour? Zhou pondered, glancing at the location Jiang Yuyun had sent. Haozuan was renowned as an extravagant entertainment venue. Although Zhou had never been there, he had certainly heard tales of its grandeur. Even the most commonplace cucumber dish there could cost several hundred. Despite his curiosity, having promised Jiang Yuyun, he would not go back on his word. After a quick refresh, Zhou exited, hailing a taxi that sped towards Haozuan. In the Jinyuan district of East City, a well-known affluent area, tall buildings loomed everywhere, illuminated by vibrant lights, presenting a stark contrast to the rundown village where Zhou resided. The taxi soon pulled up in front of a lavishly adorned entrance, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace. 2 rows of reception ladies stood at the entrance, their faces adorned with faint professional smiles, bowing to every guest. Upon disembarking, Zhou quickly spotted Jiang Yuyun standing not far from the entrance. She was clad in a flowing gown, her face adorned with delicate makeup. Every smile and frown captivating the attention of surrounding men. Why did you summon me here? Zhou inquired as he approached Jiang Yuyun. Jiang Yuyun glanced at Zhou. Noting that he wore his usual attire, slightly faded from washing, yet today, she felt an unusual charm emanating from him, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Don't ask too many questions, just accompany me inside, she urged. Diverting her gaze from Zhou and striding towards the entrance. Zhou, puzzled by Jiang Yuyun's sudden change in demeanor, followed closely behind her as they approached the entrance. However, as he stepped forward, the doorman stationed nearby blocked his path. Apologies, but we cannot accommodate those who are not properly attired, the doorman stated, scrutinizing Zhou with disdain. Zhou looked down at his outfit and questioned, not properly attired? What constitutes proper attire? Though his clothes were slightly worn, they were neat and tidy. Why, upon arrival here, were they deemed inappropriate? Chapter 10. He doesn't belong here serving drinks at the very least. A tie is required. The doorman remarked, regarding Zhou with evident contempt. Zhou, observing the doorman's condescending attitude, snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he pulled out a tie from his pocket, wrapped it around his neck, and declared, the tie is on, kindly step aside. The doorman opened his mouth, seemingly eager to retort. But Zhou did not afford him the opportunity, deftly sidestepping him and entering the grand doors of Haozuan. Why are you so slow, dawdling like a woman? Jiang Yuyun glared at Zhou, who was lagging behind. Zhou continued his leisurely pace until he reached Jiang Yuyun, chuckling softly as he remarked, am I a woman? Would you like to find out? A flush of color rose to Jiang Yuyun's cheeks as she shot him an angry glare and snapped. Hurry up and keep up. Don't get lost. Zhou, grinning at her retreating figure, followed closely behind. The esteemed establishment, Haozuan, truly lives up to its reputation as a renowned den of indulgence. Its exterior resembles that of an opulent palace, while the interior radiates unparalleled splendor, sprawling across vast areas that evoke the feeling of wandering through a labyrinth. Following closely behind Jiang Yuyun, Zhou traversed for approximately 5 minutes before they entered a private room. The room was bustling with people, and at a glance, Zhou recognized several familiar faces. Upon spotting Zhaoli, his brow furrowed, and he silently remarked to himself, what a coincidence it is to encounter this troublemaker yet again. Standing beside Zhou, Jiang Yuyun followed his gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, cautioned, Zhou, do not falter at this moment. Zhou scoffed. Is it not merely Zhaoli? I am not so easily intimidated. He had never feared Zhaoli before, and after undergoing the refining effects of the Foundation Establishment pill, he had nearly achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Thus, he regarded Zhaoli, the useless scion, with even less concern now. Without uttering another word, Zhou strode directly into the private room. Zhaoli immediately noticed Zhou's approach and, flanked by his sycophants, blocked his path. With a swaggering demeanor, he jeered. Zhou, what brings you, a pauper, to this place? Surely you must be aware of the nature of this establishment. One of his lackeys chimed in. Perhaps he is here to work as a waiter. Their words dripped with disdain, each remark more cutting than the last. At this moment, Jiang Yuyun stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Zhou. She shot a glare at Zhaoli and demanded, Zhaoli, what are your intentions? Zhou is my guest. Are you implying that I am unworthy to be here? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Li's expression shifted. Yun, why do you insist on standing up for this nobody? What redeeming qualities does he possess? It is none of your concern. I will invite whomever I wish. If you are displeased, then I shall simply leave with Shou-Chi. Jiang Yun replied, her resolve unwavering. Zhao Li's face darkened, but he would not allow her to depart so easily. He intended to demonstrate to Jiang Yun who truly deserved to stand by her side. Suppressing his fury, Zhao Li stopped his subordinate from speaking and forced a smile. I was merely jesting with Shou-Chi earlier. We are classmates after all. Since he is here, why would I ask him to leave? Jiang Yun shot Zhao Li a glare but chose not to respond further. Instead, she led Shou-Chi to a nearby vacant seat, leaving Zhao Li awkwardly behind. Boss, why don't we just throw that guy out? One of Zhao Li's underlings inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhao Li smirked, you don't understand. Today, I will show him what it means to humiliate oneself. With that, Zhao Li whispered something to his subordinate, who then left the private room with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Shou-Chi sat beside Jiang Yun and curiously asked, Jiang Yun, you seem rather reluctant to be here. She nodded slightly, indeed. Then why not just leave? We could simply walk out, Shou-Chi suggested, puzzled as to why she would choose to endure such discomfort. Jiang Yun sighed, you wouldn't understand. If it weren't for my father insisting I come here, I would not subject myself to this. Shou-Chi opened his mouth to inquire further, but was interrupted by Zhao Li's arrival. Zhao Li casually took a seat beside them and smiled. Shou-Chi, I assume you have never visited a place like Haozuan before. Allow me to show you around. Your hospitality is unnecessary. I am merely here to accompany Yun. Shou-Chi replied with a measured smile. The mention of Yun nearly sent Zhao Li into a rage. Had it not been for the scheme he had planned, he would have had this presumptuous frog tossed out without hesitation. Suppressing his growing anger, Zhao Li said, what are you talking about? We are classmates, after all. Since you are here, I must treat you properly. Without giving Shou-Chi a chance to respond, Zhao Li signaled for the attendants to bring in the refreshments. The subordinate who had received Zhao Li's earlier signal promptly opened the door, and 10 waiters entered, each bearing a tray laden with an array of fine spirits. What is the meaning of this, Zhao Li? Jiang Yun exclaimed, instantly grasping Zhao Li's intentions. Before Zhao Li could reply, Shou-Chi interjected, Yun, why are you so agitated? Zhao Li clearly aimed to provoke Jiang Yun into a frenzy. How had she never noticed Shou-Chi's utter obliviousness? The spirits being presented were all of remarkably high proof. And Zhao Li's intent to serve such potent beverages was blatant. He sought to intoxicate Shou-Chi and humiliate him. Chapter 11. The drinking challenge. The previously lively 408 private room fell silent as the waiters entered, each carrying bottles of premium liquor. Even the music ceased, leaving the atmosphere unusually still. After the waiters set down the bottles, Zhao Li addressed Shou-Chi, these are rare spirits. The cheapest bottle costs 30,000. Shou-Chi glanced at the bottles on the table and remarked, the liquor may be of high quality, but certain individuals are quite distasteful. At this, Zhao Li's subordinate could no longer contain himself and shouted, Shou-Chi, what do you mean by that? Clarify your words. With a scoff, Shou-Chi replied, some people are indeed amusing. I hadn't even named names, yet they eagerly jumped to conclusions. It is truly my first encounter with someone so eager for insult. Before Zhao Li's lackey could retort, Zhao Li intervened, his expression darkening. As classmates, surely you'll indulge me by sharing a few drinks. You wouldn't dare deny me this small favor, would you? He subtly gestured for his subordinates to encircle Shou-Chi. Jiang Yun, alarmed, raised her voice, Zhao Li. What are you trying to do? What can I do? I merely wish to invite my classmate for a drink, Zhao Li replied nonchalantly, his tone deceptively sincere. Jiang Yun, having known Zhao Li since childhood, was well aware of his character and could hardly believe his words. She was about to retort when Shou-Chi interjected. Do you actually believe what you just said? Is it so difficult to ask me to drink a few bottles? There is no need for any pretense. A few bottles are hardly enough to quench my thirst, he continued. You boast without fear of contradiction. Do you even know what these are? I wouldn't be surprised if you collapsed after just one glass. One of Zhao Li's lackeys chimed in. Shou-Chi merely chuckled, refusing to engage further. Indeed, I am boasting. However, I will not partake today, and I shall not accept any future invitations either. After speaking, he pulled Jiang Yun and prepared to leave. Just as Shou-Chi was about to walk away, Zhao Li couldn't remain calm any longer. Wait, Shou-Chi, are you really that cowardly, afraid to even have a drink? It was evident to any discerning observer that Zhao Li was employing a tactic to provoke him, and Shou-Chi was well aware of this. If I drink simply because you ask me to, wouldn't that be quite humiliating? Shou-Chi sneered softly and continued without waiting for Zhao Li to speak. Actually, it's not impossible for me to drink, but there must be some incentive, right? Incentive? Zhao Li momentarily failed to grasp Shou-Chi's meaning. Shou-Chi smiled slowly and said, naturally, I've heard that young Master Zhao is quite affluent. I, Zhou Qi, am but a penniless student. How about we make a wager? Zhou Qi. Before Zhao Li could respond, Jiang Yunyun couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Li, seemingly afraid that Zhou Qi might back out, quickly asked, how do you want to wager? Well, let's see just how affluent young Master Zhao truly is. Zhou Qi smiled leisurely as he spoke. All right, that's quite straightforward. I, Zhao Li, may not have much, but I certainly have plenty of money. If you can drink a bottle, I'll give you 100,000. How does that sound? Zhao Li said with a hearty laugh, his demeanor generous. 100,000? That's a bit meager, Zhou Qi replied, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Jiang Yunyun, hailing from a prestigious family and well acquainted with the nature of fine spirits, knew the potency of such drinks. She wanted to intervene, but Zhou Qi didn't give her the chance. Without hesitation, he strode over and seized a bottle of Scotch whiskey, quadruple distilled, from the table. This whiskey is renowned for being among the world's strongest, crafted using a 4-time distillation method from the 17th century, boasting an alcohol content of 92. Not even an experienced drinker could handle a single glass without succumbing to inebriation, although Zhou Qi did not know the specifics of this whiskey. He noticed the 92 alcohol content on the label. Nonetheless, he showed no hesitation, popping the bottle open and drinking straight from it, as if it were mere water. His audacious act left the onlookers dumbfounded. Has this guy lost his mind? That quadruple distilled Scotch whiskey. Isn't he afraid he'll collapse right here? They murmured among themselves, convinced that Zhou Qi was utterly reckless. Zhao Li, observing Zhou Qi's audacity, smirked. He couldn't believe that even 92 alcohol content would fail to embarrass Zhou Qi. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Qi had emptied the bottle. He tossed it aside casually. Zhou Qi, are you all right? Jiang Yunyun hurried over, concern etched on her face. Zhou Qi smiled gently, replying, it's just a bottle of whiskey. What could possibly happen? The crowd stared in disbelief as Zhou Qi, having consumed a bottle of 92 alcohol, remained unperturbed and seemingly sober. It was astonishing to witness someone finish an entire bottle of such potent whiskey without so much as a flush of the face or a hint of inebriation. Could he be a reincarnated wine deity? Zhao Li was equally astonished, staring at Zhou Qi in disbelief. How is this possible? This can't be real. What is impossible? Zhou Qi smirked slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Young Master Zhao, I'm ready for my second bottle. 1 bottle, 100,000. Surely you want to back out now? Back out? If you have the guts, finish the bottles in front of you. Zhao Li retorted angrily. Then watch closely. Zhou Qi said casually before opening a second bottle, another frighteningly strong spirit. He drank it as if it were mere water, finishing it in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 12. Is this some kind of fake liquor? This is unbelievable. How can anyone consume 2 bottles of such high-proof liquor without showing any signs of intoxication? The crowd was left in a state of shock. These individuals, mostly from affluent backgrounds, had witnessed many grand events, but never had they seen someone drink 2 bottles of such potent spirits and remain unaffected. Doubts began to surface. Surely this establishment isn't serving counterfeit liquor, are they? Zhao Li had similar thoughts. He seized a nearby waiter, angrily demanding, you dare serve me fake liquor? The waiter, taken aback by Zhou Qi's extraordinary drinking prowess, stood transfixed. Wide-eyed. He had worked here for nearly 5 years and had seen patrons order high-proof spirits, but never had he seen anyone finish 2 bottles in such a short span. The waiter stammered under Zhao Li's intense scrutiny. It wasn't that he didn't want to defend his establishment. Rather, witnessing Zhou Qi's remarkable resilience made him question whether the liquor was genuine. As Zhou Qi observed Zhao Li's furious demeanor, he smirked and said, if you're uncertain about the authenticity of the liquor, why not have someone else give it a try? Zhao Li glared at the waiter before turning to Meng Bin, whose father was a senior executive in Zhao Li's father's company. Meng Bin understood immediately and approached without hesitation. He opened a fresh bottle, poured a generous glass, and drank it down. The exquisite liquid flowed down his throat, filling his senses with a delightful aroma. However, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt the world spinning around him. What a fine drink, he managed to utter before collapsing, unconscious on the floor. While Meng Bin was not known for being a lightweight, being felled by a single glass was surely beyond the capability of ordinary spirits. Zhou Qi glanced at the unconscious Meng Bin and then turned to Zhao Li with a slow smile. So, young Master Zhao, are you inclined to personally test the authenticity of this liquor? Zhao Li's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Zhou Qi, not waiting for a response, continued. If you want to try it yourself, then I shall proceed. Without further ado, he grabbed the bottle that Meng Bin had just opened and drank it down as if it were mere water, the liquid cascading down his chin, releasing fragrant aromas. The 3rd bottle, the 4th bottle, the 5th bottle. As more empty bottles accumulated on the table, the crowd, initially astonished, gradually fell into a state of numbness. Each person was consumed by a singular thought. They were desperate to discover just how much Zhou Qi could truly drink. After consuming the foundational elixir, Zhou Qi's senses had been heightened, allowing him to perceive the subtle shifts in the crowd around him, even without focusing on them. However, Zhou Qi paid them no heed, continuing to drink one bottle after another until he finally stopped after finishing the 10th bottle. Zhao Li stood frozen, staring at the 10 empty bottles on the table, utterly shocked. As initially stated, each bottle cost 100,000. Thus, 10 bottles amounted to a staggering 1 million. The Zhao Group, with assets nearing 10 billion, indeed belonged to the ranks of the wealthy, yet this fortune was not Zhao Li's own. Although he was cherished and had never truly been short of money, producing 1 million was an impossibility for him. Zhou Qi seemed to read Zhao Li's thoughts, slowly smiling as he approached him. Young Master Zhao, I have consumed 10 bottles. As per our original wager, that amounts to 1 million. How do you intend to settle this? Zhao Li stepped back 2 paces, his eyes shifting slightly, and suddenly exclaimed. What 1 million? When did I ever say such a thing? Oh, so you intend to renege on the bet? Zhou Qi remained unperturbed by Zhao Li's words, speaking calmly. Zhao Li wore an expression that suggested he would indeed default, smirking as he retorted, What do you mean by reneging? Ask around if anyone heard me say I would give you 1 million. Ha ha. Zhou Qi burst into laughter, surveying the gathered crowd. Everyone present was invited by Zhao Li, each with varying degrees of connection to him. It was unlikely anyone would risk offending Zhao Li for the sake of a penniless fellow like Zhou Qi. A heavy silence fell over the group. Zhou Qi, unfazed, raised his phone and said, As luck would have it, I recorded our wager just now. I wonder, if this recording were to be exposed, what impact it might have on the Zhao Group. Zhao Li's demeanor shifted instantly. He glared at Zhou Qi, coldly scoffing. If you wish to expose that recording, you must first see if you have the ability to walk out of this door. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Li gestured to a few henchmen nearby. They understood the cue immediately and moved to encircle Zhou Qi. I advise you to be sensible and hand over your phone. Otherwise, you might find yourself leaving here horizontally, one of them warned. Jiang Yunyun, who had been standing behind Zhou Qi, suddenly panicked and stepped forward, coldly demanding, Zhao Li, what do you intend to do? Yuner, this matter does not concern you. It would be best if you did not get involved, Zhao Li replied. Unlike others, Jiang Yunyun was not intimidated by Zhao Li. She stood firmly in front of Zhou Qi, showing no signs of retreat. Zhao Li's henchmen were momentarily at a loss for what to do. With Jiang Yunyun blocking Zhou Qi, any action they took would likely harm her, and they knew it would be disastrous for them. Zhao Li did not want to see Jiang Yunyun hurt. Glancing at her standing protectively before Zhou Qi, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly remarked, Zhou Qi, are you not a man, hiding behind a woman? Do you have no shame? I brought Zhou Qi here, and I will not allow you to lay a finger on him, Jiang Yunyun declared, her gaze dark and resolute as she remained in front of Zhou Qi. She understood that Zhao Li would not dare to harm her as long as she was present. But before Zhao Li could respond, Zhou Qi stepped out from behind Jiang Yunyun, casting a glance at Zhao Li with a slow smile. Now that I have stepped forward, what will you do to me? Zhou Qi's words shocked not only Zhao Li but also Jiang Yunyun. She stared at Zhou Qi, taken aback by his audacity, and exclaimed, Zhou Qi, are you out of your mind? Just a moment ago, even if Zhao Li was furious, he might have refrained from acting out of respect for Jiang Yunyun. However, Zhou Qi was now openly provoking Zhao Li in front of everyone. Was he not pushing him to take action? Zhao Li was equally taken aback, clearly not anticipating Zhou Qi's reckless defiance. A cold smile crept across his face as he said, very well, very well. You have guts, today? If I do not make you kneel and beg for mercy, I, Zhao Li, will spell my name backward. Without giving Jiang Yunyun a chance to interject, he signaled for his men to seize her and then called for others to encircle Zhou Qi. The dozen or so strong men displayed fierce expressions as they closed in on Zhou Qi. Kid, you have some nerve speaking to Zhao Xiao like that. Today, we will teach you a lesson, one of them boasted arrogantly. Zhou Qi looked around at the men who had surrounded him and smiled slowly, stating, You think you are worthy? Don't think that just because you are more than 10, I would regard you as a threat. What a big mouth you have. Do you not fear the wind will twist your tongue? Zhao Li sneered. He had known Zhou Qi long enough to dismiss the notion that this impoverished fellow could possess any significant ability. Then come and see for yourself, Zhou Qi replied, abandoning his usual demeanor of avoiding trouble, repeatedly provoking Zhao Li. The foundation-building elixir had thoroughly refined his body. Though he may not match the celestial beings in strength, he was confident that he surpassed ordinary individuals. However, he was uncertain about the extent of his newfound abilities. Thus, he deliberately challenged Zhao Li, hoping to gauge his current strength through their confrontation. Seeing Zhou Qi's audacious attitude, Zhao Li was consumed with rage, shouting, Beat him to a pulp. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Zhao Li, stop. If you dare to harm Shou-Chi, I will never acknowledge you again, Jiang Yunyan cried out urgently. Before she could finish, she attempted to rush forward. Shou-Chi was her guest, and she could not bear to watch him get hurt. The crowd charged forward without hesitation, each swinging their fists toward Shou-Chi's head. With so many attacking at once, even a seasoned expert would likely be overwhelmed. Yet, in the eyes of everyone present, Shou-Chi evaded every punch thrown at him. Where did he go? The assembled men stumbled, bewildered by the empty space where Shou-Chi had been. Are you looking for me? Shou-Chi's voice called from 10 meters to their left. Upon hearing this, they turned to see Shou-Chi comfortably seated at a tea table, sipping the unfinished drink from earlier. Not just the men who had encircled Shou-Chi, but even Zhao Li and Jiang Yunyan were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. How was it possible? He had just been surrounded. When did he manage to escape? Everyone rubbed their eyes, as if fearing they were hallucinating. Shou-Chi gradually placed his cup down, his eyes narrowing in a cold smile. Then, in a flash, he charged forward, and within the blink of an eye, the men felt a powerful force strike their abdomens simultaneously. In less than a minute, the men who had stood confidently moments ago lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Get up, you worthless dogs, Shou-Chi commanded. Zhao Li gazed upon the numerous individuals sprawled across the floor, his anger igniting instantaneously. He strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the nearest person. However, instead of rising, the individual emitted a more pitiful wail. Upon hearing this cry, Zhao Li sensed something amiss and inquired, "What on earth are you all howling about?" One person, enduring excruciating pain, shakily pointed a finger at Shou-Chi, stammering, He. What? Are you trying to tell me that he was the one who attacked you? Zhao Li retorted. The crowd nodded in agreement. Nonsense. I'm not blind. Shou-Chi has been standing there the entire time. When did he ever lay a hand on you? Zhao Li bellowed. Shou-Chi's speed had been so astonishing that, apart from the 10 or so individuals who had been struck, no one else had perceived the event clearly. They felt as though Shou-Chi had barely moved, perhaps just setting down his wine glass. The notion that merely placing down a glass could incapacitate these men seemed utterly implausible. To fell such a number of robust men in the blink of an eye, he must be more than human. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment, Zhao Li was hurled through the air, smashing violently against the doorframe of the private room. Shou-Chi then appeared where Zhao Li had just stood, his right leg raised high. This action unequivocally indicated that Zhao Li's sudden flight had been instigated by Shou-Chi. Thus, it appeared that Shou-Chi had indeed been the one to bring down the 10 or so individuals. Chapter 14. I am your father. Zhao Li felt the impact keenly. It seemed as if all his bones had been dislocated. Particularly, his internal organs throbbed painfully, as if they had been twisted out of place. Boss. One of Zhao Li's subordinates rushed forward to assist him. Zhao Li hunched over, clutching his abdomen, looking utterly wretched. He glared at Shou-Chi, seething. Was it you who did this? I thought this would make you a bit more reasonable, but it seems futile. Shou-Chi raised his head and drained his glass of red wine, smiling as he replied, Very well, just you wait. Shou-Chi spread his palms, feigning helplessness, and said, Young Master Zhao, don't forget that you still owe me money. I certainly intend to wait for you. Once I receive your payment, I will take my leave. Zhao Li's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. The million he owed was certainly not something he could produce. He had hoped to intimidate Shou-Chi with brute force, only to find that Shou-Chi was impervious to threats and violence. Not only had he failed, but he had also become the most unfortunate one in this whole affair. Observing the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, Zhao Li found himself at a loss. Boss, why not just knock him out and toss him out of here? Suggested one lackey. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you do it? Another retorted. I propose we add something to his drink, and then have the boss here bring people to apprehend him. We'll catch him red-handed and see how he spins this. This idea was indeed clever, but they lacked the necessary ingredients. The boss is well acquainted with the owner here. It shouldn't be difficult to procure something. The subordinates chattered animatedly, and Zhao Li's eyes brightened with the realization that he had long harbored disdain for Shou-Chi. If they could send him directly to jail, it would truly solve all his problems. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Zhao Li sneered. He then said, Shou-Chi, wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare your money. With that, he exchanged glances with a few lackeys and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunyan wore a worried expression as she said, Shou-Chi, we should leave. That Zhao Li might be plotting something devious. No worries, he just said he'd prepare money for me. Shou-Chi chuckled. Shou-Chi had always adhered to the principle of not initiating conflict unless provoked. Zhao Li, being so vile, sought to employ underhanded tactics against him. He could not simply let them off the hook without a response. Indeed, he had already established his foundation, and not only had his physical strength improved, but his hearing and perception had also been significantly enhanced. He had overheard every word of their conspiratorial chatter. Moments later, Zhao Li returned, holding a bottle of already opened wine. He approached Shou-Chi, his demeanor shifting from menacing to amiable as he said, "The money will take a little longer to prepare. For now, let us share a drink, as my apology to you." Shou-Chi smirked. "How rare, young Master Zhao. You're pouring me wine yourself? Let us forget the past and move forward as brothers from this point onward." Zhao Li poured Shou-Chi a glass and presented it to him. Shou-Chi did not take it, merely stating, "If you sincerely wish to make amends, why not down this drink first?" Zhao Li's face stiffened. "But this wine is meant for you. No worries, you drink first, and I'll have my second cup afterward." Shou-Chi had already taken the bottle, clearly waiting for Zhao Li to finish his drink before refilling his own. Zhao Li stood frozen, caught in a dilemma of whether to drink or not. Reluctant to consume it, Shou-Chi chuckled, "How about I assist you?" Before Zhao Li could react, Shou-Chi swiftly stood up, gripping Zhao Li's wrist with one hand while holding the back of his head with the other, forcing the wine down his throat. Cough, cough. Zhao Li erupted in a fit of violent coughing and dashed toward the restroom, where the sounds of intense vomiting soon followed. Goodness, his alcohol tolerance is abysmally low. And it's just one glass. Shou-Chi remarked, surveying the crowd with a sly grin. "Since there are so many of you, why not join in for a drink?" At the sight of Shou-Chi's cheerful expression, everyone instinctively took a step back. Particularly those privy to the contents of the bottle trembled in fear. "Do I really have to do this myself?" Shou-Chi observed the lackeys with a bemused smirk. "No, no." The lackeys shrieked in terror, scrambling into the restroom as if they had seen a ghost. It was a pitiful sight, as the cramped restroom barely spanned 4 to 5 square meters. Yet 8 or 9 large men shoved themselves in. Soon, Zhao Li's furious shouts echoed from within. "This is truly dull." Shou-Chi scoffed. Jiang Yunyan beside him was dumbfounded yet found Shou-Chi's demeanor utterly captivating. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud crash. A throng of individuals surged in, led by a short, stout middle-aged man wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a wine bottle. His hair styled in a square shape reminiscent of a central support beam. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a bustling room only to find just 2 occupants. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man pointed at Shou-Chi. "We received reports of individuals consuming illegal beverages here. We need to conduct a search." He adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let us test that bottle first." The individuals behind him quickly stepped forward, seizing the bottle from in front of Shou-Chi. Before his eyes, they plunged a test strip into the wine, which soon revealed 3 vivid red lines. The middle-aged man smirked coldly. "Daring to play tricks in my territory? You're in way over your head, kid. Seize him." At the command, the crowd surged forward. Jiang Yunyan was terrified. These individuals were not like those whom Zhao Li had brought earlier. They wielded iron rods and knives, and a single misstep could prove fatal. "Shou-Chi, you run, and I shall handle the aftermath." Jiang Yunyan stuttered as she spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, she was a member of the Jiang family. Even if it meant bringing her father into the fray, it could prove effective. However, Shou-Chi merely scoffed, retorting, "What kind of man would I be if I let a girl like you take the lead?" Rising to his feet, he bellowed, "Stop right there. Do you not know who I am? Who the hell are you?" A middle-aged man sneered, dismissing Shou-Chi as nothing more than a boy yet to fully mature. Shou-Chi, undeterred, responded defiantly, "Who am I?" "Yu-Chi, I am your father." Chapter 15, Kneel Before My Father. Shou-Chi's declaration left the entire assembly dumbfounded. Jiang Yunyan's gaze towards him shifted dramatically. On one hand, she thought Shou-Chi was utterly reckless for daring to confront someone so powerful in front of the boss. After all, he was just a poor student. Yet, on the other hand, she found him incredibly handsome, far more so than any boy she had encountered. Unlike the likes of Zhao Li, who bullied classmates with his wealth and shrank in the presence of those of higher status, Shou-Chi stood firm. However, the audacity of his confrontation left Jiang Yunyan uncertain if she could truly assist him. In the initial chaos, several girls had fled in fright. While Zhao Li emerged from the restroom, his eyes red from retching. He smirked, seeing that Shou-Chi had already set himself on a path of self-destruction without needing any help. How foolish to speak such words in front of these people. Surely, he had lost his mind. Zhao Li hurriedly approached, eager to add fuel to Shou-Chi's growing predicament. "Shou-Chi, what are you saying? Do you even know who he is?" "He is Mr. Yu-Chi, the owner of this establishment." Shou-Chi regarded Zhao Li with a bemused smile, causing Zhao Li to feel uneasy under his gaze. He then tugged at Yu-Chi's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Uncle Yu, this is the kid I told you about. You must not let him go today." Yu-Chi's subordinates halted their movements, glancing back at their boss, who was fixated on Shou-Chi. They then turned to Shou-Chi, shouting, "You must be tired of living." Before Yu-Chi could issue further commands, they surged towards Shou-Chi. "Shou-Chi," Jiang Yunyan cried, almost in tears as she rushed forward to protect him. "Foolish girl, I'm fine. Zhou Qi's voice, laced with amusement, reached her ears just as a commanding shout rang out. Stop right there. Yu Qi's furious exclamation made his subordinates freeze, mere inches from Zhou Qi. With determination, Yu Qi strode forward, delivering a series of slaps to each of his subordinates before stopping before Zhou Qi. Father, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have come to welcome you personally. His words dripped with deep respect, and he even bowed slightly while grasping one of Zhou Qi's arms, treating him as though he were an elder. Compared to Zhou Qi's earlier boldness, Yu Qi's reaction left everyone astonished. Even the most discerning observer could see that their relationship was anything but that of father and son. One could argue that if they were indeed related, it should be Yu Qi as the father and Zhou Qi as the son. Yu Qi's subordinates wore expressions of confusion, while Zhao Li, after recovering from his shock, felt an overwhelming rage. He was convinced that Zhou Qi had orchestrated some trickery. Otherwise, how could Yu Qi address him as father? Rushing forward, Zhao Li seized Yu Qi's hand, exclaiming, Uncle Yu, wake up. This man is not your father. He is our classmate, Zhou Qi. Slap. Without hesitation, Yu Qi delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Li's face, causing his flesh to quiver with indignation. Shut your mouth. Do you want me to kill you? Zhou Qi chuckled coldly, turning his gaze upon Zhao Li. Who are you? Zhou Qi inquired, feigning indifference. Zhao Li, his face contorted from the slap, felt a surge of anger. He had never been struck, even at home, yet here he was, repeatedly humiliated by this very person. Fueled by rage, Zhao Li declared, Zhou Qi, this is all you're doing. I assent it? I will settle this with you today. As he lunged forward, Zhao Li shouted, Uncle Yu, please come to your senses. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, slightly adjusting his stance, causing Zhao Li's hand to inadvertently strike Yu Qi's face. Are you all fools? Yu Qi bellowed in fury. His subordinates quickly restrained Zhao Li, one on each side. Kid, I've shown you leniency because of your father. If you continue down this path, do not expect mercy. Yu Qi warned, glaring at Zhao Li, with one side of his face still swollen. Zhao Li struggled as he urgently called out, Uncle Yu, do not be deceived. He is merely our classmate. Am I blind? Yu Qi retorted, supporting Zhou Qi as he settled onto the couch, continuing to scold Zhao Li. I am not blind. How could I fail to recognize my own father? Zhao Li, in a panic, countered, ask those around you. Is he truly your father, or merely my classmate? Seated comfortably, Zhou Qi glanced at the talisman in his hand, now reduced to ash, astonished by its effectiveness. The talisman, known as the Earthly Fiend Transformation Talisman, worked seamlessly by merely envisioning a desired identity. Those of blood relation would perceive him as such. Now, Yu Qi completely regarded him as his own father. What a delightful sensation, especially witnessing Zhao Li's humiliation. As Zhao Li's words faded, his sycophantic followers chimed in. Indeed, he is our classmate. We have attended school together for years. There's no way we could be mistaken. Fellow students and teachers can attest to this. Shut your mouths. Yu Qi thundered. Kneel and apologize to my father. What? Zhao Li exclaimed in disbelief, while those around him stood in stunned silence. Kneel before Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, reclining against the couch, regarded them with a relaxed demeanor. Jiang Yunyan's initial fear had vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. The previously silent female classmates, now observing Zhou Qi, seemed to harbor new emotions. Particularly the girl clad in a pristine white dress, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Kneel. Yu Qi roared again, advancing menacingly towards Zhao Li and delivering a kick to his knee. Chapter 16. The initial encounter with Zhu Beiji Thud. Zhao Li, caught completely off guard, fell to his knees. The moment he did, his followers, too, hastily knelt behind him, submitting to the inevitable. Father, does this suffice? Yu Qi smiled as he spoke. These younger ones are rather thoughtless. Please, don't hold it against them. He still valued the amicable relationship between Zhao Li and his father. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated beyond mere kneeling. Zhou Qishuang was equally pleased and had no reason to disagree. With his objectives fulfilled, he had no intention of cornering Zhao Li into a desperate situation. He nodded. Very well, I am quite satisfied. Zhao Li's eyes were bloodshot, and he silently cursed Zhou Qi with a gesture. Zhou Qi completely disregarded him. After all, he was merely a defeated figure on the ground, rendered harmless no matter how he flailed about. Not to mention, he still had his obedient eldest son. Zhou Qi felt content as Yu Qi released Zhao Li. Before departing, Zhao Li defiantly raised his middle finger at Zhou Qi, who remained unfazed. Yu Qi, with a respectful demeanor, remarked, All right, I shall not disturb you any longer. Zhou Qi stood up, feeling a weight of responsibility upon him, as he was now the father of an older man. Very well, where are you headed? I will have the driver take you. Yu Qi stepped back respectfully to clear the way. Zhou Qi waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll wander about on my own. You focus on your work. He patted Yu Qi's shoulder and, amidst Yu Qi's respectful gaze, left with Jiang Yunyan. The two hurried out and paused at the mouth of a side alley. Jiang Yunyan's cheeks flushed with excitement. No one followed them. Zhou Qi's smile carried a hint of irreverence as he casually placed his hand in his pocket and said, "What is the point of chasing us? Calling for your father? How did you manage to be so impressive?" Jiang Yunyan was most curious about this. If everyone believed Zhou Qi to be Yu Qi's father, she might have thought they were under some enchantment. However, the reality was that only Yu Qi held such a belief, which was quite perplexing. Zhou Qi coughed awkwardly. Realizing he couldn't disclose that he had made contact with celestial beings. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chuckled. "Have you ever heard of hypnosis?" "Hypnosis? You can hypnotize?" Jiang Yunyan's face turned even redder, her large eyes shimmering with curiosity. "That is quite impressive." She was still very pleased and declared, to celebrate, "I'll treat you to a delicious meal tonight." With a wave of her hand, she intended to take Zhou Qi to the nearby shopping mall. "Why are you here?" "Bai Ling." Jiang Yunyan's demeanor soured instantly, her tone shifting. "Nothing much. I merely wanted to ask if Zhou Qi would be interested in accompanying me to the mall." Bai Ling addressed Jiang Yunyan while her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Bai Ling was the belle of their school, and many followed her around, yet today she had approached him to shop, setting aside any other considerations. His masculine vanity was greatly satisfied. "Sure," Zhou Qi replied cheerfully. "We were just about to go shopping. Let us go together." Jiang Yunyan quickly considered her position. She was merely an ordinary friend to Zhou Qi and had no justification or authority to dismiss him. Thus, the only course of action available to her was to follow behind them, believing that 3's company was preferable to allowing them to wander alone. Bai Ling merely frowned slightly but soon regained her composure. All right. Even Zhou Qi, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed the sparks igniting between the two women. Yet, his primary interest lay with the marvelous bag he held, filled with treasures. Had it not been for this bag, he would have surely found himself in a predicament these past few days. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through the post made by the matchmaker, eventually finding Zhu Beiji's comment. Without hesitation, Zhou Qi clicked on Zhu Beiji's profile and entered the friend request interface. After sending the request, it was accepted almost instantly. Seems like the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy is living quite well these days. Zhou Qi sent a message to test the waters. Though he could communicate with the matchmaker, he was uncertain if he could connect with this illustrious figure. Following his trials, the Marshal had been appointed as the purifier of the altar, which allowed him not only sustenance, but also the ability to gather numerous treasures. The term purifier was indeed apt, as it indicated a thorough utilization of resources. Otherwise, the bag would not contain so many valuable items. At present, the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy was drooling over his phone, utterly captivated by the multitude of beautiful maidens. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a commanding voice broke through. "Seems like the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy is living quite well these days. Who dares?" The nine-toothed rake appeared in Zhu Beiji's hand. Instantly ready for battle. "Reveal yourself if you have the gall to challenge me." Zhou Qi spoke again. "Purifier of the altar, aren't the beauties in your phone quite lovely? Who are you? Why do you lurk in the shadows like a coward?" Zhu Beiji swung his rake forward, creating a fierce gust that reduced the nearby stone table and chairs to dust. "Dare to insult me, but I want to let you lay your hands on my phone." In a fit of anger, he sent an irritated emoji. The cave was suddenly illuminated by a flash of silver, followed by a rumble of thunder. Startled, Zhu Beiji shrank back, quickly changing his tone. "Forgive me, exalted one. I was merely speaking without thinking. Please, spare me your wrath." Zhou Qi was quite pleased with Zhu Beiji's response. To offer a slap, one must provide a sweet treat in return. "I possess what you desire, but only if you can please me. Your wishes will be fulfilled. Truly, I never lie." "Very well, whatever you desire, I shall do my utmost to fulfill." Zhu Beiji grinned widely, patting his ample belly. Chapter 17. Trying on clothes. "Hey, who were you chatting with? Didn't we agree to go shopping?" Jiang Yunyan looked at Zhou Qi, who was engrossed in his phone, with a look of disdain. "Just checking my social media," Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. "I believe you," Jiang Yunyan retorted, feeling a surge of jealousy. Bai Ling, smiling sweetly, chimed in. "Is there anything interesting to share?" Zhou Qi then realized that he was flanked by the two of them, a rather delightful situation. Jiang Yunyan exuded a wild, untamed beauty, often dressing for comfort and possessing a boyish spirit. In contrast, Bai Ling embodied a classical allure. Her every smile seemed to prick at one's heartstrings, evoking a protective instinct that compelled one to go to great lengths for her. Clearing his throat, Zhou Qi inquired, "By the way, where are you two headed?" "To eat." "To buy clothes." They chimed in unison. According to Zhou Qi's understanding, Jiang Yunyan hails from a well-off family, while Bai Ling's background is also relatively decent, albeit not as affluent as Zhang's. Both women stood firm in their positions, unwilling to concede an inch. Shou-Chi quickly assumed the role of a mediator, suggesting that there was no rush, as the night had just begun, and it would be more enjoyable to stroll around before dining. Let us follow your suggestion. Bai Ling smiled gently. At that moment, they were standing at the entrance of the shopping mall, the lights within casting a soft glow upon Bai Ling, enhancing the elegance of her white dress, and with her gentle smile, Shou-Chi was nearly dazzled. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? Jiang Yunyun nudged Shou-Chi playfully, then pulled him along with a huff into the mall. Come on, Bai Ling. Bai Ling chuckled lightly and followed suit. Since they were shopping, Shou-Chi naturally trailed behind the ladies, ready to assist with the expenses. Don't ask why. It was simply a matter of his modest male pride. Besides, with two stunning beauties accompanying him, he wouldn't mind splurging on a piece of clothing or two. He had both reputation and substance. Money was merely a trivial concern. In truth, Bai Ling and Jiang Yunyun did not intend to purchase anything specific. Shopping was simply a delightful pastime for them. They confidently entered a store featuring an international light luxury brand and began browsing. Ladies, may I assist you in selecting a style? The salesperson greeted them with a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Jiang Yunyun dismissed her with indifference, stating she would look on her own. Upon noticing Jiang Yunyun's high-end attire, the salesperson's enthusiasm visibly heightened. Feel free to choose whatever you like. If you find something of interest, I can help you find the right size to try on. Jiang Yunyun nodded, while Shou-Chi, completely oblivious to the brand names and prices, simply followed behind, nodding and shaking his head in response to their discussions. What do you think of this dress? Jiang Yunyun held up a cream-colored sundress, contemplating a change in style, perhaps inspired by Shou-Chi's apparent admiration for Bai Ling's appearance. Her upbringing, shaped by her ambitious parents in the business world, instilled in her the belief that while it was acceptable to express emotions, being spoiled was not. Thus, since the age of 3, she rarely cried. Even after falling, she would brush herself off and continue playing, only occasionally allowing her eyes to redden at the sight of a skin knee. Now, having developed feelings for Shou-Chi, she believed she could transform herself into a gentler version of herself for him. To her surprise, however, the straightforward Shou-Chi candidly remarked that the dress might not suit her, suggesting it would look better on Bai Ling. Really? Bai Ling turned her head, snatching the dress from Jiang Yunyun's hands and heading toward the fitting room. Shou-Chi, are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Yunyun stomped her foot in frustration. What did I do? Shou-Chi was perplexed. He had merely stated an honest opinion. Observing Jiang Yunyun's irritated demeanor, he assumed it was due to Bai Ling taking her dress, so he wandered around and picked up a blazer-style shirt. I think this one would suit you well. It's a perfect match for your aura. Seeing Shou-Chi personally select an outfit for her lightened Jiang Yunyun's mood. She playfully tapped his shoulder before taking the clothing into the fitting room. Shou-Chi wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and plopped down onto a nearby sofa. The two beauties emerged from the fitting room within just a couple of minutes, and Shou-Chi's heart raced as they stood before him. Not bad, he remarked nonchalantly. What do you mean not bad? You have to clarify. Do I look good, or does she? Jiang Yunyun pouted, wanting a clearer answer. Shou-Chi cleared his throat. Both of you possess your own unique beauty. One is ethereal, while the other is breathtaking. There is really no need for comparison. You can always ask others. His words greatly delighted both ladies. The salesperson nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, you both look stunning. This gentleman speaks the truth. All right, wrap it up. Jiang Yunyun declared happily before retreating back into the fitting room. Bai Ling was reluctantly pulled in with her. Shou-Chi sensed it was time for him to step in. He approached the cash register and inquired, How much for the ladies' clothes? Please hold on a moment, sir. The cashier smiled and after a brief pause, continued. Purchasing both garments together qualifies you for a 5 discount, totaling 198,000 yuan. As she spoke, she handed him a receipt with both hands, asking, Will you be paying by card or cash? Shou-Chi forced a chuckle as he took the receipt, stunned. 198,000? Were these garments made of gold? Noticing Shou-Chi staring blankly at the receipt, the cashier understood his thoughts and her cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression as she reiterated, Sir. Will it be card or cash? Shou-Chi contemplated asking if they accepted installment payments, perhaps starting with a down payment. After all his efforts, the prospect of paying such a sum felt astronomical. He glanced up at the store's branding, realizing he had never encountered it before. Tentatively, he queried, Are you sure your prices are accurate? Sir, our prices are clearly marked, so there is no chance of error. The cashier replied, pointing to her computer screen. This dress is 123,000, and this shirt is 86,000. Together, they total 209,000, but with the discount, it comes to 198,550. I even eliminated the 550 for you. Shou-Chi's lips twitched at the thought. If only she had wiped off the entire 198,000 instead. What kind of man couldn't he afford to buy his girlfriend a dress? What a disgrace. At that moment, the salesperson, who had been standing idly by, couldn't he help but chime in. I agree. If you truly lack funds, perhaps you shouldn't be out shopping. The cashier concurred, adding, it's quite amusing that you even brought 2 companions with you. I wonder what skills you possess? Is being this poor considered a skill? The cashier laughed heartily. Zhou Qi rubbed his nose, feeling a sense of embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Perhaps you should leave while you still can, before they come out. The salesperson suggested. Indeed. When they emerge, I'll inform them you had to step out for a moment. Both the salesperson and cashier began to usher him away. Zhou Qi scoffed. On what grounds do you think you can kick me out? You know full well why. With finances like yours, how dare you even enter our mall? You can't afford a single piece of clothing, let alone a pair of shorts. The salesperson retorted without mercy. Zhou Qi's expression darkened as he calmly replied. I intend to file a complaint about your service. Feel free. A pauper like you attempting to lodge a complaint is rather amusing. The salesperson responded with a cold laugh. The cashier chimed in. You should be aware of your own financial situation. Do you have any money at all? With pockets emptier than your face, how dare you shop? Perhaps you should stick to tea shops with prices around 10 yuan a cup. The salesperson added, that seems more fitting for you. Avoid places like Starbucks. What if a girl wants to go in? Should she pay for you? The two erupted into laughter, mocking Zhou Qi mercilessly. I had previously encountered individuals like this, who wandered about the store, touching everything. Out of goodwill, I cautioned him not to damage the clothing, as they could not afford to compensate for it. To my surprise, he became irate, insisting that he was indeed there to purchase clothes. The sales assistant's tone rose and fell, reminiscent of a storyteller. The cashier, intrigued, prodded. And what happened next? The sales assistant chuckled. Eventually, he ended up just like the others. His girlfriend went into the fitting room to change, and there he was, anxiously tearing at his hair. Ha ha. The cashier burst into laughter, while the sales assistant turned to Zhou Qi, remarking, I'm not underestimating you. But surely your entire outfit doesn't exceed $100, right? If you're broke, don't pretend to be affluent. It's ultimately you who will be embarrassed. Enough already, don't linger with him. If you can't afford it, just leave. The cashier scoffed. When it came time to pay, he shrank back like a frightened dog, utterly speechless. At that moment, Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling returned. Ah, the 2 lovely ladies have emerged. The sales assistant exclaimed, rushing to greet them with a smile. Jiang Yunyun, sensing something off in his grin, replied, no. I just think it's a pity for such a fine girl to waste her time here. The sales assistant candidly responded. Jiang Yunyun was bewildered, glancing at Bai Ling, who mirrored her confusion. Are you 2 buying or not? The sales assistant asked sarcastically. Of course we are buying. Why wouldn't we? Jiang Yunyun retorted, puzzled by the sales assistant's tone. They handed the garments they had tried on to the sales assistant, who stood still, not moving to pack them up. Aren't you selling them? Why don't you wrap them up for me? Jiang Yunyun frowned at the sales assistant. With a cold smirk, the sales assistant replied, do you want me to repeat the price? After all, this is an international brand, and the prices are not low. Bai Ling smiled slightly. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. If you're unwilling to sell us these clothes, then we won't buy them. As she spoke, Bai Ling tugged at Jiang Yunyun, intending to leave. How eloquent. I've seen many like you, all just a bunch of paupers. The sales assistant, observing Bai Ling's reaction, became even more convinced that Zhou Qi and his companions were deliberately acting this way. They were the type who liked to try things on but felt embarrassed when they couldn't buy them, always concocting some excuse to mask their embarrassment. Why don't you repeat what you just said? Jiang Yunyun snapped, angered. Who are you calling a pauper? She had never been addressed in such a manner in her life. The store's shabby clothes. She wouldn't even consider buying if Zhou Qi and T complimented her in them. Their outdated and tacky styles were hardly worth selling. Bai Ling's brows furrowed slightly, feeling aversion towards the sales assistant's words. Let us forget it. If they don't appreciate it, there is no need to stoop to their level. Zhou Qi interjected at that moment. There was no way. He simply couldn't afford the prices here. And it seemed he would have to seek out a more budget-friendly brand. His silence only exacerbated the sales assistant's anger. You should think carefully before speaking. It's rude for a pauper to talk. Who do you think you are? Jiang Yunyun seethed. She could tolerate insults directed at herself, but not those aimed at Zhou Qi. She was aware of his financial struggles, yet couldn't allow anyone to speak to him like that. Zhou Qi found himself inexplicably softened by Jiang Yunyun's fierce demeanor. All right, we're leaving, so let us not argue with them. Feeling her hand enveloped by a dry, large hand, Jiang Yunyun's face flushed a rosy hue. She shot a glare at the sales assistant, just as she was about to turn away. The store door swung open, revealing a familiar voice. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Zhao, with an air of familiarity, stepped forward. Noticing the garments in the sales assistant's hand, he chuckled. So, you're here to buy clothes. How is it going? Found anything you fancy? As he spoke, a black card appeared in his hand, which he tossed to the sales assistant. Just use this card to pay. There's no need for a password. Just buy everything these two young ladies have tried on. Chapter 19. A public humiliation gazing at the person before him, whose face resembled a swollen pig's head. Shouqi found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling were equally speechless. Why on earth would I use your card, Zhao? Are you deluding yourself? Jiang Yunyun rolled her eyes at him. Bai Ling, though silent, nodded in agreement with Jiang Yunyun's sentiments. Zhao brushed it off. Think what you like. It's only right to spend on the girl you fancy, unlike some tightwads who won't part with even a dime. The sales assistant chimed in. Ladies, heed my advice. When choosing a boyfriend, make sure to look closely and not be deceived by appearances. This gentleman is quite exceptional, handsome and generous, a true gentleman. Zhao puffed out his chest proudly. Xiaoyan, you must trust that the crowd's judgment is keen. Don't let a miser cloud your vision. You'll be the one regretting it in the end. The sales assistant continued. We see a myriad of people in this store daily, yet men like this are rare, dapper, affluent, and attentive. You won't regret it. Flashing a charming smile. Zhao added, did you hear that? I'm almost embarrassed. I'm not as great as she claims, but I promise to treat you well. Jiang Yunyun, visibly annoyed, snapped, are you done? If you are, hurry up and leave. Zhao's face darkened slightly, feeling insulted by Jiang Yunyun's public dismissal, but seizing the opportunity. He couldn't let it slip away. Ignoring Jiang Yunyun, he turned to Shouqi. What is the matter? Not speaking? You were quite bold earlier, claiming you'd take care of things. Did your son forget to give you some pocket money? After all, tens of thousands is merely a meal's worth. Zhao, what are you rambling on about? Shut up, Jiang Yunyun shouted. The sales assistant, preparing to check out with the black card, was halted by Jiang Yunyun. I'm telling you, I don't want this dress. If you're going to check out, wear it yourself. Zhao's expression darkened completely. Xiaoyan, doing this is going to hurt my feelings. What is so great about Shouqi? He hasn't said a word since the beginning. He's just there playing on his phone. Does he even care about you? Is it truly worth being with someone like him? Can he bring you happiness? Shouqi clenched his teeth. It was that he had nothing to say, but rather that he felt utterly embarrassed by his financial situation. He was pondering solutions while conversing with Zhu Beiji. Though Shouqi's current demeanor was less than impressive, Jiang Yunyun understood his lack of funds. What could he possibly say now? Anything he said would be wrong. Should we wait a bit longer? He isn't borrowing money from someone, is he? The sales assistant remarked. Her words struck Zhao's funny bone. He burst out laughing. Xiaoyan, did you hear that? He's so broke he needs to borrow money just to buy you a dress. Haha. Miss, what are you still hesitating over? The comparison is glaringly obvious. Shouqi sent a message. Tianpeng, do you have any spells to help me quickly raise some funds? Upon seeing Shouqi engrossed in his phone without raising his head, Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shouqi, I once thought you were a man. But it turns out that a mere 200,000 has made you cower. Haha, you've turned coward. Zhu Beiji was lost in a video when a voice thundered in his ear like a clap of thunder. Just as he was about to express his anger, he realized he was being addressed by the celestial being, and his fury dissipated in an instant. He pondered seriously for a moment before speaking. What a coincidence. I possess a talisman I just acquired. This talisman is called the In-Debt Overdraft Talisman. Once used, it allows one to extract a certain amount of wealth from another. The best part is that it can be used infinitely. As long as you establish a connection with the other party, their wealth is essentially shared with you. The only slight inconvenience is that when using the talisman for the first time, you cannot be more than 5 steps away from the other person. As Shouqi observed the flurry of messages on his phone, his expression transformed from somber to bright. 5 steps? Even face-to-face is acceptable. Almost instantaneously. Upon hearing Zhu Beiji mention the talisman, Shouqi resolved to direct it towards Zhao. Why not take advantage of it? Besides, he owed me $1 million. This would be a fitting way for him to repay his debt. Shouqi, are you even a man? If you are, say something. Don't just sit there like a mute. Zhao bellowed, pointing at Shouqi. Are you out of your mind? What does his silence have to do with you? Jiang Yunyun shouted angrily. She then turned to pull Shouqi away, but before her hand could touch him, Shouqi's gaze lifted from his phone. With a bemused smile, he looked at Zhao. Zhao, what do you want me to say? Are you here to repay me? Who the hell owes you money? Are you dreaming? Zhao shouted, his face turning an alarming shade of red. How can someone as wealthy as you still owe money? Truly perplexing. Shouqi remarked, walking toward Zhao. Remembering Shouqi's previous actions, Zhao instinctively wanted to retreat, but he knew he could not afford to lose face. So he straightened his neck and glared at Zhou Qi. I don't owe you anything. Stop lying with your eyes wide open. Zhou Qi gently patted Zhao Li's shoulder. Young Master Zhao, you said it yourself. I hope you won't regret it. Remember, if you owe someone and don't repay, you'll lose something of equal or greater value. You're talking nonsense. Stop trying to fool me. I don't believe a word of it. Zhao Li shouted in frustration. If you have the ability, buy the clothes off Xiao Yun and her friends right now, and I'll admire you as a person. Those clothes are hideous. I don't like them at all. Let us go. Jiang Yunyun urged Zhou Qi to leave. Bai Ling added, the service here is mediocre. Even if I were to buy something, it wouldn't be from this store. Zhou Qi shook his head, asserting that sometimes the most effective way to prove them wrong is not to avoid confrontation but to publicly slap their faces. With that, Zhou Qi produced his bank card. Please wrap these 2 garments for me. The cashier scoffed, and Zhao Li chimed in, I'd like to see whose face gets slapped in public. Chapter 20. A good-for-nothing with money to burn. Jiang Yunyun felt somewhat uneasy. She discreetly tugged at Zhou Qi's sleeve. We don't have to buy the clothes. Zhou Qi shook his head. It's all right. I have money on this card. I just forgot momentarily. Forgot? How can one forget whether they have money? You must have been broke, and money just entered your account. The cashier sneered while processing the card. She had seen this type before, someone willing to bankrupt himself just to buy a piece of clothing, which seemed utterly unnecessary. Others would not regard him with respect. Rather, they would look down upon him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi responded nonchalantly, You're actually right. The cashier scoffed, her warm breath tickling his ear, causing Zhou Qi to feel a strange tingling sensation in half his body. After Jiang Yunyun stepped back, Zhou Qi rubbed his ears. What is the fuss? It's just buying someone a piece of clothing. Please enter your password. The register chimed. Zhou Qi stepped forward to input his password. Zhao Li stared intently at Zhou Qi's every move, waiting for him to input the password, and subsequently inform him that the balance was insufficient, thus giving him an opportunity. Unfortunately for him, after a long wait, you cannot leave. Zhao Li blocked Zhou Qi's path. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Do you like this outfit? Do you enjoy women's clothing? Uffed. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling could not help but burst into laughter at his words. Zhao Li's already swollen face turned crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm speaking the truth. Why did you grab my bag then? Zhou Qi replied, glancing at Zhao Li's hand. Or do you perhaps have feelings for me? He then disdainfully brushed his hands. Stop spouting nonsense. If you don't like women's clothing, and you don't like me, why were you holding my hand? Zhou Qi maintained his previous expression. I wasn't. Zhao Li, realizing he had been led astray by Zhou Qi, became enraged. I didn't grab you. Oh, then we will take our leave. Zhou Qi, uninterested in further banter, intended to exit with Jiang Yunyun. You cannot leave. Zhao Li was still unwilling to relent. It was not that he was desperate to hold on to Jiang Yunyun, but rather that he could not overcome this mental hurdle. As they tugged at each other, they reached the store's entrance. Zhou Qi's expression hardened. If you continue like this, I want to hold back. The pain from the kick he had given himself earlier flared up once again. Seizing the moment when Zhao Li loosened his grip, Zhou Qi stepped forward, and Jiang Yunyun rolled her eyes at him as she followed suit. Zhao Li also attempted to advance, but just then, his phone rang. Initially reluctant to answer, he picked up upon seeing the caller ID. What is it that's so urgent to call me? Don't you know I'm busy? An anxious voice came through. Not good, young master. Your newly purchased Maybach has been stolen. What? Zhao Li exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. The store clerks all turned to look at him. He hurried out of the store, seeking a relatively secluded spot to pause, completely forgetting about pursuing Jiang Yunyun and the others. Zhao Li felt dizzy, with golden stars flashing before his eyes. He had begged his father for this car for ages. After all, he was still a university student, and his father would cater to all his whims unconditionally. He cherished it like a precious gem, and he had barely driven it twice when it was gone. Suddenly, realization hit him, and he shouted, why wasn't the garage door locked? The other party was startled, nearly dropping the phone in shock. Young master, you forgot. You said to leave it open for your convenience. Zhao Li froze, suddenly recalling. When he entered yesterday, he had been furious because the garage was locked, threatening to harm anyone who dared to lock it again. Yet here he was, just one day later, and his car was gone. Truly, fate had played a cruel trick on him. In that moment, Zhou Qi's words echoed in his mind. Remember, if you owe someone and do not repay, you will lose something of equal or greater value. With a furious crash, he hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Damn it, Zhou Qi. Just you wait. I will make sure you pay for this. Zhao Li gritted his teeth in fury. Zhou Qi's mood was rather pleasant as he approached the machine and inserted his card, a grin spreading across his face upon seeing the 7-digit figure displayed. Jiang Yunyun, waiting a short distance behind, felt a pang of guilt upon realizing Zhou Qi was checking his balance. Thus, she stepped forward and softly reassured him. You need not worry. I'll. Haha. Let us go. Bai Ling mentioned that the service here is subpar. Let's South try another place. Zhou Qi waved his hand cheerfully, exclaiming, "Let us move on." Immediately, he took the arms of two lovely ladies and continued forward. However, he was not well versed in brands, and after visiting several shops that did not compare in price, he declared, "Let us choose the best. Do not hold back." Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling exchanged puzzled glances. "Are you all right, Zhou Qi? We don't have to buy clothes. We're just browsing." Jiang Yunyun spoke, feeling a bit embarrassed. She assumed Zhou Qi was simply overreacting. "That won't do. I've already promised to accompany you shopping today. How can we not spend any money? Let us hurry." With that, Zhou Qi took one lady by each arm and rapidly moved forward. How could we not shop? The money donated by Zhao Li must be spent, after all. What is the saying? A fool with money is just waiting for it to disappear. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling, unable to counter his persistence, reluctantly followed him into a boutique of an international brand. Zhou Qi indulged in extravagant shopping with the two women, reveling in the experience of living lavishly. Upon exiting the mall, he declared, "This won't do. The night is still young. We must go out for drinks." Lin Fan chuckled heartily, slapping his chest. Chapter 21. Nightclub. Jiang Yunyun was taken aback by Zhou Qi's statement, unable to resist asking, "Zhou Qi, you're not borrowing money with exorbitant interest, are you?" Zhou Qi was equally surprised. "How could you think that of me?" Bai Ling looked at Zhou Qi with a serious expression, seemingly agreeing with Jiang Yunyun's concern. Sighing in resignation, Zhou Qi responded, "Miss, do I look like someone who has the means to borrow such money? To fail in repayment requires collateral. Even if I were to offer my life, it would still need to be accepted. Then what about your money? All right, let us go." I said it's fine. So it is. Why inquire so much about men's affairs? With that, he pulled Jiang Yunyun along, and the trio took a taxi to the nearest nightclub. This nightclub was renowned locally and favored by the youth. As night fell, young men and women would revel until the early morning hours. When Zhou Qi and his companions arrived, the night's festivities had only just begun. "Now that we're here, let us not be glum. Come on. Let us have some fun," Zhou Qi exclaimed, pulling a stunning woman into the club named Dark Night. Upon entering, the deafening cheers of the crowd electrified Zhou Qi's spirit. The venue was divided into two levels. The expansive first floor featured a DJ energetically spinning records while the crowd danced wildly. In the center, two scantily clad women engaged in a pole dance, while scattered around the floor were various booths occupied by couples engaged in private activities. Shrouded in the dim glow of the lights, the second floor offered quieter, more elegant private rooms for those who preferred to escape the noise of the first level, with soundproof walls isolating the raucous atmosphere while allowing a panoramic view of the happenings below. "Shall we head downstairs or upstairs?" Zhou Qi inquired, glancing around before directing his question to the two women behind him. Jiang Yunyun, swaying to the rhythm of the music, replied, "If we're at a nightclub, why not enjoy the energy of the first floor? And you, Bai Ling?" Maintaining his principle of fairness, Zhou Qi turned to Bai Ling for her opinion. She nodded in agreement. "The first floor seems fun." "Very well, let us remain on the first floor," Zhou Qi declared, leading them further inside. A uniformed server approached. "Please follow me." The server guided them to a vacant booth. "What can I get for you three?" Zhou Qi picked up the drink menu and ordered a bottle of liquor along with 2 beverages for the ladies. "Please wait a moment." The server bowed respectfully before departing. "Enjoy yourselves here. Stay as long as you wish." Zhou Qi smiled. Jiang Yunyun, raised with strict manners, found this opportunity to be a rare occasion. Marveling at everything around her, Bai Ling, equally excited, flushed with enthusiasm. Just then, a group of young men with colorful hair strolled by, halting upon seeing Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling. One, sporting red hair, cheekily remarked, "Hey, buddy, bringing 2 ladies out alone seems a bit extravagant. Care to share a table with us?" His companions joined in with smirks. Zhou Qi shot the young man a cold glance, responding flatly, "Scram. Your presence is an eyesore." Jiang Yunyun erupted in laughter at Zhou Qi's demeanor, while Bai Ling stifled a smile. The red-haired youth, feeling embarrassed, retorted angrily, "What did you just say?" His friends echoed their disdain, demanding an apology. Zhou Qi remained seated, unperturbed. "Apologize? You think you're worthy? Do you know who I am?" "I'm the boss of the East China region, Red Eagle," the youth boasted. Zhou Qi, unacquainted with such titles, merely waved dismissively, "Just leave. Don't ruin my fun." The others brandished knives in response. "Get lost." Zhou Qi swiftly tossed a stack of cash onto the table. The red-haired youth froze momentarily, bending down to collect the scattered bills. "Holy cow, money!" he exclaimed in astonishment. Having lingered in this scene for so long, he had never encountered someone as lavish as Zhou Qi, who dispensed cash instead of threats. This was far more satisfying than a mere 10,000 converted into coins. His face shifted to one of servility. "Boss, enjoy your time with the ladies. I'll be right next door. Just call if you need anything. Zhou Qi waved him off. Leave. Sure thing. The youth promptly retreated, bowing deeply as he exited. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling were left in shock at the transformation of the situation. What are you waiting for? Let us go dance. Zhou Qi urged, taking one lady by each hand and leading them to the dance floor. As the crowd reached a fever pitch, the two dancers on the platform shared an intense connection with the poles, while Zhou Qi danced wildly, eliciting laughter from Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling. Don't be too reserved. Let loose. Zhou Qi encouraged, shaking his head vigorously, his body writhing as if possessed. A few onlookers recoiled in surprise at his exuberance, only causing Jiang Yunyun to laugh even harder. In a matter of moments, Zhou Qi had carved out a space of his own amidst the throngs. Unbothered by the disapproving glances, dancing even more energetically, Bai Ling, unlike Jiang Yunyun, still held back a bit. However, Jiang Yunyun did not wish to let her friend bask in solitary beauty, so she grasped her hand and forcibly dragged her to Zhou Qi's side, joining him in the dance. After all, they were both stunning beauties, and even in the flickering lights of the dance floor, they shone resplendently. A gaze, as venomous as a serpent, ensnared the two of them from the shadows. Bang! Just then, while they were dancing merrily, Zhou Qi collided abruptly with someone. Chapter 22. Who will compensate for the damage? Are you blind? How dare you bump into my brother? A small-time thug with dyed yellow hair approached, shouting at Zhou Qi. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Zhou Qi responded with an apologetic demeanor, offering a sincere apology after the thug's outburst. The yellow-haired thug retorted, this is unacceptable. Zhou Qi, still holding Bai Ling and Jiang Yunyun, stepped back, not forgetting to gesture politely to the yellow-haired thug. There's no way this will escalate. Those with discerning eyes could see the thug was merely seeking trouble, yet it required the other party to engage. With Zhou Qi's conciliatory tone and his yielding gesture, the prospect of further conflict seemed dim. Solutions are crafted by human minds, and when opportunities are scarce, one must create them and face challenges head-on. The yellow-haired thug took a few steps forward. As Zhou Qi danced and retreated, the surrounding crowd parted like the tide, allowing him to back away to the edge of the dance floor. Bang! He collided with another person once more. Before he could utter a word, the yellow-haired thug bellowed. You scoundrel! Even from such a distance, our boss can feel your clumsiness. You must be tired of living. The thug advanced angrily. Zhou Qi, perplexed, replied, isn't an apology sufficient? If apologies worked, why would we need those in uniforms? The thug continued to shout today, you must provide our boss with an explanation. Zhou Qi was even more confused. What is the matter? Did I cause a pregnancy? What if I can't argue with him? The yellow-haired thug thought. Zhou Qi, disinterested, glanced at the young man and turned to lead Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling toward the booth. Kid, don't be ungrateful. You crashed into our boss and expect to walk away scot-free? Dream on. The yellow-haired thug stormed up to Zhou Qi, shouting angrily. Zhou Qi halted, asking, what do you want? Compensation. The thug yelled again. The surrounding crowd, witnessing their quarrel, moved away, leaving a clear space around them. The music continued, and the multicolored lights illuminated Zhou Qi's face, concealing his emotions. The yellow-haired thug swallowed hard. Step aside. At that moment, a shout echoed from not far away. Red-haired, accompanied by his crew, pushed through the crowd. Having just been enjoying drinks with his subordinates, he noticed a throng gathered at the edge of the dance floor. His subordinate craned his neck and recognized that Zhou Qi was at the center of the commotion. The red-haired thug slammed the table and stood up. Let us go see who dares to stir trouble with my boss. His men responded, this boss is quite formidable. As they approached, the red-haired thug nodded slightly to Zhou Qi. Boss. The man behind the yellow-haired thug shoved him aside. Who are you? Red Hawk? The red-haired thug smirked upon recognizing the adversary. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just Lei Gu. This is my boss. If there's an issue, let us sit down and discuss it calmly. Sun Lei had no intention of wasting words with the red-haired thug and turned directly to Zhou Qi. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Today, Lei Gu will teach you some manners. At his command, his followers surged forward, encircling Zhou Qi and his companions. As the music paused, the once raucous bar fell silent, all eyes fixated on Zhou Qi. He clapped slowly. Now that's impressive. Everyone seems intimidated by you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of whistles. The red-haired thug felt a pang of anxiety. Sun Lei's men outnumbered his own, and if a fight broke out, he might not stand a chance. As Sun Lei prepared to signal his men to attack, Zhou Qi suddenly raised his hand. If you want to fight, let us establish some ground rules. If anything gets broken, you shall compensate. Don't blame the owner, and don't blame me. You started this mess, so you must clean it up. The owner of this establishment should listen well. If something gets smashed, it has nothing to do with me. Sun Lei's eyes twitched. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Qi to deviate from the script. But having said it, he had to follow through, so he gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. I'll compensate." Originally, Sun Lei had his sights set on the two girls behind Zhou Qi, intending to use this opportunity to assert dominance and claim them. However, he did not foresee the situation spiraling this way. Nevertheless, he thought, "I'll deal with this person first." Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling stepped aside as Zhou Qi pushed the red-haired thug away. "Get lost, move aside." The red-haired thug retreated to join Bai Ling and Jiang Yunyun. Sun Lei waved his hand, and his followers surged forward, encircling Zhou Qi in an instant. Sun Lei shouted at Zhou Qi, "If you admit your fault now, I can spare you." But bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish, there were sounds of muffled grunts from the crowd, followed by two figures flying out from within. They soared nearly 2 to 3 meters through the air before crashing into a nearby booth. The table in the booth flipped over, the glass shattering with a crisp sound, and bottles and other items scattered across the floor. Gasps filled the air. Soon after, 2 more individuals flew out, this time heading toward a makeshift mountain of empty glasses nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds continued, followed by cries of distress, as nearly everything around them was reduced to fragments by the human projectiles. Initially, some timid souls had scurried to the sidelines, but as the battle unfolded, the spectacle grew increasingly captivating, and before long, most of those on the first floor had gathered around. With each adversary Zhou Qi sent flying, cheers erupted, and laughter accompanied the applause. In no time, all his opponents lay defeated, while Zhou Qi remained unscathed. Trembling, Sun Lei watched Zhou Qi approach, his voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" Zhou Qi smirked. "As we agreed, you will compensate for the damages." Sun Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a dizzying whirl, followed by a tremendous crash. Ignoring his pain, he struggled to turn and realized he had smashed into the display screen, leaving a vertical crack running down its length. A rough estimate indicated damages of at least 7 figures. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi shouted, "Someone else compensating. I'll treat you all to drinks with the saved money." The crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 23. Who is responsible? The commotion had indeed attracted the attention of the nightclub's management and security. Sun Lei, looking disheveled, scrambled to his feet. "I'm a victim too. You must give me an explanation. Where's the other one?" The manager scanned the crowd for those who had fallen. "Not here, over there." A server pointed toward Zhou Qi in the distance. "That's right. He provoked me first, bumping into me repeatedly, and now he has assaulted me." Sun Lei exclaimed indignantly. The gaze of the manager slowly swept across Sun Lei's face. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was nothing more than a ruffian. He would never believe for a moment that he was an upstanding citizen. Typically, when fights broke out in the establishment, even if someone were injured, they would remain indifferent. However, when their property was damaged, they were obligated to compensate for it. Those who operated nightclubs were hardly ordinary people. Legitimate owners often navigated both the underworld and the legitimate realm, and no one dared to defy them. After a moment of contemplation, the manager decided to disregard the brawl and directly asked, "This item has been broken, and it will cost at least 2 million. Do you intend to pay in cash or by check?" "What?" Sun Lei stammered, incredulous. The manager, growing impatient, signaled to his subordinates to swiftly handle the situation. He then turned back to Sun Lei. "So, will it be cash or a check?" "This isn't my fault. I'm a victim too," Sun Lei shouted, a mix of fury and dread consuming him. 2 million. Where on earth would he procure that amount? The manager, unfazed by his outburst, turned and walked away. Approaching the bar, he picked up a microphone and called for the music to cease. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question to pose. Who is responsible for breaking this wall?" The manager's expression remained impassive, his intent clear. He merely sought a resolution. Regardless of whether the culprit had the means to pay, he would find a way to extract the funds. The crowd was taken aback. Jiang Yunyun, seated beside Zhou Qi, could hardly contain herself. That wall must have cost a fortune. Bai Ling, more knowledgeable, estimated it to be in the 7 figures. "So expensive," Jiang Yunyun exclaimed, astonished. She then discreetly tugged at Zhou Qi's sleeve. "What should we do?" Zhou Qi took a sip of his drink, his demeanor nonchalant. "What else there to do? Are you foolish?" 7 figures, Jiang Yunyun pressed. Bai Ling also turned to look, but Zhou Qi simply chuckled. "Didn't we agree before that any damage would be on him? Why should it concern me? Surely you don't believe he will admit to his previous words?" Jiang Yunyun replied, a look of anxiety on her face. Was Zhou Qi sitting there so calmly because of a mere jest? She found herself at a loss for words. Should she call him naive or foolish? Bai Ling observed Zhou Qi's composure, intrigued by his earlier statement. Zhou Qi maintained his indifference. "I was quite serious when I said that since he agreed, any mishap is his responsibility. There is no need for us to panic." Seeing Zhou Qi appear so unfazed only heightened Jiang Yunyun's anxiety. She began calculating how much of her pocket money remained. If Zhou Qi had to cover the cost, how much could she contribute? She knew he was likely broke, yet she couldn't figure out how to gather enough to cover the wall's expense. Why was it so exorbitant? She pulled out her phone to research. At that moment, the manager spoke again. I will ask one last time. Who is responsible? The crowd remained bewildered about the unfolding situation. Indeed, it's him. If you want someone to pay, go and demand it from him, Sun Lei shouted, pointing at Zhou Qi as he stood up. Why did you admit it yourself? Jiang Yunyun exclaimed, trying to pull him back down. But Zhou Qi stood firm, even gently patting her hand to reassure her. Jiang Yunyun felt her face flush crimson from his gesture, relieved that the nightclub's lighting was dim enough to conceal her embarrassment. The manager, seeing Zhou Qi stand up, raised his hand to signal the security to apprehend him. However, before anyone could move, Zhou Qi languidly remarked, "That's merely your word against mine. With so many witnesses present, shouldn't we find someone to corroborate?" He glanced around at the crowd, inviting them to weigh in on who should bear the cost. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but Little Red Hair quickly reacted, declaring, "Of course, it's that pig-headed guy. He has been trash-talking this nightclub for ages. I suspect this is personal revenge." As soon as Little Red Hair finished, Zhou Qi let out a long whistle. Well said. The other henchmen, emboldened, joined in. Yes, it's that pig-headed boss. The manager, puzzled, pondered who the pig-headed boss might be. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Naturally, the pig-headed boss wouldn't admit to any wrongdoing. Don't throw around baseless accusations, he retorted. The others, having enjoyed drinks courtesy of Zhou Qi, rallied behind him, shouting, "Are you not a man? Can you disregard your own words? This isn't just a matter of being a man. There's no way I'm shelling out millions without costs." He barked, his teeth clenched. Yet the louder he protested, the more the crowd escalated their shouts. They even began picking up nearby items to hurl at him. Sun Lei roared, "How dare you? I'll make sure to take you all down one by one." It's him. It's him. The crowd echoed, asserting that if he refused to acknowledge it, they had video evidence to present. Sun Lei was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to record the incident. The manager, observing the unfolding chaos, finally interjected, "All right, since we have reached a conclusion, Mr. Sun, please accompany us." Zhou Qi glanced at Sun Lei and then let out a cold laugh. The manager signaled to the security, who rushed forward to seize Sun Lei. To everyone's surprise, he pulled out a knife, threatening the guards, who were no match for him, and retreated hastily. Sun Lei carved a bloody path through the crowd, shouting, "Ah, he is escaping." "Ah," Zhou Qi chuckled. "Does he really think he can outrun anyone here?" "Little girl, you're thinking too simply." Jiang Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief at being called little girl. Zhou Qi paid her no mind, and soon the commotion outside grew louder, revealing Sun Lei in a more disheveled state, being dragged along by others. As he cursed vehemently, his voice soon faded away. "Thanks to everyone for your candidness. Drink up tonight. It's on me," Zhou Qi proclaimed, raising his glass. The others mirrored his gesture, cheering, "We won't leave until we're drunk." The dance floor gradually regained its former liveliness, even as the remnants of the earlier chaos were cleared away. Had it not been for the crack in the wall, one would never have guessed what had transpired. "You really pulled it off," Jiang Yunyun thought, relieved as a weight lifted from her heart, having been genuinely frightened moments before. A figure on the second floor stepped away from the window and gestured for those behind to exit respectfully. Moments later, a bottle of liquor appeared before Zhou Qi. "What is this about?" Zhou Qi inquired, puzzled by the sudden offering. On the other side, Sun Lei sat nervously in the manager's office, making a phone call to request money. If the situation could not be resolved tonight, they would have to resort to their own means. The manager leaned back in his spacious chair, wearing a satisfied expression. Sometimes, one must apply pressure. Perhaps the other party would find a solution on their own, thus sparing him the trouble. Sun Lei held his phone, paralyzed by confusion. His mind was a tumultuous mess. After so long in this game, he had never encountered such a predicament. Ultimately, all his concerns boiled down to one pressing question. How could he amass such a considerable sum of money? After much contemplation, he had no choice but to place his last hope in his boss. Just as he lifted the phone to dial, the manager's phone unexpectedly rang first. After a brief exchange of acknowledgement, the manager hung up. "All right, you may leave now," he stated. Sun Lei was baffled. "If you don't want to leave, I can arrange a private room for you." The manager shot a glance at him. Sun Lei quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed out. Before he had gone far, he encountered someone approaching. "Pingu?" Sun Lei exclaimed in surprise. "Come with me," the other person replied flatly, leading Sun Lei to the second floor. At that moment, Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyun were staring curiously at a bottle of liquor before them. "What does this person mean?" Jiang Yunyun questioned. "He offers drinks to everyone, yet singles you out with one bottle?" Bai Ling speculated. "Is he expecting you to express gratitude?" Zhou Qi scoffed. "There are few who could compel me to show gratitude in person, one bottle of liquor is hardly worth the effort. The two ladies agreed that it was best to avoid inciting trouble. Hong Mao promptly approached with utmost respect. Boss, what can I do for you? This liquor is for you. Shou Qi gestured with his chin. Wow, a Louis XIII from the head horse, impressive. Hong Ying, who was somewhat of a small-time boss himself, had some knowledge of fine spirits. Shou Qi was taken aback. What could this extravagant gift signify? Is this truly for me? Hong Ying beamed, amazed that such a bottle could be worth thousands, a taste he had yet to experience. Shou Qi narrowed his eyes slightly and, after utilizing a charm that allowed him to discern the essence of objects, he pushed the liquor into Hong Mao's arms. Yet, he couldn't shake the curiosity of what the giver truly desired, especially without any poison in the bottle. In the next moment, the same man sent over more liquor. This time, there were 2 bottles. The charm remained effective for 5 minutes. Shou Qi lifted his gaze to scan the second floor through the one-way glass, finally landing on a particular individual who stood behind none other than the recently chastened Sun Lei. Interesting, Shou Qi chuckled, noting the apparent hierarchy in their demeanor. He uncapped the newly arrived bottles and poured their contents directly into a nearby trash bin. From another booth, Hong Mao gasped, Boss, don't waste good liquor. Shou Qi's smile vanished, causing Hong Mao to immediately quiet down. After pouring out the 2 bottles, another 5 were sent over, identical to the previous ones. Upon opening the first, Shou Qi suddenly halted. What's wrong? Jiang Yunyun asked anxiously. Shou Qi gently caressed the bottles, then donned his carefree smile once more. Nothing at all. With a rhythmic sloshing sound, Shou Qi continued pouring the liquor. Once a trash bin was full, he instructed Hong Mao to dispose of it in the restroom. As everyone realized what Shou Qi was pouring, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they gathered around him to watch. The individual upstairs tirelessly continued sending down liquor, while Shou Qi joyfully disposed of it all. This exchange continued for nearly half an hour, with every premium spirit in the bar meeting the same fate. Boss Joe, this is an extraordinary waste, surely. This amounts to 7 figures. Not just 7 figures. I checked. There are at least 60 bottles, including 24 of Time Collection, 16 of Black Pearl, and 9 of Tianyan, with the rest being ordinary. I know Tianyan. Each bottle is worth over 100,000. Have you considered one thing? Mr. Zhou just offered to treat us. Who will pay for this liquor? Just as he finished speaking, a voice tinged with amusement echoed from behind. Of course, it will be Boss Zhou who covers the tab. He is treating us. Gasps filled the air as the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The amount involved was truly staggering. As the implications dawned on Jiang Yuyu, she instinctively clutched Shou Qi's sleeve. Oh my, over 60 bottles of liquor, that's at least 5 million. Simultaneously, she marveled at the nightclub's affluence. The real concern lay here. What good was wealth if one had none? Shou Qi lifted his eyelids to glance at her. What do you mean? The liquor was given to me. Why should I pay for it? Exactly. Whoever took the liquor from the bar should settle the bill. Jiang Yunyun chimed in quickly. The other party remained calm, maintaining his previous tone. Indeed, but all liquor taken from the bar will be charged to Mr. Zhou's account. Jiang Yunyun froze, realizing the truth of the situation. Shou Qi had declared he was treating, and as everyone's drinks came from the bar, it naturally fell to him to settle the tab. Starting at 5 million, she couldn't possibly afford such an amount. The crowd was similarly taken aback, but soon, some well-meaning individuals hastily declared, I'll pay for my own drinks. No need for Mr. Zhou to cover mine. Yes, mine as well. I'll inform the bar. I can forego my share. We can have Mr. Zhou treat us another time. Yet, the man smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I didn't personally consume that liquor, so I truly cannot pay for it myself. What? How can that be? The crowd erupted in astonishment. If the nightclub's owner learned of this, there would be dire consequences. The man squinted slightly, scanning the area around Shou Qi's booth. Aside from an array of empty bottles, there was nothing of substance. He smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou truly has a sense of humor. Do you think I'm joking? Shou Qi retorted, looking intently at him. The man's smile faltered. Are you not? He attempted to discern the truth behind Shou Qi's words. Yet, Shou Qi's expression revealed nothing. The empty bottles on the table were genuine. The man could hardly believe Shou Qi could conjure identical replacements. After a moment's thought, the man's smile broadened. Very well. But you must remain at your booth. Their wager instantly piqued the interest of those around them. Of course, let us hope Mr. Zhou wins. That way, we can enjoy fine liquor. Indeed, I too wish for Mr. Zhou to prevail. If he wins, we shall savor Louis XIII. Upon hearing the discussions around him, the man couldn't help but chuckle. Since you all wish for Mr. Zhou to win so fervently, why not pray earnestly for him to pour the wine that fell into the restroom back into the bottles? He remarked, a hint of disgust in his tone. The moment he spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. Jiang Yunyun looked at Shou Qi, her expression filled with concern. Is it really possible? That has 5 million. Shou Qi offered her, and Bai Ling a reassuring glance, then turned to the onlookers. If you want me to conjure that wine, it is not difficult, for it has merely fallen from above. With that, he raised his hand, and everyone instinctively looked up, only to find nothing there. Where is the wine falling from? They wondered. Their thoughts were interrupted as they suddenly noticed that the empty bottles before Shou Qi had mysteriously transformed into genuine wine. Shou Qi's eyes twinkled with a smile as he addressed the crowd. The man, surprised that Shou Qi could indeed produce the wine, remained skeptical. Recalling that he had witnessed the wine being poured down the restroom, doubt crept in. Perhaps Shou Qi was indeed a magician. Let me treat you, but first, we must ascertain the authenticity of this wine, he asserted. His subordinate nodded slightly and hurried off. A few minutes later, a man in his 40s was summoned. Please help us verify if these bottles are from the batch you sold earlier. The man gestured invitingly. The middle-aged man took out a small magnifying glass from his pocket and began inspecting each bottle meticulously. This is taking too long. It's akin to a paternity test. The crowd muttered in frustration. Despite their impatience, they understood the need for thoroughness and waited patiently. After approximately 40 minutes, the middle-aged man looked up, adjusting his glasses. Gentlemen, after my inspection, I can confirm that all 64 bottles are indeed genuine products from our store. Impossible, the man exclaimed instinctively. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Long live Mr. Zhou. As long as the wine was proven real, the man would have to buy it and treat everyone present. However, their gratitude would not be directed towards him, but rather towards Shou Qi, as the entire situation had arisen from his wager. Unbelievable. You must have fabricated this. The previously composed man now wore an expression of sheer terror. Shou Qi remained unfazed. Are you having second thoughts? You committed fraud. Why should I be held accountable? The man shouted. Oh, Shou Qi nodded. Then perhaps we should summon the nightclub owner to settle this matter. Chapter 26. Embracing the moment as Shou Qi's words echoed. The once boisterous nightclub fell into an abrupt silence. The expression on the face of the man opposite him became quite dramatic. It was said that the owner of the nightclub was enigmatic, having connections both above and below the law, and was quite formidable himself. No one had dared to disturb the owner, as most issues were resolved privately. At most, they would escalate to a manager, who was no saint himself and would ensure both parties paid a price for their disputes. Thus, over time, disturbances in the nightclub had become rare. Today, however, Shou Qi boldly suggested involving the nightclub owner, causing the man to visibly deflate. Shou Qi, appearing as if he were unaware of the gravity of the situation, realized that several millions were not something he could easily procure, so he sought someone capable of delivering justice regarding who would bear the expense. Do we really need to find someone? We can testify. Honging interjected. His followers nodded vigorously, recalling the earlier stipulation that if the boss produced the wine, the gentleman would have to pay and treat them all. As the mention of drinks invigorated the crowd, they rallied in support. We can testify, they proclaimed. Even if 1 or 2 testimonies were questionable, what of the 10, 20, or more? The man's previously calm demeanor faltered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he had never dealt with the nightclub owner, he had heard of his reputation. He was no match for such a figure. Yet parting with several millions for wine was not something he relished. Finally, he conceded, fine, I will cover the cost, but splendid. Our gentleman has agreed to pay. Let us distribute the wine. Shou Qi interjected before the man could finish his sentence. To add insult to injury, he proceeded to distribute the 60-odd bottles, even opening the most expensive one, Tianyuan. Come, sir, let us share a drink to commemorate our newfound acquaintance. Shou Qi grinned as he poured a cup of Tianyuan for him. The man, fuming, threw up his sleeve and stormed off. Don't forget to settle the wine bill first. Shou Qi's voice trailed behind him, causing the man to nearly stumble. At the bar, the cashier greeted him with a smile. Good day, sir. Your total is 5,736,000 yuan. The cheerful demeanor of the cashier only served to irk the man further. Having just paid 2 million for a certain sunlay, he now faced a loss of 570,000, totaling nearly 8 million. Who had he offended? He hastily signed a check and tossed it aside, his glare landing on Shou Qi in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "You wait." With that, he stormed away, seething with anger. Shou Qi watched him depart, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had no intention of letting the man leave without payment. The crowd erupted in cheers. We will not leave until we are intoxicated. Hong Ying, holding up his glass, approached Shou Qi. I shall call you boss from now on. If you ever need anything, just call on me. I, Hong Ying, will gladly face any danger for you. His followers echoed, long live the boss. The atmosphere in the nightclub reached a euphoric crescendo. Shou Qi waved at Hong Ying, who turned to leave. Jiang Yunyan raised her glass, smiling. Come, boss Shou, let us drink together. Bai Ling gently clinked her glass against Shou Qi's. Cheers. Shou Qi laughed heartily. Indeed, cheers. As the trio finished their drinks, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Two stunningly dressed women approached, disregarding Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling, and nestled beside Shou-Chi, one on each side. "Come, handsome, let us share a drink. I'm Lulu." "And I'm Chi-Chi," they chimed, clinking their glasses against Shou-Chi's without waiting for his reaction. Miss Lulu raised her glass to his lips, and Shou-Chi, taken aback by the proximity, took a sip, feeling an electric thrill course through him. "You too, get up." At this moment, Jiang Yunyun, unable to endure any longer, forcefully pulled the person aside. Although Bai Ling remained silent, her actions spoke volumes about her stance. "Oh dear, why the sulky face?" Lulu, having been pulled aside, merely smiled and addressed her. Qian chimed in, "Such innocent little sisters, surely you two are still untouched, haha." Jiang Yunyun's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "We do not welcome you here." With that, she pushed the intruder out of their booth. On the other side, Qian took her leave without Bai Ling needing to intervene. Before departing, Lulu blew a playful kiss to Jiang Yunyun, advising her to be bolder in her endeavors. Jiang Yunyun pretended not to hear and sat down, fuming. However, it wasn't long before three more beauties surrounded them. Their intentions were clear as they thrust their business cards into Shou-Chi's hands, leaning in close with sweet voices. "Handsome, do call us when you have the time. We're always available, no matter the position." The onlookers could only gaze at them with envy, thinking, "I'll practice magic tomorrow. It seems it can win both hearts and riches. Surely, with such a parade of beauties, I would be willing to pay any price. I can only dream of having a woman fight for me. It seems impossible in this lifetime." Shou-Chi, the object of their envy, brushed aside the advances of the ninth beauty and smiled at Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling, suggesting, "Let us find somewhere to grab a late-night snack." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two beauties finally brightened. The trio rose and settled the tab at the bar before stepping out of the nightclub. Yet, just a few steps forward, they were halted. Chapter 27. A little apple, perhaps. "You there, if you're a man, come with me." The challenger, sporting a chaotic hairstyle and wielding a baseball bat, regarded Shou-Chi with disdain, clearly underestimating him. Jiang Yunyun stepped up first to block Shou-Chi, but he gently patted her shoulder from behind, saying, "Lead the way." The thug turned and led them down another path. Jiang Yunyun felt a twinge of unease. She had no idea where he intended to take them and thought it wise to refrain from following. Bai Ling nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Even if you're skilled, exercise caution. They are clearly prepared." "Thank you for your concern, ladies." Shou-Chi replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have it all under control." Recalling Shou-Chi's previous display, the two women found themselves begrudgingly convinced of his confidence. After crossing the street, they entered a secluded alley. The location was so obscure that even passers-by seldom ventured through there. The more Jiang Yunyun observed the place, the more she felt it was untrustworthy. She wanted to urge Shou-Chi to leave quickly, but before she could find the right words, the leading thug had already stopped. "Go in," he ordered. Shou-Chi chuckled. "Aren't you coming in with us?" The thug, seemingly reluctant to join them, intended to remain at the alley's entrance. However, Shou-Chi did not grant him that opportunity. Grabbing his arm and tossing him into the alley, a dull thud echoed, followed by a scream. Shou-Chi clapped his hands and then led Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling inside. The alley was dimly lit, with only a feeble streetlight struggling to illuminate a small area. "It's quite dark ahead. Be careful," Jiang Yunyun cautioned. Shou-Chi nodded. In truth, after refining his foundation, all of Shou-Chi's senses had significantly improved, including his vision, which was far superior to before. What appeared dim to them was crystal clear to him. He could see everyone inside distinctly. There were about 13 or 14 individuals in the alley, each grasping a baseball bat. If his memory served him correctly, one of them had followed the man who had bought alcohol. It seemed he was seeking revenge. Shou-Chi sighed lightly before grinning. "You're looking for revenge, aren't you? Why not all come at me together?" The thug, who had prepared a plethora of threats, suddenly fell silent. However, not revealing their identity was a mistake. What if this brat, after being beaten, showed no remorse? Thus, the thug dutifully shouted, "Do you know who I am? Of course, aren't you here for revenge?" Shou-Chi replied, feigning confusion. He then stretched his limbs, and the cracking sounds emanating from his joints made the thugs instinctively take a step back. One person leaned toward the leader and whispered, "This guy might be tough. Let us target those two women instead." "Good idea. I'll keep him busy. The rest of you grab the girls." The leader chuckled, convinced he had devised a brilliant plan, and beckoned the others to move forward. Shou-Chi, overhearing their conversation, merely smiled coldly. Jiang Yunyun, feeling uncertain, urged, "Why are you still smiling? If things go south, we should run. Running is no fun. Since we're here, let us have them perform a square dance for us." Shou-Chi quipped as he darted forward. The thugs executed their plan, with some attempting to block Shou-Chi while 4 others dashed toward Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling believing they had been discreet. They were unaware that Zhou Qi was onto them. Just a few steps ahead, a shadow suddenly descended from above, crashing right at their feet and halting their advance. The alley's darkness was so profound that those in the lead could not discern whether it was Zhou Qi or one of their own. Yet, they were determined to fulfill their task. Just as they intended to bypass the figure before them, another shadow fell from above. Ouch! The cries of pain startled the group. Who the hell is that standing there? One of them asked in confusion. Who cares? Just grab the girls. Another hastily urged. The four of them dashed forward like madmen. Although they hadn't seen who stood in their path, their instincts told them it was definitely not one of their own. They knew they had to capture the two women quickly as leverage. But just as they advanced a few more steps, a figure suddenly blocked their way. In such a hurry to leave? Surely, there's something left unsaid? Zhou Qi asked with a smile. Get out of the way. A thug raised his baseball bat, swinging it fiercely at Zhou Qi's head. Yet, before the bat could descend, it abruptly halted. He felt a firm grip on his wrist. What do you think you're doing? The thug was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, his body soared through the air, crashing onto the ground with a thud, sending dust flying. The remaining 3 thugs instinctively recoiled. We're willing. We're very willing. They quickly affirmed, nodding fervently. Jiang Yunyan could not suppress her laughter any longer. Bai Ling also curled her lips into a smile. Zhou Qi bellowed at the crowd in the alley. Why aren't you moving faster? Let's choose Little Apple as the song. The people in the alley struggled to rise from the ground. The sounds of out no echoing around them. Zhou Qi, growing impatient, furrowed his brow. You have 10 seconds left. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. After 10 seconds, under the dim light of the alley, about a dozen people stood awkwardly, singing, You Are My Little Apple, as a cheerful melody began to play. Chapter 28, Boldness. Haha. Jiang Yunyan and Bai Ling burst into laughter simultaneously. The dozen or so individuals swayed beneath the solitary street lamp, making an earnest effort to dance along to the music. Their attempts to avoid being hit were utterly hilarious. Zhou Qi. I never realized you had such a side to you. Jiang Yunyan exclaimed amidst her laughter. Bai Ling, shedding her goddess-like demeanor, smiled playfully. I think it would be even more delightful if Zhou Qi danced a number himself. Imagining such a scene made Jiang Yunyan laugh even harder. You must be joking. She rolled her eyes. Bai Ling, however, was quite generous, stating, If it's you dancing Little Apple, I wouldn't mind spending money to watch. Jiang Yunyan was taken aback by Bai Ling's unexpected response, her irritation flaring. If he dares to charge, I'll stand at the entrance and shout. Let's see how he collects. Bai Ling chose not to continue the argument. Zhou Qi smirked. Instead of shouting at the entrance, why not join me, and we can split the earnings 50-50? Wouldn't that be better? Jiang Yunyan was amused by the notion of splitting the money, reluctantly nodding in agreement. The song You Are My Little Apple continued to resonate through the alley as Zhou Qi and the others remained to witness the performance's conclusion. He turned his gaze towards the unsightly performers in the alley, declaring, You must dance 10 times before you can leave, miss a single round, and I will find you and deal with you. Upon finishing, he kicked a stone the size of a volleyball, which flew and struck the wall beside the thugs with a resounding crash. The impact sent debris flying, creating a deep dent in the brick wall, with the irregular stone embedded within it, causing cracks to spider outwards. The thugs stiffened, their eyes diverted from the rock, involuntarily swallowing hard. The closest thug, petrified, soiled himself, releasing a foul odor. The others grimaced but dared not move, trying to hold their breath to avoid the unpleasant smell. What's wrong? Did you not hear me? Aren't you supposed to dance 10 times? Zhou Qi's voice boomed from the alley's entrance. Though it sounded ordinary to them, it was as terrifying as a demon emerging from hell. After a brief moment of shock, the cheerful melody of Little Apple blared again, and they resumed their chaotic dance. The young man beneath the stone wore a woeful expression, on the verge of tears. The humiliation was unbearable. He wished he were one of the others lying unconscious on the ground. Zhou Qi pointed at him. What are you doing? Dance for me. The designated person trembled as he complied. After that, the trio turned and walked about 10 meters, just as they were contemplating whether to stop discreetly. The crowd jolted awake in fright. Give me the keys, Zhou Qi demanded, extending his hand towards the leading thug. The thug, reluctant to comply, felt like crying. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a robber who would rob him instead. Was there no justice left in the world? Yet, he dared not confront Zhou Qi and reluctantly handed over his car keys. Zhou Qi took the keys, patting the thug's shoulder. Good job. He then turned to the thug pressed against the wall. You must dance 20 times. After that, he hurriedly covered his nose and fled. The music of Little Apple continued behind him as Zhou Qi drove away with the keys to a luxury car, accompanied by 2 beautiful women. I don't know if you two have heard of taking advantage of chaos. Allow me to demonstrate it in reality today. Zhou Qi laughed as he drove. I think those thugs deserve it. They were never good people. Jiang Yunyan remarked dismissively. Zhou Qi was easy to bully. Who knows what he might become now? Bai Ling nodded, agreeing that it was only fair to retaliate in kind, for the world is not filled with saintly figures. At the same time, she felt a twinge of concern. Once they had provoked those thugs, they would need to be extra cautious in the future, as they were not ordinary individuals and would not easily let things go. Sensing the school bell's concern, Zhou Qi felt pleased but responded, I don't know your phone number. May I add you on WeChat? Of course. Zhou Qi was eager for the opportunity. Who is she? The school belle. The boys of the entire school would fight tooth and nail for Bai Ling's WeChat. Having such an honor, he knew he had to seize it. He eagerly handed over his phone. Feel free to add me. There is no password or lock. Bai Ling took Zhou Qi's phone, opened WeChat, searched for new friends, and entered her number. Jiang Yunyan, sitting beside them, seethed in frustration. Was she invisible? Or had she died? The two were exchanging phone numbers and searching for WeChat, as if they had something secretive to discuss. Jiang Yunyan glared at the phone, wishing she could swallow it whole. Zhou Qi, sensing her irritation, caught her gaze in the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow, but Jiang Yunyan simply rolled her eyes in exasperation. After that, Jiang Yunyan spoke little until Bai Ling was safely dropped off at her rental. Now, only Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyan remained in the car. Zhou Qi cautiously asked, What's wrong? Are you angry? Jiang Yunyan was indeed furious. How dare you? She looked up at Zhou Qi, and they soon arrived at her destination. Get out, she said. Suddenly, he felt a soft, moist sensation on his face, freezing him in place as if someone pressed the pause button on him. Chapter 29. The new treasure. Seeing Zhou Qi rendered completely at a loss, Jiang Yunyan couldn't help but murmur, fool. Zhou Qi looked back, bewildered. But Jiang Yunyan had already opened the car door. Yet, she did not exit immediately. Instead, she reached out and tapped his forehead. Listen well, Zhou Qi, if you dare. Suddenly, her face flushed, and her voice lowered significantly. If you dare to look at any other girl again, I will not let this go. Without waiting for his reaction, she swiftly exited the car and slammed the door behind her. Watching her disappear from his view, Zhou Qi finally raised his hand, covering the spot where her soft touch lingered. A smile slowly spread across his face, growing wider until it seemed it might reach his ears. His mind echoed with a single thought. She kissed me. She kissed me. Gently closing his eyes, Zhou Qi once again savored the exquisite sensation he had just experienced. It was truly breathtaking. Having lived for over 20 years, he felt a renewed sense of hope in life. With a long sigh, Zhou Qi spoke, glancing at the goofy smile reflected in the rearview mirror before he suddenly pressed down on the accelerator. This momentous day deserved a spirited celebration with a thrilling drive. The cool breeze caressed his face, and Zhou Qi could not help but smile contentedly. He parked the car by the riverbank, enjoying the wind while retrieving his phone. He could not help but feel immense gratitude towards the illustrious Marshal Tianping, now the revered envoy of purity, for the smoothness of today's events. Were it not for that illusory card that deceived the man, he would have had to bear the brunt of the several million himself. Yet, at the same time, he commended his own cleverness. If he had not discerned the man's ill intentions beforehand, he would not have turned the tables on him. This time, he owed a debt of gratitude to the marshal for lending a helping hand. Zhou Qi sent a message, recognizing that he now regarded this person as a long-term benefactor. It would be convenient for him to extract further benefits in the future. The principle of a sweet date for a slap was not to be discarded. Meanwhile, Marshal Tianpeng was indulging in a late-night feast of roasted chicken and pig trotters. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the voice of the esteemed envoy echoed in the air, expressing satisfaction with his recent performance. With a chuckle, Zhu Beiji humbly remarked that it was merely his duty. The envoy need not dwell on such trivial matters. Having seen the world in recent days, Zhu Beiji was nonetheless moved by Zhou Qi's words. Feeling exhilarated and grateful for the envoy's generosity, I have no means to repay you, esteemed one, but I shall gift you the identity card I just acquired. Zhou Qi was astonished that a casual remark could yield such a remarkable reward. After Zhu Beiji sent the message, 2 small cards followed. Zhou Qi gently opened them, discovering they fit comfortably in his palm. The cards were modest in size, akin to playing cards, and bore an inscription. Identity card allows for the transformation of identity, appearance, and voice. Duration, 1 hour. The mention of duration piqued Zhou Qi's interest. However, he knew he needed to test it to confirm his suspicions. Delighted by the discovery, Zhou Qi sent over the live-streaming accounts of 2 beautiful women. Zhu Beiji, upon receiving the information, wasted no time entering the live-stream room. The moment he stepped in, he froze, suddenly realizing that the chicken leg in his hand had lost its appeal. He stared at the screen, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. After a millennium, he could finally gaze at her openly. Zhu Beiji extended his hand to gently caress the screen. The live streamer was adorned in a flowing white gown, layered exquisitely. each layer intricately embroidered with golden threads that formed osmanthus flowers. Her hair was styled in a fashionable palace updo, with golden hairpins swaying to her graceful movements. Not only was the live streamer stunningly beautiful, but she also cradled a fluffy white rabbit in her arms, a perfect match for the figure etched in Zhu Beiji's memory. "Thank you, esteemed envoy," he exclaimed, pouring himself a drink, though the sweet nectar now tasted bitter, making him grimace. Having enjoyed the breeze by the river, Zhou Qi returned to school, feeling elated after acquiring the 2 precious cards. After a restful night in his dormitory, he awoke refreshed the next morning. With WeChat at his fingertips and funds in his account, and having received his first kiss, Zhou Qi felt as though he had achieved fulfillment overnight. The morning air seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he discovered that due to staff absences, breakfast was less lavish than usual, consisting merely of steamed buns, porridge, and tea eggs. However, the students were unperturbed, focusing on satisfying their hunger rather than the meal's quality. Zhou Qi mechanically consumed a bowl of porridge and 2 buns, swallowing them as if he were an emotionless automaton. "You've done well," a male classmate approached, teasingly sitting beside Zhou Qi with a knowing grin. Zhou Qi, puzzled by his comment, slowed his chewing. "What do you mean?" The classmate pulled out his phone, showing a video. In the dim light of the video, Zhou Qi was flanked by 2 beautiful women, one of whom was feeding him alcohol, Lulu and Qian. Though the clip was merely a few seconds long, it had gone viral, titled "College Students Gone Wild." "I didn't know you were having such a wild time," the boy chuckled. While such videos were not scandalous, as all involved were adults, Zhou Qi felt a twinge of annoyance at the insinuation. Zhou Qi lifted his gaze. "What makes you think I was having fun?" he retorted. "That video merely shows me drinking. If I had done something truly outrageous, it wouldn't have been captured in mere seconds." Gathering his tray, he stood up. "This is clearly someone's deliberate fabrication." Zhou Qi brushed off the incident, as his academic performance was commendable, and the school would not pursue him. Upon reaching the classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere fell silent as Zhou Qi entered. Feeling numerous eyes upon him, some filled with envy, others with mockery, jealousy, or disdain, he remained unfazed, settling into his seat as the whispers resumed, hushed as if fearful he would overhear. Yet, Zhou Qi's hearing was sharper than before, allowing him to catch every word. "Did you see the video? Can you believe he has the audacity to party like that? That place must be expensive. Doesn't he have to sell water at the amusement park on weekends? Can he really afford such a venue? Indeed, look at that empty bottle on the table, that S. Louis XIII, worth over 100,000. Is that for real? You think I'd lie to you? How can he afford such pricey alcohol when he is clearly poor?" Hearing this, the crowd turned to Zhou Qi with knowing glances. Zhou Qi smirked, wanting to declare he was being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Why beat around the bush? He held disdain for such cowardice. At that moment, Jiang Yunyun arrived, glancing at Zhou Qi with a mix of concern and understanding. She had clearly seen the video online. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief, recalling how she and Bai Ling had been pushed aside when those 2 women approached. If they had all appeared in the frame, the consequences could have been rather unpleasant. The chatter and speculation persisted until the teacher's arrival finally silenced the room. Under normal circumstances, many students would choose not to attend, but today, inexplicably, all the boys made their way to the playground. With the keen intuition of their fellow classmates, it was evident that something significant was afoot. Consequently, the remaining students followed suit and joined the physical education class. Having been beaten the day before, his face was still far from healed. Moreover, his bike had gone missing, leaving him with a simmering anger that he didn't know where to direct. Ultimately, he channeled it all onto Zhou Qi. He believed that if he had not crossed paths with Zhou Qi, he surely would not have been beset by such misfortunes one after another. Now, even Jiang Yunyun had ceased to acknowledge him. He blamed all of this on Zhou Qi. "Shall we play basketball?" a male student inquired of Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi glanced at the few prominent players beside him, initially intending to shake his head, but ultimately changed his mind and nodded instead. Standing at a height of 175 meters and weighing no more than 120 pounds, he felt that with such stature, colliding with others would inevitably send him flying. "I say, Jiang, we must not discriminate against us. Who says that just because we are short, we cannot play basketball?" protested another male student, approximately 173 meters tall. With a displeased expression, "I wasn't speaking to you. Mind your own business," Jiang Yunyun retorted without mercy. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi smiled and remarked, "I relish a challenge. Today, you shall remain seated and cheer for me." With that, he and his companions took the court. It was pitiful that their blue team had no substitutes. Apart from Zhou Qi, the others seemed merely to be there to make up the numbers. The teacher acted as referee, and with a whistle, Zhou Qi leapt and swatted the ball away. The opponent was the school's basketball behemoth, towering and muscular. Zhou Qi's 85-meter frame appeared diminutive beside him. A seemingly guaranteed shot was unexpectedly blocked by Zhou Qi's remarkable leap. Damn. The behemoth cursed. In a flash, Zhou Qi dashed past him, received the ball from a teammate, then made a quick stop and shot a three-pointer swish. The arena fell silent for a second before erupting into cheers, with the loudest coming from the girls, especially Jiang Yunyun. On the opposing team, Zhao Li glared at Jiang Yunyun, his frustration mounting. The basketball went through the hoop, and the red team prepared to inbound. The ball was passed to Zhao Li, who maneuvered past defenders, with the behemoth protecting him all the way to the basket. Zhao Li sprang into the air, leveraging the momentum to slam the ball down. Bang! The ball slipped from his hands, forcefully swatted away. What the hell? Zhou Qi just blocked Zhao Li. A boy in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Li's expression darkened as he pursued. Yet, Zhou Qi was significantly faster. He halted at the three-point line and scored again. 6-0. The red team inbound again, with Zhao Li dribbling, determined to attempt a three-pointer, eager to see how Zhou Qi would respond. As he contemplated, he suddenly felt the ball slip away. Run, run, the crowd shouted. The behemoth bolted forward. Bang! Another three-pointer from beyond the arc. Students from other classes, drawn by the excitement, gathered around. The teacher, initially indifferent, started paying attention to Zhou Qi's shots. The red team inbound once more, and Zhao Li, cautious this time, passed the ball to the behemoth, positioning himself beneath the backboard for a pass, his movements flawless, mirroring their previous practices. At last, the behemoth sent the ball soaring toward Zhao Li. Just as Zhao Li reached to catch it, a hand appeared before him. That large hand snatched the ball away as if it were magnetized, and suddenly it was gone. Three-point shot, good. The simultaneous screams and curses from the crowd filled the air. Zhao Li's simmering anger was palpable as he glared at Zhou Qi, wishing he could peel a layer of flesh off him. Jiang Yunyun, however, cheered exuberantly. Awesome. Go, Zhou Qi, we love you. The moment those words left her lips, the surrounding shouts abruptly ceased. Even the players on the court stood frozen, while Zhou Qi continued to dribble, then soared for another layup. Bang! The ball went in, and the audience erupted into ecstatic cheers. Zhou Qi, you are the best. Zhou Qi, you are incredible. Zhou Qi, we love you. The girls screamed, their enthusiasm rivaling that of professional cheerleaders. The teammates of Zhou Qi appeared invigorated, shouting, Zhou Qi, we love you too. They even blew him exaggerated kisses, prompting laughter from the surrounding students. Zhao Li, however, was consumed by darkness as he glanced at his teammates, signaling them with a gesture. They exchanged smiles, their earlier frustration dissipating. The game continued, and once more, the red team prepared to inbound. Zhou Qi suddenly noticed a troubling trend, aside from Zhao Li. All the red team members had surrounded him, clearly intent on marking him tightly. The blue team, realizing they could no longer count on Zhou Qi, hurried after Zhao Li, hoping to replicate his boards or blocks. Unfortunately, they were outmatched in both weight and height. Even a reasonable collision sent one teammate sprawling far back. Zhou Qi chuckled as he executed a feint, skillfully slipping out of the encirclement. At Zhao Li's command, the defenders remained glued to Zhou Qi until suddenly, a covert attack surged towards Zhou Qi's side. The assailant's speed was astonishing, and with other players obstructing the view, the spectators outside barely registered the action. Zhou Qi smirked inwardly and evaded the attack with an uncanny twist. The assailant lost balance and crashed to the ground, a sickening crack resonating as he cried out in agony, My arm is broken. It's broken. Several teammates rushed over, and the teacher barked an order for immediate assistance to the infirmary and to call for an ambulance. Nearby girls quickly dialed their phones. The two members of the red team supported the injured player, hastening to the school clinic. Yet, Zhao Li suddenly shouted, Zhou Qi, shouldn't you apologize to Sun Liang? You clearly pushed him down. Zhou Qi scoffed, Zhao Li, just because you were blind doesn't mean everyone else is. It was Sun Liang who fell, and I believe everyone witnessed it. Jiang Yunyun interjected. It was indeed a chaotic scene, and it was hard to keep track of everything. Only I followed Zhou Qi closely, which is why I saw it so clearly. After she spoke, Zhao Li gritted his teeth and retorted, in such a chaotic situation, how can you be sure it wasn't Zhou Qi who pushed him? What kind of character does he have? Is it a reflection of one's character to frequent nightclubs and drink with voluptuous women? I find it rather unimpressive. The only remaining member of the red team, with a sarcastic tone, made this remark. Soon, other classmates echoed his sentiment, questioning the worth of such character assessments. If that is the case, then Zhou Qi truly owes someone an apology. Zhao Li, a privileged young man, often found himself surrounded by admirers. During moments like this, he hardly needed to say anything, as those around him would readily speak on his behalf. Jiang Yunyun retorted angrily, You all mentioned there are no cameras here. Can you guarantee that this incident is solely Zhou Qi's fault? And can you assure us that at ISNT, The classmates sneered in response. Jiang Yunyun, unable to contain her frustration, was about to argue further when Zhou Qi tugged at her arm and turned to leave. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed him. Zhou Qi, you must apologize, came Zhao Li's voice from a distance. Jiang Yunyun hurried after Zhou Qi. Where are you heading? Didn't you hear what they said? If you don't devise a plan to deal with them, you'll be the one who suffers. Zhou Qi remained silent, walking with determination. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yunyun continued, there is no need to rush. You don't have to speak. I'll find a way to clarify this on the school forum. Those fools. Her last words were laced with a hint of bitterness. Had she known it would end up like this, she would have stopped Zhou Qi from playing in the first place, thus avoiding such a distasteful situation. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhou Qi smiled. What could a grown man possibly need from a little girl like you? Just focus on being a good student. He playfully ruffled Jiang Yunyun's hair. As the physical education class came to an abrupt end, students gradually dispersed. Zhao Li, instead of checking on his injured teammate, fixated his vengeful gaze on Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyun's retreating figures. Zhou Qi, Zhao Li ground his teeth, each syllable seemingly crushed between them, slowly escaping through clenched jaws. Moments later, his sullen expression morphed into cold resolve. Just wait. Achoo. Zhou Qi sneezed. His academic performance was commendable, a fact he appreciated given the challenges he faced to attend this university. After studying for some time, he contemplated what to eat for lunch. As soon as class ended, Jiang Yunyun approached him. Let us go out for Japanese cuisine. I've already reserved a table. Forget it. I'm not fond of Japanese food. Isn't Huadwa cuisine good enough? Zhou Qi exaggeratedly grimaced. Then what do you want to eat? Jiang Yunyun followed closely behind him, seemingly intent on lingering by his side. Upon exiting the classroom, they encountered the head of their department, who was walking against the flow of students heading towards the stairwell. From a distance, his booming voice echoed. Zhou Qi, stop right there. His volume was so immense that nearly everyone on the floor turned to look. Instinctively, students halted and followed his gaze to Zhou Qi in the crowd. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow and paused, while Jiang Yunyun, noticing the situation, gently tugged at his sleeve. This department head was not a pleasant figure. He typically only appeared when he sought to confront someone. He was known for currying favor with the principal and fawning over wealthy students, while treating ordinary students and teachers with disdain. Upon seeing him, many students displayed expressions of contempt. Was he here to pick a fight with Zhou Qi? What reason could he possibly have? Anyone who fell into his sights was simply unlucky. It was best to steer clear of this troublemaker. Some timid students hurriedly left, fearful that the department head might target them next, while bolder ones lingered to observe his intentions. He approached Zhou Qi, and with a patronizing tone suited for addressing ordinary students, he began, Zhou Qi, you are now an adult. Shouldn't you consider the consequences of your actions? Zhou Qi, unyielding, replied, if you have something to say, please do so directly, director. The director scoffed, taken aback by Zhou Qi's defiance. You dare to argue with me after committing such an error? Do you want me to document this as a major infraction? Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Zhou Qi, however, merely sneered. You mentioned a major infraction, but I have done nothing wrong. It would be improper for you to record such a thing. Is that so? Then let us discuss the matter at hand. This morning, a video of you surfaced on the school forum. I presume you know what you were doing in that video? Zhou Qi frowned upon hearing this, realizing that someone had indeed stirred the pot behind the scenes. The director continued, I understand your mindset. You believe that as an adult, you can take responsibility for your actions. However, do not forget, you remain a student of this institution. Your behavior reflects on the school. Imagine if all students behaved as you do, indulging in frivolity and drinking with strangers. What would become of our school? His words sounded earnest, as if he genuinely cared for the institution. The onlookers exchanged glances. The incident had become a case of conflicting narratives. Zhou Qi appeared well-dressed and composed in the video, not partaking in any inappropriate behavior. Yet, it was easy to twist perceptions unfavorably. Jiang Yunyun clenched her fists, contemplating whether to recount the events of that evening, possibly becoming Zhou Qi's witness and evading the director's scrutiny. Before she could decide, the director resumed his tirade, and as if that weren't enough, you seem oblivious to how to interact with your peers. While playing basketball, why did you shove someone down, resulting in a broken arm? At this statement, all eyes turned towards Zhou Qi. Internally, he scoffed, realizing they had been waiting for him. Everyone had seen the video online, and while opinions varied, it wasn't a significant issue for Zhou Qi. However, today's incident involving the basketball, lacking any video evidence, was a different matter entirely. And the fact that a classmate had indeed broken his arm solidified the accusation against him. Zhou Qi found himself without grounds for defense. That is not true. This incident has nothing to do with Zhou Qi. Jiang Yunyun shouted. That guy was the one who charged at Shou-Chi, he dodged. And the fall was entirely his own fault. Confronted with her defense, the director retorted with a scoff, "And what evidence do you possess?" Jiang Yunyan hesitated. She had no proof. Even without it, what could she do? So many witnesses had been present, captivated by Zhou Qi's impressive gameplay, none of whom had thought to record the moment. Now, she regretted not capturing it. The murmurs among the crowd intensified. Could it be true that Zhou Qi really pushed him down? I heard that the arm was broken, but I didn't think it was due to a shove. As one might expect, if one were to fall to the ground, it would be unlikely to result in a fracture. It is evident that such a fall must have been precipitated by another, catching one completely off guard. The crowd murmured, their gazes towards Zhou Qi transforming markedly. Some expressed disdain, while many others displayed contempt. The department head appeared quite pleased with the reaction, smirking as he addressed Zhou Qi, "In your case, I shall report this to the school authorities for evaluation, and you may prepare for whatever punishment awaits you. Zhou Qi, consider yourself fortunate." With that, the department head turned to leave. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes, thinking, "So, after you've ensnared me, you intend to walk away?" The words of the department head had been heard by all present. If he were indeed punished the following day, he would be reduced to a mere insect in the eyes of the entire school. Would they make him a target of scorn? Absolutely not. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Qi seized the opportunity to slip forward unnoticed. In a mere moment, he navigated through the throngs of students, arriving at the corner of the staircase. Students from various classes converged like tributaries, merging into the main corridor. Amidst the bustling crowd, the department head strolled leisurely. Having been tasked by a certain student to ensure that Zhou Qi faced public humiliation along with disciplinary action. Director Qi. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from the front of the throng. Director Qi quickly raised his head and was taken aback to find a youth dressed sharply in a suit. Mr. Han. Recognizing the individual before him, Director Qi hurriedly advanced a few steps to approach him. "I didn't expect you to be so busy, even during lunch break," the young man remarked politely. No, I merely came to meet with a student." Director Qi hastily waved his hands. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he sensed that Mr. Han seemed somewhat off today. It appeared that Director Qi was indeed diligent in his duties. Perhaps the school should bestow upon him an award for his unwavering commitment. The young man smiled gently, yet his piercing gaze enveloped Director Qi like an invisible net, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down the director's forehead. Why did the son of a board member exude such an overwhelming presence? Director Qi felt his knees weaken slightly. Chapter 33. Apology. Director Qi produced a small handkerchief from somewhere, wiping the perspiration from his brow as he forced a smile. "Mr. Han, you jest. I am merely fulfilling my obligations." "Oh? Is it permissible to assist others in slandering a fellow student?" Zhou Qi replied with a subtle smile. Mr. Han was indeed quite handsome, tall and broad-shouldered, with striking features accentuated by his tailored suit, embodying an air of elitism. The usually arrogant Director Qi treated Mr. Han with utmost deference, simply because the young man's father was a board member, an influential figure not to be trifled with. Students meandering by were taken aback to witness Director Qi's demeanor, coming to a halt to observe the interaction. With his head slightly bowed, Director Qi cast a furtive glance around. "Mr. Han, if there is something you wish to discuss, perhaps we could do so in my office?" He nodded respectfully, adding, "Please, wait a moment." He then raised his voice sharply. "Why are you still standing here? Class is over. Go eat." The students took a couple of symbolic steps forward, only to halt again. Director Qi's face twitched in frustration. "Are my words falling on deaf ears? Do we receive demerits for ignoring you?" One student boldly retorted. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Director Qi's face flushed crimson. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, especially in front of so many? "Did you not hear what I said?" Director Qi gritted his teeth, glaring at the students. While they remained silent, they collectively took a step back, granting him a semblance of respect while indulging their curiosity. At that moment, Director Qi resolved to implement stringent rules, ensuring that his authority would be acknowledged in public or else face disciplinary measures. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow. Finding amusement in Director Qi's predicament, his spirits lifted significantly. Director Qi, still grappling with the unruly students, was interrupted by Mr. Han's voice. He promptly turned around, his previously furious expression morphing into one of sycophantic eagerness. "Yes, I am listening. I merely wish to inquire about your views on privately punishing students. When unfounded videos are presented as evidence for severe penalties, what are your thoughts, Director Qi? And regarding students playing ball, was it malicious intent or mere accident that led to the hasty judgment?" Zhou Qi maintained an impassive expression, yet his chilling gaze ensnared Director Qi completely. Despite his outward smile, the director felt a shiver run down his spine. The cold sweat continued to accumulate, soaking through his handkerchief. "Mr. Han, you misunderstand." "I," Director Qi stammered. Director Chi, there's no need for such tension, Zhou Qi replied, his tone laced with irony. Director Chi dared not respond casually. His mind raced, attempting to formulate a response, yet he found himself unable to locate Zhou Qi amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunyun stood rooted in place, confused. Wasn't the board member's son Zhou Qi? Why was everyone addressing him as Mr. Han? What are you saying, Qi Kaiming? When did I ever suggest he deserves severe punishment? Jiang Yunyun retorted, disdain evident in her voice. She held no respect for Director Qi, regarding him as an aging, unattractive figure who merely bullied others and ingratiated himself. Zhou Qi is not present. There has been a misunderstanding regarding today's events. I will ensure that the student clarifies this directly with you. While he spoke, Director Qi plotted in his mind, planning to personally escort Zhou Qi to Mr. Han, hoping to ingratiate himself further with the influential young man. However, Mr. Han shattered his calculations, stating calmly, no need for that. Instead, you should personally apologize to him. This will exemplify your role as a model educator. What? Director Qi was taken aback, his face paling in shock. How could he, a department head, be expected to apologize to an ordinary university student? The surrounding crowd began to murmur, speculating on the unlikelihood of such an event. Director Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, is there truly no alternative to resolve this matter, Mr. Han? Qi Kaiming wore a mournful expression, feeling utterly humiliated. He found himself incapable of uttering an apology in front of the assembled crowd. No need to apologize, Mr. Han interjected, which filled Qi Kaiming's heart with fleeting joy. However, Mr. Han continued, you should clarify the details of this matter to the principal. It will be up to the principal to decide whether you should apologize or if Zhou Qi should receive a reprimand. At those words, Qi Kaiming gasped in shock. Chapter 34. The heart reflects the countenance. Zhou Qi required Director Qi to recount the situation to the principal accurately. If Director Qi were to embellish the account, he would be reporting falsehoods. In the former scenario, it would be Director Qi who faced dire consequences. In the latter, Zhou Qi would be the one in peril. Thus, upon hearing this, Director Qi felt a wave of terror wash over him. He feared that his confession might lead to immediate dismissal by the principal. As he stood there, perspiration streaming down his face, Zhou Qi subtly curved his lips in amusement. He took a step forward, looking down at Director Qi and pressing him to speak. Had he made a decision, or should Zhou Qi approach the principal himself? Please no, Qi Kaiming exclaimed, terrified at the thought of Zhou Qi speaking on his behalf. Such an act would carry a weight far more severe than his own words. Would the principal still afford him any leniency after hearing the son of a board member? The answer was unequivocally no. He hastily waved his hands, insisting, there is no need for you to intervene. I can discuss this privately with Zhou Qi. It won't trouble you. The cold sweat that had initially dripped from his forehead now poured down in streams, soaking his clothes as if he had just emerged from a downpour. One question gnawed at him. Why had Mr. Han suddenly appeared to speak on Zhou Qi's behalf? Was there something about Zhou Qi that he was unaware of? It seemed imperative that he investigate further. Perhaps he might uncover some new revelations. Since that's settled, I have no time to linger here in idle conversation, Mr. Han declared before attempting to turn away. Qi Kaiming inclined his body in a gesture of farewell. Mr. Han, please don't rush off. At that moment, a female classmate approached. Zhou Qi halted and turned to face her, just as he had hoped their conversation would conclude. Another female classmate had stepped forward. Jiang Yunyun bit her lip, suppressing the urge to move from her spot. What is it? Zhou Qi inquired, regarding the young lady. Mr. Han, you are truly impressive. May I have your phone number? Should I encounter any issues, I would like to reach out for your guidance. The classmate blinked her large eyes and gazed up at Zhou Qi, while a delicate hand subtly reached for his arm. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, marveling at Jiang Yunyun's audacity to speak so openly in front of the crowd. Did she truly believe that Mr. Han had an inclination towards her? It was laughable. They should just observe Director Qi's expression. It was utterly comical. Qi Kaiming's face twitched in disbelief. What audacity did Jiang Yunyun possess to address Mr. Han in his presence? If the board member were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly reprimand him for poor management. Mr. Han, how about joining us for dinner this evening? Jiang Yunyun persisted, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Zhou Qi deftly evaded her reaching hand, maintaining a smile as he replied, do you truly agree with everything I said today? Jiang Yunyun glanced at Director Qi, then shook her head gently. Of course not. If everything you said were correct, Director Qi might very well flay me alive. If you believe my statements are incorrect, why do you seek my number? Zhou Qi smiled. I apologize, but I cannot provide it. Jiang Yunyun quickly bit her lip. I was merely joking. Mr. Han's words are indeed reasonable. What reasoning do you speak of? Zhou Qi persisted. Do share your thoughts. Let us all hear them. Jiang Yunyun felt cornered, but then her eyes flickered as she called over Jiang Yunyun. Why not let Mr. Han hear her perspective? She knows Zhou Qi best. Zhou Qi regarded Jiang Yunyan with a bemused expression. Then, dear classmate, why don't you share your insights? Qi Kaiming was anxious to prevent Jiang Yunyan from speaking. He understood that her privileged background would embolden her. If she were to utter anything unflattering, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Cough, cough. Qi Kaiming cleared his throat. Mr. Han, it's nearly time for dinner. Perhaps you could join us? I have but one thing to say. Zhou Qi has done nothing wrong, if there is blame to assign. It is to those who have conspired against him. Jiang Yunyan boldly declared, ignoring Qi Kaiming's frantic gestures. Oh, Jiang Yunyan beamed. Jiang, you truly are Zhou Qi's closest ally. Your words are so supportive of him. Jiang Yunyan had long held a disdain for Jiang Yunyan, who, with her moderate wealth and beauty, had captured the attention of many boys, including Zhali, whom Jiang Yunyan fancied. Qi Kaiming's jealousy was palpable as he observed Jiang Yunyan openly supporting Zhou Qi. He wondered how Jiang Yunyan had managed to evade the wrath of the petty-minded Director Qi. It was indeed a masterful move. As expected, Qi Kaiming's expression darkened at Jiang Yunyan's assertion. Dear classmate, are you familiar with the adage, the heart reflects the countenance? Mr. Han suddenly interjected. Jiang Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to admit familiarity or ignorance. Mr. Han did not allow her confusion to linger, stating directly, are you envious that more people are attracted to Jiang than to you? What? Jiang Yunyan's bewilderment deepened. The board member's son was making leaps in logic that she could not follow. The surrounding crowd exchanged puzzled glances, while Jiang Yunyan remained oblivious to the unfolding conversation. However, upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, her face flushed a deep pink. What are you trying to convey? Jiang Yunyan's heart raced. Did the board member's son intend to confess his feelings for her in front of everyone? Is it that my affection means you need not envy Jiang? The heart reflects the countenance. Jiang Yunyan pondered, realizing that the root of her unpopularity lay within herself. Perhaps engaging in acts of kindness would enhance her appeal. Are you implying that I am unattractive? Jiang Yunyan's expression soured as she glowered at Zhou Qi, her voice deliberate and measured. Chapter 35. Severe punishment. Even as Jiang Yunyan's demeanor grew darker and her gaze more feeble, she garnered no sympathy from the board member's son. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of Jiang's book. Be kind to your classmates, cultivate a sense of justice, and with a decade of effort, you may inch closer to her standing. In time, you might attract more admirers. Jiang Yunyan, lost in her thoughts, heard the board member's son continue. The onlookers exchanged puzzled looks, mirroring Qi Kaiming's confusion. They collectively assumed that Zhou Qi and Jiang shared a deep bond. On what grounds do you deem me unattractive? Jiang Yunyan demanded, her pride stung. Unattractiveness is subjective. Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? Must I elucidate them for you? Self-awareness is a virtue. Thus, it would be prudent for you to engage in learning from others, as your current state leaves much to be desired. The son of the board member circumvented Jiang Yin and approached Jiang Yuyun. He inquired if this classmate had time for lunch, suggesting a meal together. Sure. Jiang Yuyun blushed at Zhou Qi's unexpected compliment, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, even the tips of her ears reddening. Ignoring the curious gazes around them, they proceeded toward the staircase, one in front and the other behind. You can't just walk away. Jiang Yin intended to confront Jiang Yuyun. But now she found herself belittled by the board member's son, feeling a surge of indignation she could not easily swallow. Why should Jiang Yunyan always look down on her? This was unacceptable. It was the same with Zhali, and now this board member's son as well. Jiang Yin quickly stepped in front of them, delivering a harsh slap to Jiang Yunyan's face. It was all due to her face. Without it, these people wouldn't be so enamored. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, causing those nearby to gasp in shock. Qi Kaiming was also startled, following Jiang Yin closely. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed the board member's son gripping Jiang Yan's delicate wrist, which now bore a bright red imprint. Qi Kaiming's heart raced. He then heard the board member's son speak in a calm tone. Director Qi must have seen this. This Jiang classmate has gone too far. Such provocation will surely warrant severe punishment from the school. Cold sweat trickled down Qi Kaiming's back, and he barely managed to speak. Such blatant favoritism was not lost on Qi Kaiming. Why should I be punished? I am the one who was struck. Jiang Yin shouted indignantly. Qi Kaiming retorted angrily. Be quiet. Were you not the one who instigated this? Jiang Yunyan was merely acting in self-defense. If you were wise, you would stop talking. No, I will report you. Jiang Yin screamed frantically. Jiang Yunyan glanced nervously at Zhou Qi, who appeared unfazed. Let us go eat. He suggested cheerfully. Yes, go ahead. I'll handle this. Qi Kaiming quickly added. Jiang Yunyan allowed Zhou Qi to lead her away from the classroom, as students in the corridor gradually dispersed. As Qi Kaiming turned to leave, Jiang Yin approached him. Director Qi, you cannot leave. You must clarify this today, or I also have matters to discuss with the school leaders. Qi Kaiming shot her a glance, The obsequious expression on his face vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. "Follow me," he commanded. They left in tandem with the crowd. Jiang Yunyan hastily led Zhou Qi to a secluded playground, where fewer people gathered, particularly during lunchtime. "Did you forget that I can perform hypnosis?" Zhou Qi said with a mischievous grin. "Really?" Jiang Yunyan clearly doubted him. Zhou Qi waved dismissively. "Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Today, I seem to have had good fortune to fool so many people." Jiang Yunyan regarded him skeptically, and just then, a male student passed by. She stepped forward and grabbed him. "Do you recognize him?" "Isn't that Zhou Qi?" the boy exclaimed, looking horrified as if he'd encountered a lunatic. Jiang Yunyan rolled her eyes and released him. "Do you believe me now?" Zhou Qi asked with a grin. Jiang Yunyan nodded, but then recalled his earlier comments, causing her face to flush once more. "Were those things you said true?" she whispered. Zhou Qi, caught off guard, replied, Jiang Yunyan stomped her foot in frustration. She couldn't possibly repeat his words. "If you didn't understand, then forget it," she said, her cheeks flushed as she walked toward the cafeteria. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow and sauntered along behind her. After they departed, a figure emerged from behind a nearby tree, intently watching their retreating forms, his eyes glinting with malice. After a considerable time, once the two figures vanished from sight, he turned and disappeared from the scene. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyan attracted numerous curious glances. "Isn't that Jiang Yunyan? Didn't she just leave with that board member's son? Why is she here for lunch so soon? So did she betray Zhou Qi or the board member's son?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to be overheard," Jiang Yunyan muttered angrily under her breath, feeling embarrassed by Zhou Qi's presence. Once seated with his meal, Zhou Qi overheard Jiang Yunyan's grumbling. He stifled a laugh. "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, the words laced with a hint of resentment. As someone who had always maintained her innocence, never even holding hands or sharing a kiss with a boy, she now faced the embarrassment of being perceived as unfaithful. Glancing up at Zhou Qi, who was enjoying his meal, she felt a surge of annoyance. In retaliation, she firmly stepped on his foot. "Ouch!" Zhou Qi exclaimed, caught off guard. Jiang Yunyan felt a sense of satisfaction, but before she could fully relish it, a voice interrupted. "What brings you here? Get lost." She looked up to see a tall male classmate from their class, known for his less than appealing looks, resembling a monkey according to some girls. His expression confirmed her thoughts. Shikale managed to suppress the pain in his foot and turned to Zhou Qi. "Brother Zhou, I'm not looking for lackeys, so keep your distance." Zhou Qi disdainfully pushed his face away. Shikale remained undeterred. "Old Zhou, the sports meet is approaching. Please sign up for the 3,000 meters." Most boys in their class were not athletic. They were as sedentary as ancient turtles. This time, however, the sports department had been taunting them for too long. Eager to see them humiliated, as the sports representative, Shikale needed to minimize the embarrassment, or he might not even be able to show his face in class again. He had already recruited several of the more athletic students, but he still needed someone for the endurance-demanding 3,000 meters. "Brother Zhou," Shikale pleaded earnestly, his eyes blinking rapidly, trying to establish a connection. Zhou Qi, still expressing disdain, replied, "I'll think about it. Please don't." Shikale clasped his hands in a pleading gesture. "I beg you." Jiang Yunyan couldn't hold back her laughter, bursting out as she waved her hands. "Continue. Pretend I'm not here. Yunyan, why not sign up for a girls' event too?" Shikale suggested eagerly. Jiang Yunyan, mid-sip, inadvertently sprayed her drink, narrowly missing Zhou Qi's face. Zhou Qi swiftly lifted his foot and kicked Shikale under the table. Kailuo, grimacing as he clutched his foot that had been stepped on, addressed his companions. "You've trampled and laughed enough. If you don't sign up soon, it would be quite disrespectful to me." Despite his discomfort, Kailuo's good temper prevailed, and he remained unperturbed. Zhou Qi, observing his friend's predicament, sighed and waved dismissively. "Go on. Go on. Don't interfere with your father's appetite." Upon hearing this, Kailuo broke into a wide grin. "All right, take your time. I'll take my leave." He then hobbled away. "You really are going?" Jiang Yunyan exclaimed, astonished. She had never witnessed Zhou Qi participating in activities before. "Now that I've called him father, I can't let my son embarrass me, can I?" Zhou Qi chuckled as he took a sip of soup and continued, prompting Jiang Yunyan to give him a thumbs up. However, on his way, he unexpectedly encountered Director Qi, who appeared equally taken aback. After all, not long ago, someone had supported Zhou Qi and urged him to apologize, making it difficult for Director Qi to dismiss the situation from his mind. Simultaneously, a dilemma plagued Director Qi. Should he apologize to this student? After all, he was merely an ordinary student. Why should a respected department have apologized to him? It seemed justifiable to refrain from doing so. Yet, if he chose silence, would the board member's son become aware of the incident? What repercussions would he face if that were to happen? as the distance between them narrowed. The internal conflict within Director Chi intensified. Ultimately, the part of him that wished to apologize triumphed over his pride, for he dared not take such a risk. The position he had secured required more than a mere trifle of effort, and he did not wish to falter in this regard. Amidst the bustling crowd of students, Director Chi felt his throat dry with anxiety, swallowing twice before finding some relief. Zhou Qi had no intention of acknowledging the director, so at the moment they crossed paths, he acted as if he had not seen him and attempted to leave. "Stop right there." Director Qi, who had initially intended to apologize, found his temper flaring again upon witnessing Zhou Qi's dismissal. The passers-by instinctively halted at the director's sharp command, and soon a crowd began to gather. "Director Qi, what's the matter?" Zhou Qi was compelled to speak up. "What sort of attitude is this? Can't you even greet someone when you see them?" Director Qi frowned. If they had been at a distance, it might have been excusable, but they were nearly face-to-face, and Zhou Qi had the audacity to ignore him. "Oh, it's you." Director Qi. "Hello." Zhou Qi replied with a slight smile. "I apologize, Director Qi. I have already offered my apologies. Are you truly going to hold this against me?" Zhou Qi locked eyes with Director Qi. A tremor of realization coursed through Director Qi. He finally remembered that he had initially intended to apologize to Zhou Qi. Yet, their earlier friction had clouded his intention, and he wondered if Zhou Qi might seek out the board member's son once more. "I'm not unreasonable. I wouldn't hold such a trivial matter against you." Director Qi's tone softened, though still lacking warmth. "Oh, then thank you, Director Qi. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now," Zhou Qi said with a smile, preparing to depart. "Wait." Just as Zhou Qi was about to step away, Director Qi interjected once more. The students who had intended to leave instinctively paused. With Director Qi present, gossip was inevitable. Zhou Qi, puzzled, turned back to inquire, "Is there something you need, Director Qi?" He then caught the director speaking hastily in a low voice. "What?" Even with Zhou Qi's heightened senses from recent training, he could not make out the words. "It's nothing. You may go." Director Qi waved his hand, indifferent to whether Zhou Qi had heard him or not. In that moment, Zhou Qi grasped the situation, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Director Qi, your method of apologizing is quite amusing. Is that meant for me or just for yourself?" "Apologize?" The surrounding students had not caught Director Qi's earlier words but heard Zhou Qi's. Some realized that Director Qi had come to apologize due to Mr. Han's comments. Laughter erupted among the crowd, prompting Director Qi to glare and shout, "If you keep laughing, I'll be sure to have a word with each of you." Unperturbed, Zhou Qi continued, "In that case, I graciously accept Director Qi's apology. I hope you will continue to work diligently." With that, Zhou Qi departed amidst the laughter and Director Qi's indignant shouts. Chapter 37. The competition begins in just a few days. The sports festival would commence. During this time, Zhou Qi managed to send some money to his mother, though he was careful not to send too much, fearing it would raise suspicions. With this sum, his mother could receive proper treatment for her illness, and he planned to discreetly deposit the funds into the hospital's account, ensuring everything remained confidential. With his worries alleviated, Zhou Qi felt a newfound lightness in his life. Lying on his dormitory bed, he retrieved his treasure pouch in preparation for the upcoming sports festival. Having already promised Kailuo, he knew he must be ready. In truth, Zhou Qi's athletic abilities were commendable. However, Kailuo had vested considerable hopes in him, and losing was simply not an option. As Zhou Qi strategized, others were busy plotting as well. "This will be easy, Li Gu. Just wait and see." A sycophantic follower grinned maliciously. Zhou Qi had become a thorn in Zhao Li's side. If he didn't remove it himself, he would find no peace. When Kailuo approached him, Zhao Li had initially been reluctant, but upon hearing that Kailuo wanted to confront Zhou Qi, he agreed without hesitation. This presented an opportunity, a chance to humiliate Zhou Qi. The atmosphere at the sports festival was electric, with students gathering in throngs, their cheers rising in crescendo. Jiang Yunyan supported Zhou Qi as he warmed up, drawing envious glances from others. Even Bai Ling approached and paused beside Zhou Qi. Typically aloof, Bai Ling spoke with her characteristic coolness, "Make sure to warm up properly. Otherwise, you risk injury." Zhou Qi nodded vigorously, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll prepare thoroughly." Jiang Yunyan, fuming beside them, could only stomp her foot in frustration, unable to chase Bai Ling away, and resorted to sulking with a bottle of water. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, also warming up, clenched his fists, his gaze dark as he fixated on Zhou Qi, wishing he could bore a hole through him with his glare. Regrettably, Zhou Qi offered him no acknowledgement, while Jiang Yunyan shot him a scornful look. "Zhou Qi, be cautious of that Zhao Li. Women have an innate intuition," and Jiang Yunyan couldn't help but warn him. "Rest assured, I am well aware." Zhou Qi replied with a radiant smile, though inside he felt a chilling resolve. Should Zhao Li dare to lay a hand on him, he would ensure the other paid dearly. As they whispered among themselves, Zhao Li's desire to confront Zhou Qi intensified. This was no longer merely about Jiang Yunyun. It was about Zhou Qi himself, and Zhao Li was determined not to let him remain unchallenged. With warm-ups nearing completion, everyone gathered at the starting line. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling stepped back, and before leaving, Jiang Yunyun shot a pointed glance at Zhao Li. With a resounding gunshot, the competitors at the starting line surged forward. This was a 3,000-meter race, not a 50 or 100 meters. Hence, no one exerted themselves to the utmost from the outset. Rather, they ambled forward at a leisurely pace. The track here measured 400 meters per lap, making the 3,000 meters equivalent to 7.5 laps. Zhou Qi pondered for a long while, having reached the foundational stage of his training. All his bodily functions had improved. He felt that using any external aids would be tantamount to taking advantage of his fellow university students. Thus, he chose to rely solely on his own strength, convinced that merely wishing to win the race would suffice. Nonetheless, he had prepared some charms to enhance his physical capabilities, just in case of any unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that he wouldn't waste time. As the gun fired, he began to run at a steady pace. This speed proved to be the most energy efficient for his current physique, but for the surrounding students, keeping up was somewhat arduous. What kind of medicine did Zhou Qi take today? How is he running so fast? They wondered. After all, this was a 3,000-meter race. There was no need to speculate about any hidden advantages. The sports students, however, were not inclined to let someone else surpass them in their stronghold. Seeing Zhou Qi take off, they too began to chase after him. Zhao Li was also present, while it was merely a long-distance run. He was determined not to let Zhou Qi pull too far ahead, so he quickened his pace as well. About a dozen students participated in the long run. And after excluding a few athletes, Zhou Qi and Zhao Li, the remaining students who lagged behind began to feel somewhat embarrassed. Is it really appropriate for us to be trailing like this? One asked, prompting the others to exchange glances. Soon, they all gritted their teeth and accelerated, pushing forward. Zhou Qi ran effortlessly, showing no signs of strain, while the athletes closely followed, displaying little difference in their performance. Zhao Li, who regularly trained, found the 3,000 meters manageable. However, the sight of those left behind was rather disheartening. From the stands, Shikale cheered fervently for Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, we're counting on you. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous events taking place on the track and the surrounding field. Given Zhou Qi's current prowess, shattering a world record seemed within reach. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile and thus restrained his speed, calculating that he must not exceed the world record pace, lest he invite unnecessary trouble, something he dreaded. Zhao Li, who was trailing not far behind, fixed his gaze on a specific point on the track. Upon noticing an additional figure there, he exhaled softly, and his speed seemed to increase markedly. As time passed, Zhou Qi distanced himself from the athletes behind him. They soon realized that catching up to him would be no easy feat. Zhou Qi had calculated that maintaining this speed posed no issues. Go, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, we love you, called out his classmates from the sidelines, to which Zhou Qi responded by waving back. However, Zhao Li, who had been mingling among the athletes, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing Zhou Qi's gesture. Now was the moment. Suddenly, a shot put was inadvertently launched from the field, hurtling towards Zhou Qi. The shot put approached rapidly, and Zhao Li, closely following Zhou Qi, watched with crimson eyes. They had conspired that the shot put would strike Zhou Qi's calf, not his body. It wouldn't cost him his life, but it could very well break his leg. Imagining Zhou Qi with a broken leg thrilled Zhao Li immensely. As the shot put barreled towards Zhou Qi, Zhao Li, in his excitement, surged ahead several places. Is it really okay to do this among a group of athletes? Questioned one of the sports students. The incident unfolded in the blink of an eye. While the crowd cheered, the next moment, they caught sight of the flying shot put. Gasps of shock filled the air. Before anyone could shout a warning, Zhou Qi deftly dodged the projectile and continued to sprint forward. Strangely, the shot put, which should have rolled ahead, suddenly changed direction and rolled back behind Zhou Qi. In mere fractions of a second, Zhou Qi had left, and those behind him were sent sprawling by the shot put. The unluckiest among them was Zhao Li, who avoided being tripped by the shot put only to be knocked over by a towering athlete ahead of him. Zhao Li fell to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his forearm. The long race comprised 3 segments. Zhou Qi led the charge, followed by the athletes, with ordinary students trailing last. The shot put had effectively disrupted the middle group's pace, causing the final group to shift into the second tier. As Zhou Qi crossed the finish line, his classmates were still at least a lap behind. Incredible! Shikale exclaimed, enveloping Zhou Qi in a warm embrace. Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling joined in. Meanwhile, the timing teacher wore a perplexed expression. Could there be an issue with my timer? 9 minutes and 35 seconds? What record is this? He became increasingly agitated. This is astonishing. For ordinary university students, completing 3,000 meters in 12 minutes was considered commendable. Even for athletes, this was the benchmark, with a bit more effort yielding 11 minutes. Yet, Zhou Qi had completed the distance in under 10 minutes, an astonishingly rapid pace. Moreover, he had done so without any apparent strain, almost as if he could have pushed himself even further. Not to mention, such speed could certainly earn him accolades in a major competition. With further training, securing a medal seemed well within reach. The teacher responsible for timing, a faculty member from the sports department, gazed at Zhou Qi as if envisioning a gleaming medal. "Student, which department are you from? Have you considered transferring?" he inquired with a smile. Zhou Qi shook his head. "I'm quite happy here. I don't wish to transfer." "Think about it. A change might just transform your life," the teacher persisted. Meanwhile, Zhali had been carried off on a stretcher by the school nurse, and several athletes who had sustained varying degrees of injury were assisted away. As the stretcher passed by Zhou Qi, Zhali caught sight of him and gritted his teeth. "Zhou Qi, you wait for me." Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Unfortunately, due to his injuries, Zhali could only allow the nurse to take him away, stealing the chicken but losing the rice. Jiang Yunyun stuck out her tongue at Zhali's retreating figure. Zhou Qi found her description amusing, his irritation dissipating. Just as he was about to leave, the teacher persisted. "Consider it. With your speed, you'd surely be a top student here. I will do my utmost to nurture your talent and even assist you in applying for the national team." Upon hearing the teacher's remarks, Jiang Yunyun suddenly became intrigued. "Is the teacher an excellent runner?" "More than excellent. In my many years as an educator, this is the first time I have encountered such a promising talent," the teacher exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "No matter what major you are currently studying, I suggest you consider transferring to our program. You need not fret about any procedural issues. I shall assist you. Just trust me, and your future will undoubtedly be bright." As they conversed, the remaining classmates gradually reached the finish line. Shikale couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the teacher's words. He turned to the nearby athletes, raising an eyebrow and laughing. "What did I tell you? Victory was certain. You couldn't even manage to wear your shorts properly. Our friend completed the race in just over 9 minutes. Haha." His loud proclamation caught the attention of most around them, especially the athletes, who frowned upon hearing that Zhou Qi had finished in less than 10 minutes. They were acutely aware of what such speed indicated. It was no wonder the teacher was so fixated on Zhou Qi. The hostile gazes from the crowd made Zhou Qi feel uneasy. Touching his nose, he decided it wise to avoid further entanglement. "Teacher, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I think I shall take my leave." "Oh, please don't go," Shikale interjected, stepping in front of Zhou Qi. "Teacher, he just finished a 3,000-meter race. Let him rest for a moment." The teacher attempted to protest, but Shikale, with his long legs, dashed away alongside Zhou Qi. Moments later, the results for the 3,000 meters were announced, and Zhou Qi rightfully claimed the championship title. Wow, it truly was under 10 minutes. How on earth did he manage that? The male athletes cursed. What an impressive young man. I genuinely wish to meet him. What was his name again? Zhou Qi, right? I must go and make his acquaintance. The female athletes giggled. The boys appeared disgruntled, while the girls' gazes began to drift toward Zhou Qi's direction. Not long after, Jiang Yunyun caught up with Zhou Qi. He responded lazily, "What's the fuss? It's not like I'm the one who got hurt. But you shouldn't be too complacent. That guy is quite devious." Jiang Yunyun expressed her concern. "So, your name is Zhou Qi?" Just as they stepped out of the playground's boundaries, a group of girls suddenly approached them. Each girl possessed long legs and enviable figures. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow. "That's me. How may I assist you, lovely ladies?" "Assist? Not at all. We merely wish to get to know you." The leading girl replied with a smile. "Yes, we would also like to get acquainted." At that moment, a male voice echoed from behind Zhou Qi. Chapter 39. The contest not far behind stood a group of tall, muscular boys. Is this pale chicken really a challenge? I see not just a pale chicken, but a pretty boy, the kind that makes one nauseous. So weak, I could take him down with a single punch. One of them scoffed. This is a civilized society. Put away your bravado. But perhaps we could find a way for him to call me daddy. Zhou Qi, uninterested, attempted to leave with Jiang Yunyun. Don't go. Why not show us what you can do? If you're truly frightened, kneel and call us daddy, and you may leave. One of the boys stepped in front of Zhou Qi, blocking his path. This boy towered over Zhou Qi by at least half a head, his muscles rivaling those of Schwarzenegger. The mere act of stopping Zhou Qi exuded an overwhelming presence. What is there to fear? Zhou Qi sighed, raising his head to meet the opponent's gaze. The girls laughed, their curiosity piqued. We would like to see who is more formidable, Brother Chow or this Zhou classmate. The other boys joined in laughter. If you're not afraid, then don't act like a turtle and run away. Let us have a contest. Despite the time that had passed, no one had dared to challenge Brother Chow until now. It's about time these weaklings realize that winning a single 3,000-meter race doesn't make them exceptional. Next time they see us, they'll be bowing in submission. Their loud voices attracted a growing crowd, quickly surrounding them. Shikail stepped forward, blocking Shou-Chi. Xiaoming, what are you up to? Are you here to pick a fight as a member of the sports department? We're not here to cause trouble. Your comrades are the ones who suggested a contest. And we can't simply decline. Xiaoming replied with a smirk. Shikail was taken aback by the audacity of his words. What nonsense! You believe what he says? Jiang Union interjected sharply. Who do you think you are, Shikail? In the presence of Brother Chao, you have no right to speak, do you, Brother Chao? A male student said, looking at Xiaoming with admiration. Xiaoming sneered. Indeed, if you dare to proclaim that your management department is inferior to our sports department, I shall let it slide. At this, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Who is this person? How dare he make such bold claims? He is the star student from the sports department, Xiaoming. Rumor has it he has secured positions in 2 national competitions, quite impressive. Well, who could contend with someone of his caliber? We are intellectuals, while they are brawlers. They are not comparable. As they spoke, Xiaoming's group laughed even harder. So, are you considering conceding? Shikail, who already had a contentious relationship with them, felt his anger boil at their taunts. Concede? You can forget that. I will compete with you today. Fine. If you lose, as I stated earlier, you will call the winner daddy in front of everyone. Xiaoming replied coldly. I'm not afraid of you. What shall we compete in? Shikail retorted, though he was not as muscular, their heights were similar, making it hard to gauge a victor based solely on appearance. Let us keep it simple. How about pull-ups? Xiaoming proposed. Agreed, Shikail declared, shedding his shirt with a roar. Just then, they noticed a pull-up bar not far from them, and the crowd quickly gravitated toward it. Let us go, Jiang Union urged. Seeing that the focus had shifted to Shikail, she quickly pulled Shou-Chi, not wanting him to engage with the rowdy athletes. They were even more bothersome than Zhaoli. Each was tall and burly. If Shou-Chi clashed with them, the outcome was uncertain, and given their numbers, it was wise to avoid conflict. Are you not curious who will win? Shou-Chi glanced toward the pull-up bar. Let us go and see. Jiang Union hesitated but eventually followed him as he stepped forward. As they reached the bar, they began their pull-up contest. Initially, both were evenly matched, but as time passed, Shikail's movements began to slow, while Xiaoming remained unfazed. The classmates from the same department began to cheer for Shikail, while those accompanying Xiaoming scoffed. What is the point in cheering? No amount of support will help him. He's simply isn't capable. Veins bulged on Shikail's neck as he struggled, his face reddening. Shut up, he yelled through gritted teeth. If I don't shut up, you still won't be able to defeat Brother Chao. After the boy finished speaking, he indeed fell silent, but soon Shikail also tumbled off the horizontal bar. So, you lost, right? Hurry up and shout it out in front of everyone. Don't forget to call me daddy when we meet in the future. Xiaoming jumped down from the bar, his face devoid of color but with a cold sneer. Shikail looked utterly defeated, filled with shame, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. The surrounding students from the same department protested. Isn't this bullying? You must have trained every day. This statement resonated with many, and heads began to nod in agreement. Xiaoming chuckled. You think we're bullying you? No one here is speaking up, and your expressions are telling. All right, how about this? You send 10 people to compete against me, and we'll tally your total scores. Does that still count as bullying? Wow, Xiaogu is amazing, exclaimed the classmates following him. However, not a single student from the crowd stepped forward. They knew all too well that even 10 of them would struggle to match his prowess. Xiaoming had just completed nearly 200 pull-ups. 10 of them would hardly stand a chance against him alone. What's wrong? Are you really that timid? A male student from the sports department laughed. The crowd exchanged glances, and a few boys contemplated stepping forward, but suddenly, a languid voice emerged from the throng. 10 against 1 seems like too much. How about I take on 8 of you instead? Chapter 40. Let's do it one-handed. Xiaoming and his group comprised 8 individuals, while Shou-Chi had now proposed a challenge of 1 against 8. Shou-Chi, don't think I'm not giving you a chance. If you concede now, we won't bring up any other conditions, Xiaoming said with a cold smile. Shou-Chi raised an eyebrow. Not just you. I have conditions too. Shikail pulled Shou-Chi aside, whispering, let us just drop it. They're all too formidable. We stand no chance. Jiang Union added in frustration. Why are you looking for trouble? Do you think you can compete with them? Shou-Chi gave them both a calming look. Xiaoming and his group overheard Shikail's words and jeered, come on, can you stop boasting? Who do you think you are to take on 8 of us? Why don't you kneel and admit your mistake, and we might let you off? I've never heard such audacious words. Facing our Chao Gu is one thing, but daring to take on 8 of us is quite another. Shou-Chi gently patted Shikail's shoulder before turning back with a smile. Let us make a wager today. Are you really daring enough to take on 8 of us? Xiaoming squinted slightly, eyeing Shou-Chi. Zhou Qi stood at about 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin and no significant muscle mass, appearing rather like an ordinary university student. If there was any distinction, it was merely his striking good looks, which led Chao Ming to dismiss him as a pretty boy, weak and incomparable to himself. Of course, Zhou Qi replied with an infuriating grin. Chao Ming sneered, "All right. Let us wager according to our previous agreement." "No problem, but I have an additional condition." Zhou Qi's smile widened. "Didn't your buddy just say that? Kneel and admit you were wrong." Chao Ming pondered for a moment. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Zhou Qi asked with a bright smile. "The one who is scared is a coward." Chao Ming bellowed. "That condition is added." "Fine." Zhou Qi spread his hands. "Let us not waste time, everyone. Let us go all out." With that, Zhou Qi hopped onto the horizontal bar first. The commotion attracted more spectators, and many students from the sports department arrived, surprised to see Chao Ming and his 7 companions on the bar. Regardless of his social standing, Chao Ming's strength was undeniable. Many who had previously challenged him were thoroughly defeated, making him somewhat of a celebrity in the sports department. As the competition commenced, everyone instinctively pulled out their phones to record. Shikale, unable to dissuade Zhou Qi, reluctantly took on the role of referee. The surrounding crowd began counting. "Start." With Shikale's loud command, 9 individuals sprang into action simultaneously. In the beginning, it was hard to tell who was faster. Their speeds were similar. However, after 100 repetitions, Chao Ming's companions began to slow down, while Chao Ming himself showed no signs of fatigue. He glanced sideways at Zhou Qi, who was maintaining his pace, which surprised him. 2 minutes later, only Chao Ming and Zhou Qi remained on the bar. "Wow, I didn't see this coming. Zhou Qi can actually keep up with Chao Ming. Indeed, I thought our department would be humiliated, but it seems we have someone who can contend with the sports department. I believe it's more than just contention. He might actually win." Once this was said, the students' gazes turned fervent, and the girls counting the repetitions began to sparkle with excitement. Having reached over 300, Chao Ming's arms trembled, his strength waning. He knew his limit was around 420. He glanced at Zhou Qi and noticed no change in his performance. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Qi noticed the gaze and said casually, "This is getting dull. How about we switch to one-handed?" Gasps filled the air. After completing over 300 pull-ups, he suggested doing it one-handed? That was quite audacious, especially for Chao Ming's classmates, whose expressions darkened. Chao Ming wanted to refuse but was cut off by Zhou Qi. "Forget it. You use both hands, and I'll use one." Without waiting for Chao Ming's consent, he released one hand and continued. Chao Ming, concerned about his pride, wished to do the same but knew that if he let go, he might drop off the bar after just 20 more. Gritting his teeth, he persisted with both hands. Whispers of laughter emerged from below. "Aren't athletes supposed to be strong? Why can't he even attempt it one-handed?" "Right, our management department gets ridiculed daily. It seems we might not even measure up. Who was it bragging about kneeling and calling someone daddy? I'm eagerly awaiting that." Chao Ming's face fluctuated between green and white. Yet, recalling Zhou Qi's challenge of 1 against 8, he couldn't believe that Zhou Qi could possibly achieve over 1,000 pull-ups. Ignoring the mockery from his peers, Chao Ming managed to reach 427, marking his limit. As he fell, the crowd erupted with jeers. His classmates shouted, "We haven't lost yet. Don't forget he S1 against 8. Together, we did 1,226. "Exactly. You're celebrating too soon," Shikale chimed in. "Just pray Zhou Gu can't reach 1,000. Otherwise, if he wins against all 8 of you, how do you plan to show your face here again?" At these words, Chao Ming and his companions instantly fell silent. Their gazes were all fixed upon Zhou Qi, wishing he would simply fall to the ground. However, contrary to their expectations, Zhou Qi not only remained upright, but began to perform acrobatic pull-ups. "I can't believe it. Zhou Qi is astounding. Can he really do it with just one finger?" Shikale's mouth hung open in disbelief. "Is he even human? This is divine." Jiang Yunyun finally felt her anxious heart settle. Meanwhile, Chao Ming's expression fluctuated like a painter's palette. Chapter 41. Unyielding 1225. 1226. Haha, he finally surpassed us. As everyone counted to 1227, Zhou Qi leapt down from the bar. The crowd erupted in cheers. Even world records seemed insignificant compared to this feat. The fervor in their eyes was palpable as they gazed at Zhou Qi. "Brother Qi." Shikale gave Zhou Qi a thumbs up. "Incredible." Zhou Qi nonchalantly waved his hand and swaggered over to Chao Ming, looking down at him. "Well, isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" Chao Ming's complexion remained unsettled, and the classmates behind him were at a loss for words. Their previous arrogance vanished without a trace. The crowd surrounding them began to chant for an apology. Chao Ming's face turned a shade of crimson. "Don't go too far." "What do you mean by going too far?" Shikale scoffed. "The conditions were set by you. We didn't force you into this. Besides, Brother Qi defeated all 8 of you single-handedly. What more can you say? Kneel and call me daddy. I'm waiting. Shou-Chi smirked, looking at Xiao Ming with a mocking expression. Kneel and call him daddy. The crowd echoed loudly. Among them were some students from the sports department who, upon witnessing Xiao Ming's defeat, hurriedly fled, fearing they too would be implicated. The 8 of them were encircled, their faces turning a shade resembling liver. Come on. Let me teach you. First, shout that our sports department is inferior to the management department. Then kneel and admit you were wrong. This matter will be settled. Shikale boldly declared in front of Xiao Ming. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Ming suddenly pushed him aside. Shou-Chi thought he was about to retaliate, ready to fight back. When he heard Xiao Ming say, "This round doesn't T count, let us compete again." Why doesn't T it count? Didn't T we just win? Shikale shouted. Xiao Ming looked at him. You just lost to me. Why don't you kneel right now? Shikale was instantly silenced. Shou-Chi nodded. Fine. This time we'll consider it a tie. So, what shall we compete in next? Are you brave enough to face us 1 against 8 again? Xiao Ming provocatively asked. How shameless can you be, wanting to go 1 against 8 again? A student shouted. Others chimed in. Last time was humiliating enough. Why are you still trying to take advantage? Yes, if you lose again, what will you do? Kneel and call me grandpa. Ha ha. Shou-Chi sneered. What is there to fear? Just say it. But make it a short challenge. We don't want to waste too much time. Xiao Ming agreed. Then let us do push-ups. Why not? Didn't T your brother Chi agree to let us propose the challenge? Xiao Ming's classmates seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Push-ups were part of their daily training, so they felt confident. Yes, you can propose it. But Shikale began, but Xiao Ming interrupted. You don't have the authority to make that decision. We should ask Shou-Chi what he thinks. All eyes turned to Shou-Chi. Jiang Yunyan tugged at his sleeve. Why don't you just decline? Let us do long-distance running instead. She recalled that Shou-Chi had won a championship in the 3000 m race. And even the teacher praised his running skills. This would surely increase their chances of winning compared to competing in push-ups against 8 people. Shou-Chi gently ruffled Jiang Yunyan's hair and smiled. You must have faith in your brother Chi. Uffed. Jiang Yunyan internally scoffed, but her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Since you agree, let us get started. Xiao Ming thought this time he had a chance to win against Shou-Chi. Just as everyone was about to begin, Shou-Chi suddenly raised his hand. Xiao Ming, thinking he might back out, looked at him with displeasure and asked, What now? Shou-Chi shrugged. Nothing much. Since everyone's time is precious, how about we do one-handed push-ups today? At this, Shou-Chi extended a single finger. One finger. Gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. For ordinary people, push-ups were already a considerable challenge, and Shou-Chi was not only demanding one hand, but a single finger. It was hard to imagine even Xiao Ming and his friends could manage more than a few. Indeed, upon hearing Shou-Chi's words, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed, and the expressions of the other boys darkened. All right. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that Shou-Chi could truly defeat all 8 of them. Come on. Let us do it. Xiao Ming commanded, and the 9 of them positioned themselves on the ground. At Shikale's signal, they began their one-finger push-ups. 10 seconds in, the first person fell, and then, like a domino effect, 7 more followed suit. In the end, only Xiao Ming and Shou-Chi remained. Xiao Ming's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and his arm muscles were straining to an unbelievable extent. He finally understood Shikale's previous feelings, a dread that no matter how hard he tried, he would ultimately be pinned down and humiliated. His arms trembled. Sweat streamed down in torrents, and Xiao Ming felt he could no longer hold on. Glancing over, he saw Shou-Chi, who appeared effortlessly engaged in his push-ups. He had lost. Xiao Ming thought to himself that this time he had lost utterly. Soon the entire school would know that all 8 of them from the sports department were outmatched by a single management student. Bang! Xiao Ming finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. Shou-Chi, on the other hand, stopped after performing even one more than the total of the 8 combined. Come on. Shou-Chi stood up, fulfilling the wager. Chapter 42. Interaction. Xiao Ming and his companion stood before Shou-Chi, looking defeated. Ready, begin. Shikale shouted from behind Shou-Chi. The management department is superior to the sports department. Several voices chimed in, their tones uneven. The surrounding students couldn't help but burst into laughter. We can't hear you. Shikale shouted. Xiao Ming looked up at Shikale. Shou-Chi's voice rang out slowly, prompting Xiao Ming and the others to shout their declaration loudly once more. Then, they bowed to Shou-Chi, Brother Chi, hello. Only then did the crowd feel a sense of relief and hurriedly disperse. Shikale chuckled at their retreating figures. If it were up to me, I would have made them kneel and call you daddy. Shou-Chi lazily stretched. We're all from the same school. It's best to let it go. In the end, I changed the terms of the wager. Calling me Brother Chi and bowing is sufficient. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Lin's loyal follower muttered, Bro, we can't let this slide. We must seek revenge. Indeed, I propose we gather a few people, ensnare him, and beat him to a pulp, rendering him unrecognizable even to his own mother. Yes, that scoundrel has gone too far, humiliating us in front of so many people. I agree, let's act tonight. But we are no match for him. One of the followers spoke with a puzzled expression. Xiao Ming halted, causing those behind him to instinctively retreat a step. If you know you cannot compete, then train diligently. A sports class cannot be bested by a recluse, yet you still dare to suggest we let this matter rest? From now on, if anyone dares to mention it again, I will deal with them. Do you hear me? Xiao Ming admonished sternly. Lying in bed later, he felt a twinge of exhilaration. If it weren't for his body having reached the foundational stage, there was no way he could have bested those 8 opponents. All of this, ultimately, was thanks to the god of marriage and Zhu Beiji. As Zhou Qi contemplated this, he rolled off the bed and opened his phone to find the god of marriage and Zhu Beiji, pulling them both into a group chat. At that moment, Zhu Beiji, holding his phone, wore a frown. Chang'e did not live stream every day. He would have to wait to see her, and this was precisely the time of his anticipation. Without Chang'e's company, he felt as though the meat in his mouth had lost its flavor, and life itself had become meaningless. He placed the chicken leg in his mouth, but it felt like chewing wax. Unable to suppress a deep sigh, he lamented, "Why must my romantic journey be so fraught with difficulties? That old man under the moon may tie the world together with love, yet he cannot orchestrate a beautiful union for me." With that, he downed another gulp of wine. The fairy Chang'e has not spoken to me for several days, although I know she converses with others. Is it because I, Zhu Beiji, am so unattractive? The more he pondered, the colder his heart felt, resigning himself to a bleak existence. Initially, he thought that being surrounded by beautiful women was enough to fulfill his life. But as time passed, he found himself harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction. He yearned for Chang'e to cast but a glance his way, to exchange a few words with him. And then, perhaps, he could die without regrets. Zhu Beiji, inebriated, suddenly felt a gentle breeze sweep through his abode, bathing the space in the warmth of early spring sunshine, as if the very essence of the world had thickened. Shou Qi, observing the greeting image he had just sent, pondered what to say next. But the master has arrived? To his surprise, the god of marriage responded. He had been napping in his room when a breeze imbued with the essence of the universe roused him. The soft glow before him made him instantly recognize the visitor. He quickly rose, bowing respectfully. God of marriage? Where are you? How is it that I can hear you? Zhu Beiji paused, astonished, looking towards the sky. It was I who brought you into this group. Zhou Qi was about to press send but hesitated. Concerned they might not understand. He rephrased, "You need not worry. It's merely a small spell." The two sighed in relief. The god of marriage, hands clasped, bowed slightly into the void. "Might I inquire if you have any questions for me to answer?" Shou Qi typed earnestly, secretly amused. He knew that answering questions was never without reward. He would certainly reap some benefits. Enjoying the fruits of his labor, Zhou Qi sought even greater gains. "Old man has no pressing matters at the moment. Thank you for your concern." He had recently acquired an application that made his work considerably smoother, so he had no significant issues. Zhou Qi felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, Zhu Beiji suddenly spoke up. "Master, I have a rather embarrassing request. Might we discuss it privately?" Zhou Qi quickly switched to a private chat with the two. "Feel free to speak freely." After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Beiji finally stammered. "Could you arrange for Sister Chang'e to speak with me?" After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to voice his request. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by wanting to talk? He thought. As Zhu Beiji's desire for interaction grew, he sought more than mere observation. He craved communication. How could he facilitate this exchange between Zhu Beiji and Chang'e? It was unrealistic to send a message asking her to attend to someone named the Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy. Besides, with so many fans, she likely received countless messages daily. Even if he sent one, she might not see it. This dilemma weighed upon him. Zhu Beiji sighed. "It seems even someone as powerful as you, Master, has limitations." "Not necessarily. Allow me to teach you a method." Just then, Zhou Qi's voice resonated with an air of authority above Zhu Beiji's head. Upon hearing that Zhou Qi had a method, Zhu Beiji's spirit soared. He quickly clasped his hands towards the void and declared, "If the master can devise a plan for me, I shall serve you faithfully for life." Zhou Qi thought, "That is precisely what I wanted to hear." Zhu Beiji, confused, asked, "What do you mean by reward?" Zhou Qi found conversing with him quite exhausting yet felt compelled to comply. He began to explain the details of the rewards to Zhu Beiji. "Is the master referring to the planes and cannons that light up in the live stream?" Zhu Beiji asked, puzzled. He had never seen such things before, but they appeared quite dazzling. Moreover, when the planes and cannons appeared, they were accompanied by distinctive sound effects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to call them. Most importantly, when the amount of the reward increased, special effects would manifest, ensuring that the beauty would take notice. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Zhu Beiji trembled with excitement. His voice quivered as he urged, "Master, Please teach me. I wish to speak with the fairy and express my longing. Zhou could not help but chuckle, envisioning how the streamers would react if they knew the truth. How could they ever imagine that among their viewers, a genuine Zhu existed? Before Zhou could relay the specific method, someone entered Zhu cave. Old man under the moon, why do you hasten to my abode? Zhu asked, astonished. The god of marriage surveyed the surroundings. Is the master still here? What has he told you? Has he given you any treasures? As he spoke, the god of marriage scrutinized Zhu from head to toe. This reward is quite straightforward. Zhou voice came through clearly. The god of marriage, hearing this, was baffled by the meaning of the reward. However, observing Zhu excitement, he suspected it must be something valuable. If it was indeed a treasure, he would surely want to share. With this thought, he promptly sat beside Zhu on a stone chair. Why do you linger here? Zhu bellowed. The god of marriage replied, I, too, wish to learn about this reward. Don't worry, I won't steal your beauty. Zhu realized this was indeed a valid point and ceased his protests. Zhou, concerned that Zhu might not understand, instructed him to open his phone and guided him step by step through the process. Zhu seemed to be validating something as he rewarded a certain streamer in the live broadcast room. Unfortunately, the system notified him that his balance was insufficient. What does this insufficient balance mean, my lord? Zhu asked, his face filled with confusion. Ahem, it simply means there is no money in the account. After a brief pause, Zhou, equally perplexed, transferred 1,000 coins to Zhu account. Zhu then gifted the streamer the most expensive item, valued at 999 coins. A computer-generated effect showcased a yacht gracefully gliding across the screen. The beautiful streamer smiled sweetly and expressed, "Thank you, Marshal Tianpeng, for the yacht." Blowing a kiss to the camera, Zhu eyes sparkled with delight, his heart racing. He mused how wonderful it would be if Chang'e were to make such a gesture towards him. Meanwhile, the matchmaker was equally astonished. Never expecting such a small gift could elicit such a reaction from the streamer. At that moment, the streamer continued. To express my gratitude for the yacht gifted by Marshal Tianpeng, I shall sing a song titled I Love the Marshal. As her enchanting voice filled the air, Zhu felt his heart racing to an unprecedented level, fearing he might burst from sheer exhilaration. He hastily set down his phone and bowed to the void. Thank you, my lord. The matchmaker quickly added, might I also request a little silver from the realm below? I too wish to bestow a gift. Zhu echoed. I desire it as well, in abundance. A sudden impulse of extravagance surged within him. Observing their requests, Zhou was struck by an overwhelming sense of futility, questioning where he could procure such a sum for these two. Noticing Zhou's silence, the duo began whispering to each other. Could it be our requests have caused my lord distress? Zhu questioned, his expression skeptical. The matchmaker, however, remained unconvinced. Surely, a modest sum of silver would not pose a challenge for my lord, especially when he has so generously gifted us such powerful artifacts. Zhu nodded in agreement, yet wondered why their lord remained silent. Perhaps we should devise a way to earn some silver ourselves? Suggested the matchmaker. Zhu shook his head. Without any means to descend, how could we manage that? The matchmaker too felt at a loss, until suddenly he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I have thought of a brilliant plan, though I wonder if the purifier would dare to take the risk? Zhu, consumed by the urge to reward, felt no fear. If you have a clever plan, do share it forthwith, he urged. Zhou pondered what scheme they were concocting, humorously envisioning receiving a treasure pot. After a brief interval, Zhou noticed a series of numbers appearing suddenly on his phone. It wasn't just one set, but 10, just as he contemplated their significance. Zhu's avatar illuminated the screen. My lord, these are 10 sets of numbers I calculated using the heavenly mechanism, though their utility is uncertain. The device assured me they represent the quickest means to earn wealth. At first perplexed, Zhou soon grasped the meaning behind Zhu's words. Nearly dropping his phone in excitement, he hastily picked it up, and Chapter 44, Winning the Lottery commenced. Zhou, without a moment's hesitation, dashed out of the dormitory, convinced that these numbers would lead to fortune. He had no doubts regarding Zhu's assertions. However, as Zhu was unaware of which lottery these 10 sets belonged to, Zhou decided to buy tickets for all available lotteries, placing 10 bets on each set. As evening approached, anticipation surged within him at the thought of winning a grand prize, yet he felt a sense of isolation, longing for someone to share his excitement with. Upon arriving at the sports field, he noticed the athletic events were still ongoing and eagerly volunteered for a few immediate competitions. Shikai, upon seeing him, greeted him as if he were a long-lost relative. Brother Chi, what brings you here? Zhou smirked. Didn't you mention the class had too few participants? I came to lend a hand, signing up for shot put, long jump, and relay. He wished he could register for more events. But the day as competitions were nearing their conclusion. You are indeed my brother. We need one more for the 4x100 relay. Zhao Li injured himself. And I feared we were finished. Shikai gazed at Shou Qi, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, sending a chill down Shou Qi's spine. Zhou Qi proceeded to dominate the events he entered, claiming victory in each with overwhelming superiority. Yet, he felt an insatiable energy within him. After exiting the school grounds, he noticed a group running nearby and, without knowing their purpose, joined them in their sprint. Amidst the crowd, he remained inconspicuous, allowing himself to unleash his full speed, determined to expend his excess energy. However, as he pressed on, the number of runners ahead of him dwindled. Undeterred, he followed the line of illuminated streetlights, feeling an inexplicable thrill as he ran toward the beckoning glow in the encroaching darkness, as if something awaited him at the end of the light. Shou Qi maintained his rapid pace, feeling liberated, as he was no longer in the confines of the school. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew lively ahead. His keen senses picked up phrases like champion amidst the commotion. Behind him, two young men were also sprinting forward. Realizing he might inadvertently disrupt their race, he decided to turn back, but a sudden surge of people surrounded him. Having secured first place, what are your thoughts? After surpassing the popular marathon competitors, how do you feel? Zhou Qi, momentarily bewildered, glanced down to find himself standing right at the finish line. He chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, I am not a participant. The true first place belongs to him. He pointed to the youth trailing behind him. The crowd, noticing Shou Qi lacked a number, quickly redirected their attention toward the other runner. Before interviews could commence, someone shouted, "Look, Coach Zheng is coming." An elderly man with graying hair approached, blocking the eager crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Shou Qi attempted to slip away, but before he could take 2 steps, someone excitedly grasped his arm. "Young man, what is your name? Would you consider joining the national team?" Coach Zheng inquired, a warm smile gracing his face. Zhou Qi stared at him in astonishment. The surrounding journalists were utterly astonished. But the greatest surprise came from the young man who sprinted to the finish line behind Zhou Qi. "I apologize to this esteemed gentleman. I am not a participant in this competition. He is the true first-place winner," Shou Qi stated, pointing at the young man. "No. The identity of the participant is not what matters. I have observed your running speed through the drone as you approached, and I am certain you are the person I seek." Coach Zheng replied with a smile. Zhou Qi, realizing the true first-place winner, felt his astonishment transform into a wave of indignation. He experienced a headache. He merely wished to calm his excited nerves and had no intention of usurping anyone's victory or opportunity to join the national team. "I am truly sorry. You have mistaken the person." Shou Qi, disregarding everything else, tore his arm free from the coach's grasp and dashed away. Coach Zheng remained unfazed, instructing his assistant to locate the young man, insisting he must be brought into the national team. Without a glance back at the actual winner, he turned and left. The young man watched Shou Qi disappear, his fists slowly clenching in determination. "You wait for me, Zhou Qi," he muttered before turning to leave. He took out his phone, reverently bowed, and opened the winning numbers page. As he checked the numbers one by one, Shou Qi realized they all seemed incorrect. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Was this not a winning number at all? His heart sank momentarily, only to soar again soon after. He had won nearly 10 million, with 10 tickets. The total prize was 100 million. He discovered that only one set of numbers had been drawn, with 9 more yet to come. Did this mean he could win 9 more times? With that thought, his heart raced anew. If one set could yield 100 million, 10 sets would amount to 1 billion, a figure he had never dared to dream of. Overwhelmed by this realization, Shou Qi rolled around on his bed, grinning like a fool. Eventually, he pinched his leg to ensure this was not a dream. Calm down, calm down." After rolling and rubbing his leg for a while, he sat up seriously, kissed the lottery ticket, and carefully tucked it into a book. He calculated that he had 1 month to claim the prize, meaning he could wait 10 days to redeem all 10 tickets together without any issue. Chapter 45. Dining out. Zhou Qi was in high spirits these past few days. All the numbers given to him by Zhu Beiji had won the grand prize, making headlines. No one knew who had such extraordinary luck. With 10 winning tickets drawn over 3 consecutive days, totaling several hundred million, Zhou Qi had sent Zhu Beiji and Yu Lao each several 100,000 to treat themselves. "Since you're feeling so good, how about treating me to dinner tonight?" Jiang Yunyan suggested with a smile. She had noticed that Zhou Qi had been smiling and humming while walking, clearly having encountered something delightful. "Sure, let us go to that restaurant you love," Zhou Qi replied. "You mean the Cloud Restaurant?" Jiang Yunyan exclaimed happily. "Yes, the Cloud Restaurant," Zhou Qi confirmed eagerly. "And we must catch a movie afterward," Jiang Yunyan added. Zhou Qi appeared perplexed. "A movie? Isn't the draw happening right after dinner? I can't help but feel uneasy. What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Jiang Yunyan feigned anger. Zhou Qi quickly waved his hands. "Of course, I'm willing. I'll just pretend to go to the restroom to check. They agreed. And Jiang Yunyan cheerfully headed off to class. As Zhou Qi was about to step forward, a student suddenly rushed past him at high speed, catching him off guard and colliding into him. The student stumbled but quickly regained balance. Zhou Qi waved dismissively. I'm fine. Hurry to class. The male student nodded and ran off. Zhou Qi rubbed his shoulder, feeling the sting from the collision. After school, Jiang Yunyan dragged Zhou Qi to the school gate, hailing a cab directly to the Cloud restaurant. It was a well-known establishment in the city, primarily frequented by young people, especially college students. Fortunately, they arrived at a time when the restaurant was not crowded. They found a window seat and settled in, excited to be dining alone with Zhou Qi. Jiang Yunyan ordered a bottle of red wine. Curious about what had captured his attention, she glanced in the same direction. What are you looking at? Mid-sentence. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Let us eat. The dishes have arrived. Zhou Qi's gaze remained fixed on the table of young men, oblivious to Jiang Yunyan's brief surprise. Without saying a word, Jiang Yunyan downed her drink in one go. Zhou Qi was taken aback. You're drinking too quickly. Zhou Qi, what's wrong? She asked, noticing his confusion. They had dined together before and even visited bars, but he had never seen her act this way. Glancing at the array of food on their table, he decided to support her as she stumbled. After settling the bill at the bar, Zhou Qi turned only to be blocked by one of the young men from the other table. Step aside, Zhou Qi said. This individual had been fixated on their table from the start, which annoyed Zhou Qi. Let go of Xiaoyan. The young man glared at Zhou Qi, enunciating each word. Zhou Qi suddenly realized he was referring to Jiang Yunyan in his arms. Given the tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with her. Yet, regardless of their familiarity, Zhou Qi would not hand over a drunken Jiang Yunyan. He understood now why she had become intoxicated so quickly. It was likely due to this man's presence, prompting her desire to avoid him. Since she wished to evade him, Zhou Qi felt compelled to assist. Let go. The man barked again. Zhou Qi, uninterested in further dialogue, lifted Jiang Yunyan and forcefully pushed past him. Enraged, the man followed them out of the restaurant. I told you to let her go. Did you hear me? He reached out to grab Zhou Qi's shoulder. Zhou Qi sidestepped, turning just in time to kick the man in the side. The young man stumbled several steps before regaining his footing. The others, fiery and youthful, could not stand idly by as their companion was attacked, without waiting for explanations. They charged forward, cursing vehemently. You're asking for it. I'll make you pay today. Several individuals lunged at Zhou Qi, with Jiang Yunyan still in his arms. He had no free hands to defend himself, forcing him to evade. His attention was on the attackers, unaware of the change in Jiang Yunyan's complexion from pale to crimson. Zhou Qi seized an opportunity and kicked one individual in the knee, causing him to topple forward and crash into another who was rushing in. Watch out. Someone shouted. In their frenzied state, the young men were oblivious to who had uttered the warning. Only after the shout fell did two figures soar out. Damn. This kid can really fight. I'll call a few people over. DeFei and the others should be nearby. One person stepped out of the fray and hurried to the side to make a phone call. Zhou Qi sneered coldly, holding Jiang Yunyan as he dodged, kicking two more individuals away. This time he unleashed his full strength, sending the two flying nearly 3 or 4 meters before they crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing his companions being struck, the young man grew even angrier, coldly huffing as he pulled out his phone, seemingly intent on calling for help. How old are you to still be thinking of calling daddy? Are you a 3-year-old? Can't you survive without an adult? Zhou Qi scoffed dismissively. Suddenly, the person nestled in his arms let out a light giggle. Zhou Qi shook his head helplessly, thinking he had expected her to maintain her act longer. The young man opposite exclaimed, Xiaoyun, you're not drunk. Jiang Yunyan gently patted Zhou Qi, signaling him to set her down, then turned to the young man. Tongsilin, that's enough. Zhou Qi anticipated that Jiang Yunyan would say something more, but to his surprise, she uttered a single phrase and then continued to pull him along. Over there, the young man who had gone to fetch help returned, followed by 7 or 8 others. These newcomers differed from the young men before them. Their muscular physiques suggested they were seasoned fighters. As they spoke, the group rapidly approached and positioned themselves in front of Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyan. Once we finish our fight, we want to leave. It's not going to be that easy. The young man who had gone to retrieve his friends, unaware of the unfolding events, yelled at Zhou Qi. What do you want? Zhou Qi smiled. The young man replied, apologize and compensate us 10,000 each for emotional distress, or you won't be leaving here today. Jiang Yunyan could no longer tolerate it. Tongsilin, hurry and take your brainless friends away. Who are you calling brainless? The young man paused, then realized that this girl might be acquainted with Tongsilin. Tongsilin snorted, she knows this girl, but I'm not familiar with that guy. Upon hearing this, the young man's gaze flickered ambiguously among the 3 of them, and he seemed to grasp something. He laughed. Don't worry, buddy. This could isn't getting away today. I'll help you take revenge. With that, he shouted at the muscular men beside him, go all out today. Break a leg first. The group charged forward without hesitation. Jiang Yunyun panicked, turning to shout, Tong Silin, make them stop. Tong Silin feigned ignorance, turning his head away. He knew these fighters had some skills. His classmate often mingled with them. Today, Shouqi was simply out of luck for daring to hold on to Jiang Yunyun in front of him and even kick him. It was as if he was courting disaster. Bang, bang, bang. Loud thuds echoed from a distance. Tong Silin had intended to ignore Jiang Yunyun, so he didn't look in that direction. However, he was taken aback when the sounds abruptly ceased after just a moment. Shouqi raised an eyebrow. What were you saying? Do carry on. Tong Silin instinctively took a step back, astonished by Shouqi's prowess. All those men had been knocked down and couldn't get up. I warned you, Tong Silin. You better not interfere. Jiang Yunyun waved her small fist. Otherwise, I want to hold back. Just wait until my boyfriend gives you a taste of your own medicine. Boyfriend? Shouqi and Tong Silin spoke simultaneously. That's right. Jiang Yunyun turned to Tong Silin and then leaned closer to Shouqi, whispering, I'm just kidding. Shouqi felt a twinge of disappointment. Tong Silin, however, seemed to believe her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Shouqi. Who was your boyfriend? Jiang Yunyun pulled Shouqi closer. It's him. Taller, handsomer, and 100 times stronger than you. Shouqi's cheeks flushed at her praise. After saying this, Jiang Yunyun felt her heart race. Though these were her genuine feelings, it was the first time she had voiced them in front of Shouqi. All right. I've noted that. Tong Silin gritted his teeth. Just wait. With that, he disregarded his fallen companions and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Jiang Yunyun sighed in relief. Don't worry about him. If he bothers you, just let me know. Now, let us hurry and get something to eat. I'm starving. That night, as Shouqi slept, he dreamed of lying atop a pile of red bills, covered with them as well. What a beautiful sight. As the scene shifted, he found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful women, each either massaging his legs or shoulders, a sensation utterly intoxicating. Just as Shouqi was about to ask a beauty for a drink, a sudden loud crash jolted him awake. Shouqi, open the door. A voice bellowed. Shouqi was about to curse the intruder for ruining his blissful dream when the beautiful women and the red bills vanished in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. He jolted awake, realizing someone was knocking at his door. Open up, the voice demanded. Shouqi took 2 seconds to gather his thoughts before jumping out of bed and opening the door. Are you Shouqi? A man in uniform stood outside. Shouqi looked bewildered. I haven't committed any crimes, have I? Whether you've committed a crime is still uncertain, the officer explained, producing his identification. However, someone reported that you stole his belongings, so we're here for a routine investigation. Shouqi was even more confused. Whose belongings did I steal? He claims 5,000 yuan in cash went missing, and a lighter was found at the scene, which, after investigation, appears to belong to you. The officer revealed a transparent bag containing the lighter Shouqi had bought. The truth was, Shouqi didn't smoke. He merely found the lighter amusing and had purchased it on a whim. Since he had no use for it, he didn't even know when he lost it. He protested, the lighter is indeed mine, but couldn't that thief have taken my lighter and dropped it while stealing someone else's money? Shouqi found it bizarre how he had suddenly become a thief, drawing the attention of the authorities. Curious onlookers from the dormitory had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Did Shouqi really steal something? Someone remarked. That's 5,000 yuan gone, no less. Shouqi internally cursed. How is it that people only know faces but not hearts? I have never stolen anything. Hurry up and stop lingering here. Why waste your youth learning to steal? It's disgraceful. The dormitory supervisor, who had followed the commotion upstairs, shouted upon seeing Shouqi standing still. Shouqi couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Glancing at the officer, shall we go? The two of them descended the stairs, finally spotting the student who had reported the incident. Shouqi scrutinized the other student carefully. Certain he didn't recognize him. Yet, the student looked vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths somewhere before. However, since they were all in the same school, it was uncommon to see someone occasionally. Zhao Li's entourage was also present. Upon seeing Shouqi emerge from the building, they pointed at him and shouted. That's the one. I've noticed his extravagant spending over the past couple of days. It seems quite suspicious. Just yesterday, I spotted him dining at the Cloud restaurant, which everyone knows is exceedingly expensive. A single meal there could nearly equal my food expenses for half a month. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. However, Shouqi paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on the classmate who had lost something. Which department are you from, and what is your name? He inquired. Why do you need to know his name? Are you planning on retaliating? One of Zhao Li's lackeys shouted. Isn't it possible that someone from your own dorm took it? Shouqi merely attempted to reason with him, as the money was not his own. The video footage indeed captured Shou-Chi standing briefly at their door. Upon seeing this video, he recalled that he had performed that action yesterday, having heard a muffled thud from within the dormitory that sounded quite alarming, prompting him to investigate. However, upon realizing there was no issue, he left. His so-called hurried exit was merely because Jiang Yunyun was waiting for him downstairs, and he was anxious to join her. According to our country's laws, stealing someone else's property exceeding 50,000 yuan entails a prison sentence of 3 years to up to 10 years. Shou-Chi, I wish you a safe journey, someone remarked, adding a sardonic tone. On what basis do you claim that Shou-Chi stole that money? What evidence do you have? A broken lighter proves nothing. At that moment, Jiang Yunyun rushed over. The classmate suggested, why don't we search his room and see if we can find my money? That's a long shot. If he had stolen your money, he would have already spent it. Another chimed in. Considering he spends so freely, he might have already exhausted your funds. The notion of searching Shou-Chi's room made him immediately think of his lottery tickets and the numbers tucked within his books. If he were indeed treated as a suspect, those items would inevitably be confiscated as well. Although his reasoning seemed sound, to the others, he appeared guilty. Shou-Chi nodded. Of course, that can be arranged. It gives me a chance to tidy up my belongings. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's lackey became agitated. Director Qi, you've arrived just in time. Shou-Chi has stolen someone's belongings. The humiliation of having apologized to Shou-Chi days earlier resurfaced in Director Qi's mind. I assure you, I have never stolen anything. Shou-Chi vehemently denied the accusation. Yet he continued, since we involve this gentleman, it would only be fair to establish that if I am found guilty of theft, I will accept whatever punishment, be it imprisonment or fines. However, should my innocence be proven and nothing is found in my dormitory, how will my reputation be restored? Not being guilty doesn't equate to proving your innocence. Director Qi scoffed. Shou-Chi pointed at the classmate who had lost his belongings and declared, then let him apologize publicly in front of the entire school and post it online. Director Qi exclaimed, do you think the school is your home, where you can dictate terms? This is sheer madness. The privileged student was left bewildered, unsure whether Shou-Chi had indeed stolen something or if he was innocent, given his audacity. Director Qi, your words hold no weight. My inquiry is directed at him. Shou-Chi gestured towards the classmate, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, yet Jiang Yunyun sensed genuine anger emanating from him. Shou-Chi, typically adorned with a faint smile, now bore no trace of mirth. At that moment, Shou-Chi recalled that the individual who reported the theft was the very same student who had bumped into him at the entrance of the teaching building yesterday. His lighter must have inadvertently ended up in that student's possession. It seemed targeted. Shou-Chi was perplexed as to why this individual would act so towards him. After a moment of contemplation, the classmate nodded. If you are willing to let everyone search your room to prove your innocence, I will comply with your request. Very well, Shou-Chi responded. Subsequently, a throng of individuals ascended the stairs, eager to ascertain whether Shou-Chi was indeed wronged. As they climbed, Shou-Chi utilized a clairvoyance charm, knowing that even a brief 5 minutes would suffice. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, everyone filed in. Shou-Chi, reclining on his bed, casually remarked, feel free to search. Once you've concluded, I hope you will restore my belongings to their original state. For the sake of fairness, only the staff member, Director Qi, and the student who lost the money were involved in the search. The university dormitory measured merely 20 square meters, containing 4 beds, 4 wardrobes, and a bathroom. The 3 of them rummaged through the room, but found nothing. The money has been missing for a day. Could it not have already been relocated by Shou-Chi? Someone speculated. Indeed, unless we check his banking transactions, we are unlikely to discover anything. After thoroughly scouring the room, they unanimously halted their search. Shou-Chi, remaining unperturbed, chuckled. I propose another possibility. This classmate may have concealed the money in his own dormitory and then accused me of theft, hoping to achieve overnight wealth through deceit. Chapter 48. Justifiable defense. Upon hearing Shou-Chi's words, the classmate reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, stop slandering me. Shou-Chi shrugged. I agreed to let everyone search my room in order to clear my name. Why can't we search yours to eliminate your suspicions? That's pure sophistry, shouted Shou-Chi's lackey. You haven't even cleared your own name. How can you justify searching someone else's dormitory? If you can't speak sensibly, then keep quiet. Jiang Yunyun retorted, pointing at him. What did you just say before we came up? Have you forgotten? If you lack intelligence, don't babble here. Several onlookers corroborated Jiang Yunyun's statement, recalling that Tian Tao had insisted the money must be with Shou-Chi, thus the need for a search. Exactly. Now that no money has been found, doesn't that imply you were lying? Shou-Chi smiled. If you wish to prove your innocence, wouldn't it be prudent to allow us to search your room as well? Tian Tao was momentarily silenced. Shou-Chi then turned his attention to the privileged student and Director Qi, stating, you both see this, right? A clean university student like me is subjected to this chaos. How can I uphold my dignity if my innocence isn't restored? If I suffer from campus harassment afterward, how can you justify that? Once again, the two were left speechless. Zhou Qi addressed the surrounding students. Can anyone agree with me? I readily consented to the search of my dormitory. Isn't that so? Many nodded in agreement, some even questioning Tian Tao. If you've done nothing wrong, you shouldn't fear a midnight knock. What harm could it do to check your dormitory? Indeed, searching your room would only validate your innocence. Why not seize the opportunity? Ultimately, it was the staff member in uniform who spoke up. As an officer of the law, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but if it's convenient, you can indeed allow everyone to search. Director Chi added, all right, let us take a quick look. If we find no evidence, we'll proceed with the standard protocol. This implied that Zhou Qi would first be taken in for questioning, a scenario Director Chi was keen to witness. Tian Tao sneered, I certainly have nothing to hide. Let us proceed with the search. Zhou Qi raised his hand, reminding, do not forget our wager. Tian Tao huffed, stepping forward. Subsequently, everyone followed Tian Tao to his dormitory. This time, Zhou Qi refrained from taking action, allowing Director Qi and the nobleman's aide to investigate. Minutes later, Director Qi discovered 5 neatly stacked bundles of cash beneath a student's bedding. What is this? Zhou Qi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the money. Tian Tao appeared equally bewildered, while the nobleman's aide expressed his displeasure. Are you attempting to frame someone? You are a university student. You should maintain integrity. The money is here. How can you accuse others of theft? Zhou Qi, however, stood before him and whispered conspiratorially, now that the money has been found in your possession, you have no grounds for denial. I expect a public apology from you in front of the entire school. Zhou Qi remained silent, merely sneering before preparing to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, Tian Tao seized his arm, declaring, you cannot leave. How peculiar of you. The money is in your room, yet you still prevent my departure? Zhou Qi responded, astonished. Was Tian Tao truly trying to cling to him? This matter is not yet resolved. You cannot leave. Tian Tao insisted, grasping his sleeve tightly. Jiang Yunyun, witnessing this, intervened, forcefully shoving Tian Tao aside. Are you out of your mind? You accuse Zhou Qi of stealing your money, and we are not pursuing this. You should consider yourself fortunate. Why does it not end here? It is he who stole the money. Tian Tao suddenly shouted, agitated. Which I've years witnessed that. Jiang Yunyun retorted, rolling her eyes, and took Zhou Qi by the hand, attempting to leave. You cannot go. I saw it. Tian Tao turned to the nobleman's aide, exclaiming, Captain Wang, apprehend him. I'm sorry, but I have no evidence. Captain Wang replied, visibly frustrated. Jiang Yunyun shouted back, the money is in your own room. Stop acting like a lunatic. Tian Tao's words faltered immediately. The students who had intended to leave paused once more, surprised by the unfolding drama. They could hardly believe such a scandal was occurring right before them. This was indeed a blatant attempt at framing, and the protagonist had already confessed. Their gazes towards him shifted, and a few could not contain their whispers. Tian, what exactly did you mean by that? Please clarify. Captain Wang halted and directed his gaze at Tian Tao. Zhou Qi smirked, realizing Tian Tao was indeed a man with a story. It seems you wish to achieve overnight wealth. Such a pity that you will be disappointed. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue, feigning regret. Tian Tao's face drained of color. Yet he remained perplexed. He intended to teach Zhou Qi a lesson, but why had it ultimately backfired onto himself? As he looked at Zhou Qi, the hatred in his eyes reached a boiling point, and he swung his hand fiercely towards Zhou Qi's face. Zhou Qi deftly dodged and retaliated with a kick, sending Tian Tao crashing into a table before collapsing to the ground. Captain, he struck first. I was merely defending myself. Zhou Qi quickly raised his hands in surrender. Captain Wang ignored him, while Tian Tao remained silent, allowing Captain Wang to escort him out of the room. The crowd dispersed, still puzzled by Tian Tao's intense animosity towards Zhou Qi. Lost in thought about the situation, Zhou Qi failed to notice someone trailing behind him. So this is where you reside. Chapter 49. Apology, my little ancestor. Why did you follow me in? Zhou Qi exclaimed, startled, as he attempted to push Jiang Yunyun back outside. However, she was genuinely curious. It was her first time in a male dormitory. Having believed that boys' rooms were synonymous with chaos, she was surprised to find Zhou Qi's space relatively tidy. Having seen Tian Tao's dormitory also in order, it seemed her preconceived notions had been erroneous. What do you want to see? Would you like a tour of our bathroom? Zhou Qi suddenly had a mischievous thought. Zhou Qi, you are truly shameless. Jiang Yunyun yelled, covering her face and fleeing. Zhou Qi, bewildered by the insult, thought he merely wished for her to see the dirty socks in the bathroom. How was that shameless? The intricacies of a girl's mind were indeed hard to decipher. Reclining on his bed with legs crossed, Zhou Qi contemplated his plans. With today's purchases, he would have enough for 10 tickets. Soon, 10 billion would be deposited into his account. The thought alone brought him comfort. He recalled a film he had watched where the protagonist inherited 10 billion in cash and collapsed upon seeing the bank balance. Zhou Qi wondered if he would react similarly. Anticipating his newfound wealth, he sent a few 100,000 to Weilao and Zhubeiji. With his funds nearly depleted, Zhou Qi figured he should treat himself to new attire, especially since he would soon be a billionaire. Resolute, he remembered the embarrassment he felt while shopping with Jiang Yunyun and Bai Ling last time. So this time he planned to venture out alone, casually purchasing a couple of items. Perhaps he could also buy them small gifts. Jiang Yunyun would surely be delighted upon discovering this. As he plotted his course forward, he reached the entrance and noticed a commotion nearby. Initially indifferent, he glanced over. Captivated by the sleek black Maybach parked nearby, its glossy paint glimmering in the sunset, exuding elegance and sophistication, he mused that once he acquired wealth, he too should possess such a vehicle. His attention shifted to the two individuals next to the car. Bastard Tong Silin, let me go. Jiang Yunyun struggled against him. But as a girl, she lacked the strength to escape. Despite his reluctance to exert force, Tong Silin felt his face flush as he protested, I did not report you. I merely spoke the truth. Release her. Before Jiang Yunyun could finish, a tall figure appeared beside her. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Zhou Qi. You're here. Quickly, free me from this guy. Without uttering a word, Zhou Qi seized Tong Silin's wrist and forcefully compelled him to release Jiang Yunyun. Freed. She promptly linked her arm with Zhou Qi's, urging, let us go shopping. However, as they prepared to move, Jiang Yunyun paused, addressing Tong Silin, are you drunk or feverish? Tong Silin did not acknowledge her, but instead focused intently on Zhou Qi. How about granting me a chance? Consider it an apology. Zhou Qi nodded, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. If you wish to apologize, I shall grant you the opportunity. But Zhou Qi, it's all right. You're here, right? Zhou Qi smiled. Jiang Yunyun realized that Tong Silin would not dare to act foolishly in her presence, so she agreed. All right then, let us go out for a meal. Tong Silin graciously opened the car door for them and drove them to the most renowned restaurant in town. Order whatever you like, Mr. Zhou. Don't feel obligated to accommodate me, he said with a smile. Zhou Qi, unfamiliar with such extravagant cuisine, noted that he had not come merely for a meal. He was curious to discover Tong Silin's true intentions. Thus, he randomly selected a few dishes from the menu before handing it to Jiang Yunyun. Who would have thought that Jiang Yunyun would smile radiantly, exclaiming, Zhou Qi, you truly understand me. The dishes you've ordered are all my favorites. At that moment, Tong Silin's expression darkened, though he quickly returned to normal. How about we order a bottle of red wine today? Zhou Qi expressed indifference. Jiang Yunyun nodded in agreement. All right then. The dishes were served promptly, and the wine was presented. Tong Silin poured a glass and handed it to Zhou Qi, stating, I'll toast to Mr. Zhou first as an apology. I hope you can overlook my previous actions. He then poured himself a glass, clinking it gently against Zhou Qi's. Zhou Qi nodded, saying nothing, but drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing him finish, Tong Silin quickly refilled his glass, remarking, Mr. Zhou has quite the capacity for wine. We must invite him along next time we go out for drinks. Zhou Qi glanced at the wine in Tong Silin's glass, causing Tong Silin's expression to stiffen. He then raised his glass, saying, Come, let's toast to Mr. Zhou. After which, he emptied his own glass. Zhou Qi followed suit, finishing his drink as well. Jiang Yunyun, observing the two, helplessly remarked, We said 3 people would drink together, yet no one has poured me a glass. To her surprise, Tong Silin replied, Girls should refrain from drinking. It's not good for the skin. He then poured another glass for Zhou Qi and filled his own. As he spoke flattering words, he encouraged more drinking, and within a mere 10 minutes, the two had finished an entire bottle of red wine. Naturally, Zhou Qi consumed more, while Tong Silin drank less. Eventually, Zhou Qi felt a burning sensation in his abdomen. Observing him frowning while clutching his stomach, Tong Silin suddenly burst into laughter. The pain was evident in Zhou Qi's eyes. What is wrong with you? Jiang Yunyun exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him. Chapter 50, Poisoned Ha Ha Ha. Tong Silin found Jiang Yunyun's anxious expression amusing, declaring, Zhou Qi, you didn't expect that I had slipped something into the wine you just drank. He erupted into laughter again. Jiang Yunyun finally grasped the situation. This was why Tong Silin had so kindly invited Zhou Qi to dinner. Her anger flared. What on earth did you give him? Realizing her question was somewhat foolish, she pulled out her phone to call for help. However, as soon as she did, Tong Silin snatched it away and removed the battery. Have you gone mad? Are you trying to kill him? Jiang Yunyun was genuinely frightened. She could not believe Tong Silin would go this far. Don't worry, he won't die. I certainly won't go to jail for him. A sinister glint flashed in Tong Silin's eyes. He added through gritted teeth, but I will ensure he suffers. You wait. Jiang Yunyun stormed towards the door. determined to find a phone to call for an ambulance, completely distrustful of Tong Silin. Yet, upon reaching the door, she found it locked. Tong Silin, what do you want? Open the door, she shouted. Tong Silin ignored her and approached Zhou Qi, looking down at him. Zhou Qi, kneel down and apologize, and I will immediately give you the antidote to alleviate your suffering. Zhou Qi lay on the table, ignoring him completely. Tong Silin's frustration mounted. He grabbed Zhou Qi's shoulder but could not lift him an inch. I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. You think I can't handle you? After saying this, he lightly clapped his hands. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a dozen burly young men in black entered. Upon seeing the door open, Jiang Yunyun hurriedly turned to flee, but as she reached the threshold, the door shut again, with one of the black-clad youths blocking her way. Jiang Yunyun pounded on him, but her hand stung from the impact, and he remained unmoved. Since you dared to associate with him, you should have anticipated today's outcome. He then turned back to Zhou Qi. I give you one last chance. Kneel and admit your wrongs. Zhou Qi, drenched in sweat from the pain, slowly raised his hand and defiantly extended his middle finger. Tong Silin laughed in anger, saying, I've been curious about what kind of person you are. I sent someone to investigate and discovered you're nothing but a penniless fool. Your sick mother needs care, yet here you are, pretending to date. Don't you even take a moment to reflect on yourself? You think you deserve this? The pain within Zhou Qi began to subside. With a pale face, he glared at Tong Silin and replied, At least I can support myself. What about you? Besides relying on your father, what else can you do? This remark struck a nerve with Tong Silin. He raised his hand and slapped Zhou Qi hard. Zhou Qi gritted his teeth and blocked the blow, warning. If I were you, I'd leave quickly. You lot, come at him. I don't believe he can endure much longer. Tong Silin waved his hand, retreating swiftly. He had intentionally sought out Jiang Yunyun to have a legitimate reason to invite Zhou Qi to dinner. He had slipped a drug into the wine, given to him by a shady associate, said to be colorless and tasteless, yet capable of causing excruciating abdominal pain. The drug was corrosive. While it wouldn't kill someone outright, it would significantly irritate the stomach and intestines, ensuring that Zhou Qi's life would be riddled with discomfort thereafter. Meanwhile, Tong Silin had consumed the antidote his brother had provided, which was cleverly hidden in a dish. As he sipped the wine and ate, the combination rendered him immune to any adverse effects. Otherwise, after drinking so much, he wouldn't feel any better than Zhou Qi. He had prepared 2 bottles of wine, but only used one. The thought of Zhou Qi suffering like this for the rest of his life brought Tong Silin immense satisfaction. He glanced at the bottle filled with the drug and couldn't help but smirk. Zhou Qi was now surrounded. He had no idea what was happening inside, but he could hear muffled sounds of struggle, indicating Zhou Qi was in dire straits. Jiang Yunyun, pulled by one of the youths, was now sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her in such distress erased any lingering resentment Tong Silin felt. He turned to the dining table, intrigued by the scene before him, thinking how impressive Zhou Qi was for holding out through all this without uttering a word. Tong Silin, what do you want? Release him, or we'll settle this. Jiang Yunyun's cries reached Tong Silin's ears. He shook his head gently. Xiaoyun, I'm doing this for your own good. You should comply. Tong Silin, you're inhuman. Jiang Yunyun cursed again. Tong Silin, unfazed by her insults, merely chuckled. Xiaoyun, girls should avoid using foul language. It doesn't make you appealing. I don't need your approval. Get lost. She retorted. Tong Silin casually shifted a dish on the table, remarking, as if anyone likes you. Those who do are merely drawn to your family background and wealth. How many truly care for you? Jiang Yunyun felt as though she were on the brink of despair. She had not comprehended a single word uttered by the other party. Her gaze was solely fixated on Zhou Qi, who was encircled by a throng of people. She cursed her own lack of strength, unable to break free from the restraints to rescue him. Simultaneously, she loathed herself for having acquiesced to Tong Silin's suggestion to dine in this very place. Had they not come here, none of this would have transpired. Everything was her fault. Zhou Qi. Suddenly, Jiang Yunyun ceased her struggles, tears cascading down her cheeks as she gazed in Zhou Qi's direction. What a pathetic sight, weeping incessantly. I don't need your concern, Tong Silin. May you perish. Jiang Yunyun exclaimed without lifting her head. Tong Silin, taken aback, looked up and replied. I didn't say anything. Jiang Yunyun halted her sobbing, even letting out a hiccup, asking, if it wasn't you, then who? Chapter 51. A toast. At the moment Jiang Yunyun's words fell, a chorus of muffled sounds erupted in the private room, and the crowd surrounding Zhou Qi scattered like petals in the wind, leaving him at the center. Jiang Yunyun and Tong Silin exchanged looks of astonishment as Zhou Qi slowly rose from his chair. He straightened his attire with a gentle smile, saying, I sincerely apologize. The pain relief medication just kicked in, but now I feel perfectly fine. With that, he strode towards Jiang Yunyun. Before the young man gripping Jiang Yunyun could react, Zhou Qi had already sent him flying. Shou-Chi grasped Jiang Yunyun's hand and gently seated her on a nearby chair, instructing her to remain calm and wait for him. Jiang Yunyun, with reddened eyes, obediently nodded. Shou-Chi then turned to face Tong Silen. You were the one who spiked my drink, intending to harm me, correct? Shou-Chi regarded him with a sardonic smile. Tong Silen felt a cold sweat break out as he was taken aback by Shou-Chi's smile. His throat felt dry, and he instinctively swallowed, asking, What exactly do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you will wish for death. As if fearing Shou-Chi might not believe him, he reiterated, My father and brother will not let you off. Shou-Chi furrowed his brow, feigning fear. If that is the case, you've truly frightened me. How about you don't inform your father? Tong Silen was at a loss for words, staring at Shou-Chi, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say next. Shou-Chi then leisurely retrieved an unopened bottle of red wine. He declared, Since we have a misunderstanding, allow me to apologize by toasting you with this drink. He uncorked the bottle and filled a glass to the brim. No, I want to drink that. Tong Silen exclaimed in horror, hastily refusing. Then, if I finish this glass, may I have some food? Tong Silen cautiously brought over a plate of dishes. Without hesitation, he tossed the plate to the ground. Observing the mess, Shou-Chi sheepishly said, I'm truly sorry, it was unintentional. How about you have this plate instead? Shou-Chi then handed Tong Silen another dish. Tong Silen felt on the verge of tears, only the plate contained the antidote. However, at that moment, Shou-Chi had already brought the glass of wine to Tong Silen's lips. I want to drink. Tong Silen raised his hand to strike, intending to smash the glass to the floor, just like the plate. Unfortunately, Shou-Chi was much quicker. In that instant, as Tong Silen raised his hand, Shou-Chi seized his chin, applying pressure that forced Tong Silen's mouth open, pouring the wine down his throat. Tong Silen beat against Shou-Chi's arm. Yet Shou-Chi's grip was as unyielding as iron. No amount of struggle could free him. The wine trickled down into his stomach, and an overwhelming dread surged within Tong Silen. He recalled his unscrupulous brother's warning that excessive consumption of this wine could lead to corrosive damage to the intestines. While he might not die, suffering was inevitable. Observing Shou-Chi's intent to down the entire bottle made him realize his future could be irrevocably ruined. The fear in Tong Silen's heart swiftly eclipsed his earlier animosity, and he collapsed to his knees before Shou-Chi. Please, I can't drink anymore. It could kill me. Tong Silen pleaded, his words barely coherent. Shou-Chi released his grip, and Tong Silen fell to the ground, retching in an attempt to expel the wine he had ingested. Shou-Chi knelt beside him, gazing intently, and said, Then let us resolve our issues. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I want to dare again. Tong Silen hastily responded, terrified that Shou-Chi would force the remaining wine down his throat. Shou-Chi stood, satisfied. That's good. This means we are friends now. In the future, don't forget to call on me. He then turned to Jiang Yunyun, saying, Come on, beautiful. Let us go shopping. Jiang Yunyun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shou-Chi, you are truly remarkable. Shou-Chi scratched his head. All right. Didn't you say you wanted to watch a movie? Today, I'll treat you. With that, he took Jiang Yunyun's hand and led her out of the private room. Meanwhile, Tong Silen, who had been slumped on the floor, suddenly sprang to his feet. He rushed to his coat, retrieving a packet of powder from within, hastily pouring it into his mouth, fearing it might not be effective. He hurried out of the hotel and drove to the hospital. Along the way, he was gripped by excruciating abdominal pain, realizing he might have truly fallen into a dire predicament. On the other hand, Shou-Chi took Jiang Yunyun to the movies. Earlier at the restaurant, he had genuinely believed his fate was sealed, yet to his astonishment, a vague warmth began to circulate within him, alleviating his stomach and abdominal pains, restoring him to normalcy. Shou-Chi could not quite articulate this sensation. It was simply extraordinary. Upon returning home, he sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently seeking that warmth within him. As dawn broke, the night passed without him discovering anything. Well then, Shou-Chi leaped from his bed, ready to prepare for a lottery ticket purchase. Unbeknownst to him, the jump he made seemed higher than before. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Shou-Chi had gathered 10 lottery tickets, kissing them excitedly, exclaiming, I can finally summon the dragon. Although it was Wednesday, Shou-Chi still took a sick day. When the dragon appeared, he would be fully committed, dismissing classes as trivial. Claiming such a substantial prize required a trip to the provincial capital, so Shou-Chi kept it a secret and discreetly bought a bus ticket, boarding the vehicle. The prospect of claiming $1 billion in winnings felt like a dream to Shou-Chi, and that dream shattered upon his arrival. Chapter 52. Who is the pauper? Watch where you're going. The other party was a stout figure, approximately 1.70 meters tall, standing just above Shou-Chi's chin. As Shou-Chi looked down at him, the man was arrogantly berating others. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Seeing that Shou-Chi was taller, The man grew even angrier, almost jumping up to confront him, demanding an apology. I'm sorry. The other party did not expect Shou-Chi to apologize so quickly. After a moment of astonishment, he could only turn away in anger. Shou-Chi had never been to this place before and was uncertain about how to claim his prize. Thus, he approached a staff member to inquire, "Excuse me, which window do I go to for claiming my prize?" Shou-Chi looked up, unsure if he was in the right place. The staff member was very accommodating, informing him that he could claim regular prizes at the front window, while first prizes required him to go to a separate window at the back. This arrangement was designed to protect the privacy of the winners, as many individuals do not wish for the outside world to know they have won a significant prize. Thank you. Shou-Chi expressed his gratitude. As he continued forward, he soon spotted the short, stout man again. Now, Shou-Chi had the time to observe him closely. The man was dressed in a patterned suit, adorned with a yellow chain around his neck. Even from behind, Shou-Chi could see him clearly. Two individuals in black suits and pants followed closely behind him, which Shou-Chi surmised were likely bodyguards. It appeared that this man was headed to claim a first prize. Surprisingly enough, given his appearance, he had indeed won such a substantial award. However, Shou-Chi thought little of the man's character and decided to keep his distance, allowing him to proceed to claim his prize first. Wait a moment. Shou-Chi had just turned when the stout man spun around, demanding, "What do you want?" Shou-Chi ignored him, prompting the man to insist, "I'm talking to you." The stout man hastily stepped forward to block Shou-Chi's path. Shou-Chi cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Is this corridor yours?" "What?" The stout man was taken aback. "Or is this your home?" Shou-Chi pressed on. Rolling his eyes, he added, "This isn't your home, and the corridor doesn't belong to you. Why shouldn't I walk here? Get a grip." With that, Shou-Chi continued on his way. At this point, the stout man finally grasped the implication of Shou-Chi's words and shouted in anger, "I suspect you're trying to follow me and steal my money." "What?" Shou-Chi looked at him incredulously, pointing to himself. "Me steal your money? Otherwise, why are you here?" The stout man squinted at Shou-Chi. Shou-Chi smirked. "This is a redemption center. Of course, I'm here to claim my prize." "How much? What prize tier?" The stout man clearly did not believe him. Shou-Chi dismissed him, about to step away when the stout man shouted, "Hey, security!" In an instant, security personnel surged forward. The stout man pointed at Shou-Chi, exclaiming, "I suspect he is stalking me and trying to rob me. I'm here to claim my prize." Shou-Chi clarified, "Nonsense." The stout man retorted angrily, "Why would you come here to claim a prize? Think about whether your lie makes sense. This is the first prize redemption area." Shou-Chi thought the man might be suffering from paranoia. "I said I'm here to claim a first prize," Shou-Chi asserted. The stout man perked up. "You're a pauper. If you're here to claim a first prize, I'll kneel and call you father." "You think you can follow me?" "Sir," a security guard interjected, "if you are here to claim a prize, please proceed this way." "Are you sure?" Shou-Chi glanced at the guard. The guard nodded. "If you are here to claim a prize, please come to the main hall." The stout man looked dubious. "Do you dare to show us your winning ticket and redeem it in front of us?" He was convinced Shou-Chi's claim was merely a ruse to follow him, or that even if he had a ticket, it could only be for a meager price. Shou-Chi smirked. "Very well. Since you insist, I shall comply." Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the stout man and security, he made his way to the hall. "Show us your ticket." The stout man sneered. Shou-Chi reached into his pocket for his wallet, causing both the stout man and the guard to tense up. The stout man exaggeratedly hid behind the guard. Shou-Chi produced 10 lottery tickets and handed them over at the window. The stout man rolled his eyes. "What do those tickets matter? They don't even compare to a corner of my ticket. I told you I was following you, didn't I?" The stout man bellowed. "You too, throw him out." The two bodyguards rushed forward, reaching out to grab Shou-Chi. "Stop." The staff member at the window shouted, "Security, don't let them act." The guards were slow to react, but by the time they did, Shou-Chi had already evaded the two attackers. The staff member frantically knocked on the window, exclaiming, "This is all a misunderstanding. Why can't I finish speaking? He cannot redeem here because he won the first prize. He must go inside to exchange it." "What?" The stout man, who had been directing his bodyguards, froze upon hearing the staff member's explanation. "All right, let us not cause any more trouble here, or I will have to ask you to leave," the staff member reiterated. At that moment, the security finally understood the situation, hurriedly stating, "I sincerely apologize, sir. I misjudged the situation. Please go to the inner area to claim your prize." Shou-Chi nodded lightly, glancing at the stout man with a cold smirk. "Pauper, step aside and don't block the way." He brushed past the stout man's shoulder and proceeded. As Shou-Chi departed, the stout man stood frozen in place, while his bodyguards, sensing their boss was shaken, cautiously inquired, "Boss?" To which the stout man suddenly shouted, "Damn, that kid is rich. Over 10 million. Chapter 53. The heist. When Shou-Chi went to claim his prize, The staff regarded him with the astonishment reserved for extraterrestrials. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head. Young man, your odds of winning are extraordinarily high. Would you be willing to accept an interview? A middle-aged man approached, visibly excited. If this young man could share his experience, it would certainly create a sensation. Zhou Qi smiled politely. I'm really sorry, but I prefer not to be interviewed. Could you at least share your experience? A young woman chimed in, her eyes filled with envy. You've won the first prize 10 consecutive times. Such odds are truly enviable. Zhou Qi maintained his composed smile. If I told you I dreamed of these numbers for 10 consecutive nights, would you believe me? What? The girl looked at him in surprise. You really dreamed about it? Zhou Qi nodded, indeed. Then the girl began to ask another question, but the middle-aged man interrupted her. Since Zhou Qi was unwilling to elaborate further, they could not pry into his personal matters. Due to the substantial amount Zhou Qi had won, there were no other patrons around as he completed the paperwork. Upon exiting, he noticed the stout man had entered, but this time he was alone. His bodyguards were nowhere to be seen. Congratulations. The stout man greeted Zhou Qi with a completely different demeanor. Zhou Qi merely raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. After leaving the hall, Zhou Qi sensed he was being followed by two individuals. He scoffed inwardly and quickened his pace. Upon noticing this, the pursuers ceased their attempts at stealth and revealed themselves. Excuse us, sir. Please hand over the check. We assure you we mean you no harm. One of the black-clad bodyguards spoke up. The two exchanged a glance and nodded. Zhou Qi said, since it was he who sent you, I must hand this over to him. It would be best if he came to collect it personally. The two hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the truth behind Zhou Qi's words. Zhou Qi opened his palms. You may call him to confirm. After pondering for a moment, they ultimately decided to contact the rotund man. Presumably, the man agreed. And after providing their location, they patiently awaited his arrival. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the end of the alley. The figure of the rotund man materialized before Zhou Qi. You better be compliant and hand over the money, he sneered, brandishing a knife from his coat. Zhou Qi regarded the weapon with a bemused expression. Do you truly believe that mere possession of this knife will secure what you desire? I possess more than just this knife, the rotund man responded ominously. I also have 2 accomplices and 2 knives. As he spoke, the 2 bodyguards brandished gleaming weapons in their hands. Enough chatter. My ride will be here shortly. The rotund man advanced, thrusting the knife towards Zhou Qi. So, who will come to collect it? Zhou Qi then revealed a check from his pocket. The moment the rotund man caught sight of it, his eyes gleamed with greed. The check bore no name or identification. If he could seize it and cash it at the bank, the entirety of the funds would be his. He estimated that each lottery ticket was worth 5 million, and Zhou Qi had at least 10 of them. The total would amount to no less than 50 million. 50 million. Just contemplating this made the rotund man quiver with excitement. If he could truly claim all this money, he would certainly pay homage to his ancestors at the ancestral shrine. Surely, it was divine providence that led him to encounter such a wealthy individual devoid of any combat prowess. With this thought, he instinctively licked his lips. His eyes brimming with fervor, handed over, quickly. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi remained unmoved, doubting his bodyguards, fearful they might abscond with the money. The rotund man realized he must act himself. His throat dry, he swallowed hard and stepped forward, raising the knife to Zhou Qi's throat while reaching for the check with his other hand. In an instant, chaos ensued. As he comprehended what was happening, a pained scream escaped him as he was thrown to the ground like a rag doll. How dare you lay hands on me? You too, get him. The rotund man grimaced in agony, clutching his abdomen and bellowing. The 2 bodyguards, obeying his command, rushed forward, leaping over their fallen employer to unleash their fists upon Zhou Qi's face. Alas, before they could connect, one was met with a swift kick to the abdomen, while the other was sent sprawling by a well-executed spinning kick. The most unfortunate was the rotund man, who had just regained his footing only to be struck down by the bodyguard sent flying by Zhou Qi. With a pained cry, the bodyguard scrambled to his feet. You 2 are utterly useless, incapable of defeating a single person. The rotund man fumed, lying on the ground and berating them. The 2 hastily assisted him upright. Boss, we sincerely apologize. Apologies are of no consequence. Swiftly apprehend him. I demand that check. The rotund man shouted, clutching his belly. The 2, not daring to delay, charged forward once more. This time, Zhou Qi held nothing back. With 2 decisive strikes, both bodyguards collapsed, unconscious. Now, in this dimly lit alley, only Zhou Qi and the rotund man remained. Glancing around, the rotund man realized he had no one left to protect him, and fear gripped him. Trembling, he stammered. What do you intend to do? You should abandon this thought. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Oh, I merely wish to inquire if you remember your previous words, Zhou Qi inquired with a smile. What words? The rotund man was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Qi chuckled, kindly reminding him, When I come to claim the grand prize, you shall call me father. Zhou Qi mused that perhaps he had a peculiar affinity for such titles, given how many were eager to bet and rush forth to call him son. The rotund man looked up at Zhou Qi with genuine sincerity, even attempting to grasp Zhou Qi's leg, only to be deftly avoided. Sensing Zhou Qi's unwillingness to relent, the rotund man dropped to his knees, weeping. Father, you truly don't understand. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a hungry infant. My entire family relies on me. Please, show mercy and spare me. I promise never to engage in such actions again. This was my first attempt, and I never expected to cross paths with you, my dear father. Allow me to mend my ways. Stop, I am quite well, and you shan't curse me. Zhou Qi kicked the rotund man lightly. The rotund man tumbled to the ground but, amidst his tears and snot, crawled back to Zhou Qi. Dear father, I wish you a long life. It is all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken of you in such a manner. Saying this, the rotund man began to slap his own face, crying out, I shall teach you to speak foolishly. What is that? He cautiously gazed up at Zhou Qi. Very well, Zhou Qi nodded, seeing no other recourse with such a character before him. Your attitude in admitting fault is commendable. Now stand there. Zhou Qi pointed towards the mouth of the alley. The rotund man eagerly nodded. I see. Dear father, what would you have me do? Zhou Qi's face twitched as he ordered, kneel and sing the handkerchief. What? The rotund man was taken aback, not expecting such a punishment. I am quite pleased, Zhou Qi declared. As Zhou Qi had spoken, the rotund man hurried towards the alley's entrance. Zhou Qi followed leisurely, and just as they neared the exit, a cacophony of car horns sounded outside. The rotund man's pace suddenly quickened, and his plump figure darted out of the alley, vanishing from sight. Zhou Qi smirked coldly, quickening his own steps to emerge from the alley, catching a glimpse of the departing car. Raising his hand, a tracking talisman vanished from view. You dare to flee before finishing the song I commanded? Zhou Qi smirked, determining that he would have to pursue the rotund man himself. Having boarded a taxi, the rotund man felt a fleeting sense of relief, silently thanking his foresight in calling for a cab and providing the address of the alley's entrance. It was fortunate that the bodyguard had mentioned this name during their phone conversation, leading him to inadvertently save his own life. Who would have thought this fellow would be so formidable? The rotund man patted his chest. However, he soon retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Zhou Qi held a check in his hand, contemplating how to exchange it for cash to deposit into the bank. Thus, the portly man temporarily set him aside, intending to approach him after finishing his business. After lingering at the intersection for a while, a taxi finally arrived. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhou Qi promptly requested, Take me to the largest launching bank in the city. The driver, a loquacious young man, remarked, You must have hit the jackpot, huh? Otherwise, why go to the bank? Zhou Qi nodded, explaining that he had won a modest sum, not a grand prize. Haha, no worries. I'm not asking to borrow money from you, the driver chuckled. Zhou Qi sighed, adding, This is for your own good. If I were to disclose the amount I won, you might veer off into a ditch. 20 minutes later, Zhou Qi exited the taxi. The moment he stepped out, he felt an inexplicable heat radiate from his palm. Surprised, he glanced down, realizing that the positioning talisman he had cast was reacting to someone's presence nearby. Unexpectedly, without his searching, someone had come to him. Zhou Qi dismissed his initial concerns, assuming that the portly man, having won the first prize himself, was merely here to collect his winnings. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and proceeded forward. Not long after, a man emerged from the bank and collided directly with him. Zhou Qi instinctively attempted to dodge, but in that fleeting moment, a sharp knife pressed against his lower back. Huh? Zhou Qi chuckled, realizing that the intentions of the would-be thief were still very much alive. Per parenting, it seems, my father has not done a commendable job. With that thought, he looked up to meet the man's gaze. I advise you to behave and follow me to that vehicle, the man commanded in a lowered voice. Zhou Qi complied, retorting, Brother, blades are indiscriminate. Be careful not to tear my skin. He then followed the man to a nearby van. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar round face. The sight of Zhou Qi being restrained brought joy to the portly man, whose already small eyes narrowed to slits. Surprise. We meet again, he exclaimed. To prevent any tricks, let us settle this here today. Zhou Qi nodded, replying, I share your sentiment. It seems my father's shortcomings have led his son astray. How dare you mention that? Cut out his tongue. The portly man shouted in fury. Zhou Qi smirked and remained seated. The individuals behind him seized his shoulders, pinning his arms, while the one with the knife gestured menacingly toward his mouth. Zhou Qi laughed. What a grotesque request, my friend. What do you need a tongue for? To serve as a delicacy with drinks? Nonetheless, if it's what you desire, I assure you, my father will provide. In the next moment, piercing screams echoed from the van. Chapter 55. Cousin. The van housed 8 individuals, including Zhou Qi. Aside from him, all were slumped in their seats, and the man in the passenger seat was frothing at the mouth, staring blankly at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi shook his head, expressing disappointment. I was hoping to hear you sing some nursery rhymes, but alas, it seems that is no longer an option. However, in honor of your father, I shall confiscate this. He reached over and took the check from the portly man. Initially considering sparing him, Zhou Qi thought it fitting to accept the offering that had been so willingly presented. After disembarking, Zhou Qi kindly closed the van door and turned toward the bank. Moments prior, he had used an illusion talisman, though its effects lasted only 2 minutes. Zhou Qi had ensured they witnessed him extracting a tongue and plucking out an eye, which had rendered them unconscious from sheer terror. With the troublesome son dealt with, Zhou Qi entered the bank in high spirits. Welcome, greeted a staff member at the entrance, bowing with a smile. Yet, upon raising her gaze, her smile vanished abruptly. Zhou Qi paid it no mind. He had come to deposit money, not to amuse himself with smiles, and walked past her without a second thought. If you're just here to enjoy the air conditioning, you might as well leave. We're quite busy and have no extra seats. She called after him. I'm not here for the air conditioning. I'm here to deposit money. Zhou Qi replied, glancing toward the counter, pondering where to conduct his transaction. As it was his first visit, and he lacked experience. A pauper with money to deposit? She scoffed, showing no restraint in her mockery. Zhou Qi found himself puzzled. Was this phrase engraved on their lips? It seemed they all relished calling him that, though he was not one to be overly sensitive. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the staff's demeanor. First of all, I am not a pauper. Secondly, I am here to deposit money. If you can assist me, I would appreciate it. If not, please keep your distance. Just as he was about to move forward, a familiar voice called out, Zhou Qi? Surprised to encounter an acquaintance. He turned to face the speaker. It was a woman, likely a staff member of the bank, possibly of a higher rank than the one at the entrance. Glancing at her name tag, he saw customer manager, Yumeng. Yumeng? He pondered, the name evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet he could not place her in his memory. I've told you countless times, when you see someone trying to take advantage of our air conditioning, just kick them out. We can't even accommodate genuine customers, so why let someone like him take up a chair? Yumeng scolded in a hushed tone. The other staff member nodded, understood, Manager Yu. For some reason, her authoritative demeanor struck him as vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that she was indeed his cousin. In his youth, their families had been close, but after his father's misfortune and his mother's severe illness, their interactions ceased. Had it not been for her resemblance to her mother in her scolding, he might have forgotten they were even related. Shaking his head gently, Zhou Qi turned to continue forward, intending to seek guidance on where to conduct his business. Stop right there. Get out. Yumeng rushed forward, blocking his path. Zhou Qi, bewildered, replied, I'm here to deposit money. On what grounds do you expel me? You're here to deposit money? Yumeng scoffed as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. Zhou Qi, do you even consider your circumstances? I want to speak harshly, but given your family's dire straits, what money could you possibly deposit? If you're just here to enjoy the air conditioning, spare us the pretense and leave. If you don't, I'll call security. She reached out to grab his arm to escort him out, but Zhou Qi was quicker, evading her grasp effortlessly. Yumeng's brows furrowed deeply, forming a distinct crease. Zhou Qi, do you truly wish for me to sever all ties? She exclaimed. I wonder, are we so familiar that you treat clients this way? Are you not afraid I might file a complaint against you? Zhou Qi could hardly suppress a laugh at her indignation. How is it that, despite the years, her judgment based on appearances and her condescension had seen no change? You wish to complain about me? Yumeng retorted, her voice rising significantly. On what grounds? Merely your fanciful fabrications? Why don't you tell me how much you intend to deposit? Suddenly, Yumeng erupted into laughter. You wish to deposit $1 billion? Are you jesting? The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, who soon joined in laughter upon hearing Zhou Qi's stated figure. An elderly lady, eager to impart wisdom, chimed in, Young man, one must be honest. You're still so young. What purpose does lying serve? She assessed Zhou Qi's appearance, noting that while he seemed decent-looking, his ambitions were misplaced. $1 billion? Do you think that has something to toss about as if it were paper money offered to ancestors during the new year? TSK. Today's youth truly seemed to falter. An old gentleman nearby sighed in agreement. Feeling bolstered by the crowd's support, Yumeng laughed even harder. Zhou Qi, look around. Am I disparaging you? Not a single person here believes you. I've known you to be a liar since childhood, and now, as an adult, you've merely added to your shortcomings. How does it feel to have your bluster exposed? She waved him off dismissively. You should leave at once. Don't linger here, soaking up the air conditioning. If you don't depart soon, I shall summon security. The gazes directed at Zhou Qi were filled with disdain and ridicule, with some even showing a hint of pity, as if they recognized him as the very embodiment of boastfulness and deceit. With a sigh, Zhou Qi found he could no longer endure the situation. Where is your bank manager? Get him out here. He bellowed. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a fool, while Yiming shouted, "Security! Get him out of here!" Chapter 56. Truly 1 billion. Zhou Qi's uproar indeed alerted the bank manager. As security rushed over, the manager emerged. Yiming approached hastily. "Manager Chai, it's nothing serious. Just a poor relative of mine has come to loiter in the air conditioning. I wish to escort him out, but he is causing a scene. I'll resolve this immediately." Manager Chai nodded. "Since he is your relative, handle this matter delicately. Do not disturb our other clients." "Of course, you can rely on me," Yiming assured him. Zhou Qi sneered. "I intend to deposit 1 billion. Are you refusing to conduct my business?" At this, the manager halted in his tracks. 1 billion? Yiming chuckled weakly. "My cousin has always been a braggart. I apologize, Manager Chai. He isn't merely boastful, he seems a bit simple-minded." Manager Chai could not fathom Zhou Qi's ability to deposit such a sum. If he truly could, his business would have flourished. Yet, upon glancing at Zhou Qi, dressed in simple attire of a t-shirt and jeans, he concluded that even a wealthy individual would not typically present himself in such a manner. Zhou Qi then produced a check. "Manager Chai, I offer you one last chance. Otherwise, I shall seek another bank." In a flash, he was before Zhou Qi, seizing his arm and finally catching sight of the check's amount. "Heavens!" Manager Chai exclaimed, his excitement rendering him oblivious to decorum. The crowd stared in astonishment at the manager's exuberance. Could it be that the check truly states 1 billion? What fortune this represents? "I've merely heard tales. In my 70 years, I've never encountered such wealth," murmured the onlookers. Yiming, as if awakening from a dream, dashed toward Zhou Qi. "Cousin, you truly wish to deposit such a sum? Had I known, I would have personally handled it for you." Her gaze flicked to the check, and upon reading its amount, her heart raced. She regretted not having asked him to reveal it sooner. Had she seen the figure, she would have carried him into her office like a revered ancestor. Yet, it was not too late. "Manager Chai, I must apologize. I was merely joking with my cousin. I shall personally assist him with this transaction." Holding the check, Manager Chai trembled with anticipation. "You need not trouble yourself. I will handle this matter for this gentleman," he declared, eyes glinting with desire at the prospect of such a deposit. "If this billion truly enters our bank, my salary this month will be transformed." The thought of that figure left him parched, and he would gladly kneel before Zhou Qi, considering the fortune his own ancestors had never bestowed upon him. Zhou Qi gently waved the check. Manager Chai's gaze followed its movement, entranced. Zhou Qi sighed. "I wish to deposit my funds here, but alas, your service has been unsatisfactory. I was nearly cast out moments ago. Perhaps I should seek a bank with a more amiable approach?" Upon hearing this, Yiming's face paled instantly. Manager Chai turned his gaze upon her. "Yiming, is this how you treat your clients?" he thundered. Yiming quickly bowed. "I am sincerely sorry, Manager Chai. I truly did not mean it. Please forgive me." "Stop." Zhou Qi chuckled lightly. "I truly cannot claim kinship with someone of your caliber." A single phrase conveyed the underlying message to Manager Chai. Yiming hastily implored, "Manager Chai, grant me another opportunity." Manager Chai raised his hand. "No need." Upon reflection, "Our establishment is too small to accommodate such a prominent figure. You should take your leave. I will inform finance regarding your termination." "Please, no," Yiming pleaded, grasping Manager Chai's arm. "I beg you, grant me another chance." He shrugged her off with force, sending her sprawling to the ground. Manager Chai then turned to the nearby security. "Are you all daft? What are you standing around for? Act as if you are guardians of the door." Only then did the guards spring into action, lifting Yiming off the floor. She continued to shout, "Manager Chai, give me another chance. Zhou Qi, I was wrong. Please speak to Manager Chai on my behalf. Forgive me just this once." Manager Chai, however, had already bowed to Zhou Qi. "If you would kindly follow me to my office, we can attend to your transaction." Zhou Qi nodded. "Very well." With that, the two stepped forward, while Yiming's cries echoed behind them. "Zhou Qi, I was mistaken. Just give me one more opportunity. Manager Chai, even if you disregard everything else, consider my capabilities and grant me another chance." Zhou Qi, my cousin, remained in the hall until Yiming's voice faded away. Is this the fabled consequence of a dog looking down on others? The others laughed heartily and then turned to attend to their own affairs, viewing the recent commotion as mere farce, utterly inconsequential to their lives. Yet for Yiming, the situation was starkly different. After being thrown out, the security guard stood resolutely at the door, preventing her from re-entering. She seethed with anger. Why did Zhou Qi possess such immense wealth? In her childhood, her aunt had everything, and her mother, consumed by jealousy, would occasionally attempt to cultivate a relationship with her aunt, hoping for a taste of the luxury she had never known, exquisite delicacies, delightful toys, and perhaps even new clothes. But then, Zhou Qi's father encountered misfortune, leading to their family's downfall. Yiming felt a sense of relief. At least her once affluent aunt was now impoverished. But why was it different now? Why? She felt a burning resentment. A shadow flickered in her eyes as she picked up her phone and dialed her mother's number. Once connected, she spoke. Mom, I bought some things. Let us go visit my aunt. Chapter 57. Heart disease for reasons unbeknownst to him. Shou-Chi was suddenly engulfed in an unprecedented bewilderment. He had transformed into a wealthy individual, clutching a bank card worth 1 billion yuan, yet he found himself at a loss regarding what to purchase. He had already deposited 200,000 into the hospital for his mother, sufficient for her to receive exemplary care and treatment, and he believed she would soon recover. Shou-Chi stood vacantly at the bank's entrance for a full 5 minutes. As he entered the school grounds, a group approached him. The elderly man leading them appeared somewhat familiar. Shou-Chi rubbed his nose and stepped aside, intending to allow them to pass. However, to his surprise, the old man suddenly seized his arm as they approached. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. If memory served correctly, this Coach Zheng had come to scout a promising long-distance runner. Yet, the student before him was from the management department, completely unrelated to athletics. Coach Zheng, have you mistaken me for someone else? The head of the sports department inquired. Astonishment etched on his face. Hearing this, the group became increasingly convinced. Zheng, that's absolutely impossible. Our school sent only 2 students to the last marathon. He wants tea among them, another official asserted. We have already stated that the one who finished first was Tian Tao. This is Shou-Chi. And they are not the same person. I said I am looking for him, not that Tian Tao, Zheng Hong replied, his irritation palpable. I may be older, but I am neither deaf nor blind. I know who I am searching for. Several accompanying school leaders wore displeased expressions. One of them quietly asked, Didn't you say to find Tian Tao? Why hasn't he shown up yet? We looked for him. But it seems Tian Tao got into trouble a few days ago and is not in school. The queried teacher replied softly. Upon hearing this exchange, Shou-Chi finally understood why Tian Tao, who clearly did not know him, had acted so maliciously. It turned out that he was the champion of that marathon. Without his presence, Coach Zheng might have chosen Tian Tao instead, effectively robbing him of the opportunity. Shou-Chi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Perhaps he truly deserved to be targeted. He quickly interjected, Coach Zheng, please listen to me. My presence at the marathon was purely accidental. The one with true talent and potential is Tian Tao, not me. Moreover, I have never aspired to compete in such events due to my heart condition, which prevents me from engaging in prolonged or intense aerobic activities. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Zheng Hong looked astonished. You have a heart condition? Indeed, I cannot partake in strenuous activities for long. That day, I was feeling particularly low and engaged in a bit of self-destructive behavior, Shou-Chi lamented, a pained expression on his face. Zheng Hong, hearing this, felt a deep sense of regret. It was a pity that such a promising talent could not join the national team due to a congenital issue. Ultimately, he gently patted Shou-Chi on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. I am truly sorry. Shou-Chi bowed deeply to him while silently expressing gratitude for his discerning eye. Regrettably, he had no interest in sports. As he meandered through the school, it coincided with lunchtime, and Shou-Chi decided to grab a bite, having eaten nothing all morning. Just as he placed his order and settled down, he noticed others around him whispering and pointing. Shou-Chi's exceptional hearing allowed him to eavesdrop. Did you hear? Shou-Chi has a heart condition. I never knew that before. How unfortunate. Heart disease is a congenital illness that cannot be cured. I heard that the national team coach was interested in him, but because of his heart condition, he had to forfeit in favor of Tian Tao. Shou-Chi shook his head inwardly. Fine, this was all the result of his own fabrications. Let them gossip. Suddenly, a bag crashed onto his table. Shou-Chi looked up to see Jiang Yunyan glaring at him. All you think about is eating. Why didn't you tell me about your serious condition? Come on, we're going to the hospital. I've already contacted the head of cardiothoracic surgery. With that, she tugged at his arm, trying to pull him up. Shou-Chi glanced at the onlookers, chuckling, even if we are heading to the hospital. Can I finish my meal first? I'm starving. Jiang Yunyan huffed and sat back down. After a moment, her eyes welled with tears. Shou-Chi was taken aback, quickly reaching out to wipe her tears, but she evaded him. Please don't cry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I'll explain everything shortly, all right? He hurriedly reassured her. Jiang Yunyan remained silent, wiping her tears before turning her back to him. Shou-Chi sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be finishing his meal. He stood up, grasping Jiang Yunyan's arm with one hand while holding her bag with the other. All right, stop crying. I'll go with you to the hospital now. Okay. With that, they left the cafeteria, and the gossipers resumed their chatter as the two exited. Shou-Chi pulled Jiang Yunyan out of the school and into a taxi. Please, driver, take us to the World Trade Center, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyan protested. Where are you going to the World Trade Center? Didn't you promise to go to the hospital with me? Don't listen to him. Head to the Central Hospital. The driver was thoroughly confused by their exchange. Shou-Chi chuckled. Let us not make it difficult for the driver. We're going to the World Trade Center. As the car moved steadily, Jiang Yunyun was about to shout again when Zhou Qi interrupted. All right. I don't actually have a heart condition. I merely fabricated that to deceive the coach. What? Jiang Yunyun blinked, disbelief evident on her face. I didn't want to join the national team, so I lied to them. Smack. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunyun's palm struck his face. You liar. Jiang Yunyun shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Qi covered his face, letting out a resigned sigh. This was the chaos he had instigated. He deserved the repercussions. He rubbed his aching and painful face, forcing a smile as he said, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault. How about I accompany you for a shopping spree today? However, Jiang Yunyun remained unresponsive. Or perhaps, as a penalty, I could refrain from eating for a day. After all, I haven't had lunch yet, nor did I eat breakfast. Zhou Qi's eyes darted thoughtfully before he spoke. Half an hour later, the two found themselves in a restaurant adjacent to the World Trade Center. While eating, Zhou Qi recounted the entire incident to Jiang Yunyun. Are you saying that Tian Tao is the one who caused you trouble because of this? Jiang Yunyun exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger. During the last 3,000 meters race, she had already recognized Zhou Qi's prowess, but she had not anticipated his remarkable performance in the marathon, which caught the attention of the national team's coach, Zhang. I admit my error. After all, he aspires to join the national team, Zhou Qi reflected, having long since dismissed any resentment towards Tian Tao's actions. That is unacceptable. His character is too poor. I must report him to the school, Jiang Yunyun asserted indignantly. If it weren't for the fact that the 50,000 yuan had changed hands, Zhou Qi might have faced dire consequences, losing his future and career. Let's focus on shopping today and set aside everything else, Zhou Qi declared, having finished his meal and pulling Jiang Yunyun toward the restaurant exit. Although Jiang Yunyun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she decided not to dwell on it since Zhou Qi had made up his mind. Zhou Qi intended to take Jiang Yunyun around the mall, hoping to redeem himself after their last embarrassing shopping experience. With a clear objective, he led her towards several international luxury brands. However, as fate would have it, they spotted a familiar figure before entering the store. What is Zhao Li doing here? Let's not go over there, Jiang Yunyun urged, grabbing Zhou Qi's arm. Zhao Li had sustained a fractured arm during his last competition, wrapped in a cast and suspended from his neck with bandages. Zhou Qi had no desire to engage with him, prompting them to turn away quickly. Unfortunately, Zhao Li's keen eyes caught sight of them. Running away, are we? Feeling guilty? Zhou Qi was not the least bit ashamed and instinctively halted. Zhao Li swaggered over, looking down at Zhou Qi. You think you can just walk away after injuring my arm? What do you want? Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, amused. He perceived Zhao Li's injury as a mere inconvenience, unaware that Zhao Li interpreted it as a silent provocation. Zhao Li's anger morphed into disdain. Are you here to accompany Xiaoyun for shopping? What does that have to do with you? Jiang Yunyun rolled her eyes, aware that Zhao Li's sudden change in demeanor had ulterior motives, none of which seemed favorable. Perfect. I was hoping to shop today as well. Why not join us? Zhao Li suggested, his demeanor betraying no animosity towards Zhou Qi, almost resembling a casual friend. No thanks. Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyun replied in unison. Zhao Li, undeterred, maintained his cheerful facade. Isn't Xiaoyun welcoming me? I assure you, I won't cause any trouble. Zhou Qi, sensing Zhao Li's insincerity, remained unperturbed. All right, let us go together. If you find anything you like, I'd be happy to buy it for you. No need to be shy. Zhao Li's expression twitched at the oddity of the statement, as it suggested he was merely tagging along to receive gifts from Zhou Qi. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and replied, Thank you then. Zhou Qi waved dismissively. No need for thanks. Let us move. Jiang Yunyun surveyed the luxurious shops around them, knowing that the clothing from these international brands would cost at least 5 figures, potentially soaring to 7. This place is too expensive. Let's head to the mall instead, she suggested. Just as Zhou Qi was about to agree, Zhao Li interjected. How can we do that? Xiaoyun, the brands you usually wear are right here. Switching to a different brand suddenly would be uncomfortable, don't you think? Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi nodded earnestly. You make a valid point. Let us heed Zhao Li's advice. Fuming, Jiang Yunyun stomped her foot. Zhao Li, what are you playing at? I'm doing this for your benefit. I just wanted to ensure Zhou Qi was aware. Zhao Li feigned innocence. Zhou Qi, maintaining a serious tone, said, I truly appreciate your assistance, Zhao Li. Perhaps you could recommend a brand for us? Zhao Li beamed. Of course, follow me. He led Zhou Qi to a nearby high-end luxury brand known for its bespoke designs, often favored by celebrities attending prestigious events. As Jiang Yunyun internally berated Zhao Li, she felt anxious for Zhou Qi. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that if she declined, Zhou Qi wouldn't need to spend money. With this mindset, she followed Zhou Qi into the boutique. Hello, welcome. The sales associate greeted them with a broad smile, showing off her pearly whites. Trained not to judge by appearances, she provided warm service. Even though Zhou Qi was dressed modestly, his entire outfit costing less than 200 yuan, Zhao Li diligently recommended suitable styles, albeit ones with hefty price tags, starting in the six figures. Zhou Qi, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Li's intentions, encouraged Jiang Yunyun to try on every piece he suggested. Frustrated, she whispered angrily to Zhou Qi, "Are you foolish? Zhao Li is doing this on purpose." Zhou Qi blinked. His choices are quite appealing. You should try them on. He then gently pushed her towards the fitting room. After half an hour of trying on no fewer than 10 outfits, Jiang Yunyun firmly refused to try any more. "So, sir, madam, have you found something you like?" The sales associate inquired with a smile, eagerly anticipating Zhao Li's favorite question. Zhao Li was curious to see if Zhou Qi would leave without making a purchase after spending nearly half an hour trying on clothes. For Jiang Yunyun, this would be an embarrassing situation, likely deterring her from shopping with Zhou Qi in the future. Before Zhou Qi could finish his thought, Jiang Yunyun interjected. "I don't think any of these clothes suit me. They don't align with my usual style. Let us check out another store." The sales associate's smile faltered, although she had anticipated such a scenario upon their entrance. Nonetheless, adhering to her professional ethics, she replied, "I apologize for not providing you with a pleasant shopping experience. It is our brand's oversight. We hope to serve you better in the future." Jiang Yunyun tugged at Zhou Qi, urging him to leave. Zhao Li desired precisely this outcome. He awaited such a moment to unveil his card and purchase all the garments Jiang Yunyun had previously tried on. He aimed to demonstrate to Zhou Qi how disgraceful it was for a man to be unable to afford even a single piece of clothing for a woman. With this thought in mind, he cleared his throat and spoke, "Cough, please wrap up all the clothes she tried on." At that moment, Zhou Qi unexpectedly interjected. Zhao Li was taken aback. What was happening? He then observed Zhou Qi's visibly distressed expression. "Actually, I find other clothes quite appealing as well. How about this? Please wrap up one of every style for women in the store." "What?" The sales assistant, stunned, stared at Zhou Qi as if frozen like a malfunctioning robot. "Very well, sir." At that moment, the store manager approached with a broad smile, nudging the now dumbfounded sales assistant. The assistant blinked, excitement gradually replacing her initial shock. "I'll be right back." Once the manager and assistant departed, Jiang Yunyun seized Zhou Qi's arm, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Do you realize how much it will cost to wrap up all the women's clothing in this store?" Zhou Qi shook his head. "No, I don't." He had initially assumed Zhou Qi possessed such wealth, but it seemed he was oblivious to the garments' prices. Surely, he didn't believe they were merely a few hundred or thousand yuan each. Wooing a girl was not as straightforward as he thought. Soon enough, when it came time to swipe his card, it would be a spectacle to behold. Jiang Yunyun, upon hearing his words, became frantic, stomping her feet. "How can you dare to have them wrap everything when you don't even know the cost? You're driving me crazy." She cast a glance at the busy sales assistant, realizing she couldn't just walk over and say they weren't buying anymore. All she could think of was how to preserve Zhou Qi's dignity. After much deliberation, she concluded that she would have to pay for it herself. However, the total cost would likely reach several million, perhaps even tens of millions. Where would she find such a sum? Should she borrow from her father? But how would she explain it? What would she even say the money was for? "Hello, sir, the total comes to 9,470,000. The manager approached, smiling as he slightly bowed to Zhou Qi. Jiang Yunyun was taken aback, her heart racing uncontrollably. Zhao Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Relieved he hadn't made such a proposal, that amount far exceeded his own financial capabilities. Had he agreed, he would have been the one to suffer embarrassment. Still, he was curious to see Zhou Qi's mortification. With a beaming smile, he declared, "Zhou Qi, they're here to collect the payment." Zhou Qi nodded, producing a bank card and handing it to the manager, saying, "The password is 6/8. Please hold on." The manager took the card with both hands and turned toward the cash register. This sale would earn them a commission of over 100,000. Had the customer not still been present, she might have jumped for joy. "Let us go, Zhou Qi." At that moment, Jiang Yunyun grabbed Zhou Qi's arm, wishing to pull him away. "Wait, we haven't settled the payment yet." Zhou Qi looked at Jiang Yunyun in astonishment. He still needed his bank card. It held so much money. Jiang Yunyun had always believed Zhou Qi's card was empty, thinking he was merely putting on a facade. If the sales assistants discovered his card couldn't cover the cost, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Zhao Li watched with skepticism, unsure if Zhou Qi's actions were genuine or a ruse. Did he really possess such wealth? Even if he did, could he truly produce that amount to buy clothes for Jiang Yunyun? Or was he merely pretending, with nothing in his account? Perhaps that's why Jiang Yunyun was so eager to drag him away. As the sales assistant processed the payment, a minute felt like an eternity to Zhao Li, who perceived Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyun's tugging as if it were in slow motion. Hurry up. They'll soon realize there's no money on your card. Jiang Yunyan blurted out in a panic. Shouqi stared at her in shock. Do you think I would bring an empty card to deceive anyone? Jiang Yunyan's face flushed a deep pink. I didn't mean it that way. Don't worry. Zhou Qi reassured her, ruffling her fluffy hair. I promised to take you shopping and buy you clothes. How could I come with an empty card to trick you? Last time we went shopping, I was careless. But it won't happen again. Hearing this, Jiang Yunyan became anxious. Zhou Qi, are you up to something shady? Where did all this money suddenly come from? Zhou Qi chuckled. Why are you so imaginative? There's nothing to worry about. Just calm your little heart. Since there are quite a few clothes, would you prefer we deliver them? All right, deliver them to the management department of Normal University. Stop. Let us send them to my home at 48 Yunshuang Mountain Villa. Jiang Yunyan interjected hastily, not wanting others to think she was being pampered. Certainly, replied the assistant with a smile, wishing them a pleasant day. As the trio exited the store, Chapter 60, aren't you buying? While Long City may not be as bustling as Kyoto, it is still a land of opportunity. Many business tycoons recognize the potential here, and Long City's development is gradually catching up to first-tier cities. Zhao Li was indeed surveying the area for his father. Seeing him idle all day, urged him to broaden his horizons, primarily to assess his potential for business investments. All right, let us go take a look. Zhou Qi readily agreed. He thought simply that while he had some savings, it wouldn't be wise to squander it all. If he could invest to earn more, why not? Then let us head over there. There's a commercial property for sale, Zhao Li said, pointing ahead. Looking in the direction he indicated, Jiang Yunyan noticed a building under construction. Estimating the location, she realized that purchasing a commercial space there would require at least 8 figures. She gently tugged on Zhou Qi's sleeve, saying, we came to shop, not to look at properties. By the way, do you have your ID? Good. Zhou Qi nodded as Jiang Yunyan followed Zhao Li forward. The property was nearing completion, and normal sales had already begun. You seem quite interested in this place. Zhao Li remarked as they walked. If it's feasible, we could buy an entire floor for commercial investment. Even if nothing else, we could rent it out for a substantial sum. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi considered seriously, I think you make a good point. Seeing the earnest look on his face, Zhao Li became more irritated, scoffing. You might as well listen to the sales pitch, and if it suits you, just buy a whole floor. Zhao Li. What do you mean by that? Stop being so sarcastic. Jiang Yunyan couldn't take it anymore, glaring at Zhao Li. For commercial buildings in such areas, a square meter could easily cost tens of thousands, and an entire floor would be at least 1,000 square meters. How could Zhou Qi possibly afford that? Jiang Yunyan felt that Zhao Li was intentionally belittling them. Zhao Li wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, stating, I merely offered Zhou Qi a reasonable suggestion. What is there to be angry about? All right, let's not argue. Let's take a closer look. Zhou Qi quickly pulled Jiang Yunyan forward into the sales office. Welcome. Which type of unit are you interested in? The saleswoman greeted them with a sweet smile, though her gaze was primarily fixed on Zhao Li. This was hardly surprising. As Zhao Li was the best dressed among the three, a common tendency across various professions to cater to appearances, Zhao Li appreciated her demeanor and replied, We are primarily interested in commercial units for investment purposes. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's enthusiasm intensified. Please follow me. She then began her warm and attentive introduction. We should hurry. Noticing the saleswoman's growing interest in Zhao Li as a potential client, Jiang Yunyan tugged at Zhou Qi, eager to leave. Zhou Qi, however, listened intently, asking, Do you think she makes a valid point? Coming from a business-oriented family, Jiang Yunyan pondered for a moment before responding. This commercial district is the most prosperous area in Long City. As Long City continues to develop, this commercial hub's future will undoubtedly flourish. Given the rising consumer spending in Long City, property prices here might multiply several times over in the coming years. Zhou Qi seemed pleased to hear this. Yet, Jiang Yunyan added, however, the better floors in this commercial building are likely already reserved. Even if you wish to purchase now, you may not find a desirable location. Importantly, Zhao Li is merely misleading you. You needn't heed his nonsensical chatter. After saying this, she attempted to lead Zhou Qi away. Where are you two headed? Aren't you interested here? Zhao Li, observing their movements, quickly interjected as he saw Jiang Yunyan trying to pull Zhou Qi away. Zhou Qi nodded. Has Zhao classmate also taken an interest? May I ask which unit you have your eye on and how much you plan to invest? If possible, I would like to learn from you. You wish to learn from me? Zhao Li pointed at himself, incredulously. Zhou Qi earnestly nodded. I trust your judgment. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with interest in Zhao Li. She doubted Zhou Qi's ability to afford a unit here, but believed Zhao Li was more likely to make a purchase. Zhao Li gritted his teeth, recalling the saleswoman's introduction. 2/3 of the units were still available. The prime locations were already booked. Among the remaining options, the best was on the 3rd floor, but given its layout, it would be unwise to purchase just that floor alone. To buy the entire floor would require at least 60 million, yet his father had only allocated 5 million for investment. A mere drop in the bucket for an entire commercial floor. I think the fourth floor seems decent, Zhao managed to say. Zhou Qi, resting one arm on his elbow, thoughtfully stroked his smooth chin. I believe the third and first floors are quite appealing. Zhao classmate, you might consider acquiring the third floor or the last remaining unit on the first floor. Zhao Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially come to embarrass Zhou Qi. Yet now all attention was on him. The entire third floor would cost at least 60 million, while the sole remaining unit on the first floor, due to its prime location, would require a minimum of 15 million. Zhao Li certainly did not possess such sums. Even his father would not casually hand over 70 to 80 million for such an investment. Even if he applied for it, his father might not agree to provide the funds. Zhao classmate, are you not considering a purchase? Zhou Qi inquired sincerely, faced with the saleswoman's eager gaze. Zhao Li gritted his teeth. No. Oh. Zhou Qi nodded. Then I shall buy it. What? Zhao Li stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chapter 61. I accept your suggestion. Since Zhao classmate is not buying, then I shall, Zhou Qi reiterated, turning to the saleswoman beside him. Where do we go to complete the paperwork? Zhou Qi whispered. First, hand me your ID, and I'll tell you. Jiang Yuyun, still in a daze, fumbled for her ID, asking, what does my ID have to do with this? It matters. Zhou Qi chuckled, because these commercial units are meant to be a gift for you. A gift for me? Jiang Yuyun's eyes widened in shock. Zhao classmate. What are you saying? I truly do not understand. I apologize. Zhou Qi deftly avoided her attempts to grasp his hand. Isn't it? Speak up. Are you mute? Zhao Li shouted frantically at Jiang Yuyun. He could no longer tolerate Zhou Qi's expression. It was infuriating that while he could do nothing about these units, Zhou Qi could so effortlessly acquire them. If it weren't for Jiang Yuyun secretly assisting him, Zhao Li genuinely could not fathom any other explanation. Zhou Qi quickly pulled Jiang Yuyun behind him. Zhao Li, you better watch yourself. Watch myself? What are you two putting on a show for? Zhao Li's eyes burned red as he glared at Zhou Qi. What show? I simply have the means and intend to buy this for Jiang Yuyun. If you have the funds, you can buy it too. Stop acting like a rabid dog, snapping at everyone. Zhou Qi scoffed, shoving Zhao Li aside. Sir, may I ask if you're ready to sign? The saleswoman inquired cautiously. Zhou Qi nodded. Yes, let us sign. Will it be full payment, or? To hell with full payment. Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. Despite his injured arm, he defiantly raised his foot and kicked Zhou Qi fiercely. Zhou Qi was an insufferable nuisance, his nemesis. Zhou Qi sneered, evading the kick and grabbing Zhao Li by the collar. The saleswoman gazed at Jiang Yuyun with envy, astonished that this seemingly ordinary young man was so financially robust, willing to give away commercial units worth millions. Jiang Yuyun remained baffled, unable to comprehend where Zhou Qi had procured such funds. She was determined not to let such a significant deal slip away, regardless of who signed. The commission would ultimately land in her pocket. Jiang Yuyun, hesitant to sign, was still preoccupied with Zhou Qi. I think I should step outside for a moment. She felt a surreal sense of disbelief, as if she were dreaming. The saleswoman, displaying an awkward demeanor, urged that gentlemen would like you to sign first. Given the rarity of such a large transaction, the other staff members joined in persuading her, warning that if she stepped away, she might miss their discussion. Jiang Yuyun, already somewhat dazed, complied and sat back down. She knew Zhou Qi's capabilities and felt assured that Zhao Li, now somewhat incapacitated, posed no threat to Zhou Qi. With that in mind, she mindlessly signed her name on the documents. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi dragged Zhao Li into a secluded alley beside the sales office. Listen, Zhou Qi. Let me go. Zhao Li shouted fiercely. Zhou Qi released him, sneering. Zhao Li, this is your final warning. If you dare to challenge my limits again, do not blame me for being unkind. Zhao Li adjusted his collar with a single hand and raised his gaze towards Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, do not presume that a handful of filthy lucre makes you exceptional. Remember, no matter how much wealth you amass, it will eventually dwindle. What do you have to compare with me? Even if you surpass me this time, can you maintain that supremacy indefinitely? Should I desire it? The dividends from our company could easily crush you. Recognize your place, he declared. Jiang Yuyun will ultimately be mine. To Zhao Li's surprise, Zhou Qi did not exhibit any anger in response, instead nodding and acknowledging, your words indeed hold merit. For reasons unknown, Zhao Li was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding sensation. As Zhou Qi turned to leave, Zhao Li followed, calling out, Zhao Li. Zhao Li froze, realizing that the individual before him was unmistakably Zhou Qi. Yet an overwhelming shift in aura enveloped Zhou Qi. Zhao Li felt as though a frigid air had enveloped him, rendering even breathing a challenge. You. Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes, interrupting Zhao Li. I've already stated that I no longer wish to engage with someone of your caliber. However, I shall accept your suggestion. With that, Zhou Qi turned and departed, allowing Zhao Li to inhale the long-forgotten air. Chapter 62. Half for each. Jiang Yunyan was just shy of completing her documents. Zhou Qi gently urged her into a chair, smiling. Since Miss Jiang has performed so splendidly, why not continue? I shall observe and learn from you. The surrounding saleswomen stifled their laughter upon hearing this. Rumors had circulated about a significant transaction involving a young, handsome gentleman who lavishly spent in hopes of winning a smile from a beauty. Curiosity piqued, they gathered to glimpse this striking figure. Upon seeing him, the saleswomen felt a tinge of envy. How could a man be so handsome, affluent, and so devoted to his girlfriend? Jiang Yunyan quickly waved her hands. Isn't this property yours? It wouldn't be appropriate for me to sign. It was promised to you, so what is inappropriate about it? Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Jiang Yunyan's genuine care for him. During perilous times, she would shield him, seeking ways to navigate through danger. Upon learning of his illness, she would meticulously find a skilled surgeon and accompany him to appointments. Even when she found herself deceived by him, her disappointment and anger were palpable. When faced with expensive clothing she could not afford, she would concoct excuses to avoid purchasing them. Zhou Qi observed all of this keenly, and thus, he willingly purchased these gifts for her. Ah, Miss Jiang, if you are disinterested, may I inquire with this gentleman? What do you think of me? If so, I would do anything for you. At that moment, a charming saleswoman approached them playfully. With one voice, the others chimed in. Indeed, we harbor no objections. Just a word from this gentleman, and we shall sign immediately. I promise to be obedient and compliant. Consider me instead. Jiang Yunyan was oblivious to the throng that had gathered beside her. The saleswomen, all of admirable appearance, lined up before Zhou Qi. To Jiang Yunyan, they resembled sirens. And she exclaimed furiously, Zhou Qi, how dare you? Zhou Qi chuckled, I wouldn't dream of it. The gifts are meant for you, and thus, your consent is paramount for anyone else. Is that so? Jiang Yunyan's large eyes sparkled as she smiled. If that is the case, then you should come over and sign with me. This way, you would have your share as well. Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised by her proposition. He nodded with delight. Very well, then it shall be half for each. Jiang Yunyan, elated, picked up the pen. Upon witnessing their agreement, the surrounding saleswomen felt their interest wane and soon dispersed. With a triumphant huff, Jiang Yunyan reveled in her victory. After finalizing the paperwork, a significant portion of the afternoon had slipped away. Turning around, she spotted a familiar face. Tong Silin, accompanied by a man in his 30s, emerged from a vehicle. Tong Silin appeared taken aback to see Zhou Qi, and a pang of discomfort gripped his stomach. Fortunately, swift medical attention had spared him from serious harm after his unfortunate ordeal, but he was left with lingering restrictions on alcohol and spicy foods for the next 2 years, along with the doctor's orders for ample rest. In his view, this was akin to living the life of an elderly man, unable to enjoy nights out with friends. All of this misfortune stemmed from Zhou Qi. Had it not been for him, he would still be the carefree master of the Tong family. Yet, upon spotting Zhou Qi beside the taxi, a strange release of pent-up resentment surged within him. Zhou Qi nodded as the driver accepted the fare and cheerfully drove away. The word friend dripped with disdain as Tong Silin's gaze lingered meaningfully on Zhou Qi before departing. Zhou Qi, seemingly oblivious, approached Tong Silin, opened the passenger door, and settled into the front seat. Tong Silin's expression twitched. He anticipated Zhou Qi's familiarity. Buckling his seatbelt, Tong Silin inquired, where to? His tone implied that Zhou Qi was treating him like a chauffeur. Clenching his teeth, Tong Silin replied, all right. Then he added with a grin, you've never been in one of these, have you? Oh, it's certainly not very expensive. Zhou Qi nodded, contemplating what kind of vehicle he should purchase. Most men had a passion for cars, yet Zhou Qi preferred larger vehicles over sports cars. Tong Silin believed Zhou Qi was merely pretending. How could a mere student claim that a $600,000 car was inexpensive? With a mocking grin, he asked, would you like me to recommend one for you? Would you? Zhou Qi perked up instantly. I'm not fond of sports cars. Do you have any larger ones in mind? Upon hearing this, Tong Silin felt his frustration escalating to an unbearable degree, making it difficult to breathe. Through gritted teeth, he managed to reply, yes, I can take you right now. Chapter 63. Touch it, and you must. By Tong Silin drove with a certain urgency. After all, the thrill of luxury vehicles was best experienced at high speeds. Intent on showcasing his prowess, and with few pedestrians on the road, he pushed the speedometer close to 200. Tong Silin felt as if his eyes were speaking volumes. Is this it? He cursed under his breath and continued to accelerate. To maintain his facade, he ran 3 or 4 red lights before finally halting in front of a dealership. Impressive driving skills, Zhou Qi commented as he exited the vehicle. If only the car's performance were a touch better. With that, he closed the door and strode towards the dealership. Tong Silin stepped out, casting a glance at his top-of-the-line Porsche, plunging into a deep sea of self-doubt. Tong Silin brought him to the largest car dealership in the city. Renowned for its 24-hour operation, the least expensive vehicles in the showroom started at 7 figures. He was eager to see what kind of car this individual, who looked down upon his Porsche, could possibly afford. He doubted he could even purchase a single wheel from this establishment. Tong Silin had gathered some basic information about Shou-Chi and was aware of his financial situation, not to mention a car worth over $1 million. He could barely afford one costing several $100,000. What audacity to flaunt in front of him. Today, he was determined to expose Shou-Chi's true colors. Feel free to browse. Shall I fetch a sales consultant for you? Tong Silin sneered, having just dismissed a prominent consultant with a wave of his hand. Someone who couldn't even afford a wheel did not deserve a consultant's assistance. I'll just take a look myself, Shou-Chi replied, given the late hour. The dealership wasn't overly crowded, but there were still a few patrons examining the cars. Shou-Chi glanced around and noted the typical pairing of an older man with a younger woman. He nodded. It seemed he should consider buying a car for Jiang Yunyun as well. After all, a luxurious vehicle paired with beauty was a classic combination. As Shou-Chi strolled around the grand hall, he quickly set his sights on a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Initially, he had intended to select a larger model, but there was little else that caught his eye here, so he settled for it. Most of the other cars were sleek and low profile, which didn't appeal to him. However, purchasing one for Jiang Yunyun seemed fitting. He had a favorable impression of Aston Martin and had just spotted a white one that he believed would suit Jiang Yunyun perfectly. He was momentarily captivated, wanting to touch the Phantom's front fascia, which he deemed the most imposing feature of the vehicle. However, just as he reached out, a mocking voice interrupted him. If you can't afford it, don't go touching it. If you chip the paint, not even selling you would cover the cost. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man wearing glasses, accompanied by a young woman. Shou-Chi chose to ignore him and continued with his intentions. Hey, I'm talking to you. Poor guy. The man shouted again. That car costs over 10 million. Do you think you can just touch it? This dealership was well known in the industry, frequented mostly by the affluent. The clientele typically consisted of company executives, cross-industry elites, or the idle rich. Those who dressed like Shou-Chi were never seen here. It was rumored that entry required a certain status, otherwise, ordinary people would be clamoring to get in just to gawk at luxury cars. Shou-Chi managed to enter solely because of Tong Silin. Upon first seeing Shou-Chi, the businessman and his young companion mistook him for a janitor, only to later realize he was an ordinary person who had somehow slipped in unnoticed. Though this businessman was not a titan of industry, he felt a surge of superiority over Shou-Chi. Naturally, he was eager to demonstrate his status before his young companion. He could not afford a car worth over 10 million. Out of pride, he had never even dared to touch one. How could a poor boy do so? This twisted mindset turned Shou-Chi into an adversary in his eyes. Shou-Chi frowned, unwilling to engage with such a fool, fearing that conversing with him would lower his own intelligence to match the man's. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to inspect another white vehicle. To the businessman, this was a blatant disregard, a complete snub. Stop right there. The businessman bellowed. The security personnel, alerted by the commotion, approached, but Tong Silin blocked their path. It was absurd. He was there to enjoy the spectacle, and he wouldn't allow security to interrupt the unfolding drama. Shou-Chi remained unfazed by the man's shouting, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued forward. The businessman, infuriated, had initially intended to mock Shou-Chi but now harbored thoughts of revenge. The loud outburst had drawn the attention of other customers, and with an audience present, he felt compelled to escalate the situation. He released his companion's hand, hastened forward, and obstructed Shou-Chi's path. I'm speaking to you. Don't you hear me? He demanded, seething with anger. Why should I stop just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Shou-Chi replied, puzzled. The businessman was momentarily taken aback, but Shou-Chi evaded his obstruction and continued walking. This place isn't for people like you. You should leave at once, the businessman insisted, stepping closer to block Shou-Chi again. Shou-Chi let out a cold laugh. What an oddity. Are you the owner here? The man's expression twitched. No? Then is that car I touched when you're planning to buy for your girlfriend? Shou-Chi inquired, glancing at the young woman nearby. No. The man's face darkened. Then what does it matter to you? Shou-Chi's expression was one of bemusement. Why should my touching the car concern you? The businessman gritted his teeth. If you touch it, you must buy it. Is that an actual rule? Shou-Chi laughed, then seized the businessman's hand and directed it toward a nearby Maserati. With a slight smile, he turned to the young woman and announced, Congratulations. Your boyfriend has decided to buy you this Maserati. With that, he departed, leaving the man in stunned silence. You don't belong here. This place is for the wealthy. The businessman called after him, but Shou-Chi halted, turning with a scoff. Wealthy or not, who truly belongs here is still up for debate. Chapter 64. Let us take a look at a car. The businessman was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Up for debate? Pray tell, how so? He turned to the onlookers. Why don't we see who the real poor one is? The onlookers, maintaining their distance due to their own sense of superiority, were smirks of derision. Zhou Qi joined in the laughter, prompting the businessman to scowl. What are you laughing at? At you. Zhou Qi replied. Didn't you say something about poor people and dogs? The businessman narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhou Qi continued. I'm referring to dogs. The man's anger boiled over. I won't waste my time arguing with you. Who do you think you are? You probably don't even have $200 to your name. And you wish to buy a luxury car? You're not even worthy of a glance. If I were you, I'd scurry away and not embarrass myself here. From a distance, Tong Silin reveled in the spectacle, believing the businessman's remarks should be even harsher, hoping to make Zhou Qi question his very existence. The spectators, having seen many like Zhou Qi, believed he would never know what 10 million looked like. Many came merely to catch a glimpse of such wealth and snap a photo for social media, pretending the luxury car belonged to them. Zhou Qi raised his hand, signaling a nearby consultant. Excuse me, I'd like to take a look at that Phantom. Although the sales assistant harbored doubts about Zhou Qi's ability to purchase the Phantom, store policy dictated that they must wholeheartedly assist any customer in need. Adhering to professional ethics, he approached with a polite smile. There's no need to introduce him. Such introductions are a waste of time. You've already had a long day, so don't squander your efforts on someone so trivial. The senior manager suddenly interjected, extending his hand to halt the assistant and sneering. Apologies, sir, but you see the assistant glanced at Zhou Qi, feeling immense gratitude towards the manager for his interruption. I request a test drive. Zhou Qi stated expressionlessly. Sir, a test drive? You? The assistant's words were cut short as the manager scoffed. Do you know how much the deposit is to test drive such a vehicle? Yes, sir, we require a signed agreement prior to the test drive, along with a deposit. But most importantly, did you hear that? A deposit is required. If you can't afford it, you cannot test drive here, so you might as well leave. The manager interrupted the assistant once more. The assistant, apologetic, turned to Zhou Qi and said, I'm truly sorry, sir. If we are to arrange a test drive, we must schedule it in advance, so it's not possible for you to drive today. Given the assistant's statement, Zhou Qi naturally wouldn't insist on a test drive. How about this? You can directly help me with the paperwork. I want to purchase this Phantom. Zhou Qi was not one to linger unnecessarily. He had set his sights on this particular model, and he intended to buy it. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of snickers. The assistant felt somewhat helpless. The Phantom Zhou Qi had chosen was the latest model, priced at over 10 million. And it would take at least 9.5 million to acquire it. 9.5 million was no mere 950. Haha. Do you even know how much that is? A middle-aged man laughed heartily, pointing to a nearby car. Look over there, a Lamborghini. Should I buy one for your girlfriend too? Zhou Qi glanced at it, finding its appearance quite appealing, and asked the assistant, do you have it in white? The assistant was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Yes. Then I'll take these two cars, Zhou Qi declared, contemplating whether to proceed with his initial intention. While the company mandated that customer requests must be honored, had it been someone else, the assistant would have rushed to fulfill the request. Unfortunately, the speaker was merely an ordinary-looking young man around 20, not a wealthy heir, an industry elite, or a corporate executive. Could he truly afford nearly 20 million for both vehicles? Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Did you not hear what I said? The assistant felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly nodded. I'm so sorry, sir. I will prepare the necessary materials for you immediately. How peculiar. After the assistant left, the manager suddenly waved at a security guard in the distance. You need to keep an eye on him. What if he runs off later? Tong Silin, with a grim expression, moved aside to let the security guard pass. He was baffled by what Zhou Qi was up to and wondered where he had acquired such wealth. The security guard stepped forward, standing a few meters away from Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes at the manager and snorted coldly. What? Do you think I can't produce this amount of money? If you can, I'll eat this car. The manager retorted, suddenly irate and pointing at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi stepped forward. I don't need you to eat it. Just give me the money to buy one. He casually pointed to one of the Lamborghinis. All right, but what if you can't come up with that much money? The manager seemed intrigued by this wager. Zhou Qi shrugged. It's up to you. You call the shots. Then kneel and call me father. And lick my shoes clean. The manager sneered. Zhou Qi was taken aback. It seemed he was the only one with such peculiar desires. However, despite how it played out, he knew he could never refer to the man as father. Furthermore, he could save a few million in the process, making it quite beneficial for himself. All right, let us settle on that. He agreed, and those around him nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Tong Silin approached and kindly suggested, Zhou Qi, I think we should let this go. We should leave quickly. Leave? Zhou Qi chuckled, Tong Selin. Have you taken medication that has upset your stomach? Why is your brain not functioning? He promised to give me money to buy a car. I certainly can't refuse. With that, Zhou Qi produced his card. I'll swipe for one car. The other one will be covered by someone else. Chapter 65, A by 1. Get one free offer even now. The manager could not believe that Zhou Qi's card held such wealth. He scoffed, seemingly waiting for the assistant to confirm that there was no money on the card before making his move. Sir, please come over and we will process the paperwork. The assistant said. Humph. The manager coldly scoffed. Even if you don't say so, I need to go. Who knows if you're trying to pull a fast one? With that, he strode toward the counter with his young companion. Tong Selin, suppressing his anger, seized Zhou Qi's arm. Who were you just talking about? Repeat that. Zhou Qi wore an innocent smile. Mr. Tong, everyone is waiting for me to process the paperwork. If you have any issues, we can discuss them later. With a slight exertion, he easily shook off Tong Selin's grip. Tong Selin's face turned from red to pale as he clenched his fist, taking a deep breath before following after Zhou Qi. Not many people chose to tag along. After all, those who frequented such establishments were not ordinary individuals. The wealthier patrons, though intrigued, were ultimately restrained by their status and did not venture to pry. Only 2 or 3 small business owners followed them. I'm eager to see if your card can actually process the payment, the middle-aged man declared arrogantly, following Zhou Qi to the cashier. He could not rest easy without witnessing the transaction himself, even though he was certain Zhou Qi could not afford such a sum. The cashier inserted the card into the machine, inputting a series of characters before Zhou Qi entered his password. Soon, a successful payment notification chimed from the machine. What? The middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded, seizing the payment machine and shaking it up and down. Is this thing broken? Our display 1TB wrong. The cashier, unsure of what he meant, patiently explained the situation. Not only him, but even the assistant was wide-eyed with astonishment, while Tong Selin felt engulfed by a fiery embarrassment. How is this possible? The middle-aged man struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. Zhou Qi remained composed. Sir, let us not forget our wager. If my card processes successfully, you owe me the money for another car. He glanced at his notification. Just give me 950,000. I'll cover any shortfall myself. What did you say? The manager finally reacted. What are you asking for? Your own wager? Have you forgotten? Zhou Qi's gaze hardened as he sensed the manager's intent to backtrack. The CEO abruptly stumbled backward, a cold sneer escaping his lips. What a joke. I don't even know who you are. Why on earth would I give you money? Are you out of your mind? After uttering these words, he took his lover's hand and continued to walk away. Since you seem to have forgotten, I don't mind reminding you. A chilling voice echoed behind him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful force seize him, slamming him against the wall. A hand gripped his neck, tightening relentlessly, and he sensed the air in his lungs being slowly crushed. Let go of me, he gasped. His lover screamed in terror, but then fell silent. The security personnel in the store contemplated intervening, exchanging glances with the bodyguards, yet ultimately hesitated. The CEO's face turned an alarming shade of purple, but Zhou Qi remained unyielding. With a slight smile, Zhou Qi spoke slowly. I merely wish to inquire whether our wager still holds. The man attempted to shake his head in denial, but he realized that doing so might cost him his life in this moment. Desperately, he pounded on Zhou Qi's arm, but the grip was unyielding, like a vice. As the air in his lungs dwindled, he found himself nodding uncontrollably, conceding that the bet was indeed still valid. Why not do this from the start? Zhou Qi grinned brightly, releasing his hold on the man's neck. The instant his hand withdrew, the man collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as it rushed back into his lungs, triggering a violent cough. Zhou Qi stood by, observing him with an amused expression. Once the man's breathing steadied, he suddenly produced his phone. I'm calling the police. This is illegal. I'll sue you. Zhou Qi nodded lightly. If you wish to accuse me, then let us solidify my guilt, shall we? With that, Zhou Qi reached out again, seizing the man's wrist that clutched the phone. A sharp crack echoed as a bone fractured, and then Zhou Qi targeted the man's elbow, contemplating another strike. No more, please. I was wrong. The man sank to his knees, drenched in sweat, repeatedly bowing to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue lightly. You just declared your intention to honor the wager. Yet now you threaten to report me. It's hard to believe you. Money. I'll get you the money right away. Trembling, the man retrieved his bank card with his other hand and presented it to Zhou Qi. However, Zhou Qi sidestepped. What are you doing? I wouldn't accept your money as if I were robbing you. The surrounding executives couldn't help but twitch at his tone. The man hastily offered the card to a nearby sales associate, urging, hurry and process this transaction. Are you all just standing there waiting to die? The associate promptly accepted the card, draining a significant portion of the man's savings. Ignoring his distress, the man scrambled to his feet and rushed out. Zhou Qi shook his head disapprovingly. What is wrong with this person? I hadn't even expressed my gratitude before he left. Tong Silin's expression twitched as he watched Shou-Chi cheerfully confirm details with the sales associate and then called Jiang Yunyun. I truly appreciate your help today. Shou-Chi remarked to Tong Silin, I managed to catch a buy one get one free offer. Tong Silin suppressed his emotions, replying, as long as you're happy. Chapter 66, An Obstruction at Home. Jiang Yunyun was bored, watching television when Shou-Chi called her. She was puzzled about why he wanted to meet, but recognized the location as a renowned luxury car dealership. With her parents preoccupied, she bid farewell to the housekeeper and dashed out. Upon arrival, she found Shou-Chi seated at the entrance, gazing skyward, accompanied by Tong Silin. Jiang Yunyun instinctively frowned. Tong Silin, her childhood friend, was often seen as a potential match by their parents. However, she had little regard for him, especially since he frequently acted possessively as her boyfriend. What are you doing here? She asked disdainfully, still harboring resentment over their last meal together. Tong Silin felt a pang of regret, wishing he hadn't brought Shou-Chi along. Shou-Chi stood and grasped Jiang Yunyun's hand. Don't speak to him just yet. I want to show you something special. As Shou-Chi held her delicate hand, her face flushed a deep pink, and she shyly replied, okay. When she beheld the white Lamborghini, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively pulled her hand away from Shou-Chi, only to clutch his hand tightly. Shou-Chi, amused by her reaction, chuckled, what do you think? Do you like it? It's yours. Jiang Yunyun turned her head slowly, incredulously asking, it's for me? Indeed. What do you think of white? If you don't like it, they can swap it for another color. Shou-Chi said casually, though Tong Silin initially hesitated to intrude. He couldn't bear to walk away, trailing behind them like a self-inflicted torment. Watching Jiang Yunyun's delighted expression, he clenched his fists, realizing he lacked the means to purchase such a lavish gift for her. Turning to Shou-Chi, he was baffled by how he had suddenly acquired such wealth. Having experienced the shock of this morning's multi-million-dollar property, Jiang Yunyun quickly regained her composure. I love it, she exclaimed. Then swiftly pecked Shou-Chi on the cheek before turning away as if nothing had happened, her face flushed pink, her ears no exception. Shou-Chi grinned, touching his cheek where she kissed him. I'm glad you like it. Tong Silin's fists tightened, but recognizing he couldn't contend with Shou-Chi, he gradually relaxed his grip, vowing internally that he would never allow Shou-Chi to steal Jiang Yunyun from him. With that, he furiously turned and left the dealership. As Shou-Chi departed, he received a VIP card from the dealership, granting him unrestricted access even without Tong Silin's presence. After scheduling a pickup time for the car, Shou-Chi and Jiang Yunyun exited the dealership, enjoying a walk under the night sky. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few passing vehicles. And this tranquility brought her immense pleasure. Before long, several cars sped by in the distance, racing past them. Shall I carry you? Shou-Chi asked, bending slightly. Jiang Yunyun hesitated, torn on whether to accept. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from behind, causing both to pause. In an instant, Shou-Chi pulled Jiang Yunyun aside as the cars screeched to a halt beside them, their tires protesting against the asphalt. Several vehicles surrounded the two individuals, and the doors swung open. 4 or 5 individuals emerged from each car, led by a man in his 30s wearing a baseball cap, accompanied by a middle-aged man with an arm in a cast. The latter pointed at Shou-Chi and Jiang Yunyun, exclaiming, this is the guy who assaulted me. The man in the baseball cap slowly lifted his gaze to Shou-Chi. His eyes, resembling those of a venomous snake, exuded a chilling, sticky aura that instilled a sense of imminent danger even with a mere glance. He remained silent, raising his hand in a slight gesture. Instantly, his companions lunged fiercely towards Shou-Chi. Jiang Yunyun, her heart racing with anxiety, swallowed hard. She was about to inquire what Shou-Chi intended to do, but to her surprise, he had already grasped her arm, moving with swiftness to strike first. A mere instant later, she perceived only fleeting shadows before her. She was utterly unable to follow Shou-Chi's movements, only hearing the cacophony of anguished cries around her. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, the 20 or so assailants lay defeated on the ground. Jiang Yunyun's heartbeat quickened. If her memory served her right, Shou-Chi had just lifted her by the waist, and she had instinctively kicked one of the towering men, sending him stumbling back several steps. The exhilaration coursed through her. This was an experience Jiang Yunyun had never encountered before. The sensation was intoxicating, a thrilling rush that ignited her blood, leaving her yearning for more. Unfortunately, the battle had concluded, leaving only the man in the baseball cap and the middle-aged man standing. The latter retreated a couple of steps in fear, while the man in the cap regarded Shou-Chi with an astonished expression, then burst into laughter. I misjudged you. Your skills are quite commendable, worthy of a duel. With that, the youth removed his baseball cap and flipped it backward on his head. Come on, kid, let us have a go. In an instant, he darted forward with astonishing speed, causing Jiang Yunyun to instinctively scream in shock. Shou-Chi, undeterred by the opponent's prowess. Even had the presence of mind to push Jiang Yunyun aside just as their fists collided with a resounding thud. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, seconds later. It was the man in the baseball cap who staggered back 7 or 8 paces, disbelief etched across his face. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, and the fact that this youth had forced him back with a single punch spoke volumes about Zhou Qi's strength. Only he knew how violently his arm trembled. Casting a glance at Jiang Yunyun, Zhou Qi mused, "Ah, a college student. It seems you've encountered a wolf in sheep-esque clothing when faced with such a foe. The only option is to flee." "I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding." The man in the baseball cap shouted to his comrades, those still alive. "Get up and let us go." The injured men, groaning on the ground, struggled to their feet and helped each other into the cars. "You can't leave. I didn't hire you all for this," the middle-aged man exclaimed, grabbing the baseball cap's arm. But the man quickly hopped into the vehicle, which roared to life and sped away. The once bustling street fell eerily silent, leaving only Zhou Qi, Jiang Yunyun, and the trembling middle-aged man. The latter gazed at Zhou Qi in a state of shock, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, spare me." Just as Zhou Qi began to speak, the middle-aged man suddenly knelt before him, startling Jiang Yunyun into a gasp. "You've realized your mistakes?" Zhou Qi cleared his throat and inquired. "I was wrong." The man fervently nodded. "Next time I see you, I'll avoid you entirely. I beg you, spare my life. I've already given you most of my fortune. Just let me live." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded. "I have an elderly mother to care for and a young child who depends on me. You must have compassion. A mother cannot lose her son, and a child cannot be without a father." The man's sorrowful cries were heart-wrenching. Zhou Qi felt his skin crawl at the sight, while Jiang Yunyun struggled to suppress laughter. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "I swear, I'm telling the truth. I'm not deceiving you." The man continued to ramble. Zhou Qi quickly took Jiang Yunyun's hand and moved away. "You have no idea. My mother is gravely ill, and her medication costs a fortune every month. I truly have no money left. I need to work hard to provide for my son, who will soon be starting school." The middle-aged man's lament was abruptly cut short as he looked ahead and realized the street was now deserted. Confused, he turned back to see a taxi speeding away. Wiping his tears, he shakily got to his feet, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His life had been spared. Ignoring the pain in his knees, he took a step away from the scene, unwilling to linger in case Zhou Qi returned. With money now in hand, he needed to contemplate his future. Investing in shops was merely the first step. He had to find a secure place to utilize the remaining funds. In these times, who could ever have too much money? However, upon entering his home, he received a call from his mother. Zhou Qi hurriedly answered, detecting no hint of abnormality in her voice. Yet he sensed she was concealing something. "I haven't done anything. Just attending classes and occasionally engaging in small business ventures to earn some pocket money." Zhou Qi's efforts to support himself were no secret, given his family's financial struggles. "Dear, we can earn money, but you must not engage in illegal activities," Han Shueme admonished earnestly. Zhou Qi was perplexed. He had discreetly transferred funds to the hospital, assured by the doctor that his mother would remain unaware. However, her tone suggested she had discovered something. "Mom, did you hear any rumors? What illegal activities could I possibly be involved in? If I were truly engaged in something unlawful, would you still be able to reach me by phone?" In that moment, Zhou Qi's heart skipped a beat as he recalled his previous encounter with Yumeng while depositing money. She was notorious for her loose lips. He had inadvertently caused her to lose her job, and she could very well have reported him. Before his mother could respond, he pressed on. "Did Yumeng come to speak with you? What did she say?" Han Shueme, realizing she could no longer keep things from Zhou Qi, recounted the events. "Yumeng brought her mother to see me and mentioned that you had deposited $1 billion. She insinuated that you were involved in unsavory dealings to amass such wealth, and urged me to keep an eye on you." Zhou Qi chuckled coldly. "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I won the lottery and made a deposit of over 200,000. She scolded me for it." As he spoke, Zhou Qi recounted the events he had encountered at the bank to his mother. Han Shueme remained silent for quite some time, and when she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse. "I'm sorry, my dear Qi. Mother apologizes on their behalf. You have endured so much." "Mom," Zhou Qi interjected, "please focus on recovering at home. I used the money to invest in a small business with my classmates. If we make a profit, I will buy a house and bring you over. How does that sound?" "Wonderful," Han Shueme responded eagerly. "Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Our dear Qi has endured enough hardship. Otherwise, I would die with regrets. Rest assured, Mom, you will live to a ripe old age." Zhou Qi replied with a smile. With the magical pouch he possessed, he was confident he could ensure his mother's well-being. After hanging up the phone with his mother, a plan suddenly materialized in his mind. Since he had mentioned doing business with his classmates, he needed to establish a company. Reflecting on Zhao Li's previous disparaging remarks, Zhou Qi realized there was merit in Zhao Li's words. Thus, he resolved to proceed as Zhao Li suggested. While he may not be able to assume the role of a boss, a position as a director or chairman should be within reach. Chapter 68. The chaos of the Zhao family. Zhou Qi, lacking knowledge in these matters, sought advice from Jiang Yunyun. 2 days later, Zhao Li's father observed the stock of his company consistently rising, yet, before he could comprehend the situation, it plummeted to the ground. The Zhao family had recently gone public. Their stock should have been on a steady upward trajectory. What had gone awry? Quickly investigate what has happened, Zhao Chengren commanded. The young secretary, flustered, rushed out of the office. 2 hours later, the secretary returned, breathlessly reporting, "It appears our company's products have encountered quality issues, leading to a widespread poisoning incident. It's all over the news." What? How was I not informed? Why did no one tell me? Zhao Chengren stared in disbelief at the secretary. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming, and more distressing was the utter silence of both his office phone and personal cell, with no calls coming from the firms below. The secretary hastily retrieved his phone and pulled up the news. Upon watching the beginning, Zhao Chengren, in a fit of rage, swept everything off his desk. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a throng of executives flooded in. Their first words echoed through the room. "Zhao, it's a disaster." Zhao Chengren rubbed his throbbing temples as he listened to their reports. The situation was far more severe than he had realized. It was common knowledge. And the authorities had already issued a closure order. Several factories had been shut down, causing the company's stock to plummet. "Zhao, we must find a solution, or our company is doomed," an executive exclaimed urgently. Zhao Chengren, feeling the pressure, snapped back. "Enough. It's only the first day. Why the panic? Our company has weathered many storms. Do you lack the resilience to handle this?" Chastened, the executives fell silent. He then instructed them to immediately visit the hospital to comfort the poisoned customers and to issue a statement on behalf of the company, assuring the public that they would address the matter seriously and uncover the truth. As the company's leader, Zhao Chengren managed the crisis with admirable composure. By the time the shareholders arrived, Zhao Chengren had already organized a plan. A bald shareholder frowned and spoke up. "It seems no one received any prior notifications. It's as if someone deliberately severed our lines of communication." Zhao Chengren had already dispatched people to investigate why no one reported the incident in a timely manner. What was the marketing department doing? Were they slacking off? The reporters arrived almost instantaneously, as if they had been lying in wait. They attempted to make calls, but to no avail. They watched helplessly as reporters snapped photos and the relevant authorities issued closure orders, all within a mere half hour. Who have we offended? One shareholder questioned skeptically. This debacle could not have arisen from mere happenstance. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this behind the scenes, though it was unclear how long such planning had been in motion. "Given the circumstances, we can only wait and see," another shareholder finally replied. Over the next 3 days, Zhao's stock price fell to an all-time low. The company evaporated nearly $1 billion in assets, leaving Zhao Chengren's enterprise on the brink of collapse. Compounding the issue, complaints from stores multiplied, with ordinary citizens appearing daily, hoping to confront Zhao Chengren and demand answers. Unable to avoid the office, Zhao Chengren resorted to covertly switching vehicles to enter the underground parking lot, eluding the throng. "What should we do?" a distressed executive lamented. "We've exhausted all ideas. Yet the hole remains unfillable." It was indeed perplexing. The company seemed to act as a magnet, attracting all manner of calamities. Zhao Chengren sat dejectedly in his chair, finally grasping the reality that the company he had painstakingly built over the years could be driven to the brink of bankruptcy in mere days. It was a horrifying revelation. Shochi had been faring well over the past few days. The academic load at school was light, and as the day to retrieve his vehicle approached, he contemplated purchasing a home in the city. Once his mother's health stabilized, he would bring her over. However, before picking up the car, Shochi decided to visit a particular location. When Zhao Li saw Shochi standing at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, Shochi had already entered the office. "How did you get in here?" Zhao Li shouted. "Get out. Our company does not welcome you." Shochi remained unfazed by Zhao Li's demeanor, lounging on the sofa and grinning. "Don't be so sure. This may not solely be your company. It might just as well be mine." Zhao Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your company? You think you can claim it with just a few words? I suggest you leave now, or I'll call security." Shochi, as if conjuring a magic trick, produced a stack of documents. "How about this? Why don't you consult your company's lawyer to verify the authenticity of these documents? Is there not a copy in the company's records? Perhaps there are even more astonishing revelations." He tossed the documents onto the table and cast a cheerful glance at Zhao Li. That smile sent a chill down Zhao Li's spine. Bang! Just as Zhao Li picked up the documents, the office door burst open, and Zhao Qingren strode in, shouting, "These bastards! When the company was thriving, why didn't they mention selling their shares? They are utterly ungrateful." Upon spotting Shou Qi on the sofa, Zhao Qingren frowned. "Zhao Li, get your classmate out of here immediately. What is he doing in the office during such a crisis? It's sheer madness." "Dad," Zhao Li exclaimed, handing over the documents. "He is here to deliver this." Chapter 69. 51% Zhao Qingren let out a soft click of his tongue before taking the documents in his hand. Yet, before he could finish his words, his actions abruptly halted. He incredulously raised his gaze to Shou Qi opposite him, demanding to know where he had procured these documents. "Mr. Yang, I apologize. My name is Zhou Qi," Zhou Qi replied courteously. "Preposterous." Zhao Qingren could not restrain his anger, exclaiming, "How old are you? Do you have any idea how much my shares are worth? These documents are yours. What nonsense are you spouting?" Turning to Zhao Li beside him, he ordered, "Go summon the security and the company lawyer for me in the evening." Zhao Li nodded with a hint of schadenfreude and quickly exited. Zhou Qi had utterly humiliated him. And now he dared to cause a scene at their company, thinking his father would be as easy to deal with as he was? Zhao Li could already envision Shou Qi being thrown out by security. He grinned as he fetched both the security personnel and the lawyer. At that moment, Shou Qi rose from the sofa and tossed his identification card onto Zhao Qingren's desk. The lawyer picked it up, scrutinizing the documents before him. "Mr. Zhao, we have examined these documents, and they are indeed authentic. The owner is this young man before us," the lawyer said, his voice trembling. He had attended the meeting earlier and was aware that several shareholders had hastily sold their shares in light of the company's impending collapse. The company's stock price had recently plummeted to historic lows. However, the lawyer had never anticipated that the shares discarded by the shareholders had all ended up in the hands of this young man. Moreover, alarmingly, he now possessed 51% of the company's stock, granting him decisive power over significant corporate decisions, authority surpassing even that of Zhao Qingren. Zhao Qingren's expression darkened ominously as he fixated on the youth before him. "How much did you pay for those shares? I'll give you double right now. Just hand them over." Shou Qi feigned innocence, raising his palms. "Mr. Zhao, your reasoning is utterly unreasonable. If you wish to acquire the stocks, you could simply buy them yourself. Why must you resort to robbing mine?" Then, with a playful smile, he turned to Zhao Li. "I'm merely following Zhao Li's advice. He did provide some excellent suggestions." Zhao Qingren glared at his son through clenched teeth. Zhao Li, taken aback, stumbled back a step. "Zhou Qi, shut your mouth. When did I ever allow you to steal my family's stocks?" Zhou Qi sighed, shaking his head. "I've merely come to inform you that I will be convening a shareholders' meeting tomorrow. I hope everyone will be punctual." With that, he stepped toward the office door. Zhao Li raised his hand to block him, demanding, "Stop right there." Zhou Qi halted, adding, "Oh, and don't forget to arrange an office for me." Glancing around the room, he nodded lightly. "If it comes to it, this one will suffice. I swear you're asking for a beating." Zhao Li could no longer tolerate Zhou Qi's attitude. Ignoring the pain from his recently bandaged arm, he swung his fist at Shou Qi. Zhou Qi dodged effortlessly, waving his hand in front of Zhao Li's eyes and snapping his fingers. "Come now, tell everyone about the misdeeds you've committed." Zhou Qi pulled out his phone and activated the recording function aimed at Zhao Li. Simultaneously, he turned to the lawyer, asking, "Could you please assess what he says? How many years would it warrant if it led to criminal charges?" The lawyer stared incredulously at Shou Qi, initially believing him to be jesting. Even Zhao Qingren thought it was nonsensical. Yet, to their astonishment, the next moment, Zhao Li began to speak as if in a trance. "My dad says that health supplements must use genuine materials, but that is all nonsense. I've seen the procurement team replace the ingredients with the cheapest alternatives. However, I didn't expose him because he gave me 1.5 million. He rambled on about the factory in Dongguan. Zhao Qingren's expression grew darker as he listened. The lawyer was already sweating profusely. Within 2 seconds of Zhao Li finishing his tirade, he snapped back to reality. Bewildered and furious, he shouted at Shou Qi, "Get the hell out of here, you bastard." "Zhao Li." Zhao Qingren roared in anger. Zhao Li, momentarily confused as to why his father suddenly mentioned the matter, quickly regained his composure and replied calmly, "Haven T, I already told you everything that needed to be said. Then where did that 1.5 million go?" Zhou Qi interjected suddenly, raising his voice. "This is all you're doing. Isn't it? I didn't do anything. You're the one who messed up." Zhou Qi sighed. "Lack of proper upbringing is a father's fault. You're quite capable, embezzling your own father's money. A promising future indeed." Zhao Qingren's fury erupted entirely due to Zhou Qi's mocking tone. He stepped out from behind his desk, advancing directly to Zhao Li, delivering a stinging slap across his face. Zhao Li, shocked, stared at his father. "Dad, why do you believe everything he says? Don't you trust your own son?" Zhao Qingren sneered. "Very well, Then tell me, where did the million for the self-built materials go? What about the 800,000 the factory manager in Donghuan gave you? And why did half of the money intended for customs vanish along the way? Zhao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he retreated, trembling. How do you know about this? Chapter 70. Speaking the truth slap. Zhao Qingren raised his hand and struck his son again. Zhao Li's actions infuriated him even more than the crisis facing the company. You, Zhao Li, I swear I won't spare you today. As Zhao Qingren prepared to strike again, Zhou Qi interjected, Mr. Zhao, I think it would be wise to hold off on punishing your son for now. What do you mean? Zhao Qingren's gaze darkened as he sensed that this youth was no ordinary person. Let us not wait until tomorrow. I demand we convene a shareholders' meeting right now. Since your son has committed an error, as a father, you must provide an explanation to everyone. Shou Qi pointed at the lawyer. Call the board members. The lawyer hesitated, but Shou Qi smiled. Don't forget, whose shares hold the majority in the company now. If you choose the wrong side, I hope you won't regret it. The lawyer weighed his options before bowing deeply to Zhao Qingren and turning to make the call. What difference does it make if you call for a shareholders' meeting? My son's mistakes have nothing to do with me, Zhao Qingren scoffed. Shou Qi smirked. Then why are you in such a hurry? We can discuss everything at the shareholders' meeting. In his pocket, he discreetly squeezed the truth-telling token, which was far more effective than the previous answer-all token. To his surprise, the lawyer worked swiftly. Within an hour, all the members of the shareholders' meeting had arrived. It wasn't that they were particularly obedient. Rather, they were curious about who this newcomer was, possessing 51% of the shares. When they saw Zhou Qi walk in, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Who on earth is this young man? Could he be the major shareholder? Surely not. He is too young to be trustworthy. 51% means decision-making power. What does that matter? He is just a kid. How could we fear him? True, he is inexperienced. He should be easy to fool. Shou Qi listened intently to their conversations, then disregarding Zhao Qingren, he took a seat at the head of the table. The faces of those present shifted subtly. Zhao Qingren approached his side, whispering angrily, Get out of here. This is not a seat for you. Shou Qi raised his hand and patted Zhao Qingren's arm. Now that everyone is here, why not share what you were doing while your son was embezzling those funds? Zhao Qingren scoffed, What could I do? I was, of course, keeping an eye on these old codgers. At this point, Zhao Qingren's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his hands. What I said is true. Everyone must believe me. Zhou Qi, crossing his legs, turned to the shareholders. What are you staring at these old shareholders for? They do nothing all day. I manage the entire company alone. They only know how to reap the benefits, so I must take action while they remain oblivious. Zhao Qingren's face was filled with urgency, yet his words contradicted his intentions. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Zhou Qi was quite satisfied with his remarks. It seems my son's misdeeds are not the only issue. I am not in a much better position. Indeed, Zhao Qingren's mouth was sealed tightly by his own hand. Although his words were unclear, his tone was remarkably relaxed. I always anticipated that these old fools would betray the company during a crisis, but I never expected it to happen so soon. What surprised me even more was that their stocks would ultimately benefit you. Zhao Renqing glared at Shou Qi with resentment. Shou Qi ignored him and slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Mr. Zhao no longer possesses the qualifications to continue as the general manager. I wonder if everyone agrees. The crowd exchanged glances. After a moment, a shareholder exclaimed in anger, Mr. Zhao's actions have been far too autocratic. I have noticed this issue for quite some time, so I support Mr. Zhou's proposal. That's right. I once thought he was a decent person, but it turns out he is just a parasite. With such character, how can he deserve the position of general manager? We must replace him. Why not let Mr. Zhou take this position? We all believe in your capabilities. Absolutely. The fact that Mr. Zhou was able to quickly uncover the conspiracy between the father and son proves he is the best candidate, far superior to us. Nonsense. Zhao Qingren was enraged. Can't you all think for yourselves? What can a newcomer possibly do? What does he understand? Do you want to lose everything? The shareholders exchanged glances but remained silent. At that moment, Zhou Qi interjected, Mr. Zhao, please don't be so hasty. If I can resolve this crisis. Do you believe I have the capability? If you can resolve this crisis, not only will I endorse you as chairman, but I'll even call you father. Zhao Qingren gritted his teeth. Shou Qi nodded in satisfaction, rising to look down at Zhao Qingren. It's a bit difficult to accept. Having a son my age calling me father. Before Zhao Qingren could explode, Zhou Qi quickly added, then let us wait for my good news. I can deliver results by this afternoon. With that, he disregarded the reactions of the crowd and left. Zhao Qingren's expression darkened instantly as he muttered, Are you really going to let such a young punk become chairman? Mr. Zhao, we have been more than fair with you. I advise you to behave yourself, or we will not spare you, one shareholder said before angrily leaving the meeting. Regardless, if the company survives this afternoon, I will support him as chairman, after all. Under your leadership, Mr. Zhao, the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Another shareholder sneered. If you remain in this position, the company will inevitably fail. We only want to earn some money to secure our futures. Indeed, we must look out for ourselves. Before long, the meeting room was vacated. Zhao Li, who had been quietly standing behind, cautiously approached and called out, "Dad, it's all your fault. Where did you find such a classmate? Are you trying to ruin the Zhao family?" Zhao Chengren seemed to age 10 years in an instant, roaring at Zhao Li. Aware of his misstep, Zhao Li realized that had he not provoked Zhou Qi, these events may not have transpired. He softly asked, "Do you have any good ideas now? I'll act immediately." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chengren revealed a fierce expression. "Since he is unkind, I cannot be unjust. The company belongs to me, Zhao Chengren. Anyone who wishes for me to relinquish it will have to perish." Zhao Li eagerly nodded. "All right, we shall do as you say." Chapter 71. Quite clever negative news regarding the Zhao family dominated every major headline. Unless an unexpected event occurred, within 3 days, the company would undoubtedly face bankruptcy. What troubled Zhao Chengren the most was that no matter whom he approached, they seemed utterly blind and deaf to the information he presented, adamantly clinging to their stance. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Chengren sneered, "I must see how that Zhou fellow plans to turn this defeat around." "Dad, don't listen to his empty boasts." Zhao Li replied coldly, "I know his true character all too well. Aside from being able to fight, he is nothing." At that moment, Zhao Li suddenly paused, recalling a previous incident when Zhou Qi had purchased an entire floor right in front of him. What's wrong? Zhao Chengren noticed his son's sudden change. Zhao Li quickly shook his head. Nothing. I just remembered I had water boiling." With that, he rushed to the kitchen, though internally he began to doubt. Could Zhou Qi actually resolve this matter? However, he soon calmed himself, knowing his father would never let Zhou Qi off the hook. Around 5 in the evening, while Zhao Li and Zhao Chengren were dining, Zhao Li casually glanced at the television, nearly spitting out his drink. "Dad, look." The father and son hurried from the dining room to the living room, where the troubled factory was back on the news and trending online. "On behalf of all our colleagues, we apologize to this factory. Our previous investigation lacked rigor, leading to erroneous predictions. The products manufactured by this company are perfectly safe. The patients who fell did so due to consuming the same brand of bottled water." The uniformed individual bowed deeply to the camera, their apology sincere. Following this, footage of the patients appeared. "I sincerely apologize. I had long suspected there was an issue with the Mayone health products, and now I wish to formally express my regret." Zhao Li quickly pulled out his phone. Dad, the stock market is about to close, and Zhao stocks are plummeting. No, we cannot wait until tomorrow." Zhao Chengren leaped up, hastily grabbing his coat. The shareholders had, of course, seen the news as well, astonished that Zhou Qi had indeed accomplished what he had promised. Zhou Qi, meanwhile, lounged in his rented room, rummaging through his treasure bag, assured that the Zhao family was in the clear. As the earlier chaos had merely been a diversion, now that the ruse was over, everyone could rejoice, remembering his significant role in this success. Zhou Qi quickly dialed a number. "Hey beautiful, how about hot pot tonight?" Jiang Yuyun, bored and staring at the television, eagerly accepted his invitation. The two met half an hour later at the city's most renowned hot pot restaurant, where Zhou Qi arrived later than expected. And the bright red broth was already bubbling in the pot. "Thanks for your hard work, beautiful." Zhou Qi wiped his hands with a wet towel and began adding ingredients to the pot. Hot pot is one of his favorite delicacies, utterly delightful and never tiresome. Jiang Yuyun smiled sweetly as she handed over the menu. "Come on, let us see what else we should order and have them brought out." "That's enough," Zhou Qi exclaimed, glancing at the table overflowing with ingredients. "Even if it were 2 more people, we would still have more than enough." In a short while, the ingredients had cooked through, and Zhou Qi picked up a piece of marrow, savoring it with a contented sigh. At that moment, a group of people entered from outside, traversing the hall to approach Zhou Qi's table. As Zhou Qi was using the communal chopsticks to serve Jiang Yuyun, his elbow was unexpectedly jostled, causing the food he had just picked up to fall into the pot. Fortunately, he and Jiang Yuyun managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, their clothes would have been ruined. Zhou Qi set down his spoon, ready to speak, but the other party jumped in with a complaint. "Do you have no eyes? How could you bump into someone?" Zhou Qi pointed to his own eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Do you know what this is?" Uffed. Jiang Yuyun could not hold back her laughter, bursting into giggles. Quickly composing herself, she added with a serious tone, "It seems you're conversing with someone lacking intellect." Zhou Qi chuckled, finally unable to suppress his laughter. The man, furious, turned pale with rage. "I'm not an idiot." Zhou Qi raised a piece of vegetable, inquiring. "And this?" "Fiddlehead fern." "And this?" "Spinach." "This one you surely don't know." Huang throat. Zhou Qi grinned. "Ah, quite clever. For answering the last one. I'll reward you with a plate of huang throat. Damn it, you're playing me. The man shouted angrily, swinging his arm toward Shou-Chi. At that moment, a light cough from a nearby table caught the man's attention, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon. He released Shou-Chi and stepped aside. Shou-Chi then saw a middle-aged man rise from the adjacent table. He was of average appearance, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, a style rarely seen in this era. What Shou-Chi found most perplexing was that even while wearing short sleeves, the man had draped a black overcoat over himself, which appeared to be made of wool. Realization struck Shou-Chi, Su Wenxiang. This Su Wenxiang was known as Master Hong. In the locality, he was a figure of some repute, controlling most underground businesses. And even in legitimate enterprises, many relied on Master Hong's support. After all, he was the underground boss, deserving of respect. Yet, the individual he respected and admired most was Su Wenxiang from the Shanghai Bund, who typically presented himself in such attire. Do you have friends? Has someone purchased your life? Do you wish to die here or outside? Master Hong inquired, accepting a cigar handed to him by a companion before smiling. Shou-Chi pondered seriously. Then let us go outside. Good, let us move. Master Hong was unperturbed, turning to leave. Just as Shou-Chi was about to follow, Jiang Yunyun grasped his hand. After a moment, he released her grip and proceeded toward the restaurant exit. Chapter 72. Surrender. Shou-Chi and the others exited the restaurant, turning left onto a relatively deserted alley. Passers-by were startled and quickly dispersed, transforming the once busy street into a desolate expanse. A gentle breeze rustled Master Hong's coat, and his deep voice resonated. Let us get started. Consider this road as his grave. On this day next year, he will remember. Shou-Chi thought to himself, what nonsense. His speech doesn't resemble Su Wenxiang, but rather that of a delusional person. Following their leader's command, the followers erupted in a furious shout and charged toward Shou-Chi. He lifted his gaze at the approaching men, clenching his fist in response. Master Hong, facing away, listened to the sounds of impact behind him and mused that this young man seemed quite resilient, despite the ongoing assault. He hadn't heard a single cry of distress nor seen him falter. However, when the commotion ceased entirely, Master Hong turned to find all his men on the ground, each with a cloth stuffed in their mouths, fabric taken right off their own bodies. Indeed, they had used their own clothing to silence themselves. With a swift motion, Shou-Chi delivered a resounding slap to the face of one of the assailants. How dare you strike me? Master Hong bellowed, his shoulders suddenly jerking as he shed his clothing onto the ground and lunged at Shou-Chi. He had not reached his current position solely through posturing. It was the result of painstaking accumulation and countless battles fought. He was notorious for his ruthlessness, willing to fight to the bitter end, determined to subdue or incapacitate his opponent. He could even risk his own life in the process. In any case, he was fierce. Originally, he had not intended to personally handle Shou-Chi, a seemingly insignificant character, but the price offered was too enticing, coupled with the demand for the target's death, compelling Master Hong to follow along. However, he had not anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, taking down all his subordinates and even striking him. This was an unprecedented embarrassment for Master Hong. He had to eliminate this youth to seal his lips permanently. Confronted with Master Hong's frenzied assault, Shou-Chi evaded effortlessly. Eventually, growing weary of the skirmish, he delivered a decisive kick, sending the man crashing to the ground. With his foot planted firmly on Master Hong's back, immobilizing him, Shou-Chi sneered, "Here's your chance. Turn around and take your men to deal with those who sent you after me. Not only will I release you, but I will also grant you a sum of money." Shou-Chi lifted his foot, allowing Master Hong to rise. He dusted himself off and stated, "You cannot speak of today's events." Shou-Chi raised an eyebrow. Very well. Master Hong was no fool. He understood that with Shou-Chi's earlier kick, even if he fought with all his might, it would be his life on the line. The two were not in the same league. Initially irritated that he had been sent to deal with a troublesome situation, he found the youth had become his employer instead. Before departing, Shou-Chi cautioned, "Don't lose your life. Naturally, expect good news." Master Hong replied, clasping his hands in respect before disregarding the fate of his fallen comrades and hastily entering his vehicle at the street corner. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yunyun finally relaxed her anxious heart. "Hurry and eat. Soon, I'll take you to see a grand spectacle." Shou-Chi excitedly piled the cooked food onto his plate. Jiang Yunyun, having a modest appetite, was already 8/10 full. Upon hearing of the upcoming spectacle, her spirits lifted. What kind of show? If I reveal it, it won't be a surprise. You'll find out after we finish eating. Shou-Chi chuckled, diving into his meal. In no time, he had devoured the entire pot of food. After finishing with a satisfied burp, Shou-Chi strolled leisurely out of the restaurant with Jiang Yunyun. "Do you know where Zhali lives?" they asked as they made their way to the parking lot. Jiang Yunyun shook her head. "I don't know. Perhaps it's near Lingwang City? Then, with a puzzled expression, she inquired, why do you ask? Is the spectacle you mentioned related to Zhao Li? You guessed correctly. As they reached their car, Jiang Yunyan had not driven that day. Shou Qi took the wheel, speeding toward Zhao Li's residence. Upon their arrival at Zhao Li's residence, a piercing scream echoed from within. Zhou Qi pushed open the half-closed door and, grasping Jiang Yunyan's hand, entered. Inside the villa's living room, Zhao Li lay on the floor, bruised and battered, while Zhao Chengran, though not as severely injured, knelt beside him, his face pale. Seated on the sofa was Master Hong, meticulously grooming his slicked-back hair, surrounded by over 20 young ruffians clad in floral shirts. Suddenly, a sharp crack. Zhou Qi, intending to enter quietly, accidentally stepped on the shattered remains of a vase, creating a loud noise that drew the attention of everyone present, including the disfigured Zhao Li, who turned his head as well. Startled, Jiang Yunyan instinctively pulled back, taking 2 steps away from Zhou Qi. Ah, little brother, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. Master Hong welcomed Zhou Qi as if he were at home. Zhou Qi, unperturbed, confidently led Jiang Yunyan to the sofa and sat down. Even Zhao Chengren, despite his foolishness, understood why Master Hong had betrayed them. The reason was evident. He had become the fish on the chopping block, with no grounds to speak further. Master Hong, please spare us. I will comply with any demands you have. Zhao Chengren pleaded, his voice trembling. Master Hong swiftly retorted, I have no demands for you. Just shut up. Upon his words, 2 henchmen advanced toward Zhao Chengren. Seeing them approach, Zhao Chengren quickly shielded his head, wailing, I was wrong. I was wrong. At that moment, Jiang Yunyan finally grasped the source of the scream they had heard upon entering. She then watched in astonishment as Zhao Chengren crawled toward Shou Qi, bowing and pleading, Mr. Zhou, you are the chairman of the Zhao Corporation. I concede. I beg you to spare us. Please, I no longer wish to contest with you. I admit defeat. In his desperation, this once proud Zhao now wept uncontrollably. Chapter 73, Racing. I'm not denying you an opportunity. You shall start from the very bottom. Shou Qi smiled before rising. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you. Zhao Chengren exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Zhou Qi handed Master Hong a check for 1 million, then departed from the Zhao household with Jiang Yunyan. Throughout their journey home, Jiang Yunyan scrutinized Zhou Qi, feeling inexplicably that he had grown more masculine and handsome than before. Most importantly, she realized her fondness for him had deepened. Zhou Qi, feeling uneasy under her gaze, remarked, if you keep staring at me like that, I might steer the car into a ditch. Go ahead, I'm not afraid. Jiang Yunyan maintained her unwavering gaze. Just then, a car alongside them matched their speed, and a beautiful woman inside called out, Hey, handsome, join us for a race. Bro, it would be a shame not to take this great car for a spin. Come on, there are rewards for finishing first. The driver, a young man with green hair, whistled at Zhou Qi. Intrigued by his suggestion, Zhou Qi turned to Jiang Yunyan. Shall we go check it out together? Upon their agreement, the green-haired youth whistled again and accelerated away. Keep up with me. His voice echoed from a distance. They drove out of town and arrived at the base of a tall mountain, where a winding road led upward. The road was narrow, allowing barely a meter's width between 2 passing vehicles. Hey, are you scared? Today, we'll race on this road. The young man, now out of his car, approached Zhou Qi, playfully patting the front of his vehicle. Noticing the new car, he added, just a reminder, if there is any damage to your car, I'm not liable. Shou Qi smiled, acknowledging the warning. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhong Huai. The green-haired youth extended his hand. Jiang Yunyan felt a strange familiarity with him, but couldn't recall where she might have seen him before. Zhong Huai noticed her confusion and chuckled. What's wrong? Do you know me, Miss Jiang? She nodded, then shook her head. No, I don't. Unfazed, Zhong Huai turned to Shou Qi. Since this is your first race, be cautious on the mountain road. It's prone to accidents. We have a special prize at the summit. You might just like it. What kind of prize? Jiang Yunyan asked, intrigued. A Persian cat, Zhong Huai replied, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her enthusiasm, he continued, the race starts in about 40 minutes. If you're unsure, feel free to familiarize yourself with the track. The distance to the summit could be covered in just a few minutes if they raced up. Jiang Yunyan nudged Zhou Qi. Why don't you take a lap up there? Just then, a sarcastic voice interrupted from behind them. Who does this guy think he is? Boasting so much. Zhong Huai introduced. This is Huang Jiu, our 3-time champion. And this is our new friend, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, Huang Jiu mocked, tilting his head and taking a puff of his cigarette. What a name. Zhou Qi chose to ignore him, wishing to take Jiang Yunyan for a stroll to admire the evening scenery, which, despite the dusk, was still beautiful under the sunset's glow. I'm talking to you. Huang Jiu insisted, feeling slighted as Zhou Qi attempted to walk away. Just as he was about to act, Zhong Huai intervened. Calm down for a moment. Zhou is my guest, so show some respect. Huang Jiao smirked. Fine, fine, I'll give you face today, but when the race begins, don't blame me for being ruthless. Make sure to prioritize safety on the track. Zhong Huai gently patted Huang Jiao on the shoulder. As time passed, several more individuals arrived, each accompanied by a female companion. The reason for the prize being a Persian cat was now clear. The vehicles they drove were all luxury models, some modified for enhanced performance. They soon noticed Zhou Qi's Phantom parked nearby, prompting whispers among the crowd. Who drives that Phantom? Is he joking? Can that compete? Bugatti and Pagani can accelerate to 100 in just over 2 seconds. That Phantom must take over 5. You can't compare like that. Xiao Qiu's Qian is on par with the Phantom. Come on, how long did it take him to modify that car? It's not any worse than your Bugatti now. Besides, if it were inferior, how did he win against you? Their chatter reached Zhou Qi and Jiang Yunyun's ears. She expressed concern. Are you sure you can handle this? Come on, I've told you time and again not to doubt a man's capabilities. Zhou Qi, slightly exasperated, playfully tapped her forehead. You rogue. Jiang Yunyun huffed, stomping her foot in frustration before turning away from him. Are we ready? In 10 minutes. We'll start. Zhong Huai announced shortly after. The sun had fully set, and the surroundings darkened. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated, and a ring of lights illuminated the edges of the track, resembling glowing ribbons encircling the mountain. Quite beautiful, Jiang Yunyun remarked, genuinely impressed. All right, everyone. The race will commence shortly. Remember, safety first. Zhong Huai called out from a distance, and soon everyone settled into their respective vehicles, observing the women boarding their cars. Jiang Yunyun followed suit, wishing to partake in the exhilarating experience of racing. As the flag fell, the engines roared, and 8 or 9 luxury cars surged forward simultaneously. The affluent youths were correct. Zhou Qi's car indeed had a sluggish start. In the blink of an eye, the other cars had overtaken him and sped ahead. Yet, Zhou Qi remained unperturbed. This was not a 50-meter dash requiring immediate acceleration. There was a lengthy mountain road ahead, and the outcome was still uncertain. Beside him, Jiang Yunyun felt a surge of anxiety as she watched the others dart into the distance. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, Can we win? If you say we can win, then we shall, Zhou Qi declared, flooring the accelerator. Jiang Yunyun felt the thrust from the acceleration pressing her into her seat, a sensation that was undeniably thrilling. Zhou Qi's gaze was fixed intently on the road ahead, oblivious to Jiang Yunyun's apprehensive expression. The leading car had already ascended the mountain and entered the first curve. Typically, when the speed of 2 cars is comparable, the best opportunity for overtaking arises in the bends. With precise control, Zhou Qi believed surpassing the others would not pose a challenge. He recalled a visual slowing charm he had previously dismissed as useless, merely altering perception without genuinely reducing speed, much like watching a video in slow motion. His earlier derision now felt like a slap in the face as he realized how perfectly the charm suited his current predicament. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Zhou Qi reached into his pocket with the other. The car swerved uncontrollably due to his single-handed maneuvering at high speed. Jiang Yunyun gasped in fright, while the driver of the car ahead erupted in laughter, mocking Zhou Qi's choice of vehicle for the race, suggesting he must have been intoxicated. Their camaraderie allowed for such banter, and his words echoed through their connected headsets. Is he behind you? If memory serves, you're in last place, right? Haha, yes. Xiaodong is indeed last. Does he think driving $1 million car makes him special? He has still nothing. Although they had been warned against such comments, they resolved to let actions speak louder than words. What on earth? A shocked voice broke through the chatter. What's wrong, Xiaodong? Is there an issue? Zhong Huai interjected. The timid Xiaodong stammered, lest you forget, the drunkard has overtaken us. What? The revelation startled everyone. Where did he pass you? Huang Jiao, who had been silent, furrowed his brow. In the curve, another deep voice chimed in. I just slowed down, and he zoomed past at full speed. Full speed? The group was astonished. On such a treacherous mountain road, even the most skilled Huang Jiao hesitated to overtake at full throttle, knowing one misstep could spell disaster. Zhou Qi's vehicle, meanwhile, was careening wildly, with Jiang Yunyun gripping the handle beside her to steady herself. Zhou Qi drove with reckless abandon, never applying the brakes even while navigating turns, skirting closely alongside the other cars. This was Jiang Yunyun's first experience in such a thrilling ride, and the excitement brought tears to her eyes. In mere moments, Zhou Qi had surpassed 5 cars, with 3 more ahead of him. Huang Jiao remained the fastest, driving fiercely. Though he didn't maintain the same speed through turns as Zhou Qi, his limited braking still allowed him to excel, having won 3 consecutive championships. Within the car's network, Huang Jiao listened to his friend's exclamations, feeling adrenaline surge through his veins. It had been a while since anyone had provided him with such a tense and exhilarating challenge, especially from someone he deemed unworthy. With 2 turns remaining before reaching the summit, Huang Jiao scoffed inwardly, thinking, no matter how skilled he is, victory will still be mine. He pressed the accelerator once more, the speedometer nearing 200. On such a perilous mountain road, this velocity was undeniably dangerous. As he rounded a bend, he knew that after the final turn, he could conclude the race. Come on, Huang Jiao shouted, urging his speed further. Seated beside him was his new girlfriend. Experiencing her first race, though she appeared bold, she closed her eyes tightly at each turn, fearful of plummeting down the mountainside should Huang Jiao falter. Suddenly, a deafening roar from behind signaled Zhou Qi's approach. Look, he's gaining on you, Huang Jiao, one of the friends exclaimed. Huang Jiao remained silent, for Zhou Qi had indeed caught up. Although Huang Jiao was faster, he still had to decelerate around turns, and Zhou Qi capitalized on this momentary lag to close the gap. Approaching the next turn, Huang Jiao gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to attempt a full-speed maneuver. However, this was the last and most challenging curve, nearly a 90-degree angle. In previous attempts, Huang Jiao struggled to maintain even a safe turning speed. Lowering his speed was essential for a safe passage. The thought of not decelerating was out of the question. Just as he hesitated, Zhou Qi surged forward from behind. No, the curve is ahead. Huang Jiao's foot hovered over the brake, reluctant to press down, perceiving the sharp turn as a death sentence. With a thunderous roar, both cars raced side by side, and Huang Jiao caught a glimpse of Zhou Qi's profile. I want you back down, he shouted, charging toward the turn. Tires screeched as he attempted to accelerate through the bend. Yet, ultimately, he crossed the finish line trailing half a car length behind Zhou Qi. Damn it, Huang Jiao bellowed, slamming his palm against the steering wheel, producing a cacophony of honks. As the others arrived, the scene unfolded before them, and they swiftly grasped what had transpired. Gazing at Zhou Qi in disbelief, Zhonghui finished third, unlocking a cage to retrieve a purebred Persian cat, which he presented to Jiang Yunyun as a prize. Don't worry, it's been vaccinated and is perfectly safe. Jiang Yunyun beamed with gratitude, about to accept the cat when Huang Jiao rushed over, snatching the feline and tossing it down the mountainside. In a startling turn, another figure leaped after the white creature. What the hell? Huang Jiao gasped, shocked. Am I a murderer now? Jiang Yunyun, witnessing the chaos, was utterly horrified. She trembled all over as she gazed at Zhou Qi jumping off the edge of the cliff. She wanted to step forward to take a look, yet her feet felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead, refusing to budge. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she murmured, Zhou Qi, why are you so foolish? Huang Jiao was equally at a loss. The anger that had once welled up in his chest now dissipated in fear. It was Zhonghui who reacted more swiftly, rushing towards the cliff's edge. Only then did the others come to their senses, following Zhonghui to the precipice. Oh my! Huang Jiao exclaimed first, staring in disbelief at the abyss below, his eyes wide with shock. Zhonghui extended his hand. Quick, give me the cat. Zhou Qi, raising his hand, handed over the Persian cat. While Huang Jiao hurriedly reached out, Great one, hold on to my hand. I'll pull you back up. To his surprise, Zhou Qi ignored him, placing both hands on the protruding rocks and pushing with all his might. Miraculously, he flipped himself back onto the cliff. After regaining his footing, Zhou Qi took the Persian cat from Zhonghui and approached Jiang Yunyun. Here, he tossed the cat into Jiang Yunyun's arms, smiling broadly. Are you silly or what? Jiang Yunyun, furious, hit Zhou Qi, yet her other hand clutched the Persian cat tightly, as if her life depended on it. Please forgive me, I won't dare again. Huang Jiao chimed in. Proud and haughty, he had never admired anyone before. Zhou Qi was the first. It wasn't just him. Everyone present admired Zhou Qi's courage and driving skills. Who would dare to overtake on a bend without reducing speed? Who would jump off a cliff merely to retrieve a Persian cat? People naturally gravitate towards strength, and Zhou Qi epitomized perfection in their eyes. Handsome, driving a luxury car, fearless. It was difficult for them to refrain from adoring him. After Huang Jiao spoke, the others rushed forward. I'm Zhao Dong. You can call me Dongzi. I'm Su Lahua. Just call me Alo. If you need anything, just reach out to me. He then handed over his business card. Soon, others followed suit, presenting their cards. Zhonghui's suggestion resonated well with the crowd. He wanted to add Zhou Qi on WeChat. Everyone else chimed in, we want to add him too. In no time, Zhou Qi's phone received a new group chat and 8 friend requests. After some light banter, time slipped away, and it was getting late. As Zhonghui held the highest status among them, his words were quickly accepted, and they all began to disperse. On the way back, Jiang Yunyun couldn't help but scold Zhou Qi, but he skillfully deflected her reprimands with the Persian cat in her arms. Jiang Yunyun was utterly enamored with the cat, and after warning Zhou Qi not to repeat his reckless behavior, she let him off the hook. Meanwhile, Zhao and his son sat despondently on the sofa, their faces pale. Lord Hong had already left with his men, but the villa was in disarray. Those incompetent individuals were either knocked unconscious or too scared to move. Zhao Changren swept everything off the table in frustration. This matter could not be easily dismissed. He vowed to make Shou-Chi pay. He isn't afraid of Lord Hong. What can we do? Zhao Li gritted his teeth, having never endured such humiliation in his life. Speaking was painful. Zhao Changren scoffed. What's so difficult about it? We may not be his match, but what if we strike secretly? Zhao Li slapped his thigh in excitement, wincing in pain. Dad, that's an excellent plan. Not only should we strike in secret, but we should also frame him. I want to see how he washes his hands of this. The father and son shared a sinister laugh. The next day, Zhou-Chi tidied up briefly before heading to the Zhao family's company. After all, they had wagered that if he resolved the company's crisis in just one afternoon, they would acknowledge his position. As Zhou-Chi stepped into the conference room, the shareholders erupted in applause. Amid the clamor, Zhou-Chi took his seat at the head of the table. I can't believe it. President Zhou has such prowess. In just one afternoon, he has transformed our stock market into a bull market. This position belongs to President Zhou. Indeed, we support President Zhou wholeheartedly, and we believe that under his leadership, the company will flourish. They all echoed their support. Zhao Chengren and his son Zhao Li did not attend the meeting. The secretary reported promptly. Whether they come or not doesn't matter. After all, the major decisions of the company rest solely on Mr. Zhou. Someone remarked. Zhou-Chi chuckled coldly. He hadn't anticipated how swiftly these individuals would abandon him. The flattery continued, with varied expressions of their unconditional support for Zhou-Chi's ideas. Zhou-Chi graciously accepted their accolades, and the atmosphere in the conference room was jovial. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. Zhou-Chi recognized the intruder as a secretary under Zhao Changren. This is bad. President Zhou, something terrible has happened. Lisa is dead. The secretary exclaimed loudly as he entered. He was cut off as several uniformed individuals entered behind him, brandishing a document. We apologize for the intrusion, but we've received a report of a homicide here, and we need to investigate the scene. Please refrain from moving unless necessary, one of the officers stated. Very well, please proceed, the lead officer replied. Zhou-Chi followed them to the office that had once belonged to Zhao Changren and was now his. At the center of the office lay a body, face down, while two detectives collected evidence. One detective lifted the corpse slightly, then rushed into the bathroom, followed by sounds of retching. Chapter 76, A Gruesome Death. Zhou-Chi was curious. While the lead officer was preoccupied, he cautiously approached. Upon seeing the victim's face, he gasped in horror. The woman had indeed met a gruesome end. Her body was a bloody mess, devoid of any unblemished skin. Even more chilling was that after the perpetrator had finished, they had dressed her, indicating a disturbingly strong psychological resilience. The abdomen appeared to have undergone surgery, with a poorly stitched wound still visible, tied with a black knot that had an unnaturally long tail. This was clearly the crime scene. At that moment, the team leader approached Zhou-Chi, who followed his gaze to the office bathroom. Initially, he thought the staff member had been sickened by the shocking sight of the corpse, only to realize it was the stench of blood emanating from the bathroom that had caused it. The entire bathroom was splattered with blood, covering the walls almost completely. Blood-soaked tools lay scattered on the floor, yet not a single fingerprint could be found. There were 2 sets of footprints, which had been confirmed to belong to the former owner, Zhao Changren. This is someone else's office, and it is quite normal to find 2 footprints here. There is nothing peculiar about it. Mr. Zhou, could you please tell us where you were between 9 and 11 last night? The captain stood behind Zhou-Chi, scrutinizing him with an observant gaze. He then inquired, am I also a suspect? The other party nodded, stating, as far as I know. The previous owner of this company was Zhao Chengren, and you have only just taken office. The deceased was also Zhao's assistant. The coincidences are too numerous for us not to harbor suspicions. Zhou-Chi fell into contemplation and after a long pause asked, have you investigated matters on Zhao's side? Of course, Zhou-Chi replied. This situation felt rather strange to him. He sensed that the incident seemed directed against him. So far, the only ones who bore animosity towards him were the Zhao father and son. But could they truly commit such an act? Reflecting on the captain's mention of the 2 footprints, could it be that the father and son had acted with their own hands? This was a crime scene, and Zhou-Chi could not linger there for too long, so after a brief inquiry, the captain ushered him out. Upon exiting the office, the shareholders once again swarmed around him. This is terrible, Chairman Zhou. There are reporters everywhere outside. The news of a death in our company has somehow leaked. What should we do? Indeed, Mr. Zhou, another shareholder chimed in. We've just recovered from one setback. We cannot afford another. If this continues, our company will truly be doomed. The most critical issue at hand was that a death had occurred in their company, and particularly in the CEO's office, leading to rampant speculation outside. It was indeed perilous. Once the investigation here concludes, an announcement will surely follow, so you need not panic. Given the circumstances, there was no point in further discussion. They could only heed Zhou Qi's guidance and await the outcome. The fact that Zhou Qi had become the company's backbone was unknown to the reporters outside. Thus, he strode out with confidence, breaking free from their encirclement. However, the shareholders were not as fortunate. They were besieged by reporters upon exiting, their heads bowed as security escorted them to their vehicles, enduring the entire ordeal in silence. The following morning, all major media outlets prominently featured this incident on their front pages. Consequently, the stock market opened to a sea of red, plummeting to its limit within the first hour. Zhou Qi, now the linchpin of the company, found himself compelled to attend the office, despite his reluctance. As the shareholders' relentless pleas left him no choice. What should we do, Chairman Zhou? You must think of a solution quickly. The stocks I held could have bought me a coat, but now I fear they won't even cover a pair of shorts. The shareholders lamented upon seeing him. Zhou Qi sighed. Even if I were to buy shorts, wouldn't mine be longer than yours? The shareholders exchanged glances for a moment before realizing that Zhou Qi indeed held significantly more shares than they did. He remained calm, unwilling to lose face. Subsequently, Zhou Qi called the captain, but it seemed the latter was rather busy. The phone rang until it nearly disconnected before he finally answered. I apologize for the disturbance. I wanted to inquire about the investigation regarding Zhou. Zhou Qi got straight to the point. Currently, he was seated in the very office where the crime had occurred. Although the gruesome scene had been cleaned, he could still faintly detect the lingering scent. Although no other witnesses were present, we believe that given their physical conditions, they should not be capable of such actions. Zhao Li appears to have sustained more severe injuries, while Zhao Chengren seems to be relatively unscathed. The captain replied, Understood. I will contact you promptly with any findings. With that, he ended the call. Zhou Qi headed to the security office, but before he could enter, he overheard two security guards engaged in conversation. One, with a somewhat croaky voice, remarked, This is quite strange. All the surveillance cameras malfunctioned last night. And even when the officials arrived, nothing was uncovered. But weren't you on duty that night? Did you see anything? The other guard inquired. You won't believe what happened. The first guard continued, I was startled awake by the sound of footsteps, but upon waking, there was no one in sight. Chapter 77, A Red Cloth? How odd. The two guards' voices then faded away, seemingly frightened, followed by the sound of a chair toppling and hurried footsteps towards the door. Zhou Qi did not wait for them to emerge and left first. If what they said were true, there were three notable points to consider. Firstly, the main entrance. An ordinary person could not access it, as only individuals at the managerial level and above possessed the card to unlock the side door. If someone entered that night, it was highly likely they held a managerial position. However, it was also possible that someone had stolen a card to commit the crime. Secondly, regarding the footsteps. The individual claimed to have heard footsteps without seeing anyone. Was that true or false? Lastly, and most importantly, where had the surveillance footage from that night gone? Zhou Qi believed that, aside from the other 2 points, the disappearance of the footage alone indicated that a person had committed the crime rather than some unknown entity. If it were indeed something supernatural, the surveillance would not have vanished. Thus, he deduced that a human perpetrated the crime, which led him to consider that the footsteps heard by the guard might not have originated from the surveillance, but rather from nearby. As Zhou Qi mulled over these thoughts, goosebumps rose on his arms. Once an atheist, he now pondered the existence of such entities. Goodness! Zhou Qi exclaimed as he rubbed his arms and swiftly made his way to the elevator. This entire building housed more than just their company. Yet this incident was undoubtedly tied to them. The investigators were diligently examining the deceased assistant's background for any potential enemies, but had come up empty. The assistant led a remarkably simple life, entering the company shortly after graduation, with her routine revolving solely between home and work. She had neither a boyfriend nor even a flirtation to speak of. Moreover, she was an orphan, with her education funded by the orphanage, and nearly all her earnings were sent back to support it. Such a pure individual met with such an inexplicable fate. With the company's stock plummeting, anxiety rippled through everyone. All could do was place their hopes in the investigators, wishing for a swift resolution to quell the public outcry. Meanwhile, that evening, the Zhao father and son had yet to retire, seated in the living room. Zhao Li bore visible injuries, and it was likely that Zhao Chengren was not in much better shape. They remained motionless on the sofa, the television before them turned off, leaving one to wonder what occupied their attention. Zhou Qi, having reached a foundational level of cultivation, possessed sharper hearing and sight than before. He stealthily moved closer. He spotted the two examining an object placed inside a box on the table, rendering it invisible from Zhou Qi's angle. Just as he contemplated moving forward for a better view, Zhao Chengren made the first move. He shakily raised his hand, his neck stiff as he turned toward Zhao Li, parting his lips but uttering nothing. Yet, Zhou Qi caught the expression in his eyes, fear. The contents within the box instilled a sense of dread in him. This week, Qi's unease had only intensified. Zhao Li's profile betrayed his rigid demeanor, and his body likely mirrored that tension, driven by curiosity. Zhou Qi was about to step closer when he suddenly witnessed Zhao Li springing to his feet and hurling the box to the ground. What? Zhou Qi noticed that the box contained what appeared to be a fine piece of red fabric. He could not fathom what could be so terrifying about it. Zhao Qingren raised his hand and slapped Zhao Li, subsequently reaching for his phone, only to be thwarted by Zhao Li's intervention. The two engaged in a scuffle, but ultimately, Zhao Chengren relented, and Zhao Li seized the phone, tossing it far away. They both collapsed onto the sofa, cradling their heads in anguish. Zhou Qi was utterly bewildered. Were these two truly brawling over a piece of cloth? At that moment, the security guards stationed at the villa's entrance began to chat, their voices reaching Zhou Qi's ears. What on earth is wrong with those two? They've been arguing all day over this matter, remarked one tall guard. What could possibly be in that package? I saw them open it and then throw it out in fright. Another queried. Perhaps this is just the peculiar life of the affluent, something we cannot comprehend. Another guard chuckled, shaking his head. Zhou Qi found the situation amusing as well, but it appeared he would uncover nothing further, so he slipped into the shadows of the night. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhao Li, in a state of despair, gazed at Zhao Chengren. Dad, shall we burn it? What do you think? Sure, let's burn it. Burn it. Zhao Chengren exclaimed, rummaging through drawers until he produced a bottle of alcohol, pouring its contents into the box. Zhao Li then found a lighter, igniting it before tossing it into the alcohol-soaked box. A bright flame erupted, and the contents within the box ignited in unison. Zhao Chengren chuckled maniacally. Finally, it's burning. Let it be gone. The box emitted a foul odor, akin to the stench of putrefying flesh being scorched. Zhao Li and Zhao Chengren, seemingly oblivious to the stench, fixated on the flames, their eyes reflecting a frenzied madness. Suddenly, the guards at the door caught a whiff of the burning smell and rushed inside, witnessing flames licking the nearby cabinet. They hastily grabbed a fire extinguisher to quell the blaze. Once the flames were extinguished, the contents of the box had been reduced to charcoal. The guards exchanged uneasy glances with Zhao Chengren, wondering what they would do about the charred remains. Meanwhile, Zhao Chengren, weary and defeated, declared, just take it away and dispose of it. The farther, the better. The guards complied, removing the box, while Zhao Chengren and Zhao Li, upon the villa's doors closing behind them, appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the sofa. Let us call the police. Let us confess. Zhao Chengren sighed heavily. Dad, don't be ridiculous. The thing is already gone. Zhao Li retorted angrily. As they spoke, a crimson flash suddenly caught Zhao Li's eye, followed by an overwhelming, nauseating stench. He instinctively cast aside whatever had landed on his face, revealing nothing less than a blood-soaked piece of human skin. Chapter 78. Life in the face of death. Zhao Li was convinced he was hallucinating, yet Zhao Chengren's reaction was all too real. He shrieked, shrinking back into the sofa, desperately attempting to minimize his presence, terrified of coming into contact with the grotesque object. Someone, throw that thing away. Zhao Li shouted toward the door. Do you want me to toss it in the trash? The guard looked perplexed at the bloodied fabric he held. This thing is truly bizarre. I've tried discarding it several times, but it won't go. Just throw it away, drive my car, and dispose of it far away. Zhao Li carefully retrieved his car keys and tossed them. The guard nodded, crumpling the bloodied cloth in his hand before exiting the villa. All right, it's over. Really over, Zhao Li murmured, uncertain whether he was speaking to his father or reassuring himself. The two sat uneasily on the sofa, and soon they heard the sound of the guard's vehicle departing. As the car left the villa's vicinity, their taut nerves seemed to ease slightly. The day's terrifying events had left them utterly exhausted, and before long, they succumbed to slumber on the sofa. However, their furrowed brows betrayed their troubled sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi had been overwhelmed with work at the company and was compelled to take leave. After assuring his teacher that he would not fail his exams, he received a 3-day leave. Stretching languidly, he ambled into the building, sensing an unusual chill in the lobby. Instinctively, he glanced toward the security room, finding the guards bundled in heavy coats. Rubbing his arms for warmth, Zhou Qi made his way to the elevator. Suddenly, the dim lights of the elevator began to flicker erratically. Zhou Qi was puzzled. Surely, such antics were reserved for the night. Not in broad daylight when these entities supposedly feared the sun? As if responding to his thoughts, the lights stabilized. Zhou Qi reassured himself that he was merely imagining things, likely conjuring fears from his own mind. Upon reaching his office floor, he entered the office, but just as he was about to sit down, the phone rang incessantly. After answering, he was met with silence on the other end. How peculiar. He hung up, bemused by the caller's absurdity. Moments later, his phone buzzed again, revealing a call from Jiang Yunyan. Zhou Qi, you need to check the trending topics immediately, she urged as soon as he answered. Confused, Zhou Qi opened the trending feed to discover it was about him, alleging he was the perpetrator of a homicide. As the victim had died in his office and was the former boss's assistant, resting his chin on his hand, he mused that the writer had a knack for storytelling, crafting a compelling narrative that made it all too easy for others to believe he was the culprit. In a flash, public outrage against Zhou Qi escalated, with some even threatening to dox him, vowing that he would meet a grim fate. The company's stock plummeted once more, hitting a halt. Shareholders, anxious and restless, gathered to pound on his office door. When they were finally admitted, they took a seat on the sofa. What are we going to do about this situation, Zhou? It's detrimental to our company. If this continues, we might find ourselves in even deeper trouble. Why is the investigation taking so long? A whole day has passed with no updates. We had hoped for assistance from the authorities, but now it seems rather bleak. As the shareholders clamored, Zhou Qi waited patiently until they had exhausted their concerns. At last, he addressed them. Everyone, please remain calm. I have taken steps to address this issue. What? Zhou, have you lost your mind? How does this help us? The recent news has caused our company's stock to plummet once again, and if this continues, we may find ourselves in dire straits. The shareholders gazed at Zhou Qi as if he were a monster. With a smile, Zhou Qi explained that this phenomenon is known as placing oneself in a deadlock to achieve rebirth. What does that mean? The crowd was bewildered. Zhou Qi elaborated that previously, a homicide occurred within the company, drawing all eyes towards us. Now, with this new report, have we not redirected the spotlight back onto myself? Does this matter? You are inextricably linked to our company, are you not? The shareholders still believed Zhou Qi had lost his senses. Zhou Qi touched his head and continued. It seems they now view the entire company as unreliable, but now they perceive me as untrustworthy. If I can clear my name, they will naturally forget the past incidents. Will they not? Upon hearing his words, the crowd paused, struck by his insight. After a moment, one shareholder clapped his hands and exclaimed, "What a brilliant strategy!" Indeed. They initially targeted our company, but now their focus is on CEO Zhou himself. If he exonerates himself, it equates to the company's exoneration. How ingenious. In response to the shareholders' praise, Zhou Qi remarked that although the assistant had no family, we can later invest in the orphanage where she once lived as a means to fulfill her unfinished wishes. Zhou Qi shook his head, not intending to disclose this matter publicly. However, if they think so, let them believe it for now. Once the situation reaches that point, we shall address it then. Satisfied with Zhou Qi's response, the shareholders left in high spirits, while he remained seated in his spacious office chair, deep in thought. This situation was not orchestrated by him. Who, then, was behind it? It appeared that the antagonist was executing a calculated act of revenge, first murder, then hiring individuals to disseminate slander online, all intended to ruin him. As he pondered, a knock echoed at the office door, followed by his secretary entering with uniformed personnel. Chapter 79. Ill-gotten gains. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, Zhou Qi smiled and inquired, "Is the government now conducting investigations so hastily? Do you take every online post at face value?" "I possess an alibi." A large gathering of reporters had amassed downstairs, and anticipating this, Zhou Qi had donned a jacket over his head before descending. The reporters below only saw him being apprehended, oblivious to the true nature of the newly appointed CEO. The online discourse overwhelmingly sided against him. Upon witnessing Zhou Qi's arrest, the public assumed the allegations must be true. They flocked to the official government social media, demanding the swift execution of this murderer, while also questioning why such an individual was appointed as the CEO of the company. It was evident that the company's stock would continue to decline. Just an hour earlier, shareholders who had been laughing heartily now found themselves in deep despair upon reading the news. In the Zhao family villa, Zhao Li exclaimed, "Father, did you see? He has been arrested. This plan is incredibly effective." Although he laughed, one could discern the dark circles under his eyes, indicative of sleepless nights. Zhao Chengren felt satisfied. He had spent the previous night dreaming he might die in his sleep. Yet, when dawn broke, everything reverted to normal and he awoke from that terrifying nightmare. Zhou Qi's arrest did not resolve their issues. However, Zhao Chengren unexpectedly encountered a formidable master. At noon, even those so-called masters of the arcane arts were rendered ineffective. An elderly man clad in traditional attire and sporting a long beard held a ritual in the Zhao villa. The bodyguards outside were utterly astounded by the sight. Yet they remembered the peculiar behavior of the Zhao father-son duo the previous day. It was often said that the wealthier one was, the more superstitious they became. Hence, they chose to remain silent and let the old man conduct his rites unimpeded. The Zhao father and son stood apprehensively, haunted by the events of the previous night, which deepened their reverence for the supernatural. Even Zhao Chengren, who had never prayed before, visited a temple in the city. Unfortunately, all the incense he lit broke. prompting the elderly monk to cast a curious glance his way. With a deep sigh, the monk provided him with a phone number and advised, "Good and evil lie on a razor's edge. Please ensure you perform good deeds, or no one can save you." Though Zhao Chengren readily agreed. He understood all too well that goodness was now unattainable, a life had been lost, and malevolence had triumphed. The old man burned incense and chanted incantations. To Zhao Chengren, his actions seemed indistinguishable from those charlatans on television. However, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to believe, as he had no other option. At one moment, the chanting abruptly ceased. A swirling black vortex appeared in the room. Zhao Chengren noticed a shadowy figure emerging from the whirlpool, waving at him. Instinctively, he wanted to resist, yet his feet moved forward uncontrollably. Zhao Li gritted his teeth and grabbed his father. "You vile entity, surrender." The old man suddenly produced a bell and hurled it at the shadow. To his shock, the shadow opened its gaping maw and swallowed the bell whole. The old man, momentarily stunned by the loss of his prized possession, seized a long sword from the table and thrust it toward the shadow. Clang! The shadow, appearing as a mist, seemed insubstantial, yet when confronted with the old man's sword, it emitted a sharp sound, accompanied by sparks. Zhao Chengren, who had nearly succumbed to the black mist's allure, was now drenched in sweat, feeling a surge of relief as Zhao Li pulled him aside. The old man indeed possessed formidable skills. If he could eliminate this entity, our millions would not be in vain, Zhao Li thought uneasily. In that moment, Zhao Chengren seemed to age significantly, nodding repeatedly. Although only a day had passed, it felt more excruciating than an entire year. Each moment was a source of terror. At times, he wished to knock himself unconscious, believing it might alleviate his fear, but alas, he remained fully aware, feeling, and even smelling the terror surrounding him. Bang! Another deafening explosion interrupted Zhao Chengren's thoughts, causing both father and son to turn. The once present black mist had vanished, and the old man lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. "Someone! Help!" Zhao Chengren nearly fainted from fright, urgently shouting for assistance. The bodyguards stationed at the door rushed in, carrying the old man away to the hospital. Zhao Li wanted to follow, but Zhao Chengren stopped him, instructing him to transfer 3 million to the old man's account. Considering the matter closed, if the old man perished, it was no concern of theirs. Zhao Li nodded in agreement and promptly complied with Zhao Chengren's directive. After being revived, the old man regained consciousness that evening. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was search for the Zhao father and son. Were they waiting for him outside? He urged the nurse to let them in quickly, for he had matters to discuss. Unfortunately, the nurse informed him, "Please calm down, sir. After bringing you here, they left. Perhaps you should give them a call." The elder, perplexed, swiftly dialed Zhao Chengren's number. However, as soon as the call connected, it was abruptly terminated by the other party. Filled with doubt, he attempted once more, only to be met with the chilling tone of a blocked call. Chuckling to himself in the hospital bed, the old man elicited concern from the nurse, who asked, "Is it difficult to reach your family?" "No need, dear child. You are a good person, and good people are rewarded, while the wicked may not be so fortunate," he replied with a smile, shaking his head. His gaze then fell upon the unexpected 3 million in his bank account. He decided to donate this ill-gotten money to a charity project, believing it better spent on good deeds than on himself, lest he fail to reconcile with his own conscience. Chapter 80. The singer Zhong Hui. The news of Zhou Qi's alleged murder spread like wildfire, leaving many to speculate about the identity of the new general manager. Subsequently, his photograph was shared online, revealing him to be a university student. As Zhou Qi had taken leave from school recently, those seeking him were unsuccessful in their attempts to confront him there. Even his classmates began to discuss the situation. How could Zhou Qi be a murderer? He hardly seems capable. One exclaimed. "What do you know? You can never truly know a person's heart," another retorted. Jiang Yunyun, unable to bear the gossip, slammed her book onto the table and exclaimed, "Indeed, you share the same air as him. Why haven't you fallen gravely ill?" Jiang Yunyun. "How can you speak like that? Is it right to curse someone?" A classmate shot back. Jiang Yunyun scoffed. "Am I cursing anyone? Until the matter is settled, how can you claim he is guilty?" Realizing Jiang Yunyun had a close rapport with Zhou Qi, her classmates chose to leave rather than continue the argument. Before reaching home, Jiang Yunyun called, asking, "What trouble have you gotten into? If it's serious, I can help." She had managed to obtain the contact information for the head of the Jiang family's legal team, offering to send a lawyer to Zhou Qi if needed. To her surprise, Zhou Qi simply shook his head with a smile. "Jiang, you're overthinking it. I'm perfectly fine. Yet the online discourse is harsh, and people are threatening to dox you. You must be cautious," Jiang Yunyun insisted, clearly worried. Zhou Qi replied, "If it's just about this, you need not fret. Public opinion is fickle. It tends to side with whoever is in the right. As for those who threaten to expose me, let them come, if I were afraid. I would call them father. Jiang Yunyun could only chuckle helplessly at his words. Are you aiming to be someone as father? Or do you wish for someone to be yours? Shou-Chi grinned. Either way, I won't suffer any loss. Rest assured. After hanging up, Zhou-Chi deliberately slowed his pace, noticing two individuals trailing behind him since he exited the official premises. Their intentions were obvious. As he decelerated, so did they. Shou-Chi regarded them with disdain, thinking if they wished to follow, they should do so boldly instead of dragging their feet. However, he soon felt compelled to confront them directly. Just as he took a step forward, they turned and fled. On his way home, Shou-Chi reflected on how timid online users had become, expecting an exciting encounter, but instead being met with cowardice. Shaking his head in disappointment, he continued walking. After a couple of blocks, he found his path obstructed by a group of individuals, led by the very one who had just fled. Zhou-Chi's interest was piqued. What do you want? Are you robbing me? The oldest among them spoke first. You're the alleged murderer, aren't you? Of course not, Zhou-Chi replied, shaking his head. If I were, why would I be standing here before you? Those in uniform are not to be trifled with. He articulated a series of points, leaving them momentarily speechless. Some among them even began to see the logic in his words. The youth who had fled earlier shouted, "Stop your sophistry. Even if you aren't the murderer, you must be an accomplice. How else would the online rumors be so credible?" Zhou-Chi laughed derisively. I'm not sure whether to call you naive or foolish. If I wished, I could fabricate 180 different versions of this story. You can't leave. You must give us an explanation. They insisted. Zhou-Chi found their demands absurd. If they were truly seeking justice, wouldn't they rely on those in uniform? Besides, I was just released, which indicates I'm innocent. What right do you have to stop me? Growing weary of their insistence, Zhou-Chi resumed his walk. But it seemed to trigger a response. The youths charged at him. With a resigned shake of his head, he found himself amidst a scuffle. A few minutes later, staring at the groaning figures on the ground, he pleaded, "It's really not me. I have an alibi. I didn't commit murder. Apologies, but I must take my leave." He swiftly departed. Upon returning to his rented room, Shou-Chi felt a wave of frustration and posted about it online before lying down to meditate. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. His mind was simple. He sought to explore what treasures remained in Zhu Beiji's bag that might help him navigate this crisis. Unfortunately, he found nothing. When he awoke, the day had nearly faded into night. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed from oversleeping, he reached for his phone. Initially intending to check the time, he was surprised to find numerous missed calls and unread messages. Most were from Jiang Yunyun. Curiosity piqued, he perused the messages, which also included a few from a sports car group. This group rarely communicated, likely due to their unfamiliarity with Shou-Chi. Intrigued, he opened the messages to find inquiries about the recent events. Among Jiang Yunyun's texts was a notification at the bottom, a link to a Weibo post by Zhonghua. The content was straightforward. He tagged Shou-Chi, stating, "Little brother, your driving skills are impressive. During the alleged time of the incident, we were racing together, and you came in first." Shou-Chi glanced at the top comment in astonishment. No wonder he found the individual so familiar. It turned out to be the singer Zhonghua. Chapter 81. A turning point. Zhonghua is an emerging powerhouse in the music industry. Although he has been in the limelight for 3 years, he possesses an unblemished reputation. His admirers can be divided into two categories: those who are enamored by his handsome looks and commendable character, and those who appreciate his musical talents. Zhonghua has earned the title of a genuine artist because all of his songs are self-composed and have garnered widespread acclaim. However, he seldom appears in the public eye, only occasionally promoting his new releases, while most of the time, he remains elusive. Due to Zhou-Chi's indifference towards celebrity culture and Zhonghua's infrequent public appearances, he merely regarded him as somewhat familiar. He never anticipated that this individual would have such a formidable background. In 3 years, Zhonghua has amassed an impressive 40 million followers, the majority of whom are active fans, with a negligible number of detractors. The release of his recent Weibo post seemingly overwhelmed the servers. Now that the witness has made an appearance, what more is there to discuss? The local authorities even seized the opportunity to clear Shou-Chi's name. Shou-Chi stared at the Weibo post for a prolonged moment, struggling to process the information. At that moment, a call from Jiang Yunyun interrupted his thoughts. He quickly answered, "You actually decided to pick up the phone? The situation outside is chaotic, and you haven't made a single move." Jiang Yunyun's voice came through the line. Zhou-Chi sheepishly rubbed his nose, apologizing, "I just fell asleep." Jiang Yunyun rolled her eyes, incredulous that this gentleman remained so composed while everyone was branding him a murderer, and he was napping at home. "Fine, I understand. I'll take care of it immediately." Shou-Chi did not dare to procrastinate. He promptly logged onto Weibo, shared Zhonghua's post, and added a simple thank you. At the end, Upon seeing this, Jiang Yunyan nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. After such a significant gesture from Zhong Huai, Shou-Chi's response was merely 2 words. Thank goodness you're not a celebrity. Otherwise, you'd be doomed. Shou-Chi chuckled. If I were a celebrity, you would be my manager, and I wouldn't face such a fate. Jiang Yunyan found herself exasperated. However, with someone like Zhong Huai speaking on Shou-Chi's behalf, the cacophony of online criticism should gradually dissipate. Shou-Chi's earlier estimation held true. If he could clear his name, the company's shares would be safeguarded. When Zhong Huai's Weibo post emerged, the stock market was already closed. The following morning, the company's stocks soared into the green, and the shareholders exhaled a collective sigh of relief. To put it bluntly, this was a murder allegation. Such matters are not easily brushed aside. Indeed, for an ordinary individual, merely cooperating with an investigation could lead to ruin. And why do I feel an eerie chill in the company? Is it merely a psychological effect? It's quite unsettling. It appeared he was not alone in this sentiment. The moment he arrived at the office, a shiver coursed through him. He had begun to feel apprehensive about being there. It was far too chilling. As the conversation continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, prompting the group to head directly to Shou-Chi's office. Shou-Chi looked at the shareholders with surprise. What's the matter? Joe, don't you feel that our company feels a bit unclean? One shareholder cautiously ventured. After all, the person before them was a university student. How could he possibly entertain such superstitions? Unclean? Shou-Chi replied, puzzled. Are you suggesting the cleaning staff isn't thorough enough? I can have HR discuss it with her tomorrow. Witnessing his earnest expression, the shareholders were taken aback. One shareholder then shifted tactics. What we mean by unclean refers to that. He gestured towards the floor beneath him. Shou-Chi glanced down. Then his expression transformed into one of realization. Are you saying the floor needs waxing? The shareholders exchanged glances, realizing they could not broach the subject any further in front of a university student. They attempted to convey their thoughts through metaphors and dramatizations. Yet Shou-Chi remained oblivious to their intended message. Ultimately, they left the office, disheartened. As soon as they departed, Shou-Chi burst into laughter, but soon the mirth faded. What they spoke was the truth. The building had felt chillingly eerie since he entered. Even with the sun shining outside, the office radiated an unmistakable chill. Shou-Chi sensed that matters would not be as simple as they seemed. At 5 o'clock, Shou-Chi stretched in his office, intending to rise when suddenly a piercing scream erupted from outside. Frowning, he opened the office door just as his secretary was about to enter, resulting in a collision. I'm so sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to. The secretary exclaimed, nearly in tears, trembling as she spoke. Shou-Chi gently reassured her, don't be afraid. Come with me to see what's happening. The secretary followed closely behind, stammering that was Lisa's wig. Shou-Chi felt a jolt of alarm, but feigned calmness. Perhaps someone is playing a prank, leaving things behind. There's no need to panic. By the time they reached the secretary's desk, however, nothing remained. It was truly right here. I swear I'm not lying. The secretary trembled, tears streaming down her face. All right, I believe you. Let us hurry and tidy up before heading home. Shou-Chi internally wrestled with uncertainty. He had come to trust the secretary's words. Especially since he was no longer an atheist, the supernatural often intertwined with the mundane. Strangely, the moment he stepped into the office, it felt as though the cold air from the air conditioning was being directed solely at him. The office had morphed into a frigid chamber. Chapter 82. An increasing number of wigs. Shou-Chi rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps, and reached for his coat. It seemed a shadow lingered behind his desk, precisely beside his chair. Shou-Chi hesitated, wondering if the shadow had been there all along while he sat. He lacked the courage to open the door for another glance and hurriedly descended the stairs. As night fell, the building security conducted their routine rounds. 2 guards, one tall and one short, were assigned to Shou-Chi's floor. Is the air conditioning on this floor set too low? The taller guard felt a chill sweep over him as the elevator doors opened. The shorter guard hugged his arms, remarking, it is a bit cold here. But the entire building has felt unusually frigid lately. I've raised this concern multiple times, but they've assured me the temperature has been adjusted. What good does it do to voice your complaints? They do nothing. As they conversed, the guards began their patrol. Their inspections were not particularly thorough. They merely shone their flashlights around to check for lingering employees or potential intruders. Typically, traversing the corridor from east to west would take just a few minutes. Yet, as they continued their chatter, it felt as though nearly half an hour had passed, and the corridor still stretched ahead of them. Did we pass this area earlier? The taller guard shone his flashlight at a door marked Marketing Department. The short individual felt a sense of uncertainty, unable to recall if they had indeed passed through this corridor. It was then that both men realized something was amiss. The taller man gazed at the doorplate with a look of sheer terror, exclaiming, "Did you see that?" The shorter man trembled even more violently, stuttering, "Why I followed by an unmistakably clear sound of teeth clashing. Soon, a chilling breeze swept past them from behind. The tall man's cold sweat soaked through his shirt, and with his body rigid, he turned to see a shadow not far behind them. The shadow moved swiftly, seemingly entering an office. Suddenly invigorated, the tall man shouted, "Stop! Don't run away. We must catch up. There is someone over there." Upon hearing the mention of a person, the short man hastened forward, and the two hurried after the shadow until they reached its last known location. Looking up, they found themselves before the general manager's office. "Perhaps we should not look." The short man whimpered, recalling that a person had died there just days ago. He instinctively took several steps back. The tall man, equally terrified, pondered. "But what if it's a thief inside? What should we do? Even if it is a thief, he cannot escape, can he?" The short man swallowed hard. At that moment, the tall man suddenly grasped the reality of their situation. "We've already come this far. Just a little further ahead is the elevator." Without regard for any potential thief, he pulled the short man along, moving quickly forward. Indeed, they soon spotted the elevator, its doors ajar, with a warm and serene light spilling out, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. They instinctively quickened their pace, eager to leave the terrifying place behind. As they reached the elevator door, the tall man was about to step inside when the short man abruptly yanked him back. "What are you doing? We can take the elevator down," he exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. The short man, trembling, pointed at the elevator, stuttering, Did you see that?" Following his finger. The tall man looked up to find a small red leg dangling from the top of the elevator, dripping something ominous, as a wave of putrid blood wafted toward them. The two security guards, upon witnessing this, fainted on the spot. Early that morning, Zhou arrived at work to find several security personnel stationed at the entrance. Strangely, upon seeing him, they turned away without a word. It wasn't their actions that unsettled Zhou, but the expression in their eyes, filled with anger, pity, terror, and even a hint of schadenfreude. He wondered what he had done to evoke such a complex array of emotions in them, feeling a sense of intrigue. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but the temperature in the building seemed to have dropped even further that day. As he contemplated whether to bring an extra layer of clothing to the office the following day, he concluded that the company had stabilized enough for him not to need to come in each day. Lost in thought, he entered the elevator, which emitted a series of creaking noises and erratic electrical sounds. Moments later, the lights within the elevator began to flicker ominously. Upon exiting the elevator, Zhou felt an immediate drop in temperature, causing him to involuntarily sneeze. He followed a colleague closely, taking swift steps to reach her desk, only to find the drawer still empty. Just as he settled into his chair, he overheard a hushed conversation outside. "Did you hear? Last night, 2 security guards encountered a ghost in this building." "I heard the same. Those guards fainted on our floor and were only taken away by an ambulance this morning. Truly, we have fallen on hard times. Our company has faced so many upheavals, and now this. I've heard that Lisa's office desk is filled with wigs she used. I wonder if it's true. It sounds so eerie. I'm considering resigning if things don't improve." Zhou sighed internally as he opened his desk drawer. To his astonishment, he froze in place, for there lay a wig mysteriously appearing in his drawer. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or did the wigs multiply before his very eyes?